This is a tale devoid of Saiyan lineage and the innate gifts of Namekian's story of an underdog. The protagonist is reborn in the world of Dragon Ball, possessing talents that pale in comparison to even Krillin's. Yet, through the profound principles of traditional Chinese internal martial arts gleaned from his past life, he embarks on a journey starting from the turtle school of martial arts, gradually synthesizing and innovating to forge the mightiest martial path for Earthlings. In a universe dominated by Saiyans, he strives to demonstrate that Earthlings too can transcend their limits. With fervor, growth, and a resurgence, this is the authentic legend of martial arts. Chapter 1. The Art of Horse Dance in National Martial Arts. In the distant Red Maple Valley number 86, a long train sped past. Inside ordinary cabin number 5, 12 seats were occupied by cats, either squatting or sitting, their glossy fur and long whiskers giving them a striking appearance. Clad in elegant attire, these beings were indeed cat people. Some dozed, others admired the scenery outside the window, while a few engaged in casual conversation. The remaining ones gazed curiously at the sole, pure human in the carriage. With black hair and eyes, he was a remarkably clean, radiant, and handsome young man of Eastern descent. Although merely 13 or 14 years of age, he bore none of the juvenile naivety typical of a middle school student. Instead, he exuded an elegance and grandeur reminiscent of a royal prince. The slight smile gracing his lips was sufficiently captivating to enthrall many enamored young ladies. Indeed, several cat people females in the carriage were entranced, instinctively mimicking the boy's poised sitting posture. The horse stance of this national martial art proves remarkably effective in this world, the boy thought with a sigh. If a true martial arts master were present, they would notice that although he appeared to sit like everyone else in the plush seat, his posterior had never truly made contact with the chair, maintaining that stance since boarding the train. Sun Wubin was diligently practicing the horse stance from the internal martial arts of Chinese national martial arts. For someone like him, who prioritized learning over martial pursuits, this was the optimal method of training. Whether in school or during daily travels, Sun Wubin consistently practiced this posture. Born into a family steeped in martial traditions, he was not a native inhabitant of this world. Rather, his soul originated from the modern Earth of the 21st century. In this world, technological civilization was extraordinarily advanced, and the rise of firearms inevitably stifled the development of martial arts, which was rooted in the era of cold weaponry. The martial arts community, gradually withering under the pressure of scientific advancement, was witnessing a decline. Although Sun Wubin's family had devoted generations to martial arts, and their dojo was renowned, by his generation, they began diversifying their pursuits. As the only son, Sun Wubin's mother, Mir, held high hopes for him to become a great scholar, amassing boundless wealth thus. Unlike his two prodigious sisters, he did not drop out of school to focus exclusively on martial arts. However, Sun Wubin, having witnessed his rarely home grandfather effortlessly catch bullets with his bare hands and his father traverse rooftops as though walking on solid ground, coupled with his passion for martial arts from his previous life, never fully relinquished the pursuit of martial mastery. Despite the burdensome academic responsibilities that left him little time for martial training, Sun Wubin devised a method to practice standing in a horse stance. Regardless of whether he was hunched over a desk writing, reading, or attending lectures, he endeavored to maintain a posture that appeared to be seated in a chair while, in truth, his bottom never touched the seat. Initially, he merely stood in a basic horse stance, but then he recalled the horse stance from internal martial arts, realizing that he needed to embody the essence of the stance. Through a process of trial and error, he reflected on the practices of internal martial arts, observing the movements of a horse as it galloped and leapt, gradually deciphering the nuances of the horse stance in internal martial arts, which yielded remarkably significant results. With each practice, Sun Wubin could even perceive a rapid enhancement of his martial prowess. Sun Wubin, remarked the catman seated opposite him as he set down his coffee. I have heard that there's a Sun Wubin martial arts school in Huanghe City. Since your surname is Sun, I wonder. The Sun Wubin school is indeed run by my family, Sun Wubin replied, casting a glance at the imposing black-furred catman. Though Mr. Carlo was merely a cat and sat in an ordinary chair like him, Sun Wubin had heard tales of his legendary rise from humble beginnings to managing a company worth millions in just 2 decades, making him a figure deserving of respect. So you are truly a martial artist, Sun Wubin. Carlo's slitted eyes brightened, and his whiskers perked up with excitement. I, Carlo, have the utmost admiration for martial artists. In my youth, I even had the honor of meeting the martial arts deity, Master Roshi. Master Roshi? Sun Wubin's clear, beautiful eyes sparkled with intrigue. On this earth, the martial arts schools are not fewer than those of his previous life. The Turtle School, Crane School, Karen School, and Martial Arts Grandmaster School are among the renowned factions, with the Crane and Turtle schools being particularly illustrious. The founder of the Crane School, Master Crane, is said to be an elderly man with a perpetual crane hat, possessing the mystical ability to fly and traverse the earth. The Turtle School's founder, Master Rashi, is depicted as a bald, white-bearded elder who carries a turtle shell and possesses the power to move mountains and drain seas. The rivalry between Master Rashi and Master Crane over the title of the world's greatest martial artist has been a long-standing debate. In the martial circles around Tokyo, it is widely acknowledged that Master Rashi holds the title of the foremost master. However, in the Crane state where Sun Wubin resides, the Crane School is recognized as the preeminent martial arts faction, with Master Crane celebrated as the ultimate martial artist. The Sun Wubin family's martial arts school, the Sun Wubin Dojo, belongs to the Crane School, founded by Sun Wugao, a registered disciple of Master Crane, and has been established for over 2 centuries, earning considerable renown in the martial arts community. This information was imparted to Sun Wubin by his father 2 years ago, revealing their affiliation with the Crane School. It was only after recalling the plot of Dragon Ball that he sought further knowledge and discovered these details. Regrettably, the accounts regarding Master Rashi and Master Shun within the materials are neither comprehensive nor coherent, rife with contradictions that render them utterly unconvincing. More importantly, there exists but a solitary location associated with the Hermit Masters, a name that eludes discovery on any map. Although Sun Wubin harbored suspicions that this might pertain to the Dragon Ball universe, he found himself unable to truly visit Master Rashi or any other notable figures, such as Goku, Krillin, or Piccolo, leaving him with an enduring sense of disappointment. Mr. Carlo, Master Rashi is a paragon of martial arts. His prowess is profound as the ocean, unfathomable. Who among martial artists does not admire him? I have longed to pay my respects, yet Master Rashi is elusive, rarely seen, and few know of his whereabouts. I never imagined that you, Mr. Carlo, would have the fortune to witness the master in person, Sun Wubin remarked, impressed. Despite the plethora of formidable martial arts schools he had encountered in this world, at least 5 or 6 prominent ones most pale in comparison to the Dragon Ball universe's protagonists, all of whom were nurtured under Master Rashi's tutelage. Goku, Krillin, and even Goku's grandfather and father-in-law all hail from the Turtle School. Other schools, aside from the Crane School, remain obscure and uncelebrated. Even the 2 most distinguished disciples of the Crane School, Tien and Kaiotsu, ultimately chose to study under Master Rashi, underscoring his formidable reputation. To enter the Dragon Ball universe without seeking Master Rashi's mentorship would be a folly of the highest order. I have not only encountered Master Rashi, but have also witnessed his prowess firsthand, Carlo enthusiastically recounted, conjuring an image of a bald, bespectacled elder with a lecherous demeanor. Sun Wubin listened intently, as did the others nearby, who were equally intrigued by the tales of Master Rashi, interjecting with questions. Ahead of the train, at a precipice resembling a knife's edge, stood a graceful figureal woman of exquisite form and alluring curves, her beauty undeniable despite her obscured visage. Glancing down at the sheer drop, which plummeted several stories, she appeared unfazed, as though standing upon level ground. Suddenly, her ears perked up, and she turned her gaze towards the canyon, where a distant black signified the approaching train. Finally, it's about time, she chuckled, lifting her oversized bag and leaping off the cliff with remarkable agility. With a resounding crash, akin to a meteorite striking the earth, she landed heavily on the tracks below, sending up a cloud of dust in a spectacular display reminiscent of an explosion. As the dust settled, the woman stood elegantly amidst the remnants. "This dusty, just washed my hair this morning," she mused, frowning slightly as she bent to set down her oversized black bag. With a swift motion, she unzipped it to reveal a rocket launcher. "Mother, wait for me. I will earn enough money to heal you," she said, casting a fleeting glance at the swiftly approaching train before preparing the shoulder-mounted rocket launcher, aiming it directly at the oncoming vehicle. In the first carriage, the driver, clad in a large cap, took a sip of water when suddenly his pupils contracted. "This is not good," he thought, as his gaze fell upon a figure standing squarely in the middle of the tracks. How could someone be so reckless as to stand in the path of the train? He slammed on the brakes, the train emitting a piercing screech as it rapidly decelerated, gradually coming to a halt. Just then, the woman on the tracks curled her lips into a sinister smile, her finger gently pressing down on the trigger of a rocket launcher. Bang! Flames erupted as the rocket screamed towards the train. Chapter 2. Lan Qi arrives. In the fifth carriage, the turtle sage is utterly unafraid of cannon fire or bullets, Carlo exclaimed, spitting as he animatedly recounted the exploits of the turtle sage. A thunderous boom erupted, and he was suddenly propelled into the air by a tremendous force. Simultaneously, every cat person in the carriage was flung upwards, crashing against the ceiling. Sun Wubin was likewise thrown into the air by the sudden surge of power, and just as he was about to collide with the roof, a hand appeared above him, his own right hand. With a gentle press against the ceiling, he halted his ascent, and then, extending his left hand, he caught a cat person who was about to be thrown out of the carriage, allowing them both to gracefully return to their seats as if they were but falling leaves. His movements were effortless and swift, imbued with an ethereal grace. Fortunately, there were no martial arts experts in the carriage, for had there been, they would have been left utterly astonished. What is happening? Why has the train suddenly jolted? What was that explosion? The carriage erupted into chaos, with passengers shrieking as bags and cat people tumbled down, calling out for help. Sun Wubin set down the cat person he had saved and gently caught Carlo, who was falling from the air. "Mr. Carlo, are you all right?" "Huh?" Carlo looked bewildered, taking a moment to regain his composure as the other cat people began to recover from their shock. "Mr. Carlo, everyone, such a train cannot simply experience a traffic accident. Even if it did, the tremor would not be this severe." Sun Wubin's voice resonated with a calming authority. "The sound we heard seemed akin to an explosion. I suspect the tracks have been sabotaged." "Sabotaged?" "Yes. Either someone has attacked the tracks with artillery, or the engine has been blown up. If I'm not mistaken, it appears we're dealing with train robbers." "Train robbers?" Carlo looked at Sun Wubin, suddenly recalling something that sent shivers down his spine. "Mr. Sun Wubin, are you suggesting it is the notorious Lan Qi, who tops the wanted list with the highest bounty?" "Indeed, it is Lan Qi." "That madwoman?" A chorus of panicked screams erupted throughout the carriage. A glint of intrigue flickered in Sun Wubin's eyes as he listened to Carlo's detailed account of the turtle sage. Now, he was nearly certain that they were in the world of Dragon Balls, and soon they would encounter the most wanted thief, Lan Qi. When others speak of different robbers, Sun Wukong may possess limited knowledge, yet Lan Qith's enigmatic figure with dual personalities transforms with a mere sneeze. In her azure-haired state, she embodies gentleness, innocence, and diligence, but once she shifts to her golden-haired persona, her temperament turns violent, brandishing a machine gun and indiscriminately firing. She is undoubtedly the most distinctive supporting character in the Dragon Ball universe. Although her role diminishes considerably in later episodes, her impression remains profoundly etched in the hearts of Dragon Ball enthusiasts. Lan Qi has made her appearance. Is this truly the realm of Dragon Ball? A flush of excitement graced Sun Wukong's face. The Dragon Ball world is nothing short of miraculous. Previously, he had hesitated to assert that he was within this universe, feeling constrained and bound by conventions, too fearful to act beyond the expected. Now that Lan Qi is engaged in robbery, this girl is quite the promising talent. A smirk tugged at the corners of Sun Wukong's mouth. Many individuals in Dragon Ball possess astonishing abilities, and the golden-haired Lan Qi has the remarkable skill of summoning modern weaponry such as machine guns and rockets from seemingly nowhere. Clearly, she possesses a dimensional space capable of storing and retrieving items at will. The rules of space and time are among the most formidable and fearsome forces in existence. To possess such spatial abilities is anything but ordinary, and while others in the Dragon Ball world may remain oblivious to this fact, Wukong finds it intriguing. Moreover, the bounty on Lan Qi's head amounts to 2 million. With such a reward, it is likely that the money she possesses far exceeds that sum. As a family renowned for their martial prowess, the Sun family should not be impoverished. However, Sun Wukong's mother, Mi-er, suffers from a congenital myocardial degeneration caused by the Xingyi affliction that current technology cannot cure, only manage. This condition is akin to a bottomless pit of expenses, necessitating a substantial financial commitment each year to maintain Mi-er's health. Consequently, the Sun family has not only depleted their wealth, but also accrued significant debts. My father has passed away, and my mother's illness cannot be neglected. The family's finances can only cover this year's expenses and next year's treatment costs. To this end, I have even concealed from my family the fact that I applied for withdrawal from school a fortnight ago, tirelessly seeking employment in various venues. Indeed, unbeknownst to his family, Sun Wukong had submitted his school withdrawal application 2 weeks prior and spent the subsequent days scouring job opportunities. His meeting with Mr. Carlo was primarily to discuss employment, as Mr. Carlo's company, while not particularly large, has promising prospects. Naturally, Wukong aspires to join such an enterprise. Yet, Sun Wukong has set his salary expectations at 100,000. In a time when the average worker earns only a few hundred monthly, his demand appears excessively audacious, but he harbors confidence in his worth. In his past life, Sun Wukong was not considered exceptionally intelligent, however. Upon entering this world, despite his essence remaining unchanged, he possesses the wisdom of adulthood. Whether in language acquisition, literacy, or other skills, he learns more swiftly than the average child. Coupled with his diligence, he has earned the title of child prodigy, excelling academically at a young age, and, through relentless efforts, he has miraculously secured a place in the prestigious class of Beiji High School. In the present day, the academic rankings of schools are as follows. Western Capital holds the esteemed first position, Eastern Capital is second, Southern Capital is third, and Northern Capital is fourth. Despite being ranked fourth, and even though Sun Wubin's academic performance is not particularly remarkable within his class, it is worth noting that these institutions are among the top 4 nationwide. Moreover, he is enrolled in a key class, where every student is a prodigy with exceptionally high intelligence. For instance, Bulma, the brilliant and affluent genius from the renowned series Dragon Ball, studies in the prestigious class of Western Capital. Gaining admission to such a class is akin to entering Harvard in a former life. It is a task of extraordinary difficulty. Having secured a place in this elite class, Sun Wubin's future prospects appear promising upon graduation. Even a monthly salary of 100,000 would make him highly sought after. However, being still in his early teens, and merely in the 3rd year of junior high, his value is significantly diminished. Potential remains just that potential until it is transformed into tangible strength, and not everyone is willing to invest in the long term. Mr. Carlo is reluctant to offer a high price for Sun Wubin's talents, and after much negotiation, he is only willing to provide a salary of 5,000, which ultimately leads to a stalemate. My mother's illness cannot be sustained without $1 million annual salary. Sun Wubin is acutely aware of his circumstances. While $1 million may seem excessive, he feels compelled to pursue this path. When he encountered the threat posed by Lan Qi, the prospect of 200,000 became a staggering sum for Sun Wubin, who urgently needed funds for his mother's medical expenses. Thus, he contemplated borrowing money from Lan Qi as a temporary remedy. Mr. Sun Wubin, what shall we do? I've heard that wherever Lan Qi goes, not a blade of grass survives, Mr. Carlo exclaimed, drenched in sweat and burdened by the cash he had on hand. There's no need to panic, Sun Wubin reassured him. Let's assess the situation first. It may not even be Lan Qi who is robbing us. Regardless of who it is, I will not succumb easily. Very well, Carlo replied, still trembling with fear. Though Sun Wubin hails from a martial arts family, his admission into the key class of Northern Capital suggests he has likely devoted most of his time to academic pursuits, leaving little opportunity for martial training. One cannot rely on him, Carlo lamented, recalling his 2 decades of experience on this train without incident, only to find himself unsettled today. He had forgotten the chaos that ensued when the train encountered trouble, where everyone in the carriage was thrown into disarray. However, Sun Wubin remained an exception. Put the money on the table. Anyone who wishes to live, hand over your money to me. Inside the carriage, a masked woman brandished a submachine gun, indiscriminately firing into the crowd. I must secure enough money to alleviate my mother's medical expenses, allowing me to leave without worry. The masked figure moved swiftly throughout the carriage, effortlessly firing, loading bullets, snatching bags, and collecting cash in a blur of motion that left many unable to react before their funds were swept into her large bag. In mere moments, she had ravaged one carriage before darting towards the next. The second carriage has been looted. The third carriage has been looted. The fourth carriage was plundered, and it was not without resistance, nor was it devoid of firearms. Shots were fired at the woman, yet regardless of whether one wielded a gun or possessed martial prowess, they were swiftly vanquished by her, as effortlessly as autumn leaves are swept away by the wind. Each assailant found themselves incapable of delaying her advance even for a moment. Before long, the woman dashed towards the fifth carriage. Even before her arrival, a barrage of bullets erupted from the doorway. "Fools!" she coldly exclaimed, raising her weapon as her submachine gun unleashed a torrent of fire, silencing the fifth carriage's defenses. Only then did she breach the carriage, her gun spitting bullets incessantly as her gaze swept across the interior. Her eyes locked onto those of another. Boom! The woman staggered. Those eyes sparkled with the brilliance of stars and possessed the clarity of a pristine sky. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. She recognized those eyes. Wubin? The name echoed her mind as she beheld a 13-year-old boy standing in a seat to her left, his entire body frozen in disbelief. In that moment, Sun Wubin met her gaze, his mind rendered blank. How could it be my sister? He thought, staring at the figure emerging at the doorway. The woman, one hand gripping a large black bag and the other wielding a massive submachine gun, continued to fire upon the carriage. Her face was obscured by a black cloth, concealing her features save for her eyes. Yet, the essence of her being the form, the aura was unmistakable to Sun Wubin. His elder sister was indeed a train robber. How could someone so kind-hearted possibly be a criminal? Sun Wubin's mind nearly short-circuited as he stared in shock at the masked woman, until her expression shifted from astonishment to panic, followed by a desperate retreat, vanishing from sight. Quick, call the police. Hello, is this the police? Lan Qi is robbing us. Chapter 3. The difficult scripture. After the mysterious woman vanished, the commotion in the fifth carriage ensued, yet Sun Wubin paid it little heed. His mind was consumed by the image of that masked woman, particularly her astonished, fearful eyes that had fled in haste. Unbeknownst to him, a new train arrived, and he found himself, along with the crowd, boarding and disembarking until he unwittingly arrived at a quaint village. What should I do? Sun Wubin gazed down the broad road ahead, which, after a short half-mile, led to the Sun family dojo, his home in this world. A blue truck halted beside him. Oh, Wubin, you're back. A joyful voice exclaimed, revealing a slightly plump middle-aged man seated within the vehicle. Hello, Uncle Carla. Sun Wubin exclaimed in return. Haha, our talented scholar has returned. I presume you're on break. It seems your mother has fallen ill again. You must have come back to see her. Uncle Carla chuckled. Mother is ill again? Hasn't it been less than a year? Sun Wubin's brow furrowed. Come over to my place for a while. Don't worry. This time it's not for you to tutor Yume, huh? Uncle Carla laughed heartily. Sun Wubin managed to smile, albeit a strained one. Fully aware of how the villagers regarded him. From a young age, he had exhibited intelligence surpassing that of his peers. After overcoming numerous challenges, he had ultimately entered the prestigious class in the northern metropolis. The small Ginkgo village had produced a prodigy, akin to a golden phoenix emerging from a chicken coop. The entire village took pride in Sun Wubin, often proclaiming that he would become the greatest scholar of all time. The workload in the northern metropolis must be heavy. Yet you are dutiful, your mother falls ill, and you rush back. Uncle Carla mused, then added with a smile, my Yume has also been diligent. If only she possessed half of your brilliance, I would be eternally grateful. With a shake of his head, he drove away. Mother is ill again, so soon? Sun Wubin trudged homeward, his footsteps heavy. Soon, he stood before a grand building adorned with a large sign reading Sun Family Dojo. The door was ajar, and upon pushing it open, he was greeted by the enticing aroma of cooked dishes. Sizzle! The sound of frying echoed. His sister was in the kitchen. Sun Wubin hesitated momentarily before approaching, catching sight of a graceful figure. His heart fluttered. It was a beautiful young woman clad in a deep blue shirt. Her well-developed figure accentuated by snug-fitting blue denim shorts that showcased her long, fair legs, presenting an elegant silhouette. The young woman stood with her back to him, busily tending to the stove, the blue flames dancing before her. Her mere presence was a delight to behold. Could it truly be his sister who had been involved in the train heist? Sun Wubin felt a wave of disorientation, struggling to reconcile the fierce, gun-wielding figure from earlier with the gentle, composed woman diligently managing household chores before him. Sister, he called, his voice slightly hoarse. At the sound, the figure at the stove trembled slightly, as if frozen in place. Sister, Sun Wubin stepped into the kitchen like a somnambulist. The figure of the girl stirred with a semblance of life, slowly turning around. Her gaze merely brushed over Sun Wubin before she averted her eyes. A somewhat rigid smile gracing her lips. It is Wubin who has returned. Sun Wubin approached the girl. As the sole heir of his family, devoid of siblings, Mia, with her chestnut hair, fair complexion, and flaxen eyes, was not his biological sister, but rather the adopted granddaughter of his grandfather, Sun Wuxing, who had spent years traveling and cultivating. Over the past year, since Mia settled at Sun Wubin's home, she ceased her wanderings with grandfather Sun Wuxing and took residence, eventually inheriting the Sun family's dojo after the passing of Wubin's father, thus becoming the new head of the Sun lineage. Mia's sister. Sun Wubin stood a meter away from Mia, locking his gaze onto her eyes, and spoke in a hushed tone. Why? Mia offered a gentle smile. Wubin, what are you saying? Why? Sun Wubin's voice was tinged with a rasp. Enough, Wubin, don't jest. There's tea in the freezer. You should have some water and rest a bit, Mia replied, her expression slightly strained as she turned to grasp a nearby spatula. Today, a train was bombed at Red Maple Canyon number 86, and I happened to be on that very train. Sun Wubin's voice grew somber. That train robber was you. Wasn't it, Sister Mia? Silence enveloped them momentarily before an astonished voice broke through. The train robber? Wubin, are you all right? Stop pretending. Don't feign ignorance, Sister Mia. I want to know why. Sun Wubin's tone reflected a hint of confusion. Sister Mia, I know that isn't the real you, but I wish to understand why. Isn't it better to speak about any difficulties? Don't forget, I am the man of this household. How can I uphold my dignity when you act this way? Wubin, Mia slowly extinguished the flame on the stove and turned to face him, her eyes now devoid of panic or evasion. You have dropped out. Mia's voice carried a chill. A tremor coursed through Sun Wubin's heart. He had been accepted into the prestigious class of the North Metropolitan Academy, ranked 4th in the nation, and the villagers of Ginkgo Village were immensely proud of him. If the villagers felt this way, one could only imagine the pride within his family. I have not, Sun Wubin replied solemnly. Mia fell into a brief silence. Today is not a holiday for school. A fortnight ago, Teacher Moreau from the North Metropolitan Academy called. The dreamlike quality of her voice echoed, reminiscent of his mother, who had answered the phone. Mother answered the phone. Sun Wubin felt a jolt in his chest, his mind momentarily blank. To conceal his dropout status, he had repeatedly instructed the school's teachers and administration not to contact his family, and they had even changed their phone number. This was supposed to be foolproof. Why then did the school know the new number? Your mother has always taken pride in your admission to the North Metropolitan Academy. Mia's voice dropped low. However, at first, she couldn't believe it. But after numerous calls to the academy, she became certain, and she could not reach you. Mother. Sun Wubin's scalp prickled, his gaze drifting blankly towards Mia. The thought of his mother discovering his dropout status terrified him. Alas, Mia sighed softly, and the room fell into a profound silence. Sister, your desire to spare me from worrying about the family has led Sun Wubin to languidly lean against the wall. Oh sister, how misguided you are. Even if our family were wealthy, I would still be burdened with the financial strain of affording treatment for our mother. However, I have already dropped out of school. Gaining entry into the elite classes of the northern capital is a formidable challenge. Having exited, it is nearly impossible for me to return. In such classes, the pace of learning is so swift that missing even a week renders one unable to catch up. Even if I were allowed back, what good would it do? Moreover, with your current methods, should Wubin be unable to re-enter the elite class, gaining admission into any other class in the northern capital will be difficult given your circumstances. Mia spoke in a low tone, shaking her head slightly, adding that it was not solely about my education, but also due to our mother's deteriorating health. Why has her condition worsened so quickly this time? I must go and see her. Sun Wubin turned to rush outside, knowing that he could no longer conceal the truth from their mother. How is Mother's condition? What did the doctor say? Is it serious? He inquired, pausing momentarily. This is the medical report, Mia said, taking a nearby garment and retrieving an envelope to hand to him. Sun Wubin accepted it and opened the document, his gaze sweeping over the medical history, his complexion turning pale. Wubin, Mother's condition is grave. Not only has her heart failure worsened, but she has also lost her cognitive abilities, her thoughts, her will, and even her emotions. She has become what is commonly referred to as a vegetative state. If her illness had been as it was before, we could have managed the medical expenses with our remaining savings. But this time, I also wish for you to concentrate on your studies. I possess no skills beyond my martial prowess, and I have no idea how to suddenly procure such a large sum of money. Our family is already in debt. Mia's voice resonated with a melancholic despair throughout the room. A vegetative state. How could Mother have fallen to this? Sun Wubin stared at the report, his gaze gradually shifting until a particular date caught his eye. The date of Mother's illness coincided precisely with the day I completed my school withdrawal procedures. In that moment, it felt as though the world had shattered around him. This date marked the day Sun Wubin officially dropped out. It is my fault. Mother received a call from the northern capital, learned of my decision to withdraw, and could not bear the shock, which led to her condition deteriorating. At that moment, Sun Wubin suddenly comprehended everything. His mother's greatest wish was for her beloved son to graduate from the northern capital with distinction, to become a scholar revered and admired by all. Yet Mother has always loathed her illness, despising the way it has drained the family's resources. Thus, she has remained troubled, finding solace only in my admission to the northern capital as her utmost hope. Now, I have shattered that hope with my own hands. And she feels she can no longer face the world. Perhaps she believes she has harmed me. Her illness demands excessive funds, prompting my secretive withdrawal from school. Consequently, she attributes all the blame to herself. Chapter 4. The Path of Martial Arts. Sun Wubin fell ill. For the first time since arriving in this world, he succumbed to illness, suffering for 3 days before it took him 20 more days to recover. For 23 days of illness, Sun Wubin did not lie in bed, but instead sat beside his mother's nourishment chamber, either in silent contemplation or holding her hand, conversing incessantly as if trying to awaken her. Yet, he could recall none of the words he spoke. It was only on this day that he ventured out of the Sun family dojo, ascending to the peak of the back mountain to feel the breeze and gaze upon the distant hills. A graceful figure appeared behind him. "You cannot entirely blame yourself for what happened to your mother," Mia said, gazing compassionately at the silhouette of the 14-year-old boy. Sun Wubin had grown taller than most boys his age, and where once he had exuded a vibrant and youthful charm, now his posture seemed somewhat stooped and desolate, reminiscent of an elderly man in the twilight of his years. "Mia, you need not say more. I have come to terms with it," Sun Wubin replied, turning to her with a smile that momentarily rekindled the sunshine on his face. Mia felt a wave of relief wash over her. "It's good that you can accept this. In a few days, once you have recovered, consider going to the northern capital. Give it a try. If you cannot re-enter the advanced class, then join the regular one. With your capabilities, I am certain they would be eager to have you." "School?" Sun Wubin murmured, falling into a brief silence before shaking his head. "Mia, I have realized that I have strayed from my path. Since I have already dropped out, I shall not return." Mia was taken aback and stepped closer to him. "What do you mean, Wubin?" "In this life, I wish to live for myself," he declared, turning to reveal a smile. "What I mean is, I do not particularly enjoy studying. Perhaps it is more accurate to say I dislike rote learning. I do enjoy contemplating and researching. If there were no better options, being a scholar or scientist might be appealing, but now I have found a more promising choice." "Oh," Mia looked perplexed. "In fact, studying and pondering martial arts could also be quite rewarding. I have been fascinated by martial arts since childhood," Sun Wubin said with a slight smile. Mia furrowed her brows and reached out her delicate hand to touch his forehead. "Mia?" Sun Wubin tilted his head back. Although Mia had cared for him during these 20 days of illness, and they had lived together for over a year, such intimate gestures were unfamiliar to him. Her gentle hand rested on his brow, causing a slight warmth to rise to his ears. "You do not have a fever," Mia said, retracting her hand in confusion. "Mia, my illness has already passed. I am not speaking foolishly. Furthermore, what is wrong with martial arts? In this world, the most promising path is not that of a scientist, but of a martial artist," Sun Wubin asserted, gazing solemnly at the distant mountains. "Martial arts is the most promising path?" Mia chuckled. "Wubin, you must not deceive me. My education is limited." Sun Wubin's cheeks twitched slightly. Had he not known this was the world of Dragon Ball, he would have scoffed at anyone who claimed that martial arts was the most promising path, even if such words came from the nation's president. "Wubin, you assert that martial arts hold the most promise. Although my sister may not be well-read, she has traveled the world with our esteemed ancestor. And while she may not be extraordinarily knowledgeable, she is certainly not easily deceived. She understands that among the wealthiest and most influential individuals, none are practitioners of martial arts. Just look at me. Despite my capabilities, what can I do besides running a martial arts school, acting as a bodyguard, or merely standing watch? When faced with significant financial demands, I find myself utterly helpless. For those who pursue martial arts without a solid foundation, life can be exceedingly difficult. The last time I resorted to robbery, you might think it was a choice, but when driven to desperation, I found no other means to quickly earn money." Sun Wubin fell into a contemplative silence. In the realm of Dragon Ball, martial arts can reach extraordinary levels, enabling one to soar through the skies, wreak havoc upon the earth, and even obliterate entire planets with a mere hand. Yet, to utter such claims would be met with disbelief. Not only by Mia, but even by the most formidable masters on earth, such as Master Roshi and Master Crane, who would dismiss Wubin's words as nonsense. One must possess clarity of heart to traverse the path ahead. Sun Wubin smiled gently, stating, "My heart lies within martial arts. For me, the pursuit of martial arts is not primarily about financial gain. You see, when one fixates on wealth, they hinder their potential for true prosperity. Conversely, when one's focus transcends monetary concerns, they may find themselves unexpectedly flourishing." "Oh, my Wubin, when it comes to wisdom, you present a strong case." Mia responded with a playful grin. "I know you are well-educated and eloquent, yet I cannot contend with your arguments." She then adopted a serious demeanor and continued, "Wubin, You might still be unaware of the arduous nature of martial arts training. Sister, there is no need to reiterate that martial arts is challenging and does not yield substantial wealth. I understand this well. I have my own plans for generating income, which will not be delayed, all right? Sun Wubin glanced down the mountain as a figure hurriedly approached, panting. Wubin, Mia, you are both here. Uncle Kara, is there something you need? Wubin, it appears your health has nearly returned to normal. Yes, I am much better now. Thank you for your concern, Uncle Kara. Sun Wubin replied with a smile. This child, Wubin, is so polite. It is a relief to see you well again. If my daughter were to fall ill for 20 days, she would undoubtedly fall behind in her studies. Even a single day away from school would set her back significantly. Kara remarked, casting an odd glance at Sun Wubin. A sense of discomfort surged within Sun Wubin as he understood Kara's unspoken thoughts. As a top student in the prestigious class of the northern city, he had always been a source of pride for the village. This unexpected return, absent from school for nearly 20 days, would inevitably raise suspicions among the villagers, despite Mia's efforts to conceal the truth. Kara's comments about his daughter were merely a thinly veiled inquiry into Wubin's situation. By the way, Wubin, your grades in class must be excellent, right? I recall you receiving awards every time you took exams while studying here. My daughter, Kara chuckled. This time, not only did Sun Wubin feel uneasy, but Mia's expression also stiffened. She could not bring herself to admit that Wubin, a gifted student, had dropped out of school. She could not bear the shame of it. Uncle Kara, you jest. My acceptance into the prestigious class was merely by chance. I hardly excel in my studies. Sun Wubin forced a smile as he replied. Is that so? You've been home for 23 days this time. Surely you won't fall behind. Not really. By the way, Uncle Kara, do you have something on your mind? Sun Wubin smiled and deftly changed the subject. Indeed, there are a few matters. When do you plan to attend the elite class in the northern capital? Kara inquired. Sun Wubin felt a flush creeping onto his face, unsure how to respond. Let us discuss it once Wubin has fully recovered, Mia interjected, gently pulling on Sun Wubin's arm. The mountain breeze is quite strong, and since you've just begun to feel better, it would be wise to return indoors. She began to lead him down the mountain briskly. Kara frowned slightly. By the way, 2 peculiar children came seeking guidance in their training. I asked them to wait while I came to call you. Seeking guidance in training? Mia's voice was laden with unease. Now that she had taken over the Sun family dojo, she naturally hoped for its revival. However, a year had passed, and not a single soul had graced the dojo with their presence, effectively squandering the legacy left by their ancestors. Sun Wubin furrowed his brow as well. Since his father's passing, Mia had hastily stepped in to manage the dojo. Despite her commendable martial prowess, her youth and gender made it difficult for her to command respect. As time went on, even those who acknowledged her abilities were reluctant to visit. In just 1 year, the dojo had gone from a dozen disciples under his father's care to none willing to step through its doors. The Sun family dojo, renowned for over 2 centuries, had fallen into disrepair under Mia's stewardship. Sun Wubin could see the guilt and self-reproach that weighed heavily on her. Moreover, the villagers from Ginkgo village and the surrounding areas whispered behind her back. Although few dared to confront her directly, Mia's martial skills certainly did not allow her to remain ignorant of their murmurs. Chapter 5. Tianjin rice and dumplings. The sun rose in the west, and at last, someone was willing to train. Kara was oblivious to the discomfort between the siblings. The dojo has been closed for 2 months, and with no one training. The entire village felt a sense of emptiness. Now that 2 have arrived, let us hope they don't leave again. Mia's expression darkened as she hurriedly pulled Sun Wubin down the mountain. Uncle Kara, Sun Wubin called out, the dojo's declining business is a trend we cannot ignore. Consider this. Even I, the sole heir of the Sun lineage, have turned to studying literature, let alone others. Haha, true enough. I recall the dojo's glory days. I remember as a child, when the dojo opened its doors to new disciples, there would be lines stretching for miles. Kara laughed heartily, only to suddenly realize something. Silencing his laughter. Mia, I'm not implying that you are responsible for the dojo's current state. Haha. Wubin is right. It's simply the way of the world. By the way, Uncle Kara, what are the names of the 2 who came seeking guidance? Sun Wubin shifted the topic. I didn't ask. They seemed rather odd. Almost unsettling. The taller one has 3 eyes. I've never encountered anyone like that in all my years, Kara remarked, reflecting on the encounter. 3 eyes? They must be from the 3-eyed clan, Sun Wubin mused, a sense of foreboding stirring within him as he began to piece together the identity of their visitors. Before the majestic gate of the Sun Wukong dojo, 2 figures leaned against a stone lion, one tall and the other short. The taller one, aside from possessing 2 ordinary eyes, bore a colossal eye in the center of his forehead, reminiscent of a demon emerging from the depths of hell. The shorter one had an eerily pale visage, a whiteness that sent chills down the spine. A voice, thin and childlike, echoed with a chilling tone. It was Tianjin Fan. "They are coming, and something feels amiss," the pale-faced child remarked, casting a glance toward the direction of Sun Wukong and Mia on the back mountain. "Dumpling, did you notice anything?" The three-eyed youth inquired with an indifferent tone. "Yes, that person mentioned 2 children, a boy and a girl, from their conversation. It seems this dojo is under their purview," replied the pale-faced child. "2 children?" The three-eyed boy fell into a momentary silence. "Dumpling, are you certain?" "I am sure based on their discourse." "Tianjin Fan, it appears we have been deceived. This Sun Wukong dojo does not seem to be as formidable as that individual claimed. Perhaps we should leave and not squander any more time here. It's no wonder this dojo looks grand from the outside, yet inside it is desolate. Devoid of any presence that a dojo should embody," the three-eyed boy mused, a hint of a wicked smile gracing his lips. "But let us not be hasty, Dumpling. Since we have traveled such a distance, there is no reason to depart empty-handed. What is Tianjin Fan implying? Do we not come here for a good fight? Even if this dojo is run by mere children, it should still be intriguing. I am keen to see what they are capable of." Tianjin Fan's prowess as a top martial artist is not to be underestimated, yet he is far from a match for them. The pale-faced child let out a shrill, hair-raising laugh, sensing trouble for Tianjin Fan. "Dumpling, if your hands are itching, you may take them on yourself. After all, you have rarely engaged in battle on this journey. Let us leave it to Tianjin Fan," came the reply. Soon, 2 figures emerged within the line of sight of the three-eyed youth and the pale-faced child. "Are these the 2? They mused in unison, assessing Sun Wukong and Mia. At 14 years of age, Sun Wukong possessed a stature that was taller than average. Despite having recently recovered from a severe illness, his past life experiences had shaped him into a high-achieving student in the elite class of the northern city, bestowing upon him an undeniable charisma. Mia, equally tall and naturally beautiful, had traveled the world with Sun Wukong in her youth, her brilliance shining through regardless of any misfortunes. Sun Wukong's gaze fell upon the three-eyed youth and the pale-faced child, and as his eyes met theirs, his pupils constricted. The tall figure standing before the stone lion, clad in a simple white tank top and green bell-bottom pants, exuded an aura of formidable strength. Though not exceptionally tall, a fierce and valiant energy emanated from him, particularly accentuated by the 3 eyes on his face, each larger than a typical human eye, with the one on his forehead radiating an overwhelming power. From a distance, one could sense the intense, radiant, and robust aura that enveloped the young man. Beside the youth stood a pale-faced doll, evoking an entirely different sensation. Merely by appearance, it resembled a spectral child, a fleeting spirit gracing the realm of the living. Beneath a diminutive melon-shaped hat, the ghastly visage was adorned on either side with 2 ordinary bottle cap-sized splashes of crimson blush, imparting an eerie and unsettling aura. It was unmistakably them. This peculiar attire and their demeanor could belong to no one else but Tien Shinhan and Kaiatsu. In an instant, Sun Wukong realized that the 2 individuals seeking guidance in their martial practice were indeed the renowned warriors from the Dragon Ball universe. At that moment, a sense of unreality washed over Sun Wukong. Tien Shinhan was an extraordinary talent within the Dragon Ball realm. Techniques such as the solar flare, Kamehameha, and 4 Witches' Fist were all innovations of Tien Shinhan, with the solar flare akin to the instant transmission or Master Roshi's Kamehameha, later becoming essential techniques for warriors, having proven effective on numerous occasions. The might of Tien Shinhan and Kaiatsu in Dragon Ball was unparalleled, and it was astonishing that such formidable figures would come to his dojo for instruction. "Excuse me, are you 2 here to seek guidance?" Mia approached Tien Shinhan and Kaiatsu, greeting them with a smile. Although their appearance was peculiar and their presence exuded an extraordinary aura, Mia, having traveled the world alongside Sun Wukong in her youth, had encountered many strange races and felt little trepidation. "Indeed, but who might you be?" Tien Shinhan replied coolly. "My name is Mia, and I am the master of the Sun Wukong dojo, the very establishment before you," she said with a smile. "If you wish to seek martial training, you have come to the right person. Is that so? I had heard that the master of the Sun Wukong dojo was someone named Sun Wukong." Tien Shinhan remarked with an air of skepticism. "Are you truly the master?" "Sun Wukong is my father, and he has passed away," Mia sighed, then continued. "Though my father is no longer with us, I have mastered the teachings of the Sun Wukong school. I am fully capable of assisting you in your training." "Capability is not merely a matter of words," Tien Shinhan retorted coldly, a glimmer of disdain in his eyes. "Indeed," Kaiatsu chimed in with a high-pitched voice. "As we journeyed here, we encountered many dojos boasting of their might, Yet some masters could not even withstand a single punch from Tien Shinhan. You do not appear to be a master. I find it hard to believe. Is that so? Mia replied with a subtle smile. Martial artists have always let their fists do the talking. Your provocations are quite evident, and considering I am merely a young lady, it is indeed improbable for me to possess formidable martial prowess. Indeed, words alone are insufficient. The efficacy of martial arts can be discerned through action. It seems that you, Lord Tien Shinhan, wish to test my martial skills. If that is the case, I welcome the challenge. Mia smiled, inviting him. Excellent. Tien Shinhan's eyes gleamed with excitement. He removed the bundle from his shoulder, hanging it on a stone lion, and assumed a fighting stance. Huh. Kaiatsu's eyes sparkled as Tien Shinhan prepared to strike. There was no telling how many punches he would throw. Judging by her demeanor, it would be impressive if she could withstand 3. Wait a moment. Sun Wukong felt a stirring in his heart. Sister, allow me to step in. You? Mia looked at Sun Wukong in surprise. Sun Wukong nodded. For although he initially did not realize this was the Dragon Ball world, he had witnessed his grandfather, Sun Wukong, withstand bullets when he was merely 8 months old. Children, due to their lack of understanding, often forget events that occurred before the age of 2. However, Sun Wukong, possessing the soul of a previous life, cannot forget anything he has witnessed since birth if he chooses not to. Having seen the formidable Sun Wukong endure bullets and cultivate to extraordinary heights, the impact on him was profound. Consequently, he quietly observed his father's guidance of the disciples in the dojo and diligently studied the intrinsic principles of martial arts. From 8 months old to 4 or 5 years of age, he scrutinized his father's Sun Wukong school of martial arts, even practicing secretly. By the age of 5 or 6, under his father's tutelage, he trained for 2 years. Although this was merely a brief period and outside of his schoolwork, Sun Wukong grasped all the essential knowledge of martial arts. From that point onward, even when his father ceased to provide guidance, and as Sun Wukong's academic responsibilities increased, leaving little time for martial arts, he still carved out moments amidst his busy schedule to pursue his training. After nearly 8 years, he made significant progress, particularly mastering the fundamental stance of traditional martial arts, which he practiced diligently, achieving a level of physical prowess that approached human limits. Yet Mia furrowed her brow, not unaware of Sun Wukong's martial prowess. Despite his lineage from a martial arts family and his impressive physique, the burden of academics, especially in the rigorous classes of the northern capital, weighed heavily upon him. Mia had visited the Sun Wukong dojo numerous times during her childhood and had spent more than a year there now. Yet she had never witnessed Sun Wukong engage in arduous martial training. Without such rigorous practice, it was unlikely he could be exceptionally formidable, unless blessed with extraordinary lineage. However, Sun Wukong, being of pure Asian descent, could only be considered average in terms of bloodline. Wukong, do you intend to spar with that person? Kara, who had followed along, exclaimed in astonishment. I recall you haven't trained in 6 or 7 years. You only practiced briefly at 5 or 6 years old. Though he may not appear impressive, it seems he has some training. After all these years without practice, facing him may not be wise. What? Tianjin Fan's eyes widened, and his expression soured. You haven't trained in 6 or 7 years, and only practiced a little at 5 or 6, yet you dare to spar with me? That's too much, Tianjin Fan. Dumpling sharply interjected, pointing a small finger at Sun Wukong. Who are you to compare with Tianjin Fan? He is my brother, Mia stated, gazing at Sun Wukong with a look of uncertainty. Wukong, you have been focused on your studies and haven't seriously trained. This brother seems formidable. Perhaps you should reconsider. I am aware he is not weak. Were it not so, I would have been reluctant to engage. Sun Wukong smiled faintly and waved his hand, halting Mia's persuasion. Let it be. It's merely a friendly exchange, nothing of great consequence. If I cannot, you shall take your turn. I perceive that this Tianjin Fan brother is quite the combative spirit, eager to engage with as many opponents as possible. The corner of Tianjin Fan's mouth twitched. Sun Wukong had accurately discerned his temperament. However, he retorted, I do not prey upon the weak, and I have no time for frivolous play. Tianjin Fan, to be precise. I am the first heir to the Sun Wukong dojo, Sun Wukong replied with a smile. I am the son of Sun Wukong. You come to challenge me, seeking to test the depths of Sun Wukong's techniques. Is there anything amiss with that? Is that so? Tianjin Fan's anger flared, his eyebrows rising in a menacing arch. If you seek death, so be it. Wait a moment, Tianjin Fan, allow me to face him. Dumpling? Tianjin Fan glanced at Dumpling, who nodded in agreement. Although Dumpling was not as formidable as he, his skills were nonetheless exceptional. Sun Wukong regarded Dumpling with an odd expression, which made Dumpling uneasy, prompting a faint smile. You are named Dumpling? Indeed. Do you dare to fight me? Dumpling pointed at Sun Wukong. Very well, splendid. Quite impressive. Sun Wubin clasped his hands behind his back, resembling a venerable martial arts master recognizing a promising disciple. Your physique is commendable. Tell me, how many of your special abilities have you developed? Upon hearing this, Tien Fan and Dumpling's eyes widened in shock, as if confronted by a ghost. What did you say? Dumpling screeched. To what extent have you developed your super abilities? How many do you possess? Sun Wubin inquired with a smile. How do you know? Dumpling exclaimed, his voice tinged with fear. He only shared this telepathic ability with Tien Fan. It is evident. Sun Wubin replied calmly. Now, how many super abilities have you developed? How many? Dumpling extended all 10 fingers, counting repeatedly before arriving at a conclusion. 7. Sun Wubin was momentarily taken aback, and Tien Fan was equally stunned. 7. How is that possible? Sun Wubin exclaimed, then pressed, please, enumerate them. It cannot be 7. That is incorrect. Sun Wubin began to doubt Dumpling's numerical prowess. Recalling how Dumpling had previously faltered against Krillin in the World Martial Arts Tournament due to a mathematical conundrum. I can communicate telepathically. That is 1. I possess Iron Head skill. That is another. Together, that makes 7. Dumpling declared, folding his fingers. Is that all? Sun Wubin asked incredulously. Dumpling blinked. That is all. Oh, I think I can make someone's stomach ache, but it's hit or miss. I don't know if that counts. So, that is everything. Sun Wubin's lips twitched, and the others wore expressions of incredulous amusement. It seems your arithmetic leaves much to be desired. Telepathy, super abilities, and Iron Head skill combined amount to merely 3. Kerala laughed heartily. Dumpling, feeling embarrassed, glared at Sun Wubin in indignation. It appears that the majority of your super abilities have been fully realized. With an air of calmness, Sun Wukong remarked, raising an eyebrow as he continued. The ability to control someone's abdominal pain, fluctuating in effectiveness, is indeed a unique superpower. And quite a useful one at that. In its complete form, it should enable one to manipulate a person's actions. The inconsistency you experience stems from a lack of mastery over your energy control. Is that so? At that moment, not only did Sun Wukong appear enigmatic in the eyes of Jiaozi, but even Tien Fan could not afford to underestimate this youth, wisely choosing to remain silent. Jiaozi, your abilities are being wasted. Instead of diligently pursuing martial arts, you should be honing your skills. You are fortunate to have encountered me. In this world, there are no more than 3 individuals capable of nurturing your potential. Sun Wukong smiled, his words not merely an attempt at flattery. Individuals like Jiaozi and Tien Fan could only unlock their full potential through the guidance of a skilled mentor, or else their talents would ultimately be squandered. In Dragon Ball, Tien Fan still had some merit, but Jiaozi, despite showcasing impressive abilities initially, had dwindled to a mere supporting role. Humph. Tien Fan scoffed coldly. Jiaozi, do not be fooled by him. He made a discreet gesture, knowing that Jiaozi possessed the ability of telepathy, so this message was naturally received by Jiaozi. This fellow does possess some abilities, but I suspect he shares a talent for mind reading, allowing him to glean information from our reactions, thus feigning superiority in order to intimidate us into visiting their dojo. I understand, Jiaozi acknowledged, having traveled extensively with Tien Fan, naturally developing his own perspective. He pointed at Sun Wukong, asking, Are you ready to fight? I am fully prepared, Sun Wukong replied with a serene smile. Hands clasped behind his back as he regarded Jiaozi. Little brother Jiaozi, do proceed. I wish to see the extent of your abilities. Very well. Jiaozi ceased his words, slowly crouching into a bow stance and executing a commonly used martial arts movement. A sly smile crept across his lips. With a swift gust, Jiaozi propelled himself forward, resembling a motorcycle revving to full throttle as he charged at Sun Wukong. His feet moved with such speed that they seemed to vanish, akin to the blades of a whirling fan. When a master makes a move, one can discern their prowess. As Jiaozi unleashed his attack, Mia's heart raced. While Jiaozi's speed appeared modest to her, it indeed reached an impressive level, placing him among the top ranks in any dojo. Could Sun Wukong contend with this? Mia glanced at Sun Wukong, poised to intervene if necessary. Remarkable. Although Kara was not a martial artist, as a resident of Ginkgo village, she had encountered numerous practitioners from the Sun Wukong dojo and had developed a discerning eye. This young lad named Jiaozi, seemingly lightweight with his slight frame, exhibited such strength. Sun Wukong, known for his exceptional abilities since childhood, had been directed by his family towards academic pursuits. Though he had trained in martial arts for a brief period at the age of 5 or 6 under his father's guidance, he ultimately abandoned it, a fact Kara had observed keenly. As the dumpling hurtled toward him with alarming speed, Sun Wubin stood frozen, akin to a stone. Quick dodge, Mia shouted. Yet Sun Wubin remained motionless, seemingly unable to react. The tiny fist clenched by the dumpling was already crashing toward his thigh. Just as the small fist was about to make contact, Sun Wubin's foot finally moved, swaying gently like a leaf in the wind. And the dumpling's punch narrowly grazed his thigh. Chapter 7. The Might of Sun Wubin. What? Mia's eyes widened in disbelief. Her sharp gaze clearly discerned that Sun Wubin had evaded that punch, but how could it have been so deftly and effortlessly done? Was it merely coincidence? With a whoosh, the dumpling's punch missed entirely, soaring past Sun Wubin, only to execute a somersault and charge at him from behind, delivering yet another strike. Once again, Sun Wubin appeared unresponsive, failing to evade until the dumpling's fist was mere moments from his body, at which point he gracefully sidestepped. The dumpling's fist brushed against him as it passed. Goodness! The dumpling momentarily faltered, turning to frown, before charging again with unwavering determination. One punch after another, even delivering kicks, the dumpling was consumed by rage. If his opponent had been an elderly martial artist, evading his attacks would have been understandable, but this was clearly a mere boy of 14 or 15. Yet, regardless of the speed and ferocity of the dumpling's strikes, Sun Wubin merely shifted his feet and dodged with uncanny ease, evading every assault. Remarkable. Kara watched in astonishment. Initially, he could not discern whether the dumpling's strikes had landed on Sun Wubin, but with the relentless barrage, it became evident even to him that Sun Wubin appeared to evade every blow. However, wasn't Sun Wubin focused solely on his studies? Hadn't he forsaken martial arts training since the age of 7? In the blink of an eye, a quarter of an hour had elapsed, and suddenly, the dumpling, who had been furiously attacking, halted, gasping for breath. Is dodging all you can do? He wheezed. Oh, are you still unconvinced? Sun Wubin replied with a calm smile. Though a sheen of perspiration dotted his brow, he was not panting like the dumpling. Against the dumpling, he felt no need to exert his true prowess. Indeed, we have exchanged blows in a contest of fists, the dumpling declared. Let me take over, came a voice. Tianjin Fan. The dumpling turned to Tianjin Fan. To evade your attacks requires considerable martial prowess, but to do so with such effortless grace, his skills are evidently far superior to yours. Tianjin Fan replied coolly, his gaze shifting to Mia. You must be the esteemed owner, Mia. I am Tianjin Fan. I have witnessed your brother's strength, and it is indeed formidable. Mia's chest heaved as she absorbed this revelation. This was the first time Sun Wubin had showcased his martial abilities before her, and it left her utterly astonished. I have a request, Tianjin Fan stated coolly. Might I engage in a duel with you, as I am eager to witness the full extent of Sun Wubin's prowess? As Tianjin Fan opened his mouth, Sun Wukong gestured with his hand, saying, let me handle this. He then turned to Tianjin Fan and urged, you may proceed with all your strength, without reservation. Very well, I shall make my move, Tianjin Fan replied. Before his voice had faded, he crouched slightly, his eyes radiating a fierce light, exuding an aura reminiscent of a ferocious beast. In an instant, it seemed as if a tiger had pounced before the onlookers. The ferocity and speed of Tianjin Fan's strike far exceeded that of Jiaozi, creating a gust of wind with his terrifying velocity. Truly, he was formidable. Sun Wukong narrowed his eyes, possessing a comprehensive understanding of the martial arts from the Sun Wukong lineage, alongside having meticulously studied its theoretical aspects. He was a martial arts master at an elevated level, although Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi endeavored to present themselves as martial arts experts. Sun Wukong discerned that they were merely drawing from various schools, mimicking techniques without true mastery, akin to unrefined gems awaiting polish. Thus, despite being aware of the formidable power of warriors within the Dragon Ball universe, and recognizing Tianjin Fan as a standout among them, Sun Wukong still stepped forward to engage. The sheer physical prowess they exhibited, despite lacking systematic martial training, was indeed impressive. A fire ignited within Sun Wukong. He pondered the potential of such talent, envisioning the heights they could reach under his guidance, and felt a surge of excitement. With a thunderous roar, Tianjin Fan unleashed a flurry of attacks upon Mia, who merely extended her left hand, effortlessly deflecting each strike with grace and ease. After delivering 20 consecutive punches, Tianjin Fan abruptly retreated a step, panting heavily. Indeed, you are worthy of being the master of the Sun Wukong dojo, he conceded, and with a respectful fist salute, he requested, please, teach us the ways of martial arts. Your strength is commendable, Mia replied with a slight smile, but I can see that you have not undergone formal martial training. For someone with such physique, that is remarkable. If you are willing, I would be glad to instruct you. However, you should be aware of the rules and fees for accepting disciples in the Sun Wukong lineage. Fees. Tianjin Fan and Zhaozi exchanged glances. Are you implying there is a cost? Tianjin Fan asked weakly. Mia smiled subtly. Which dojo accepts disciples without a fee? In the Sun Wukong lineage, the annual fee for each disciple is 20,000 yuan. A bead of sweat trickled down Tianjin Fan's forehead. Zhaozi and I only have 1,000 yuan between us. 1,000 yuan? Mia's smile faded slightly. In truth, the fee for discipleship in the Sun Wukong dojo was at least 50,000 yuan. However, due to the current economic downturn and the departure of previous students, she was inclined to lower the fee for Tianjin Fan and Zhaozi, recognizing their potential, to only 10,000 yuan. You jest. The standard fee for a martial arts dojo is 50,000 yuan per year. The Sun Wukong lineage is no exception. Today, however, as an exception due to your promising talents, I am willing to reduce the fee to 10,000 yuan. This is a bargain price and cannot be lowered further. Mia stated calmly. Sun Wubin's expression darkened. Indeed, 10,000 a year was a price that incurred loss. If it were only 1,000 yuan, it would render Sun Wubin's school a laughingstock within the martial arts community. Master, both Tianjin Fan and I shall strive diligently in our training. I possess the iron head technique. My head is harder than diamond. Dumpling removed his melon rind hat, revealing a pale scalp with only a single tuft of hair. So slick that even a mosquito would struggle to maintain its footing. As long as the master takes us in, we will exert ourselves in our practice, Tianjin Fan echoed. Your talents are indeed commendable, Mia replied, shaking her head. However, while Tianjin Fan and Dumpling are promising martial arts prospects, that does little to change the reality. If I were to recruit disciples at such a loss of 1,000 yuan per year, I could easily find countless individuals with physical gifts like yours. Is that not feasible? Tianjin Fan furrowed his brows and began to communicate telepathically with Dumpling. Dumpling, they are just like this. What should we do? Should we plead with them once more? Dumpling suggested. I fear that may not work. Throughout our journey, every dojo has set their price at a minimum of 10,000. Others demand at least 40,000, Tianjin Fan explained. But we have finally found one that only requires 10,000. I cannot accept this, he lamented. The two exchanged glances, their expressions steeped in disappointment. Their initial bravado in confronting Mia was not born from disdain for her abilities, but rather a desire to showcase their own strength and talent, hoping to be accepted as disciples against all odds. I'm afraid 10,000 is the absolute minimum, Mia said solemnly. Then we shall take our leave, Tianjin Fan resolved, unable to humiliate himself further by begging. Otherwise, he would not have remained unacknowledged by any dojo until now. Dumpling, we are leaving, Tianjin Fan declared, seizing the bundle atop the stone lion and turning to depart. Indeed, Dumpling followed suit. Sun Wubin squinted, watching the two retreat 10 paces. Just as Mia shook her head and prepared to enter the building, Sun Wubin called out, Wait a moment, you two. Chapter 8, The Legacy of Martial Arts HM? Tianjin Fan and Dumpling turned, puzzled, towards Sun Wubin. I shall present you with a challenge. Sun Wubin smiled, and their eyes widened with intrigue, glancing at Mia, clearly believing that the master had the final say. Mia frowned at Sun Wubin. Wubin, what are you up to? Mia, I will explain later, he replied. Do not act recklessly. Accepting disciples in our Sun Wubin school is no trivial matter. A misstep could tarnish our reputation. Sister, do not worry. I am not a child. Sun Wubin reassured, gesturing for Tianjin Fan and Dumpling to approach. What are you standing there for? Come here. He led them to a grove by the roadside, where he picked up a fist-sized stone and retrieved a pen from his pocket. Watch closely as I inscribe this stone, he instructed, etching the character for understanding in an elegant script. Now follow me. He guided them to the cliff at the back of the mountain and hurled the stone into the thicket below with great force. Whoosh! The stone sailed far and disappeared into the forest. I am granting you an opportunity. If you can find that stone within 30 minutes, I shall personally take charge of your martial arts training, Sun Wubin declared gravely. 30 minutes? Tianjin Fan and Dumpling's expressions shifted dramatically. In such a vast forest, how could one possibly locate a stone inscribed with characters within 30 minutes? Kara cast a sympathetic glance at Tianjin Fan and Dumpling before turning away, hands clasped behind her back as she descended the mountain. Mia wore a peculiar half-smile, her gaze directed at Sun Wubin, shaking her head as she followed suit down the mountain. Are you jesting with us? Tianjin Fan exclaimed, brimming with indignation. Humph, Sun Wubin scoffed. Am I so gluttonous as to lounge about? Though it may be arduous, there exists a glimmer of hope. Who knows, perhaps fortune smiles upon you, and the divine may grant you success. With a wry smile, he dismissed the fuming duo and continued his descent. Before long, two figures entered the hall of the dojo. Wubin, if they truly manage to find the stone within 30 minutes, will you indeed accept them? It is not merely about 30 minutes. As long as they find the stone, I would dare to accept them. After all, they lack a timepiece and cannot discern the precise passage of time. Surely, they cannot take 2 or 3 hours to locate a mere stone, Sun Wubin replied earnestly. Mia's smile faded abruptly. Wubin, you are resolute in accepting them as disciples. In a manner of speaking, Sister Mia, I recognize your reluctance and your concerns regarding the dojo's reputation, fearing it may become a source of ridicule within the martial arts community. Yet, there exists a tradition. One may recruit disciples without any financial obligation. Such a rule exists. But although these two possess some talent, it hardly warrants acceptance. Mia expressed her confusion. Trust me, they hold considerable potential. My concern lies in their fervent ambition for martial arts. Our humble Sun Wudojo may not be able to retain such extraordinary talents, Sun Wubin remarked. While the potential demonstrated by Tianjin Fan and Dumpling was indeed commendable, it was somewhat limited. The cost-effectiveness of accepting them as disciples was not particularly high. However, Sun Wubin could not divulge the tale of Dragon Balls to Mia, nor could he explain that their potential was as vast as the cosmos. Mia furrowed her brow. Her eyes fixed on Sun Wubin, and suddenly sighed. How can you be so obstinate? You refuse to attend school, and with your mother in such dire straits. You choose to act so recklessly. Sister truly does not know how to manage you. Fortune favored Tianjin Fan and Dumpling. Precisely 52 minutes after Sun Wubin had cast the stone, they returned, proudly bearing the very pebble inscribed by him. Within the hall of the Sun Wudojo, Tianjin Fan and Dumpling settled themselves. Mia's brows knitted tightly, her expression grim as she regarded the two. She was unwilling to accept these disciples, but if she refused, Sun Wubin would take it upon himself to accept them. Mia did not wish for Sun Wubin to squander his precious time on them, so she reluctantly consented to their acceptance. Listen closely, Mia began coldly. I, as the founder of Sun Wudo, trace my lineage back to the esteemed Sun Wugao, who became a disciple of the eminent martial artist, Crane Immortal, 2 centuries ago. Mia recounted the foundational history with a chill in her tone. That is not accurate. Sun Wubin interjected, his brow furrowing deeper. The historical lineage and fundamental theoretical knowledge Mia articulated bore striking resemblance to what his father, Sun Wuxian, had conveyed. While the historical lineage was of little consequence, it could not be said that Mia's interpretation of martial arts cultivation was incorrect. What Mia and Sun Wubin articulated was akin to healing the sick. They comprehend the appropriate remedies for various ailments, yet remain oblivious to the underlying principles of illness and medicine. This represents the proverbial approach of treating superficial symptoms without grasping the fundamental causes. What perplexed Sun Wubin the most was how Mia's dismal exposition could evoke such rapture in Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi, particularly Jiaozi, who was practically dancing with joy. Mia, from this day forth, I shall resume my martial arts training, and I shall take it upon myself to instruct Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi, he declared. Mia halted her lecture, her expression darkening as she cast a disapproving glance at Sun Wubin. You are still young and lack understanding. Heed your sister's advice. The path of martial arts is a one-way journey. I have made my decision, Sun Wubin replied, shaking his head. The time spent searching for stones by Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi had led to prolonged disputes between him and Mia regarding this matter. Children grow beyond their parents' control, and I, as your adoptive sister, shall leave you to your own devices. I only hope you do not come to regret this choice. Mia sighed, as if aged significantly in that instant, her demeanor heavy with fatigue. Tianjin Fan, Jiaozi, I shall reiterate what my sister just conveyed to reinforce your understanding. Sun Wubin turned away from Mia, addressing the pair, who were observing the scene with bemusement. Tianjin Fan, he began, what is the origin of my Sun Wubin style? Origin? Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi were taken aback. It seems like this was not covered by teacher Mia, Jiaozi remarked quietly before suddenly clapping his hands in excitement. Teacher Mia mentioned that the Sun Wubin style was established by a disciple of Master Crane. Thus, the origin is Master Crane himself. Indeed, Jiaozi, you possess some intellect. Sun Wubin acknowledged. Master Crane is the progenitor of the Sun Wubin style, specifically the Crane school he founded. However, do you know what preceded that? Preceded? Both Jiaozi and Tianjin Fan were bewildered, while even Mia appeared perplexed. For her and the entire Sun Wubin family, knowing about Master Crane was already a significant achievement. Before him, only the founder of the Sun Wubin style might have held some knowledge. This was not mentioned by teacher Mia. Jiaozi shook his head repeatedly. Remember this. The Crane school is inherited from the style of Wu Taidu, Sun Wubin stated solemnly. The Wu Taidu style is the ancestor of most contemporary martial arts schools. If the Wu Taidu style still exists today, then teacher Mia must be aware of it. Mia nodded, her face a mask of astonishment. When my grandfather and I traveled the world years ago, we visited the Wu Taida dojo and met the current master. I never anticipated their lineage to be so robust. It is no wonder they exude such arrogance and disregard for us. Mia expressed her surprise, then furrowed her brow. Yet, I perceive them to be rather unimpressive. That is only natural. Sun Wubin smiled faintly, recounting the tale of how the disciples of Taidu had suffered catastrophic losses due to a singular event, leaving only two survivors, the founders of the Crane School and the Turtle School, the Crane Immortal and the Turtle Immortal. Thus, in the contemporary world, the true inheritors of Taidu's martial arts are solely the Crane School and the Turtle School, while the lineage of Taidu holds far less authenticity in the martial arts they profess to uphold, perhaps possessing naught of Taidu's genuine teachings, merely borrowing his illustrious name. Is that so? Mia gazed wide-eyed at Sun Wubin, astonished that her knowledge of the martial arts realm's secrets paled in comparison to his. Wubin, today marks my first encounter with the legendary Crane Immortal and Turtle Immortal, these two arch-rivals who were, in fact, brothers in arms, both trained under Taiyu. I wonder if even Grandfather Wubin or Father Wuxian are aware of this. Mia's voice held a peculiar tone, for today, Wubin had surprised her time and again, though not without moments of trepidation. Sun Wubin curled his lips slightly, noting that the historical intricacies of martial arts had long been obscured or forgotten, whether intentionally or inadvertently. It was not only the Sun Wubin family that remained unaware, even the founding ancestors of the Sun Wubin lineage might possess limited knowledge. Chapter 9. The hierarchy of Taichi. Given this, it is evident that the two most formidable schools of today are indeed the Crane School and the Turtle School. Sun Wubin asserted solemnly. The names Crane School and Turtle School ignited a spark in Tianjin Fan's eyes, who diligently committed these titles to memory. For Tianjin Fan, his ultimate ambition was to become the preeminent martial artist in the world. The modest Sun Wubin dojo was not his desired venue, but he had no other place that would accept him for training. I now recount a clandestine history, known to fewer than 10 individuals worldwide. Sun Wubin's countenance grew exceedingly grave. Tianjin Fan's lips twitched. How could a mere 15-year-old descendant of the Sun Wubin lineage possess knowledge of history obscured from the masses? Suddenly, he felt as though he had been deceived, questioning the veracity of Sun Wubin's revelations regarding the Crane and Turtle schools. Mia could not help but feel her eyelids twitch. When had her younger brother become so audacious? Approximately 300 years ago, our world was threatened by a supremely malevolent tyrant named Bick, whose might was unparalleled. No army, no matter how formidable, could vanquish him, as he sought to dominate the globe and transform it into a realm of terror. Countless martial artists sacrificed their lives in the effort to thwart Bick, including the most powerful among them, the universally acknowledged Taitu. The level of martial prowess possessed by Taitu far surpassed that of his contemporaries. Indeed, had he wished to conquer the world, none could have thwarted him. Yet, when he confronted the Demon King Bick, he faced defeat. After a hasty retreat, Wu Taidu ultimately devised a formidable technique known as the Demon Sealing Wave. However, his strength was insufficient, and although he successfully imprisoned the Demon King Piccolo within an electronic thermos, he exhausted his vital energy and perished in the process. Sun Wukong, reflecting on this, expressed his deep sentiments. In the world of Dragon Ball, Wu Taidu sacrificed his life to save the world, a feat that should have immortalized him as a hero. Yet, tragically, his sacrifice proved meaningless, as the entire world completely forgot about him following the calamity brought by the Demon King Piccolo. Furthermore, the once mighty martial arts school, Wu Taidu's lineage, dwindled to obscurity, with few even aware of its existence today. Such instances of world-saving heroes being forgotten are not unique to Wu Taidu. Many warriors who later rescued the earth have similarly faded into obscurity, becoming mere passers-by in the eyes of the world. This irony is compounded by the fact that Master Roshi, a paragon of righteousness and virtue, has struggled for centuries to gather disciples, ultimately recruiting Sun Wukong and Krillin, yet imposing nearly insurmountable trials. Even when he later guided them in their training, his methods were somewhat erratic. However, Sun Wukong and Krillin possessed extraordinary potential, a natural talent that allowed them to thrive under his unconventional approach, growing ever stronger and consistently astonishing Master Roshi. Wait a moment, Tien Shinhan interjected coolly. I would like to inquire just how formidable the Demon King Piccolo truly is, and at what level Wu Taidu had attained. An excellent question. Sun Wukong replied with a subtle smile, choosing to respond with a question of his own. Tien Shinhan, Chaozu, do you know why my sister merely hinted at the legacy, while I divulged secrets known to only a select few? Tien Shinhan's lips twitched as he considered the enigmatic history concerning the Demon King Piccolo and Wu Tai Do, expressing skepticism that was mirrored on Chaozu and Maya's faces. Chaozu, Tien Shinhan, remember that human potential is boundless, and martial arts training is a gradual process of unlocking that potential. From the perspective of life levels, there are 3 tiers: mortal, immortal, and divine. This means that through training, we can elevate our spiritual power to the realms of immortals or even gods. Tien Shinhan's lips twitched again, followed by a sly smile. What exactly do you mean by mortal, immortal, and divine? How do you distinguish between the 3? Sun Wukong, Tien Shinhan emphasized the word teacher with a weighty tone. You may not have read much, and with your limited experience, discussing it in complexity would be futile. Let me simplify it through combat power. A combat power of under 200 is classified as mortal, while anything above that is considered immortal, Sun Wukong elucidated. On Earth, there is no formal delineation of combat power in martial arts. In Dragon Ball, it wasn't until the Cosmic Saga, during which extraterrestrial beings invaded, that Frieza's army utilized advanced technology to gauge combat strength, allowing Earth's warriors and celestial beings to understand the standards of combat power. With this classification of combat power, Sun Wukong's perspective could be considered ahead of its time for Earth. Combat power? Tien Shinhan raised an eyebrow. May I inquire about the battle power between myself and Jiaozi, as well as that of Teacher Mia and you? Sister Mia's battle power is estimated to be around 7 to 8. Sun Wubin spoke in a deep voice, explaining that Son Goku, a member of the formidable Saiyan race in Dragon Ball, was born with a battle power of 1. However, the gravitational force on the Saiyan planet is 10 times that of Earth, indicating that surviving under such conditions with a power level of 1 is indeed impressive, as mere survival would be a challenge otherwise. By the beginning of Dragon Ball, Son Goku had become impervious to weapons, able to withstand gunfire, with bullets barely able to inflict harm upon him. At this point, his battle power reached 10. When Krillin made his entrance, he too showed little fear of bullets. Even when the golden-haired launch aimed a gun at him, he merely cried out in pain. Krillin's battle power stood at 8. Subsequently, Master Roshi conducted a 100-meter sprint test for Krillin and Son Goku, both achieving results that were unimaginable for Sun Wubin's previous life as a human. Thus, Master Roshi declared that Krillin and Goku had reached the limits of human capability. It is evident that a battle power of 8 represents the pinnacle of human potential. At this level, one becomes impervious to bullets, having attained a state where further enhancement is impossible. Therefore, a battle power of 1 is already considerably high, with someone wielding a gun and firing wildly equating to a battle power of 5. When the saga of Dragon Ball commenced, the lowly Raditz descended to Earth, utilizing a scouter to measure the battle power of a farmer wielding a gun, ultimately deeming him a mere 5. This did not imply that the farmer's strength was 5, but rather that the gun's attack power was 5 points. As long as the farmer's strength did not exceed 1, the overall attack power would not surpass 5 points. In comparison, Raditz, boasting a battle power of 1500, regarded the farmer as insignificant. Jiaozi's battle power is approximately 3, while Tianjinhan's is 38. As for myself, I am slightly below Mia, having reached a level of 6. Sister Mia is indeed formidable. I believe she possesses a power of 7, potentially even reaching 8. Sun Wubin remarked. 3 points? Tianjinhan is only at 38? This revelation displeased not only Tianjinhan, but also Jiaozi, and even Mia raised her eyebrows in disbelief. My battle power is only 7 to 8? Is that truly impressive? And with you at 6, does this mean you can compete with me in an arm wrestling match? Mia glared at Sun Wubin. Chapter 10. Those with battle powers in the hundreds. Sister Mia, do not underestimate the significance of 7 to 8. It is indeed quite high. Sun Wubin hastily explained, casting a glance at Tianjinhan and Jiaozi. You should not belittle your own battle power of 3. There are very few individuals in this world who can achieve such a level. Is a battle power of 3 truly high? Is this your way of flattering me? Tianjinhan scoffed. Jiaozi, extending his 10 tiny fingers, pondered for a moment before asking, is 3 points higher or lower than 6? Oh, by the way, teacher Sun Wubin, what is a normal battle power? Upon hearing this, all eyes turned to Sun Wubin. The battle powers of 3, 6, 7, and 8 that he had just mentioned were difficult for them to comprehend in terms of their own standings. The battle power of an average person is exceedingly low. Typically, a normal human who has not trained in martial arts possesses a battle power of around 1, and when attacking with a gun, that power is roughly equivalent to 5. Is the attack power of the gun merely 5 points? Tianjin Fan exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Wubin, are you truly mistaken? Mia interjected. Having long suspected that Sun Wubin was fabricating his claims, yet she thought that even fabrications should possess some semblance of plausibility. Are you doubting my intelligence or my arithmetic skills? As a distinguished student from a prestigious class in Beiji, how could I possibly err in such a simple calculation? Sun Wubin scoffed. Even so, Wubin, you possess 6 points, just slightly lower than mine, Mia remarked with a smile as she observed Sun Wubin and Jiaozi compete. Although their performance was commendable, nearly leaving Mia in awe, it was astonishing to her that Sun Wubin, who had not truly trained in martial arts, could achieve such results. However, when it came to Sun Wubin's combat prowess nearing her own, Mia felt unconvinced. Sister Mia, shall we test our skills? Sun Wubin suggested with a grin. Not at all. Let's continue with your previous topic. Sun Wubin nodded. Earlier, Tianjin Fan inquired about the strength of Wutedu and Piccolo. In terms of combat power, Wutedu's strength is 150. What? Tianjin Fan shouted. 150? Are you saying Wutedu's strength is 150? Wubin, could you be mistaken? Mia, equally astonished, chimed in. During my travels with my grandfather, I encountered numerous martial artists. Regardless of their fame, their abilities were not vastly superior to mine. How could Wutedu's strength reach 150? Are you implying that as martial arts have developed, they have become less effective? You heard me correctly. It is indeed 150, Sun Wubin stated solemnly. The air in the room seemed to thicken, and after a brief silence, Tianjin Fan's eyes sparkled with yearning. What an astonishing figure. Even knowing you might be exaggerating, it still inspires awe. Mia shook her head, turning to Sun Wubin. Enough of these absurd claims that would leave the martial arts community in stitches. It appears you do not believe that human cultivation can achieve a combat power of 150? Sun Wubin sighed, acknowledging the incredulity. In the world of Dragon Ball, the early combat powers were exceedingly low. Had he not known the plot, he too would doubt his own assertions. Not to mention Wutedu. There are indeed living martial artists who have already reached or even surpassed the 150 combat power mark. Sun Wubin dropped another bombshell. Oh, now you have my attention, Mia said, intrigued. Having traveled the world with my grandfather for 8 years visiting martial artists, perhaps I have encountered them. Sun Wubin raised 3 fingers. Firstly, there is the turtle hermit residing on a certain island known as Turtle Island. The other 2 are the Crane School's Master Rashi and his brother, Tao Pai Pai. By the way, Tao Pai Pai is also known as the world's #1 assassin, charging a fortune to take a life. Yet there is no one he cannot eliminate. Be it a king, if the price is right, he can accomplish it. Sun Wubin spoke slowly. The 3 in the room stared in astonishment once more. Teacher Wubin. Tianjin Fan chuckled, a glimmer of derision flickering in his eyes. You just claimed that the founder of Sun Wukong School, Sun Wugao, is a named disciple of Master Crane. Given that the establishment of Sun Wukong School dates back 2 centuries, I presume my arithmetic is sound. Does that not imply that Master Crane is nearly 300 years old? Indeed, Sun Wubin replied slowly. All 3 of them are ancient beings, undying for millennia, each several hundred years old. Do not doubt my words. Although Master Rashi and Master Crane remain elusive, their exact whereabouts unknown. They are undoubtedly alive and possess formidable strength exceeding 100. The 2 disciples of the Master, known as Nyoemo Wang and Sun Gohan, are also still among the living. Should Sister Mia manage to pay them a visit, she might glean information about Master Rashi's location from them. These revelations took considerable effort to uncover, believe it or not. Sun Wubin spoke with a grave tone. A look of yearning appeared on Tianjin Fan's face. Teacher Sun Wubin. While I remain skeptical, I must inquire, aside from Master Crane, Master Rashi, and the enigmatic #1 assassin Tao Bai Bai you mentioned, are there any others in the world possessing strength exceeding 100? Excellent question, Sun Wubin replied, his expression unreadable. As far as I know, both of Master Rashi's disciples, Nyoemo Wang and Sun Gohan, possess considerable strength, perhaps even exceeding 100. However, the total number of individuals with such power across the world, including Nyoemo Wang and Sun Gohan, does not surpass 10. In my estimation, 7 would be a generous count. Such a scant number? Tianjin Fan exclaimed. So, if we aspire to attain that level of strength, we must either seek Master Rashi or Master Crane as our mentors. Humph. Sun Wubin scoffed coldly. Perhaps 20 years ago, that might have been true, but now the finest teachers in martial arts are no longer them. And who might that be? Naturally, it is I, Sun Wubin replied nonchalantly. This is not mere boastfulness. While I might not amount to much having only learned a modicum of the Sun Wukong School's teachings, my insights into the world of Dragon Ball, ranging from the cultivation of warriors from mortal to immortal status, from lower to higher realms, from Earth to the cosmos, and from the mortal realm to the divine, far surpass the so-called abilities of Master Rashi, Master Crane, and even the celestial beings of this earth. Furthermore, through years of meticulous study and hands-on practice, my theoretical understanding of martial arts has transcended the era itself. The three individuals in the room exchanged perplexed glances, particularly Tianjin Fan, who suddenly felt rather foolish for listening so intently to Sun Wuban's words. "All right, teacher Sun Wuban, when shall we commence our training?" Tianjin Fan inquired coolly. "Wuban, Tianjin Fan, and Jiaozi are just beginning their journey into martial arts. Perhaps it is best not to delve too deeply for now," Mia interjected, her interest in Sun Wuban's grandiloquence waning. Sun Wuban frowned slightly, but then nodded. "Very well, I shall suspend my studies and train alongside Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi. Sister, you will need to oversee matters at home. I shall take responsibility for Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi." "Do as you wish," Mia replied, tossing her hair as she departed. The training commenced swiftly. Mia was initially indifferent to how Wuban would guide Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi in their cultivation, as Sun Wukong's training system was already quite refined. It was merely a routine affair. However, on the following day, Sun Wuban departed from the Sun Wushi dojo, accompanied by Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi, carrying only minimal luggage and seemingly heading towards the mountains. This puzzled Mia, for they were not engaging in proper cultivation. What could they possibly be up to? Consequently, Mia decided to follow them, only to witness a scene that left her utterly astonished. Chapter 11. Growth at the speed of flight on the primordial grassland numbered 13848. Situated 100 miles from Ginkgo village, Jiaozi exclaimed, "Watch your direction. This is our breakfast." The chopsticks were wielded by Tianjin Fan, who added, "Don't be too tense. It's merely a game. While running, your body must remain relaxed. No, that's not stopping. Your body should be loose, your muscles should engage." A herd of antelopes, renowned for their swiftness, raced wildly as if witnessing something extraordinary. Not far behind this herd, a group of youths in their 20s, including a diminutive boy who was shouting and chasing a slightly smaller antelope, were in hot pursuit. Every time the antelope neared the back of the herd, it was kicked back by a tall, sun-kissed youth. Perched atop a towering tree, Mia observed this spectacle, perplexed by Wuban's intentions. What on earth is he doing? She pondered, her brows furrowed. To Mia, the sight of Sun Wuban, along with Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi, chasing the antelopes hardly resembled training. It appeared to be nothing more than playful antics. Has this boy's mind been muddled by too much study? If not for Sun Wuban's childhood reputation as a prodigy, coupled with his admission to the elite class in the northern capital, not to mention his remarkable martial prowess despite a demanding academic schedule, I would have rushed in to forcibly halt this nonsense. How worrisome. He is still just a child. Mia shook her head and leapt down from the tree. She had responsibilities at home and could not linger here for long. Moreover, she had previously inquired about Sun Wuban's motives, yet she could not comprehend his explanations. A week passed in the blink of an eye, and Mia sought out Sun Wuban and the others once more. They were now in a canyon. "Tianjin Fan, what happened? You got left behind." Jiaozi cheered. "What? You still can't tell left from right?" "I'm at a loss." Mia blinked, observing the figures leaping along the cliffside. This time, Sun Wuban, Tianjin Fan, and Jiaozi were competing against a troop of monkeys in a climbing contest. After watching for a while, Mia shook her head in disappointment and departed. Half a month later, Mia witnessed the trio provoking a herd of elephants, ultimately getting surrounded by these intelligent creatures, resulting in a chaotic scene of flailing limbs and frantic cries for help. Eventually, they managed to escape, but each one collapsed like a disheveled dog, gasping for breath on the ground. Half a month passed, and Sun Wuban and his companions were relentlessly pursued by a frenzied, striped yellow-haired tiger. Driven mad as if someone had stolen its mate, they fled in a chaotic panic, ultimately managing to escape by cleverly utilizing the terrain and cunning strategies. Another fortnight later, they found themselves in a tussle with a bear over honey, only to be besieged by a swarm of furious bees, which compelled them to dash towards a riverbank. In a desperate bid for survival, they plunged into the water, hiding at the riverbed to evade calamity. Yet another month went by, during which the trio clashed with an old ape over bananas, leading to a fray from which they could not emerge victorious, resulting in a frantic retreat. Time and again, Mia observed the trio competing to catch dragonflies, leaping and bounding from tree to tree, vying with snakes for bird nests, and chasing after monkey troops, causing the birds in the sky to collide with the cliffs in their frenzied escape. Bewildered, Mia pondered whether this was indeed the essence of cultivation. Although Sun Wuban occasionally offered guidance to Tianjin Fan and Dumpling regarding their training techniques, she questioned the necessity of such chaotic endeavors. Finally, after a prolonged absence, Mia lazily returned to observe Sun Wuban and his companions training once more. To her astonishment, she witnessed a herd of elephants charging towards the trio from all directions. The number of elephants was even greater than the last time they had come perilously close to annihilation. Yet, the three men appeared jovial, hopping and weaving, occasionally darting under the bellies of the imposing bulls, and even Sun Wukong perched atop a rampaging elephant's trunk as if playing on a swing. How could this be? Mia nearly cried out in disbelief. Another month elapsed, and she ventured back into the forest. To her surprise, the very tiger that had once relentlessly pursued them was now in a state of frantic retreat, chased by a pale-faced little boy who gleefully exclaimed, "Hurry, hurry. If you don't speed up, I'll grab your tail." The boy swiftly seized the tiger's tail, yanked it back, and flung the resistant creature far away. "Huh. I've given you a helping hand. If you can't escape now, Dumpling will unleash even greater wrath." The boy continued to chase after the tiger. It was unthinkable that the weakest among the trio, Dumpling, could pursue the fearsome beast with such determination. From a great tree, Mia watched in wide-eyed astonishment. And after a moment, she quietly departed. A month later, she returned to the forest once more. In the canyon, the same tiger was still being pursued by Dumpling, who was shouting excitedly, while the tiger fled for its life. This time, however, Dumpling was also carrying a wild boar that was larger than himself. A month later, she found herself once again in the woods. Sun Wukong, Tien, and Dumpling were engaged in a contest of strength with a solitary elephant. Sun Wukong was gripping the elephant's trunk, roaring mightily, while Tien strained against the elephant's tusks, and the tail was held firmly by the pale-faced boy. It was evident that the trio aimed to topple this immensely powerful bull elephant. Another month passed. As Sun Wukong and his companions approached a herd of elephants from a distance, one of the majestic creatures spotted them and let out a thunderous roar, alerting the others. Instantly, the entire herd, known as the kings of the forest, who regarded even tigers and lions with disdain, fled in a frenzy, devoid of any ambition. Mia soon realized that it was not only the elephants. Every creature in the forest, be it gentle herbivores like sheep, deer, and horses, or fierce predators like tigers, lions, and wolves, as well as cunning monkeys and apes, all recoiled at the sight of the trio, as if faced with a plague, hastily retreating. Under the blazing sun, at the largest river in the forest, beneath a massive rock, there was a sudden splash. A gigantic blue fish leaped from the water, soaring toward the riverbank, with a pale-faced child trailing behind it. "Dumpling, you are far too slow," exclaimed Tien, who appeared robust as he dragged the enormous fish ashore. "The fish is incredibly slippery and difficult to catch," Dumpling remarked as he hopped onto the bank, grasping the tail of the fish he had thrown ashore. "Are we going to roast the fish here, Tien? Sun Wukong might have returned by now. Let us head to the treehouse," he suggested. Tianjin's eyes flickered with a hint of peculiarity as he replied, "This Sun Wukong. I've heard he is a top student from the prestigious class in the northern capital." "Indeed," Dumpling nodded vigorously, interpreting Tianjin's tone as though gaining admission to that elite class was an extraordinary feat. "Extraordinary? It's merely boastful talk," Tien scoffed. He, too, had attended school and performed well, but after experiencing a tragedy that left him an orphan, he abandoned his studies to pursue martial arts and revenge. Disliking the monotonous life of academia, Sun Wukong certainly has a penchant for exaggeration. He claims that if we train with him for just 3 years, we could soar across the North Sea and West Wu, flying through the skies. Dumpling chimed in, having spent less time in school than Tien, thus accepting his words without question. "Flying through the air, is it? That sounds like the legendary sky dance technique of the crane immortal, yet it seems far-fetched. In all our travels, have we ever encountered anyone who could truly fly?" Tien grunted, dismissing Sun Wukong's boastful nature, which seemed insatiable without a daily dose of self-aggrandizement. "Indeed." Dumpling nodded vigorously, then inquired, "By the way, Sun Wukong mentioned something about participating in a talent show called Happy Male Voice. Do you think he will pass?" He gestured with his fingers, having heard of the show during their travels, but never comprehending its significance. "Hard to say. He only recently began practicing singing and martial arts. His skills cannot be profound yet," Tien replied coolly. Despite his lack of experience, he understood that many wealthy children had been training in singing from a young age, often receiving excellent vocal instruction. Compared to those elite offspring, Sun Wukong was indeed at a disadvantage in this regard. "I hope he succeeds," Tien added. "I too hope for his return." He mentioned that he participated in this talent show, Happy Male Voice, to earn a substantial sum to treat his mother's illness. Can singing truly be a lucrative venture? Jiaozi shook his head, indicating the complexity of the situation. He remarked that the television talent competition is akin to a formidable challenge. akin to traversing numerous obstacles to achieve the top position. Such feats are exceedingly difficult. Only by being selected can one attain fame, and with fame, wealth should follow, correct? Tianjin Fan was not so certain. Regardless, Sun Wubin stated he would return within a day or two, and today marks the third day. He ought to be back by now. He will undoubtedly return. I can almost sense his presence. Tianjin Fan, gripping a massive fish in his hands, sprang onto a large rock, casting a glance back at the enormous fish before Jiaozi. Do you require my assistance? He inquired. Humph, do not underestimate me, Jiaozi replied softly, dragging his own fish, even larger than Tianjin Fan's, onto the rock as well, before dashing up the mountain. By the way, Tianjin Fan, we have indeed made significant progress in our skills during these past days. Indeed, Tianjin Fan agreed. Reflecting on the strength and physical prowess he now possessed compared to his condition before training at the Sun Wubin Dojo, the difference was as vast as heaven and earth. Their rapid advancement in skill had far surpassed their expectations. Chapter 12. As serene as the sky, our innate talents were always commendable. It was merely the absence of proper martial arts training methods that hindered us. Now that we have engaged in authentic martial arts practice, our progress is akin to a meteoric rise. Tianjin Fan snorted, his eyes glimmering with ambition. Alas, we lack financial resources. It is not only the esteemed Crane School and Turtle School that shun us. Even other dojos refuse to accept us. This inferior Sun Wubin Dojo, though a third-rate establishment, has the genuine Master Mia unwilling to teach us, relegating us to Sun Wubin's tutelage. Sun Wubin teaches Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi in his own manner. Initially, they did not recognize it, but as time passed, the truth became apparent. Indeed, the martial knowledge imparted by Sun Wubin is not authentic. It is merely his personal interpretation of the Sun Wubin martial arts, presented in a presumptive manner. Jiaozi lamented, his expression downcast. If only Sun Wubin had shared the genuine Sun Wubin methods with us, our capabilities would be vastly superior. Let us not dwell on such matters. Discussing them only brings misfortune. Once we find a teacher willing to impart true martial arts, we shall depart, he concluded. I will heed Tianjin Fan's words. Two figures raced through the woods, near a great tree by the river upstream. A few sparrows chirped and hopped about on the stones beneath the tree. No, that was not merely a stone, but a figure sitting in stillness, so quietly fishing that the birds mistook him for a rock. The mind must be as tranquil as the sky. Sun Wubin closed his eyes, although he was not observing the bobber on the fishing line. A clear river flowed vividly in his mind, with the movements of fish reflecting in his heart. A small fish opened its mouth to take the bait on the hook. Sun Wubin's eyes remained closed as he lifted his hand, gripping the fishing rod. With a graceful flick of the slender bamboo pole, he swiftly hooked the small fish. He reached out, grasped the creature, and tossed it into the basket behind him before re-immersing the line into the water. Throughout this entire process, he merely opened his eyelids briefly when catching the fish. Indeed, what Sun Wubin was engaging in was a profound exercise of the spirit. In the world of Dragon Ball, after Sun Wukong triumphed over the formidable demon King Piccolo, who was as powerful as the deities governing Earth, Master Karen guided him to ascend to the heavenly realm. Under the tutelage of divine beings and their servants, he practiced a discipline centered on the mind, with the objective of achieving tranquility akin to the vast sky, swifter than lightning itself. While Sun Wukong cultivated this serene state, he was directed to a place where an elderly fisherman resided, a man whose lifetime was devoted to the art of fishing. The old man imparted wisdom to Sun Wukong, essentially guiding him towards cultivating a stillness akin to the heavens. A hallmark of Sun Wukong's mastery was the ability to sense the movements of fish in the river even with his eyes closed. Blessed with extraordinary talent, he achieved this remarkable level of mastery in merely a day. Sun Wubin, however, did not possess the innate gifts of this destined child. Yet, over the past few months, he dedicated time each day to this practice, in addition to instructing Tianjin Fan and Dumpling and pursuing his own training. Perseverance bore fruit, as he too could now sense the activities of fish in the river with his eyes shut. Suddenly, Tianjin Fan and Dumpling arrived. Sun Wubin opened his eyes, just as Dumpling called out from a distance, "Wubin, are you fishing again?" Sun Wubin furrowed his brow. The elderly fisherman who had instructed Sun Wukong was so elusive that even when Sun Wukong approached him, he could not perceive his presence until the fisherman called out. This exemplified the external manifestation of achieving a tranquility akin to the sky. However, Dumpling and Tianjin Fan, standing 500 meters away, could still see Sun Wubin, indicating that his mastery of this tranquil practice fell short of even a fraction of the fisherman's level, or that he lacked certain pivotal insights. Indeed, it was not as simple as it seemed. Sun Wukong pondered this, but chose not to dwell on it. In the realm of Dragon Ball, every warrior possessed extraordinary physical gifts, yet they all required the guidance of esteemed masters to reach their eventual heights. Dumpling, Sun Wukong remarked. Did I not mention that this is not merely fishing, but a form of cultivation? He looked at Dumpling and Tianjin Fan, who had come beneath the tree. Why don't you try it as well? Take a deep breath, inhale deeply, and then exhale. Look at the sky. Isn't it beautiful? This way, your mind will calm, akin to the vast heavens. Focus your spirit and listen closely to the sounds around you. Enough, Tianjin Fan replied lightly. This method of cultivation seems to yield some effect, but it is not our forte. We should not waste time on it. Sun Wukong had previously guided them in fishing. And while Dumpling and Tianjin Fan had initially been enthusiastic, 3 months without progress led Tianjin Fan to deduce that this was yet another of Sun Wukong's fanciful ideas. Utterly disconnected from the authentic teachings of Sun Wukong. I am quite famished. Sun Wukong, shall we prepare fish soup with Tianjin rice first? By the way, did you pass this time? Dumpling inquired. Sun Wukong naturally understood that he was referring to the preliminary selection for the Happy Boys competition. Is my singing really that dreadful? He chuckled, casting a peculiar glance at Tianjin Rice and Dumpling. You two truly know how to appreciate the finer things. I offered you a chance to broaden your horizons and enjoy a couple of days away, yet you declined. Humph. Tianjin Rice snorted coldly, leaping into the air, his large sword in hand, and with a few flashes of sword light, severed several branches that fell to the ground. Dumpling hurried to gather stones to build a fire, and soon, the enticing aroma of fish soup wafted through the clearing by the river. The three of them savored the fish. Tianjin Rice, Dumpling, I have good news. Starting tomorrow, you may cultivate independently. I will only occasionally check in on your progress and will no longer nag you incessantly, Sun Wukong announced. Really? That is wonderful. Tianjin Rice and Dumpling exclaimed excitedly. Dumpling, I know you rely on Tianjin Rice, and you will likely continue your training together. However, I advise you both to occasionally practice separately. There is no need to be together at all times, as this will yield better results. Separate? Tianjin Rice looked at Dumpling with concern, while Dumpling wore a worried expression. Among the three, he was the least skilled, and without Tianjin Rice by his side, he felt somewhat apprehensive, truly lacking in ambition. Sun Wukong scoffed. I have taught you all the foundational techniques of my school, and your current skills, even Dumplings, are entirely sufficient to handle any unexpected crises in the forest. What is there to fear? Dumpling's face hardened with resolve. I understand, Tianjin Rice. We will train separately starting tomorrow. Very well, Tianjin Rice nodded, then turned to Sun Wukong. By the way, I have a question I've been meaning to ask. Why must we train in these mountains and engage in such frivolities? Upon hearing this, Dumpling perked up his ears. Initially, they followed Sun Wukong's instructions without question, but over time, they began to form their own opinions. Especially in the last 2 months. Sun Wukong had not introduced any new techniques, leading them to believe they had mastered the training methods. They felt that much of Sun Wukong's approach was a waste of time. If they were to train on their own, they could find a suitable place, discard the inefficiencies of Sun Wukong's methods, and devise a more streamlined, effective, and scientific approach, which would undoubtedly yield far superior results. What, do you disagree? Sun Wukong remarked, casting a fleeting glance at Tianjin Rice. Tianjin Rice, feeling the pressure, replied defiantly, do not underestimate us as naive country bumpkins. While I may not know the specifics of other schools' training methods, I am certain they do not engage in such antics as we do. At the very least, chasing after ferocious beasts across the mountains seems unnecessary. Isn't chasing ferocious beasts merely a means to strengthen the muscles of the waist and legs, enhancing our running abilities? Dumpling remarked, we can practice equally well in the dojo. Why must we chase after ferocious beasts? Not only running, but all suitable exercises can be accomplished within the dojo. With the assistance of fitness equipment for weightlifting, running, and dodging, your training could progress more swiftly and effectively. Why abandon those advantages? Tianjin Rice coldly replied. If it weren't for the favor that Sun Wukong has shown them, I would have already scolded you for your foolishness. Chapter 13. The heart of martial arts. The smile on Sun Wukong's face faded as he turned to gaze at the distant silhouette of the mountains, enveloped in silence. You are correct. Conventional martial arts training methods can indeed be fulfilled within the dojo, Sun Wukong's voice echoed, as if carried from afar. The notion of practicing in the forest is an innovation of mine. Why? Tianjin Rice's eyes gleamed with intensity. Do you recall my mention of the levels of life? In martial arts, there are 3 levels: mortal, celestial, and divine. Sun Wukong's voice resonated with a haunting quality. conjuring images of the masters in the Dragon Ball realm who transcended ordinary martial artists to reach extraordinary realms. In this world, only a handful managed to transform from mortal to celestial through martial arts training, barely a countable few. You two are the first individuals I, Sun Wukong, have guided in their training. I do not wish for you to merely blend in with the masses, becoming just another ordinary martial artist like the rest. Playing with monkeys in the mountains and competing with bears for honey can transform one from mortal to celestial? Tianjin Rice scoffed. There are not millions of martial artists in the world, nor even hundreds of thousands. Yet, why are there so few who ascend to the celestial level? Your understanding is limited, as is that of other martial artists. Perhaps I, Sun Wukong, am the only one who comprehends this truth. Sun Wukong's tone remained composed and natural. Tianjin Rice and Dumpling felt an urge to laugh, yet they refrained. For it was not the first time they had heard such arrogant assertions from Sun Wukong in recent months. Martial arts is merely about honing the physical body, is it not? Sun Wukong stated solemnly. Isn't the refinement of the physical form essential? Tianjin Rice retorted with a cold snort. Indeed, the refinement of the body is correct. Sun Wukong replied nonchalantly. However, through my research, I have reached a conclusion. Martial arts training, in the short term, focuses on physical cultivation for lower-tier practitioners, while long-term, advanced practitioners refine the heart and mind. It is a stepping stone, indispensable, yet not the entirety of martial arts. Engaging with lions and battling tigers, as opposed to the monotonous drills in a training room, should reveal the inherent differences. A true martial artist capable of crossing the divide between mortal and celestial possesses a genuine heart for martial arts. My purpose in training you over these days is to cultivate your martial arts spirit, something that cannot be achieved through repetitive motions in a training room. The heart of martial arts? Tianjin Rice furrowed his brow, while Dumpling bit his finger. What constitutes the heart of martial arts? Dumpling inquired. Different individuals possess varying hearts for martial arts. Each true martial artist who stands out possesses a unique martial arts spirit, Sun Wukong replied in a deep tone. Whether you and Tianjin Rice possess such a spirit, I cannot ascertain, but I can only guide you through your current training. Steer clear of the mundane. Shun the dazzling temptations of urban life, and draw near to nature, rather than distancing oneself from it. Engage with the fierce and formidable, wrestle with eagles, and hone your martial spirit amidst the delicate balance of life and death. Seek fervor and joy in combat and in play, and through this passion, cultivate strength. Stimulate your spirit and will amid the precariousness of existence, rather than allowing a heart dedicated to martial arts to wither away through monotonous and tedious practice, gradually losing the fervor and delight of training. Images of the first master, Sun Wukong, from the Dragon Ball universe, flicker in Sun's mind, embodying a path of cultivation. If martial arts do not resonate with you, if you find the thrill of life and death battles elusive, and if you cannot discover joy in this perilous game, then, even with a fervent desire to grow stronger, what truly matters? Countless martial artists possess an ardent heart for improvement, yet only a select few truly flourish. The path of martial arts, akin to any endeavor, demands a resolute heart. Progress cannot be achieved in isolation. However, martial cultivation requires an additional spark, passion, and an innocent, untainted heart, or perhaps a childlike spirit. Though I have never encountered true immortals, I surmise that genuine celestial beings, despite their flaws, undoubtedly possess a pure heart. Sun Wukong reflects on this, considering the eccentric masters in the Dragon Ball realm, be it the lecherous Master Roshi, the coldly humorous King Kai, or the gods of destruction. Each is unapologetically themselves, their peculiarities appearing laughable to outsiders, yet they remain unfazed, steadfast in their identities regardless of the world's fluctuations. Recently, I have led you on a wild romp through the mountains, and much of your training resembled the innocent games of children. Did this not evoke a sense of embarrassment? Tianjin Fan and Dumpling's faces flushed slightly, as those games indeed made them feel somewhat ashamed. I have witnessed many gifted martial artists overly concerned with external opinions, even dismissing the pursuit of martial arts as foolishness. They shy away from simple training methods, deeming them too embarrassing. Thus, although they harbor a deep affection for martial arts, they practice in secrecy, too timid to fully commit and cast aside all distractions. What significant achievements can arise from such clandestine endeavors? Your performance has been satisfactory. Despite the embarrassment, you have diligently completed your tasks, even discovering passion and joy within them, and have begun to relish the battles and games, yearning for combat. This indicates that your martial spirit has triumphed over trivial distractions. Remember, Only by discarding all extraneous thoughts and remaining unaffected by the opinions of others can you forge ahead with vigor, breaking through the boundaries between the mortal and the divine. This is the essence of the martial art. I shall conclude my words for today. Tomorrow, you may continue your training in the forest or return to the Sun Wukong dojo for further cultivation. Sun Wubin let out a low sigh as he walked forward. His months of training encompassed not merely the essence of martial arts, but also a plethora of insights derived from the experiences of warriors in Dragon Ball, as well as the knowledge he had amassed through his own practice. These elements were what truly enabled a transformation, allowing one to reach heights unattainable by other martial artists. Yet Sun Wubin had no intention of revealing this. What remains unattainable possesses true value. I have imparted enough knowledge to them, he mused, fully aware of Tien Shinhan and Kaiatsu's discontent with his guidance. Return to the dojo? Tien's eyelids flickered. Are you suggesting that your mentorship has been met with skepticism, and that all I could teach you has been imparted? The rest is up to you. You are free to pursue your own methods, to practice as you see fit. With that, Sun Wubin's figure vanished into the woods. Tien and Kairatsu exchanged glances, excitement surging within them. Kaiatsu, what are you planning to do? To the dojo, of course. Tien replied with a laugh. As they walked along a forest path, Mia, who had been observing from the sidelines, sighed softly. I can hardly believe you have truly let go. She had been present when Sun Wubin spoke to Tien and Kaiatsu about the essence of martial arts, though she had chosen to remain unseen. Aren't you concerned they might stray off course, rendering your efforts futile? Mia inquired with a smile. If I merely wished for them to become ordinary martial artists, I would have structured everything accordingly. However, to genuinely carve their own path, I must relinquish control. Much like the essence of martial arts, each individual must discover their own unique training method. Sun Wubin smiled. And if they err, so be it. It is their choice. Only through experiencing pain will they come to believe in certain truths, ultimately allowing them to walk steadfastly on the right path. It is far better to err now than to falter in the future. Just like me, the principles you spoke of are not something I believe in, Mia said with a charming smile. Indeed, Sun Wubin had shared the essence of martial arts with her, but Mia remained skeptical, finding little merit in it. Furthermore, she did not agree with everything Sun Wubin had done since he left school, feeling powerless to change it. You will eventually come to believe, Sun Wubin sighed. Though I fear it may be too late by then. That is impossible, Mia retorted, unsure whether she was asserting she would not believe or that it would not be too late. Very well, sister, you should return now. I, too, must embark on my own training, Sun Wubin stated, realizing he had delayed his own progress too long in guiding Tien and Kairatsu. All right, let me witness how your training unfolds. I hope you are correct, Mia responded, soaring away like a great bird, vanishing among the trees in mere moments. Chapter 14. The limits of the human body. Dandelions blanketed the slope. A flurry of dandelions took flight as a youthful figure dashed through the verdant grass, creating a straight line in the wind's wake. How long? Sun Wubin paused beneath a tree, gazing at the tall girl holding a stopwatch. 113 seconds. Mia tossed the stopwatch to Sun Wubin, a faint smile gracing her lips. Not bad, Wubin, but I believe you should still pursue your studies. Is it 113 seconds again? Sun Wubin gazed at the numbers on the stopwatch. In the original Dragon Ball, Master Roshi conducted a 100-meter sprint test on Goku and Krillin, with Goku completing it in 86 seconds and Krillin in 88 seconds. Thus, a time of 113 seconds for the 100 meters is astonishing, particularly in a world like Dragon Ball that places immense emphasis on lineage. As a pure Asian, Sun Wubin occupies a notably lower tier. His potential is inferior not only to that of stronger beast races, but also to that of black and even white individuals. It is nearly inconceivable for a pure Asian to achieve such a time. Sister, with this performance, I could probably win a medal at the Olympics. Sun Wubin remarked with self-deprecating humor. Since embarking on his martial arts journey, training alongside Tien and Kairatsu for merely 9 months, he had attained this remarkable feat, which is extraordinary for someone of his heritage. Yet, he found himself in an endless cycle of stagnation thereafter. Sun Wubin had ceased to improve at the 113-second mark for an entire month. Of course, this stagnation was entirely within Sun Wubin's expectations. The realms of academia and martial arts cannot coexist harmoniously. Although I employed the horse stance technique to forcefully integrate martial training into my studies, it merely honed my lower body strength to an exceptional level. Unlike other martial artists, Sun Wubin's lower body prowess far exceeded that of the rest of his physique. Thus, I had already reached the physical limits of human ability in my lower body, which is entirely reasonable. The term human physical limits strikes dread into the hearts of countless martial artists, and even causes athletes considerable distress. In the Dragon Ball world, the World Martial Arts Tournament, when attended by warriors like Goku and Krillin, presents an entirely different scene compared to when they are absent. In tournaments devoid of warriors, even participants who surpass the fighting prowess of Earth's martial events during my past life do not exhibit vast differences, at least not to an absurd degree. They do not casually obliterate the arena, and the strength demonstrated by the martial artists remains within the realm of public acceptance. However, once warriors participate, even Goku in his first tournament, when he was still quite weak with a combat power of merely 50, could cause the very moon to vanish from the sky. A feat accomplished by Master Roshi. This overwhelming display of power astounded all spectators. Why? Because, aside from warriors and a select few like Master Roshi and Master Shun, all martial artists grapple with the dilemma of human limits. In the Dragon Ball universe, while there are thousands of martial artists reaching the physical limits, few possess combat abilities exceeding 50, with even fewer managing to surpass a power level of 10. In this current era, even the pinnacle martial artists like Master Roshi and Master Shun find themselves powerless against this limit. Their only recourse is to accept disciples who exhibit exceptional bloodline and talent. Among Master Roshi and Master Shun's later disciples are Goku, the Saiyan, Krillin, the No-Nose Man, Tien, of the Three-Eyed Clan, and the enigmatic Kairatsu, each one a paragon of extraordinary talent. Individuals with physical capabilities akin to Sun Wukong are hardly ever deemed worthy in the eyes of Master Roshi or Master Turtle. Wukong. Achieving a time of 113 seconds is commendable. Even a prodigy like my grandfather only attained such a feat at the age of 18. You have already reached the pinnacle of human physical limits. While future training may not be impossible, any potential growth would be inconsequential. Me aside, equally burdened by the constraints of human physicality. The limit of human capability, often referred to as the threshold of the human realm, varies with different physiques. And no martial artist in the world has ever managed to transcend it. Mia spoke with gravity, expressing her disbelief in Wukong's potential to surpass this barrier. Furthermore, the fact that you have stagnated at 113 seconds for such an extended period indicates a significant deficiency in your physical constitution, making further progress unlikely. Wukong glanced at Mia, who, despite encountering her own physical limits, did not appear to have ceased her growth entirely. Rather, her improvement was simply sluggish. Well, I must take my leave. Ponder your options. If you choose to continue your education, finances should not be a concern. With that, Mia soared away, disappearing into the forest. A poor lineage indeed brings its own troubles. Wukong watched her depart, his expression unwavering, acknowledging the existence of the threshold of human limits. In fact, no one in the entire Dragon Ball universe seems to know how to breach this barrier, not even the esteemed rulers of this realm, such as King Kai, the Grand Kai, or even the deities of destruction. Perhaps these celestial beings possess the knowledge but choose to remain silent. Or perhaps the narratives within the Dragon Ball world simply do not encompass such capabilities. While no one may be aware, that does not imply Wukong is ignorant. Suddenly, he turned his head, alerted by the thunderous sound of hooves. A colossal beast, adorned with a round, fleshy growth upon its forehead, charged towards Wukong, its gaping maw capable of engulfing him whole. Come at me. A dark flash erupted as Wukong unsheathed the metallic rod from his back, rushing to confront the creature. Soon, the two collided, with the beast snapping its jaws, clawing with its massive paws, and swinging its formidable tail at Wukong, who deftly wielded the rod, evading and striking the creature's body in return. After exchanging several blows, a deafening roar resounded, accompanied by the thunderous approach of hooves. This is bad. Though engaged in battle, Wukong remained acutely aware of his surroundings. He then noticed a large horde of beasts, each sporting a similar fleshy growth, charging towards him from a distance. Damn it! This is troublesome, Wukong shouted, narrowly dodging the creature's sweeping tail before fleeing into the distance. While he could manage a single beast, being surrounded would spell certain doom. In the Primal Zone 13,849, Wukong's days consisted of either battling monsters or fleeing for his life. Occasionally, he would venture away to spend time with his mother or participate in auditions for the Happy Boys talent show in the city. Sun Wukong's vocal prowess is indeed commendable. However, there are many individuals with similar talent. Fortunately, Sun Wukong possesses a unique flair. When he stepped onto the stage of the television talent show, guitar in hand, he began to sing a poignant song about mothers. As he strummed and sang the lines, the audience fell into a profound silence, followed by an eruption of applause. This song, he claimed, was an original composition of his own. While it is not uncommon for contestants to perform self-composed songs, most fail to leave a lasting impression. often lacking depth or emotional resonance. Even professional songwriters may only produce a handful of remarkable works in their lifetime, so expectations for a talent show contestant are understandably low. However, once Sun Wubin began to perform, the audience was taken aback. His maturity and perfection shone through each note, resonating deeply with the souls of those present. This piece did not resemble the work of an inexperienced youth. Rather, it could easily rival that of an established artist at the pinnacle of their craft. It is clear that Sun Wubin could not have created the song entirely on his own, nor penned the lyrics. After choosing to pursue the martial arts path, he shamelessly sought inspiration from others who had similarly traversed the realms of rebirth, ultimately deciding to embark on an act of artistic appropriation. In typical talent shows, even those with extraordinary singing ability face countless unpredictable challenges, rendering their chances of success slim. However, when a gifted performer sings original compositions that are exceptional in both lyrics and melody, the narrative shifts dramatically. This song about mothers was, in fact, a popular piece from Sun Wubin's previous life, an ultimate hit that, regardless of changes in the music industry, maintained its esteemed position. Amidst the audience's fervor, the host, adhering to tradition, expressed reflections and posed questions. When inquiring about the inspiration behind such a soul-stirring song, Sun Wubin gradually revealed the struggles of his family. His mother suffered from an incurable congenital heart condition, incurring astronomical medical expenses that plunged the family into substantial debt as they sought treatment. To avoid burdening his family, Sun Wubin chose to drop out of school. In turn, his mother, unwilling to encumber her son and the family, contemplated suicide. Indeed, the reason for Sun Wubin's mother, Mia, falling gravely ill after receiving a phone call was due to her consumption of a significant quantity of sleeping pills. Fortunately, the vigilant Mia discovered her in time and rushed her to the hospital, ultimately saving her life. The matter of his mother's suicide was initially concealed by Mia, but Sun Wubin eventually uncovered the truth. As he recounted his family's story selectively and with heartfelt emotion, the entire venue was moved to tears, and countless viewers at home were similarly affected. From that moment on, many would remember Sun Wubin. Chapter 15. Reaching the limit. The fact that Sun Wu was a student in the prestigious class of North City had been uncovered by reporters. Although his academic performance in this elite program was rather unremarkable, the journalists conveniently overlooked this detail. The mere act of being admitted to such a class is, in itself, a testament to one's capabilities. As a result, the narrative that circulated portrayed Sun Wu as a top student, destined for a boundless future. Yet he chose to drop out of school to spare his family from additional burdens. What a commendable image. How perfectly it aligns with mainstream values. However, one aspect left many perplexed and even caused some to question his decisions. Despite possessing such a high intellect and being hailed as a pillar of the nation, he chose to inherit the family's 200-year-old martial arts legacy after leaving school. Now, he was immersed in solitary cultivation of martial arts in the mountains, which many considered a squandering of his divine gifts and talents. Nonetheless, Sun Wu had achieved a modicum of fame. If his performance in the upcoming talent show was not subpar, reaching the top 8 was undoubtedly within his grasp. Yet, no one anticipated that this talent show was not the pinnacle of Sun Wu's journey, but merely his starting point. When the next audition arrived, he once again took his guitar, performing a self-composed piece that was equally as remarkable as those created by his mother. This performance stirred excitement once more. In the subsequent audition, Sun Wu presented another new song, distinct in style from the previous two, yet equally mature, flawless, and innovative. Each note resonated deeply within the souls of his audience. The fervor was palpable, especially with Sun Wu being such a bright and charismatic young man. Many students, particularly young women, became ardent admirers of him. However, with great prominence comes envy. There were those who could not bear his success and whispered malicious gossip. Many speculated whether he could produce another song of equal caliber. Would Sun Wu find himself devoid of inspiration, with these 3 songs being the culmination of a decade's worth of effort? Yet, as the competition progressed through the 16th, 8th, and 4th rounds, one after another, he unveiled never-before-heard melodies that penetrated the depths of the soul. Sun Wu demonstrated that nothing is unattainable, only unimagined. He embodied the essence of an unprecedented musical genius. While participating in the auditions, he simultaneously honed his martial arts skills by battling wild beasts. A week after Mia's assessment, Sun Wu's previously stagnant 100-meter sprint record began to show improvement, and soon he broke through to a time of 112 seconds. With the months-long stagnation becoming a relic of the past, with a resounding thud, Sun Wu felled a beast before him, then drew a sword from the metal staff, severing the creature's tail. Grinning, he hummed a tune as he made his way to the riverbank, quickly starting a fire to roast the tail. Suddenly, he noticed movement in the brush and chuckled. What a coincidence. Tianjin rice, dumplings, and my sister, you all came together? From the distance, 3 figures emerged from the swaying grass. Sun Wu, Dumpling, and I have come to say our goodbyes. Tianjin fans' gaze fell upon the succulent meat of the rice circle beast, skewered and roasted by Sun Wubin, and he swallowed hard. Old friend, should you not offer me a piece of that delectable meat? Sun Wubin shook his head. You are still as dull as ever. Destined for a life of arduous martial training. What? Departing? Are you two leaving? Indeed, we are leaving, Tianjin fan replied as he approached Sun Wubin. Since their parting to pursue their respective paths of cultivation, Tianjin fan and Jiaozi had returned to the dojo, where they practiced diligently for over a month before venturing outdoors again. After another month, they returned to the dojo, where they dedicated themselves to training for 3 consecutive months before heading back into the wilderness, and since then, they had not returned to the dojo. Mia, intrigued, pressed them for the reason behind their absence. Initially hesitant, Tianjin fan and Jiaozi eventually revealed the truth under Mia's persistent questioning. It turned out that their initial enthusiasm for training at the dojo waned after just 2 or 3 days, becoming a struggle against monotony and boredom. Despite enduring the tedium, their progress over a month was significantly slower than when they trained with Sun Wubin. Consequently, they sought the forest, where, upon resuming their old training methods, their progress improved. Yet, still skeptical, they returned to the dojo, where they persevered through the dreariness for 3 months, only to find their advancement once again lagging behind their time in the wilderness. Thus, with no other option, they reluctantly returned to the forest, retracing their steps faithfully. All of this was conveyed to Sun Wubin by Mia. Due to Tianjin fan and Jiaozi's experiences, Mia had also begun to adopt Sun Wubin's methods for her training, seemingly with commendable results. Why do you wish to leave? Are you considering switching allegiances? Sun Wubin chuckled, his eyes narrowing in amusement. Tianjin fan's expression twitched. He and Jiaozi indeed harbored such thoughts, though they had never voiced them publicly. No, Tianjin fan and I seek vengeance, Jiaozi interjected. Our purpose in martial arts training is revenge. Vengeance? Sun Wubin inquired. His curiosity piqued as he regarded both Tianjin fan and Jiaozi. However, Tianjin fan refrained from elaborating. With the skills Jiaozi and I have now, I believe we are adequate. Yet our recent training has seen a marked slowdown in progress, nearing a standstill. Teacher Mia mentioned this is the limit of human potential, Tianjin fan stated solemnly. The limit of human potential? Do you truly believe in such a limit? A faint smile played on Sun Wubin's lips. Tianjin fan paused. Is it not so? Teacher Mia said that martial artists everywhere are confined by the threshold of human physical limits, unable to transcend it. Surely, that must be true? Mia's assertion is both accurate and not, Sun Wubin replied with a smile, disregarding Mia's displeased expression as he produced a stopwatch from his pocket. But enough of this. Let me see what your current time is for a 100-meter dash. Very well. Soon, everyone was prepared. On your marks. Get set. Go. With a roar, 2 figures surged forward from 100 meters away. What was Jiaozi's time? Sun Wukong gazed intently at the stopwatch, the digits displaying 108, while he glanced over at Tianjin fan's number, which read 104. A slight twitch appeared at the corner of Sun Wukong's mouth. The lineage of Tianjin fan and Dumpling was far beyond that of an ordinary human on Earth. This was a realization Sun Wukong had come to while watching Dragon Ball. Moreover, during their training sessions, the progress of both individuals in terms of physical strength had driven him to envy and jealousy. He had anticipated such numbers. Yet witnessing the figures he had envisioned materialize before him caused a tremor of emotion within the diligently striving Sun Wukong. By the way, Sun Wukong, why don't you test your 100-meter sprint time as well? Tianjin fan suggested, his eyes gleaming with excitement, while Dumpling looked at Sun Wukong with eager anticipation. In their training together, both had sensed that Sun Wukong was immensely stronger than they were, but the exact extent of his prowess remained unclear to them. Very well, Sun Wukong declared, tossing the stopwatch into Tianjin fan's hands, who quickly prepared himself. Get ready, go. With a thunderous rush, a gale swept past Tianjin fan. Sun Wukong, your time is 102. Tianjin fan exclaimed, astonished as he examined the stopwatch. 102, you say? Sun Wukong replied with a faint smile, feeling his performance had been quite satisfactory. Indeed, since the threshold of 113 seconds had been loosened, Sun Wukong had consistently improved, now nearing the significant barrier of breaking 10 seconds. Though a mere 2-second difference may seem trivial, it is crucial to recognize that, upon reaching 113 seconds, Sun Wukong had already attained the limits of physical capability. akin to Olympic athletes pushing their own boundaries. At this juncture, surpassing even a fraction of a second is often an insurmountable challenge. Many athletes, having reached their peak, find themselves unable to surpass that limit for decades, or even regress swiftly. Yet, Sun Wukong continued to break through barriers, inching ever closer to the 10-second mark. Chapter 16. You have no boundaries. Impressive. You surpass both Dumpling and me, Tianjin fan remarked, though his brow soon furrowed with concern. But, Sun Wukong, you have trained longer than we have, and yet you have only reached 102 seconds. It seems that the limits of human physical ability are indeed quite difficult to transcend. That is not the case, Sun Wukong replied with a subtle smile. The challenge lies in individuals of my constitution. As for you two, let me assure you, you possess no so-called limits of physical capability. Do you believe me? What? Both Tianjin fan and Dumpling were momentarily taken aback, staring at Sun Wukong in disbelief. You still enjoy making jokes, Dumpling remarked, his voice tinged with skepticism. I am not jesting. Not only you two, but even Sister Mia, I suspect, has no such boundaries. Sun Wukong said, his smile fading. In the realm of Dragon Ball, where lineage and innate talent reign supreme, the limits of human physical capability are indeed universal across all races. However, it is absurd to claim that a descendant of a dragon with immense strength, whose progeny can cultivate to possess a fraction of that might, has reached their physical limits. It is precisely for this reason. In the original narrative of Dragon Ball, Master Roshi's training methods for Goku and Krillin would exhaust any ordinary individual within half a day, leading to potential collapse within a day. Master Roshi, cognizant of the significance of lineage and innate talent, thus chose to mentor Krillin and Goku, subjecting them to an extraordinarily rigorous, even inhumane, training regimen. It is within less than a year that their powers surged 100-fold. It is noteworthy that when Krillin and Goku became Roshi's disciples, they had already reached the limits of human physical capabilities as recognized in the martial arts world. Although Tien and Kaiatsu's bloodline potential may not rival that of Goku, they undoubtedly possess strength on par with Krillin. Tien, Kaiatsu, should you wish to seek revenge, I shall not hinder you. However, the level you have attained is far from your so-called limit. Your slow progress stems from flawed cultivation methods. Son Goku spoke gravely. Thus, if you trust me, I shall guide you in a new training approach. With just a year of practice, you will be far more prepared for your vengeance. Another year of training? Tien hesitated. By the way, Sister Mia, Goku turned to Mia, who had met him 3 days prior and had now returned, evidently with important news. I have good news, Mia said. Her cheeks flushed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Did you not say that you wanted to be informed at the earliest moment once the album earnings arrived? The album? Goku exclaimed, thrilled. After reaching the top 8 in the Happy Male Singer competition, Goku quickly found a talent agency and soon released his debut album titled Mother, which featured all original songs he had performed during the competition. How many copies were sold? Goku's voice trembled with anticipation. Why did he participate in Happy Male Singer? Was it not for monetary gain? If the sales were dismal, he would hold himself accountable. 33,350 copies. Mia slowly revealed. So many? Goku was overjoyed, his head spinning. This Earth, due to its population control, was not like the Earth of his past life, which boasted over 7 billion inhabitants. The global population had never exceeded 1 billion, with many dispersed in rural areas. The buyers of the album were primarily concentrated in towns and major cities. Moreover, each album was priced at a premium, partly to ensure adequate sales and partly due to the value of the content. As every song was a well-known hit from his previous life, which Goku would not have been able to remember otherwise. Setting a low price for such classic songs would offend the entire music industry. Therefore, Goku's agency would not permit such a decision. Does this mean we have become millionaires? Goku pinched his cheek hard, feeling the pain. This is merely the result of the first week. The sales figures for this week have yet to be released. Mia's cheeks were flushed, her eyes shimmering with excitement. When Goku had dropped out of school and dedicated himself to martial arts, Mia felt as though the world had turned a dull shade of gray. Though Sun Wukong initially forbade her from engaging in theft, asserting that he had already discovered a means to earn money, Mia remained unconvinced. Subsequently, as Sun Wukong ventured to participate in a talent competition, Happy Male Voice, Mia dismissed it, believing that such televised contests were largely reliant on luck. Even if Sun Wukong were to triumph and emerge as the champion, what significance would it hold? Happy Male Voice was not a novel endeavor. Mia was aware of the fates of past champions, and while some had indeed fared well, many others had not. Consequently, Mia had never attended to witness Sun Wukong's auditions, until one day, when a visit from the elderly Carla revealed to her that her had risen to fame. Indeed, he had captivated the entire northern region. It was then that Mia first felt a glimmer of hope regarding Sun Wukong's participation in the competition, realizing that her possessed remarkable musical talent. That very night, Mia shared this revelation with her mother, Mia, in the nutrient pod, replaying the song repeatedly. The subsequent developments left Mia astounded time and again, culminating in the news of the album release. Sun Wukong's management announced that his album sales had shattered record sales that had stood for 30 years in the pop music industry. Excellent, splendid. Now I can rest easy, Sun Wukong said, calming his excitement as he turned to Tianjin Fan and Dumpling, remarking that their training would likely have to wait a few more days. I have sufficient funds for now. Certain matters require my attention. If possible, please await my news at the dojo. In the blink of an eye, 4 days had passed at the Sun Wukong dojo. Did Tianjin Fan and Dumpling go for revenge? Sun Wukong exclaimed in surprise while removing his outer garment. In recent days, he had visited the home of the world's wealthiest individual, Dr. Brief, with the intent of acquiring the Dragon Balls, the ultimate treasures capable of granting any wish. However, a mishap with the airplane had delayed his journey, causing him to fall behind. Bulma had already departed with the Dragon Radar. Wukong, it seems that they are not particularly receptive to your new guidance, Mia said with a smile. In the second week, the album sales and earnings had come through. Although not as extraordinary as the first week, they still amounted to nearly 80,000, which made Mia feel lighthearted. She realized that the joy she had accumulated over the past 2 years paled in comparison to the happiness of this single week. Ultimately, they will return. Sun Wukong replied with a smile, fully aware of Tianjin Fan and Dumpling's sentiments. These two had not trained at other dojos. Without comparison, there could be no disappointment. It was natural for them to harbor skepticism towards Sun Wukong's training methods. They had reached the limits of their physical capabilities, and unlocking their potential was unattainable. Once they had experienced training at another dojo, they would understand that they had reached their peak under Sun Wukong's tutelage. No other dojo could provide them with superior training. Mia nodded in agreement. Suddenly, a sharp ringing interrupted their conversation. Who could that be? Mia exclaimed, rising to grasp the old-fashioned telephone that had served her for many years. Hello? Ah, is this Tianjin Fan? What? Master Roshi? Is it truly Master Roshi? After a moment, Mia hung up the phone, her face displaying a peculiar expression. Indeed, you were correct. The Crane Hermit is still alive. How astonishing it is that such a legendary figure exists in this world, and both Tien and Kairatsu were fortunate enough to encounter him. It seems your assertion about the Turtle Hermit being alive holds truth. Tien met the Crane Hermit? Sun Wukong's expression turned peculiar, for in the original Dragon Ball, Tien and Kairatsu were indeed disciples of the Crane Hermit. This implies that these two ungrateful individuals have likely followed the Crane Hermit. Sun Wukong mused. Not only them, but even I would be inclined to flee if I were to meet a revered figure like the Crane Hermit as a mentor. Mia expressed her sentiments. Noting the immense luck of these two, having studied under another master, they may still return, but against the Crane Hermit, we stand no chance. It appears my connection with them has reached its conclusion. These two youngsters are not to be underestimated. If I am not mistaken, they are destined to become formidable in the future. Nevertheless, they were still initiated under my guidance. Sun Wukong smiled, his tone exceedingly calm. From the moment he accepted Tien and Kairatsu, he anticipated this day, for in the original Dragon Ball, Tien and Kairatsu were the Crane Hermit's disciples by inheritance. Perhaps. Mia shook her head, pondering the matter. For her, as long as Sun Wukong could earn enough money, she would find happiness, waking up with a smile in her dreams. As for Tien and Kairatsu, if they chose to leave, then so be it. Their departure would allow Sun Wukong to focus more intently on his training. After Tien and Kairatsu's departure, Sun Wukong once again retreated into the deep mountains to pursue his martial arts training. Chapter 17. The first encounter as time flowed by. In the depths of the mountains, Sun Wukong wrestled with leopards. In the ravine, he chased after tigers. In the wilderness, he hunted lions for sustenance. Each day brought battles. Every moment felt as if one were amidst the chaos of war, where life and death intertwined with great transformation. Through such rigorous training, Sun Wukong could sense his evolution. With each passing day, his strength grew, a metamorphosis of spirit and soul. As Sun Wukong matured, outside the city of the West, in a primordial forest, towering trees crashed to the ground as a 15 or 16-year-old boy fervently practiced the Wolfang Fist. The boy's strikes were swifter and fiercer than a wolf's, his gaze more ferocious and bloodthirsty. Engaging in combat with a pack of wolves, he instilled fear so profound that even the assembled wolves trembled. This was Bulma's beloved, a strikingly handsome youth who elicited screams from countless girls. Yamcha, one of the future warriors, on a southern island, modest enough to accommodate only 3 ordinary dwellings, 2 children, aged 11 or 12, rode on Kintown to present a splendid gift to the reclusive turtle hermit. The beautiful and gentle girl, Launch, accompanied them, as these 2 prodigious children sought to become his disciples. Hidden within them was a tremendous potential, akin to magma beneath the Earth's surface, which the immortal turtle hermit, having lived for hundreds of years, recognized at a glance. Naturally, the turtle hermit accepted these remarkably gifted pupils. Thus began the journey of the destined children of the Dragon Ball world, Sun Wukong and the formidable warrior, Krillin. As time passed, Master Roshi's life began to flourish. Accompanied by beautiful maidens and 2 little ones whose intelligence was uncertain, providing him with endless amusement. These 2 seemingly fortunate, or perhaps unfortunate, children embarked on a grueling training regimen known as the Turtle School. Each morning, they would rise early to deliver milk from door to door, returning to conduct their morning lessons, traversing the distance solely on foot. Failure to complete their tasks? They would simply pack up and return home. In the fields, they toiled without the aid of a hoe, as the stones in the muddy ground would wear down the iron tools. Instead, they were compelled to use their bare hands to turn the soil, striving to work faster than 100 farmers wielding hoes. If they faltered, home they would go. What? Their fingers were raw and bleeding? If they could not withstand this minor hardship, they were told to pack up and leave. At the construction site, they dragged loads of sand and gravel by hand, eschewing vehicles to avoid fuel consumption, with each child required to accomplish the workload of 10 workers. Failure to meet this standard? They were ordered to return home. Swimming in the lake was no leisurely affair. They needed to swim back and forth 10 times. A seemingly easy task, except for the man-eating sharks lurking behind, ready to devour any who lagged. They were bound near a wasp nest and dared to poke it, evading the stings of the angry insects. If they could not escape, they were forced to endure the pain. One harrowing trial after another. What? They survived these ordeals? No matter, Master Roshi had plenty more challenges in store. For instance, if they could bear an additional 10 pounds of turtle shell on their backs, then he would add another 10 pounds, subjecting these children to training that would have crushed ordinary individuals in mere moments. As time went on, the weight of the shells on their backs steadily increased. Yet, to Master Roshi's astonishment, these 2 children, whom he regarded as having potential, managed to endure each of his grueling tasks. Regardless of how exhausted they appeared, panting like dogs, a mere crack of the whip or a shout would rejuvenate them, breathing life back into their weary bodies, enabling them to continue their training with renewed vigor. After more than 7 months of such relentless trials, these 2 youngsters astonishingly managed to shift a small mountain of stone on the island, a feat that Master Roshi had deemed impossible for mere mortals. Shock. Unbelievable. Astonishing potential. Thus, on the eve of the world's foremost martial arts tournament, Master Roshi, who rarely attended such events, set forth with his 2 disciples by plane, brimming with enthusiasm. His intentions were not solely to promote the Turtle School, but rather, he recognized that Sun Wukong and Krillin had nearly no rivals in this realm. Yet, these 2 were still but children, particularly Sun Wukong, whose untamed spirit and innocent nature rendered him difficult to manage. With a mind seemingly devoid of fear, he approached life without the slightest hint of trepidation. A sweet, innocent child suddenly endowed with immense power to dominate the world was hardly an ideal scenario. Although initially, Master Roshi may not have taken these 2 little rascals seriously. Upon encountering 2 remarkably gifted youngsters, Master Roshi had come to regard them as treasures. The esteem in which Krillin and Son Goku were held in his heart surpassed that of his own flesh and blood. Naturally, Master Roshi felt compelled to consider the paths of martial arts that lay ahead for these 2. He yearned to witness how far his exceptionally talented disciples could advance, and just how formidable they could become. However, no one in the world could rival these 2 young prodigies. Leaving Master Roshi with no choice but to assume the role of their adversary, he planned to disguise himself as another individual during the martial arts tournament, intending to defeat his own disciples and impart the lesson that there are always greater forces beyond one's own. Yet, the enormity of this task weighed heavily on Master Roshi's mind. Defeating Krillin posed no challenge for him, but the mere thought of Son Goku's astounding strength filled him with trepidation. Nevertheless, he steeled himself to face the challenge. On that very day, Yamcha returned to West City, joining Bulma as they headed towards the tournament venue. Countless dedicated martial artists, each striving to prove themselves or to claim the substantial prize. Hastened towards the event. On a forest path in the mountains, a youth with green hair, resembling a bird's nest atop his head, hummed a tune while riding his vehicle. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept past him from behind, prompting him to turn, whereupon he beheld a long-haired boy. "You sing quite well." The boy grinned at him and then swiftly surpassed him, his figure rapidly diminishing in the distance. "Can a human run that fast?" The green-haired youth's eyes nearly bulged in astonishment. Meanwhile, on the mountain path ahead, Son Goku's eyes sparkled with determination. It seemed he would arrive at the martial arts tournament a day earlier than anticipated. Following the departure of Tien and Kaiatsu, Son Goku had begun his solitary training. Spending much of the year away from home, often residing in the mountains for 1 or 2 months at a time, only returning to visit his mother. With the imminent World Martial Arts Tournament approaching, Son Goku made a remarkable decision. He would eschew flying vehicles and trains, opting instead to rely solely on his legs to sprint towards the tournament, located 1,000 miles away. Clearly, this was no small feat to accomplish in a short span. Fortunately, Son Goku's strength had significantly increased. His training had rendered him capable of running like a wild stallion and striking with the swiftness of a tempest. His skin and bones had hardened to the extent that they could withstand bullets. At this moment, Son Goku resembled the incarnation of his namesake, impervious to bullets that could not even break his skin. However, being unscathed by bullets did not mean he was immune to pain. The sensation of a bullet striking his body was still felt. Drawing from traditional martial arts, which emphasize sensitivity to energy, Son Goku was attuned to the slightest shifts in force, enabling him to perceive an opponent's attack at the instant it was initiated. Although he had not yet attained this extraordinary level of mastery, his skin was notably more sensitive than that of an ordinary person. The pain inflicted by a bullet striking the body is undeniably excruciating. Moreover, the fear of bullets is relative, akin to the specially crafted ammunition utilized by the Red Ribbon Army in Dragon Ball, which is indeed the ingenious creation of Dr. Gero, capable of piercing steel as if it were mere tofu. Even Son Goku would struggle to withstand such force, and Sun Wukong could not be certain of his own resilience. The following day, the martial arts tournament was a bustling spectacle, teeming with spectators. "Where on earth is Bulma?" Two cherubic boys, barely reaching the height of an adult's waist, shouted as they navigated through the throng. Despite the dense crowd, which would typically deter most, the two youngsters weaved effortlessly, darting through the masses like slippery eels, unencumbered and sweat-free. "Look, that individual seems quite peculiar," exclaimed Krillin, tugging at Son Goku's leaf-adorned head, pointing towards a nearby figure. The man, whose face was nearly obscured by oversized sunglasses and a large mask, was also observing Son Goku and Krillin, his expression hinting at a faint smile. "Is that truly the destined child of Dragon Ball, Son Goku, alongside Krillin?" Sun Wukong noted that the eyes behind the sunglasses were scrutinizing the two boys. Both children were clad in the familiar orange martial arts uniforms that Sun Wukong had seen on television, adorned with a large, intricately embroidered character for turtle on their chests and backs. Aside from Master Roshi's two disciples, it was unlikely anyone else would don such attire. Krillin's physique resembled that of a dumpling, bald-headed, yet his head was notably larger, particularly his high forehead. Overall, he appeared even more endearing than on screen, if not for the occasional glimmer of mischief in his eyes, which belied his innocent demeanor. He would have been all the more lovable. As for Son Goku, his hair stood in wild, exuberant spikes, setting him apart from other children. Yet his innocent and adorable visage was sure to evoke maternal instincts in every young girl present. At this moment, Goku's combat power was a mere 48, while Krillin stood at 32. With a brief observation, Sun Wukong recognized the undeniable prowess of the two boys. They exerted no visible effort to navigate through the crowd. Yet, when they did move, even the most imposing figures, whether mountain-like giants or muscular men, parted ways as if they were mere blades of grass, yielding effortlessly. With a combat power of at least 32, they were undoubtedly formidable. Sun Wukong reflected on the fact that the pinnacle of martial artists on Earth typically averaged a combat power of 8. Reaching this threshold allowing one to establish a dojo and attain the status of a master, capable of claiming championship titles in boxing and martial arts. With combat powers of 48 and 32, Son Goku and Krillin belonged to an entirely different echelon. How could the martial artists at this tournament hope to contend with them? Indeed, Son Goku exclaimed in a melodious, childlike tone as he gazed at Sun Wukong. "Hello, little friends." Sun Wukong smiled at Krillin and Son Goku. Both Goku and Krillin were taken aback. Having attended the tournament for 2 days, it was their first encounter with an adult initiating a greeting. leaving them momentarily unsure of how to respond. Are you looking for someone? May I assist you? Inquired Sun Wukong. Krillin hesitated momentarily. Sun Wukong, adopting an innocent childlike tone, exclaimed, Yes, we are searching for Bulma, big brother. Do you know where she is? Oh, right, you don't know her. Goodbye. With that, he turned to leave. Wait a moment. It is quite challenging to find someone this way, Sun Wukong remarked. Do you have a better idea? Krillin murmured. Climb high and look far. If you stand on top of an adult's head, you can see a great distance, right? Regardless of whether it's a horse or a wooden toy horse. You'll be able to find her, Sun Wukong cheerfully suggested. Sun Wukong and Krillin immediately perked up. How do we not think of that? Sun Wukong said, then expressed his gratitude to Sun Wukong before seizing his pants, seemingly ready to climb up. I'm too short, Sun Wukong said, grabbing hold of him. You should choose a taller person to stand upon. That would be more effective. Scanning the surroundings, he spotted a tall, elderly man to his left. Pointing to the white-bearded elder, he is the best choice. The elder twitched his lips and shot a glare at Sun Wukong. You young lad, you have no respect for your elders. Besides, I am only an inch taller than you. Please, let me stand on you. Sun Wukong tugged at the elder's pants. His innocent gaze and childlike tone making Sun Wukong's heart soften. All right, stop pulling. The elder relented, unable to withstand such eyes and tone. He gestured to his shoulder. Hurry up and get on. Thank you, old man. Sun Wukong climbed onto the elder's thigh, swiftly making his way atop his head, where he began to scan the surroundings. Soon shouting, I see Bulma and Yamcha. With that, he descended from the elder's body and swiftly darted off in a specific direction. Chapter 18. The proud young lady amidst the crowd. Two children scurried about like mice, oblivious to Sun Wukong, who trailed leisurely behind them. Bulma, possessing an astonishingly high intelligence, although enrolled in a prestigious program in West City, was far from a model student. Instead, she frequently skipped classes to play, needing no rigorous study, yet consistently outperformed her peers with her remarkable creative talents and practical skills. Aside from her biological expertise, she exhibited extraordinary insight and creativity across all scientific domains. In the Dragon Ball universe, during the Future Trunks saga, a 50-year-old Bulma astonishingly invented an incredible time machine, leaving even the deities astounded. As Sun Wukong reflected on the information about the first wealthy beauty of Dragon Ball, he realized that Sun Wukong and Krillin had already encountered a blue-haired girl, prompting him to squeeze closer. Hey, is she the Bulma you were looking for? Hello, Bulma. The first statement was directed at Sun Wukong, while the latter was naturally addressed to Bulma. The moment he laid eyes on her, Sun Wukong felt his heart quiver. Just like on television, Bulma possessed stunning light blue hair, but in reality, she was even more beautiful than on screen. Her skin was not only as fair and pristine as the finest porcelain, but also so tender that it seemed one could squeeze water from it. Her azure hair cascaded smoothly, resembling the finest silk, and her pair of bright, expressive eyes spoke volumes. At that moment, she was dressed casually yet elegantly, sporting a short-sleeved top and denim shorts that revealed generous swathes of her fair arms and thighs. Her face, alternating between feigned annoyance and playful smiles, perfectly embodied the vivacious spirit of a girl in her mid-teens, radiating an invigorating energy reminiscent of spring. Who are you? Bulma inquired. Her curiosity piqued as her large eyes sparkled with interest. Sun Wukong's features were obscured by oversized sunglasses and a mask, rendering him somewhat mysterious, yet his height, rivaling that of Yamcha, and his well-toned physique, indicative of a dedicated martial artist, along with his tasteful attire, exuded an air of distinction. Such a physique and demeanor suggested he must be quite the handsome fellow. Bulma mused, though she articulated, Goku, is he a relative of yours? Her gaze fell upon Sun Wukong's ensemble, silver casual pants paired with a simple white shirt, emblazoned with the character in bold, black calligraphy across the chest. A relative of mine? Sun Wukong exclaimed, eyes widening as he shook his head, gesturing towards Sun Wukong. I don't know this brother, but he is indeed a good person. He directed us to find you, Bulma. Not your relative? But why does his shirt bear that character? Bulma pondered, suddenly realizing, wait. He guided you to find me? Her excitement erupted, her eyes widening as she pointed an accusatory finger at Sun Wukong. Who are you? And why are you following me? Bulma, you've misunderstood, Krillin interjected, hands atop his head, chuckling. This brother merely advised Goku to stand atop someone's head to gain a better view, which is how Goku found you. He may have followed us. With a sharp slap, Bulma struck Krillin's bald head. Why didn't you say so sooner? You've embarrassed me. By the way, who are you, and why are you attempting to curry favor with me? A giggle erupted from nearby, drawing Sun Wukong's attention to a creature resembling a pig, about the same height as Krillin. Indeed, it was a plump little pig, dressed in clothes and devoid of a tail. This was Oolong, a pig from the pig tribe, akin to Pu'er, Yamcha's sidekick, who had also attended transformation kindergarten. However, while Pu'er graduated, Oolong was expelled for stealing the female teacher's underwear, limiting his transformations to a mere 5 minutes. Previously, when Bulma had gathered all the Dragon Balls and summoned the Eternal Dragon to make a wish, Oolong had squandered that wish by requesting a pair of girls' underwear. Sun Wukong's gaze flickered past Oolong and settled back on Bulma. "Might I inquire if you are the esteemed daughter of Dr. Brief from Capsule Corporation?" he asked with polished politeness. "Indeed," Bulma retorted, her eyes narrowing as she regarded Sun Wukong with a fierce demeanor. "Last year, I visited Dr. Brief, requesting him to construct a radar for me. I heard that you, Bulma, had pilfered the Dragon Balls," Sun Wukong stated, prompting Bulma to let out a startled scream. "Ah, I remember now, it's you. You are the one referred to by the old man, known for your melodious singing, named Sun Wukong." As she spoke, Sun Wukong suddenly appeared before Bulma, swiftly embracing her and covering her mouth. "Miss Bulma, please do not reveal my name," he implored. Noticing Bulma's flushed face and her frantic struggles, he added, "If you agree, just blink." Bulma blinked vigorously, her fair complexion reddening like a boiled shrimp. Although she had a somewhat ambiguous relationship with Yamcha, she was still a pure-hearted girl who dreamed. Suddenly being held by a strange adult man was overwhelming for her. Sun Wukong promptly released her and leapt a distance away, preparing to flee. However, Bulma did not react with her usual fury. Instead, she glared at Sun Wukong. Her cheeks still flushed. "Anyone named Sun Wukong is no good, just like you." The bewildered Sun Wukong blinked, confused. He had forgotten about the incident from last year when he had inadvertently removed Bulma's pants while she was asleep. Krillin, catching on, leaned in and teased, "Wukong, didn't you take advantage of Bulma before?" "Take advantage?" Sun Wukong replied, utterly perplexed. "Is it delicious?" Krillin was left speechless by Sun Wukong's ignorance and innocence. "That scoundrel named Sun," Bulma shouted, hands on her hips. "Take off those sunglasses and mask." "Take them off?" Sun Wukong hesitated. "What? Are you afraid to show your face?" Bulma retorted, inwardly scoffing at him. This guy was merely a budding singer, pretending to be a star, hiding himself as if he feared being recognized by the paparazzi. If he were handsome, she might have let it slide, but if he were unattractive, she wouldn't hesitate to teach him a lesson. The Happy Boys competition was a television program popular in the northern capital, its influence limited to that region and not extending to the western capital. Sun Wukong's fame was significant only within the northern capital. Even Bulma's father, Dr. Brief, a music enthusiast and the richest man in the world, merely knew that Sun Wukong was a singer, thanks to his original songs, each a classic in its own right, that allowed his influence to surpass that of previous contestants. However, his fame was short-lived. After releasing only one album, he seemed to vanish from public view, which curtailed his influence. Naturally, as a young lady of stature, Bulma had heard Sun Wukong's songs, and that album happened to be her favorite. Yet, she was by no means a fervent fan. Even if she were, Sun Wukong would not be her idol. Consequently, she was unaware that her favorite album was produced by him. She only learned that Sun Wukong was a singer when Dr. Brief mentioned him while discussing the Dragon Radar during Bulma's return home after collecting the Dragon Balls. "Bulma, who is this?" At that moment, a young lad approached, holding 2 ice creams. "It must be Yamcha." Sun Wukong turned his head and indeed, the young man was stunningly handsome, mere good looks aside. He wore a perpetually radiant smile, complemented by an innocent charm that seemed to hint at occasional shyness, truly a heartthrob for the ladies. Sun Wukong also noticed that as the boy drew nearer, several girls and women of various ages around them began to brighten up, their eyes sparkling as they fixated on him. Yamcha had arrived, and Sun Wukong glanced behind him, spotting a delightful little creature with pointed ears and denim blue fur floating not far behind Yamcha, an adorable companion, Pu'er, an obscure singer from a lower tier. Bulma remarked dismissively. Upon seeing Yamcha, she lost interest in Sun Wukong's appearance. After all, how could anyone outshine Yamcha? Yamcha pursed his lips, no longer paying attention to Sun Wukong. "Miss Bulma, could you assist me in creating a Dragon Ball radar?" Sun Wukong inquired. Bulma frowned. Although crafting a Dragon Ball radar was a trivial task for her, she had no intention of helping the familiar, masked young singer before her. "No," Bulma replied curtly, harboring no fondness for the impudent young man. "Hey, what do you need a Dragon Ball radar for?" Yamcha interjected coldly. Nearby, Oolong, Pu'er, and even Sun Wukong glared at Sun Wukong with suspicion. Recalling their previous encounter with the nefarious Pilaf, who had attempted to seize the Dragon Balls for his own world-dominating schemes. Such a powerful tool must not fall into the hands of villains like Pilaf. Wukong, what is a Dragon Ball radar? Krillin asked, looking perplexed. He had only met Bulma yesterday through Sun Wukong and was unaware of their previous quest for the Dragon Balls. To make a wish, Sun Wukong whispered, ensuring only Bulma and a few others could hear. If the radar isn't available, could you please help me gather the Dragon Balls to grant a wish? Humph. Bulma snorted. Is it world domination, eternal youth, or becoming invincible? That's an intriguing idea, Sun Wukong mused, stroking his chin, observing the grim expressions of those around him. He offered a slight smile. However, those wishes can wait. The immediate priority is to ask Miss Bulma to beseech Shenron for my mother's swift recovery. Your mother's illness? Bulma and Yamcha were taken aback. Chapter 10. The Singing God, Sun Wukong. Bulma, please assist him, Sun Wukong implored softly. Bulma furrowed her brow, huffing. I don't have the time for that. I want to do it. Very well, Sun Wukong replied, his expression one of regret. Since Miss Bulma is unwilling to help, I shall have to undertake the task myself. Though it may be troublesome, and finding the Dragon Balls might take time, it seems I have no other choice. Sun Wukong is not one to boast, as he is indeed a distinguished student from the prestigious class of the North City, on par with Bulma in terms of education. While Bulma has invented the Dragon Radar, it is not beyond the realm of possibility for Sun Wukong to achieve something similar, should he choose to dedicate himself. With a nod to Sun Wukong and Krillin, Sun Wubin turned and proceeded toward the registration area. Everyone can brag. Bulma scoffed. Though the Dragon Radar may seem unassuming, creating such an invention is no trivial task. Only a genius like her, Bulma, could accomplish it. By the way, what exactly is this Dragon Radar you mentioned? Krillin inquired, pressing Sun Wukong for answers. Well, it's designed to gather information about Sun Wukong's carefree nature. He was about to divulge when Bulma abruptly struck Sun Wukong on the head. Fool, how could you discuss such matters here? All right, Krillin, we'll discuss this later. By the way, that young man's surname is Sun, and he is also called Sun Wubin. It seems he might be related to you, Wukong. Just then, a voice rang out. What? You are Sun Wubin? Shouts erupted. You must be that Sun Wubin. Wow, so handsome. The singing sensation Sun Wubin. My daughter has always admired you, and I am also a fan. Will you give me your autograph? The speaker, clearly enthusiastic, raised their voice, causing a hush to fall over the crowd, as nearly half the attendees heard those words. The singing sensation Sun Wubin has arrived. The atmosphere shifted, and soon a throng of excited young women surged forth, calling, where is the singing sensation? Sun Wubin. Sun Wubin. I love you. The uproar attracted a wave of reporters, their cameras at the ready, surrounding Sun Wubin at the registration desk, rendering the area nearly impassable. Microphones were thrust toward him, and a flurry of questions ensued. Bulma was taken aback. Observing the scene, Yamcha, Oolong, Pu'er, and Krillin were equally bewildered. Sun Wukong, however, watched with curiosity, oblivious to the concept of fandom and paparazzi. Is this what you referred to as a low-profile singer, Bulma? Krillin stammered, pointing in Sun Wubin's direction. Bulma blinked, her own doubts emerging. Could it be that this Sun Wubin was a major star? While she did not follow celebrities, she knew enough to recognize that only a true superstar could elicit such a frenzy. I must investigate who this Sun Wubin truly is, she resolved then. With hands on her hips, she shouted at Krillin, you clueless bald idiot. Do you dare question me? What gives you the right? Tell me. What is 1,943,000,000 plus 888,888,000? At that moment, Sun Wukong grabbed the arm of a girl who was also rushing forward. What is the singing sensation, Sun Wubin? He innocently asked, tilting his head. Go away. I'm too busy for you, she exclaimed. What an adorable little brother. The young girl initially intended to break free from Sun Wukong's embrace, but upon exerting force, she discovered that the leg held by him felt as though it were bound by steel, rendering her utterly immobile. Upon glancing at the adorable little boy who clung to her, with his large, sparkling eyes gazing at her with a pitiable expression, her anger diminished significantly. Little brother, you have never heard of the renowned singer Sun Wukong? Surely, you must have listened to his songs. Sun Wukong, with a bemused expression, replied, haha, what a delightful little brother. His name isn't that long. Sun Wukong is his name, while the singing god is merely a moniker bestowed upon him. For each of his musical compositions possesses the power to touch the soul, offering a profound enjoyment that resonates deep within. Most importantly, every song is crafted by him, both the composition and the lyrics, as well as the performance. The girl exclaimed with enthusiasm, what? Bulma shrieked. Each song is self-composed, with lyrics and performance all by him? Although I am not an avid fan nor deeply versed in the music industry, as the wealthiest and most beautiful girl in the world, my circle of friends extends beyond mere martial arts enthusiasts like Yamcha and Sun Wukong. Many among them are deeply entrenched in music and entertainment. Isn't that extraordinary? The girl immediately found a kindred spirit. Indeed, it is extraordinary. This classmate. I can see you are also in high school. Let me inform you that Sun Wukong is an exemplary student in the elite class of the Northern Capital, which is one of the top 4 academies in the world. You should appreciate the significance of that. Bulma's eyes widened in disbelief. The Northern Capital and her own Western Capital School both rank among the top 4 prestigious institutions globally. Although her Western Capital holds the first position while the Northern Capital ranks 4th, they are on the same tier, and the elite classes from both schools comprise the Cr. de la Cr. Despite frequently skipping classes and not studying much, Bulma was aware of the rarity of individuals who could enter such esteemed classes. Suddenly, she recalled how Sun Wukong had previously asked her for assistance in creating a Dragon Ball radar, and when she declined, he casually remarked, "Never mind. I will make it myself, even if it's a bit troublesome." At the time, Bulma thought he was boasting. Surely, creating a Dragon Ball radar was no simple feat. However, her perspective shifted now. Being in the same elite class, if he could find a genuine Dragon Ball, manufacturing the radar would hardly pose a challenge for him. Additionally, with his considerable wealth, acquiring the necessary tools and materials would be effortless. A thought flashed through Bulma's mind as she grasped the girl's shoulder, exclaiming, "What grade is he in at the Northern Capital? If a person of such caliber is also handsome and kind-hearted, wouldn't that be perfect?" A gleam of youthful longing sparkled in Bulma's eyes. Handsome? Oh, undoubtedly. He is stunning beyond compare. The young girl was filled with starry-eyed admiration, her hands cradling her heart, her face aglow with excitement. The Sun Wukong on television is simply magnificent, so sunny and cheerful, and undeniably kind-hearted. Her mother suffered from a congenital myocardial degeneration caused by the Xingyi virus, a condition beyond the reach of contemporary medicine. Each year, a considerable sum was drained from their finances for her treatment. In a bid not to burden her family, she chose to drop out of school and participated in the Happy Male Voice talent show, with her debut song dedicated to her mother. Wow, he is truly the perfect man. I am utterly smitten. If only I could go on a date with him. As she spoke, Bulma exclaimed, "Hey, classmate, let us go ask him for an autograph." To which her younger companion clung to her leg, pleading, "Wait, don't leave me behind." With a narrowed gaze, Bulma reflected on the fact that this boy's mother also suffered from the incurable heart condition, which explained his pursuit of the Dragon Radar. A thought flickered in her mind, and she playfully tapped Sun Wukong on the head, saying, "Wukong, let this sister pass." "All right," Wukong replied, releasing his grip. "Classmate, shall we go together?" The girl earnestly invited Bulma. "You can go by yourself. That autograph is easily within my reach." Bulma huffed, a hint of pride in her tone. She was not one to be swept away by celebrity frenzy. Obtaining an autograph was a trivial matter for her. Besides, with her status, securing a signature was a mere formality, especially since Sun Wukong sought her assistance in creating the Dragon Balls. "Really? You can't be serious." The girl seemed skeptical, but there was no time to ponder as she dashed into the throng surrounding Sun Wukong. It was astonishing to encounter such an exceptional young man, so close in age to herself. She wondered if he was truly as handsome as they said, and how he compared to Yamcha. Bulma cast a glance towards Sun Wukong, who was already encircled by a crowd, making it impossible to discern his true appearance, even if he removed his glasses and mask. Yamcha's expression soured as he noticed Bulma's infatuated demeanor, realizing that her heart was swayed by the talented singer Sun Wukong, despite Yamcha being her true love. Just a bookish fellow with some musical talent. What is so impressive about that? He thought. "Bulma, why are you asking so many questions?" "I'm heading to the martial arts tournament preliminaries," he stated. "A bookworm?" Bulma exploded in indignation. "What do you muscle-headed individuals understand? I am also an intellectual. How dare you look down on me?" "Not at all. I would never." Yamcha hurried to reassure her. How could I ever disrespect Bulma? Just then, a voice interjected. "Bulma, that big brother might be here for the World Martial Arts Tournament." "Impossible. He would compete in the tournament?" "Wukong, are you mistaken?" Yamcha chuckled, bemused. "Wukong, you're as clueless as ever. He is a student from the North City, balancing music and studies. There is no time for training." Bulma scoffed, while Krillin, Oolong, and Pure also chuckled. However, Sun Wukong remained earnest, declaring, "I sense he is exceptionally strong." "Wukong, you must be mistaken. If he can train, then I should be able to as well. I am the unparalleled genius beauty of the world, the only flaw being my overwhelming beauty, which makes finding a matchingly handsome partner quite the challenge." with a dismissive grunt. She placed her hands on her hips and declared that there was no need for further discussion. Let us proceed to the preliminary competition venue. Sun Wukong, momentarily doubtful of his own perceptions, quickly followed as the group departed from their current location. Chapter 20. The disparity of your levels. The name of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament was indeed formidable, yet its actual impact was rather minimal, with the events being exceedingly straightforward, commencing with the preliminary rounds. Soon enough, the preliminaries began, and competitors such as Sun Wukong and Sun Wubin entered the competition hall. This tournament was pivotal in determining who would be recognized as the world's foremost martial artist. Inside the competition hall, the officiating monk was delivering a pre-match address, while outside, any location with a window had been commandeered by reporters. Due to regulations, only participants were permitted entry into the venue. Suddenly, a thrilling scream pierced the air. I have discovered the song god. What nonsense! Bulma retorted, turning to the reporter who had shouted. She was momentarily taken aback. The song god? Did he truly mean that Sun Wubin was participating in the martial arts tournament? That individual was supposed to be a diligent student, and yet he had actually engaged in martial arts training. How extraordinary! Was he truly superior to me? Perhaps my beauty had overshadowed my own talents, causing a slight blemish to appear in the form of this young man. But should I watch Yamcha's match or Sun Wubin's? Yamcha was undeniably the most handsome in the world, yet Sun Wubin was equally intriguing. This was a dilemma. Very well, I shall watch both matches. If Sun Wubin is not as charming as the legends suggest, I shall focus solely on Yamcha's contest. Having made her decision, Bulma scanned the arena for Sun Wubin but found no trace of him. This was troubling. If Sun Wubin was indeed present, he should be situated on the opposite side, away from Yamcha and Sun Wukong. The drawing of lots commenced within the competition hall. Number 12 is yours? How amusing. You are my opponent, number 11. You look so scrawny that I doubt you could withstand a single punch from me. It would be wise for you to concede now. In response to such provocation, the atmosphere grew increasingly intense. At ring number 1, Krillin drew his own number, and upon realizing he was paired with Wukong, his expression fell. Oh no, I am on the same platform as Wukong. I dread facing him. What shall I do? In stark contrast, Sun Wukong appeared unfazed, even advising Krillin, when we spar, please be gentle, do not exert too much force. What? Krillin was taken aback, questioning whether he could even win the first match. And here was Wukong suggesting he hold back. I feel that these opponents are all rather weak. None of them even compare to Sun Wubin, Sun Wukong remarked, puzzled. If you strike too hard, it won't bode well for you. Are you implying that you fear I might injure someone? Krillin exclaimed, nearly jumping in disbelief. Wukong, when did you become a comedian? In summary, one must tread lightly. Wukong remarked, just then slap. A large hand forcefully struck Krillin's bald head. It was a tall, slender monk with a sly grin. Is that Krillin? The lanky monk chuckled maliciously while continuing to smack Krillin's head. Brother Krillin, your body is trembling. Krillin, hailing from the renowned martial arts temple of Doran, had been frequently bullied by his seniors there, leaving him with deep-seated trauma. Now, upon seeing this brother again, he instinctively felt fear. Who is he? Wukong inquired curiously, furrowing his brow. Krillin, what are you afraid of? Although Wukong was unaware that with Krillin's current skills, he could easily defeat the lanky monk with a mere finger, he sensed that the monk was not on par with Krillin, and thus could not comprehend the latter's fear. He was my senior brother when I lived in Doran Temple, and he is quite formidable, Krillin stammered. The tall monk laughed heartily as he continued to slap Krillin. Krillin, it's been over 7 months since you escaped Doran Temple, hasn't it? So you've been secretly honing your skills outside. And now you dare to participate in the martial arts tournament. Your courage has certainly grown. What number are you? 121. Wonderful. I'm number 122. We shall face each other in the first match. Let me see how much you've improved in these past 7 months. The lanky monk was overly excited, thinking that having Krillin as his first opponent was akin to a gift. The other monks, also from Doran Temple, looked on enviously at him. After delivering a few more painful slaps to Krillin's bald head, leaving him grimacing in agony, the monk laughed heartily and departed. How infuriating, Wukong muttered. Krillin, make sure to give that detestable person a thorough lesson. What nonsense are you saying? That person is the top expert of Doran Temple, Krillin shouted in frustration, before sinking into despair. Oh no, I am bound to be terribly beaten this time. How can I be so unfortunate? I thought escaping from Doran Temple would free me from their bullying, yet here I am, facing them again. Krillin, is it? A gentle voice called out. Krillin looked up to see a youthful figure walking leisurely toward him. This young man was strikingly handsome and exuded a sunny disposition, instantly evoking a sense of warmth. However, Krillin did not recognize him until he noticed the large characters on the white shirt he wore. Wukong. Is it you, brother Wukong? Krillin asked in confusion. Yes, it is I. My name is Son Wukong, the young man exclaimed. See, I told you the big brother was here for the martial arts tournament. Wukong, you are far superior to Krillin. Just call me Wubin. Wubin smiled, then turned to Krillin. Krillin, not only do you lack Wukong's skills, but your vision and courage are also lacking. You need not fear that monk from Doran Temple, but he is the top expert of Doran Temple. You have no idea how terrifying he is. Krillin replied skeptically. I maintain that your judgment pales in comparison to Wukong's. So what if that monk is the top expert of Doran Temple? With your current abilities, you need not fear him at all. Krillin, you must believe in yourself. At this moment, even if you were bound hand and foot, you could easily defeat that fellow. As Sun Wubin shook his head and turned to walk away. It was utterly absurd that a mighty elephant could fear a mere ant. A hearty laugh erupted from a man in his 30s, with dark hair, who pointed at Sun Wubin, exclaiming, You, young lad, say that little brat could defeat the foremost master of the dueling temple with just his tongue. That is utterly hilarious. I, Ma Xian, have never heard such a comical jest. Truly, the song god can turn even jokes into divine humor. Sun Wubin furrowed his brow. Ma Xian's loud derision drew the attention of many, who began to mock him alongside. The monks from the dueling temple were doubled over in laughter, clutching their stomachs and declaring they were in pain from laughing. After all, these martial artists lacked the sensitivity to perceive the aura of others, and thus were oblivious to the fact that Krillin's martial prowess was far beyond what they could imagine. One cannot speak of ice to a summer insect. Sun Wubin snorted and made his way to the arena where he belonged. Hey, song god, you should stick to singing. Your singing is quite commendable. But martial arts are not your forte, Ma Xian shouted. Sun Wubin paid him no heed when suddenly an elderly man with white hair and a beard stepped in front of him. You're quite impressive, young man, the elder remarked. What is it, old man? Sun Wubin tensed up, recalling that in the original storyline, Master Roshi had disguised himself as an elderly man with a white beard and traditional attire to participate in the martial arts tournament. The old man before him bore a striking resemblance to that character. How did you know those two little brats are formidable enough to defeat the foremost master of the dueling temple with just their tongues? Master Roshi inquired with a smile, his hands clasped behind his back. He understood well the prowess of his disciples, Sun Wukong and Krillin. They were capable of effortlessly dominating the entire tournament. However, how could others possibly know this? Moreover, he found the handsome young boy intriguing, as it seemed that the surrounding crowd regarded him as a superstar singer, who once attended a prestigious class in the North Capital. How could such young children, lacking extraordinary skills, dare come to this assembly of hidden talents? Sun Wubin chuckled, winking at Master Roshi, alluding, Old man, at your age, you dare to join this martial arts tournament? Such confidence suggests you must be among the elite. Even the dueling temple's pretentious figures would be unable to withstand your prowess. Master Roshi's lips twitched. His level had reached an inconceivable realm. Not to mention the foremost master of the dueling temple. Even all the masters combined would fall short of withstanding a single blast from his ki. Maintaining an impassive expression, he asked, What exactly are you trying to convey, young man? My abilities are undoubtedly formidable. Do you think I can make it to the top 8? It depends on what you think, old man. If you wish to, it would be a trivial matter, Sun Wubin replied with a smile. Just then, the announcer called. Contestants number 100 and 101, please proceed to the stage. Old man, it seems it is my turn. I am number 100, Sun Wubin said, sidestepping Master Roshi as he walked towards the distant arena. The young man has truly discerned that I, along with Wukong and Krillin, have ascended to an entirely different realm. Yet such insight seems implausible. Even the celestial deities and Master Karin could not gauge one's combat prowess without engaging in battle. Could it be that his assertion holds some validity? Master Roshi gazed at the silhouette of Sun Wukong, his mind swirling with doubt. How remarkable is this young warrior's martial prowess? Suddenly, Master Roshi was intrigued. Chapter 21. The Ambition of Ma Xuan on the number 5 arena. A figure leaped gracefully into the air, executing a perfect somersault before landing firmly. Goddess of Song, you must be number 100, how fortuitous. Ha! Truly a stroke of luck. Ma Xuan declared. Sun Wukong, I am your opponent. With a leisurely stride, Sun Wukong approached the number 5 arena, observing the middle-aged man on stage whose exuberance resembled that of a lottery winner. A faint smile crept across his lips as he effortlessly leaped onto the platform. Sun Wukong, I must admit I hold you in high regard. Ma Xuan laughed heartily, his demeanor exceptionally jovial. You, a gifted student from the elite class of North City, have dropped out of school. One wonders if your mind has been dulled by academia. Yet, you possess a modicum of luck, having some talent in music, which accounts for your current achievements. However, martial arts are not akin to music. They cannot be mastered solely by innate talent. Moreover, you are merely a yellow-skinned monkey. Your physical attributes and lineage do not surpass mine. Sun Wukong replied with a calm smile. Ma Xuan's expression darkened suddenly, sadness washing over his features. After a moment of silence, he spoke solemnly. Indeed, we are both of Asian descent. We are known for our intelligence and coordination. Yet we lag behind in endurance and explosive power among the human races. Furthermore, in terms of martial aptitude, we cannot compete with the extraordinary. In a daze, Ma Xuan recalled the moment he became a disciple. Ma Xuan, you should not pursue martial arts. Your lineage condemns you to a life of mediocrity, regardless of your efforts. I advise you to leave. No, master. I have a passion for martial arts. I detest academia. Please, teach me. I believe that with hard work, even if my lineage is lacking, I can certainly rise above everyone else. Ma Xuan cried out fervently. Very well, then I must charge you double the tuition fee for apprenticeship. Do you still wish to proceed? Yes. Ma Xuan replied resolutely. Thus began Ma Xuan's arduous journey of martial training under his master's guidance. However, it tormented him to witness his fellow disciples, some who had joined later than him, achieving remarkable progress far beyond his own. Each time he saw them surpass him, his heart felt as though it were bleeding. Were it not for an unwavering belief in his own potential and his fervent love for martial arts, he would have collapsed under the weight of despair on numerous occasions. At last, Ma Xuan graduated, ready to embark on his own path of cultivation. Unlike his peers, who grew complacent without their master's oversight, he doubled down on his efforts, refusing to wane in discipline. Even as his progress slowed and the effectiveness of his training diminished year by year, he remained steadfast, never surrendering in his quest. Having reached the pinnacle of human physical capability, I find it nearly impossible to achieve further significant gains in this realm. Thus, I shall refine my martial skills instead. After nearly 30 years of arduous training and nearly 2 decades of dedicated study in the martial arts, I find myself prepared for this upcoming grand martial arts tournament. Perhaps I may not be the foremost in physical prowess, yet with my newly developed supreme martial technique, the Whirlwind 52 forms, I am certain, unequivocally certain, that I shall secure the championship. At that moment, I shall present the winnings to my master, demonstrating that even one of purest Asian heritage can triumph in the grand martial arts tournament and ascend to the status of the greatest martial artist in the world. My gaze grows increasingly resolute. Sun Wubin, unlike you, I perceive your intentions. You treat this as mere amusement, believing yourself a genius, striving solely to showcase your claim of being capable in every domain, to validate your self-proclaimed brilliance. Ma Xian spoke solemnly. Sun Wubin's expression twitched. My intentions are far more profound than that. Ma Xian continued. I recognize your desire to refute this, yet it bears little significance. What matters is that my purpose in attending the martial arts tournament is to prove, to reveal to the martial artists of the world that even those of the purest Asian lineage, even if our strength pales in comparison, can still make them weep and ascend to the apex of martial prowess. Sun Wubin's heart trembled, and the smile faded from his face. In a world where the survival of the fittest reigns supreme, the disparities of race present the gravest injustices. In the Dragon Ball universe, the competition between myriad intelligent races and ordinary humans amplifies this inequity to its extremes. The realm of martial arts serves as a stark testament to this reality. Even the most refined earthling, upon reaching the zenith of their abilities, may still fall short against some races that possess innate strength without any training. In the original Dragon Ball universe, characters like Krillin, Yamcha, and even later figures such as Tien, Shinhan, Kaiatsu, and Piccolo ultimately abandoned the pursuit of defeating Goku, not merely due to their inferior lineage, but rather the overwhelming despair wrought by the stark genetic disparities. These warriors, possessing bloodlines exponentially more potent than the average human, still found themselves dwarfed by Goku and his peers. During the Namekian Saga, Goku ascended from a power level of tens of thousands to an astonishing 1.5 billion in a mere 10 days. How could one possibly compete with such a leap? This exemplifies the formidable nature of Saiyan bloodlines, with only another Saiyan, Vegeta, able to keep pace. In years past, Sun Wubin pondered while watching Dragon Ball, why the Earthlings, who witnessed Goku and the Saiyans save their world, could so easily forget their deeds, instead heralding a hero like Satan, whose power barely grazed the surface, despite the evident might of those who truly protected them. The very breath capable of annihilating the earth could obliterate a city, while a mere glare could shatter mountains. It is perplexing that, Despite the clarity of these events, the populace could elevate a figure like Satan, who, even at his full strength, could only cleave 15 bricks stacked together, over those who could effortlessly destroy a city with a mere exhalation. In a civilization advanced enough to manufacture and modify spacecraft, could a wise race truly be so foolish? At this moment, Sun Wukong finds himself in a state of confusion. He understands, yet does not comprehend. While the ordinary might remain oblivious, the elite and martial artists surely grasp the truth. However, they may choose ignorance, or perhaps, due to the vast differences in lineage and dimensions, they opt to forget. Will I too someday encounter the encounters and feelings experienced by the martial artists of the original Dragon Ball world? Sun Wukong feels a profound sense of uncertainty about the frailty of his own body, a truth he has come to deeply realize through years of training. Especially when compared to the warriors Tien and Kairatsu from the original Dragon Ball, which engraves this feeling into his very being. You, Sun Wukong, possess unparalleled musical talent. You ought to pursue the path of music, elevating pure-blooded Asians to the pinnacle of musical achievement, capturing the attention of the world, driving other races to madness and admiration. You should not waste your gifts at this martial arts tournament. Meanwhile, I am here, passionately extolling the prowess of the yellow race in martial arts. A sudden cough interrupts, as the referee, drenched in sweat, glares at Ma Xian. Contestant number 101, please commence the match immediately. This is a martial arts arena, not a casual tea gathering. The referee bellows. Ma Xian's face flushes red, then takes on a solemn, martyr-like demeanor. Sun Wukong, to awaken you from your musical reverie, to guide you back to the righteous path of music, and to demonstrate the might of the yellow race's martial arts, I shall unleash my ultimate technique, the Whirlwind 52 style. Of course, I will only employ the weakest first form, for I fear you might perish as a result. Now let us begin. The ultimate technique, you say? Sun Wukong murmurs. Though I harbor no great fondness for you, your unwillingness to submit to fate and your battle for the honor of our race align with my own aspirations. Thus, a fierce light ignites in Sun Wukong's eyes, compelling him to respond with his strongest strike to defeat you. Boom. A thunderous sound erupts as Ma Xian's body moves with simplicity, a bend at the waist, a push off the ground, and a forward charge, transitioning into a bow stance, a punch hurtling forth. As this punch hurtles towards Sun Wukong, it generates a rush of wind. This wind spirals with force. Remarkable. Sun Wukong feels the pressure of the punch's wind against his skin, a faint sting. If the wind feels like a drill, what might the force of the punch be? Alas, it is of no consequence. In a moment's thought, Sun Wukong lowers himself and adopts a bow stance to counterattack. In a flash, it is as if Sun Wukong's punch is invisible. Bang! To the astonishment of the onlookers, Ma Xian is sent flying, crashing heavily against the arena wall, momentarily sticking before sliding down like a painting, striking with the precision of a masterpiece. Internal martial arts encompasses three realms, Ming Jin, and Jin, and Hua Jin. Hua Jin strikes with the finesse of a painting. Although Sun Wukong has not studied authentic internal martial arts, he has adeptly blended the familial techniques of the Sun Wukong lineage with the theories of internal martial arts from his past life, creating a unique style of his own. Chapter 22. The strongest of the martial arts tournament. Sun Wukong's punches were executed with such swiftness that many spectators failed to discern the moment of impact. Before they could react, Ma Xian was sent flying, ultimately colliding with the wall before sliding down to the ground. This peculiar scene left many onlookers, particularly the journalists stationed outside the arena, utterly bewildered, as they specialized in capturing the battles of the singing god. What transpired? His body was affixed to the wall. Did the singing god strike just now? Did you witness that? With this singular blow, Sun Wukong turned to descend from the stage. Although the impact was somewhat severe, it served to demonstrate the heights of martial prowess and the potential of a pure-blooded Asian individual in the realm of cultivation. Ma Xian crashed heavily to the ground, his entire being rendered numb. What is happening? He murmured. Is this an illusion? An illusion. After uttering a few words, he erupted, shouting, "What is going on? I demand a duel." He charged back toward the arena, for Sun Wukong had merely employed a deft technique, sparing him from grave injury. At that moment, the referee's astonished voice rang out. Contestant 100 wins. Contestant 101 is eliminated. Crack. It was as if a bolt of lightning had struck Ma Xian, abruptly halting his advance. Although many had not clearly seen Sun Wukong's previous strike, Ma Xian had caught a glimpse. However, the speed of Sun Wukong's punches was so astonishing that it instilled a sense of unreality within him. I lost in such a manner? eliminated by a pure-blooded novice who has only practiced for a year or two. Ma Xian gazed blankly at the figure in the distance. Next up, contestants 102 and 103. Hurry, time is of the essence. The referee bellowed as the next match commenced, and spectators continued to discuss Sun Wubin's recent performance. On Arena 1, Sun Wukong faced a giant whose fist was larger than his entire being. While the onlookers marveled at the giant's fortuitous luck, the giant unleashed a punch. Although it was delivered with all his might to Sun Wukong, it moved as slowly as a tortoise. Sun Wukong deftly evaded, swiftly positioning himself behind the giant, lightly tapping him on the back and exclaiming, "I'm right here." Sun Wukong had indeed exerted no force, merely intending to gently remind the giant of his presence. However, he remained oblivious to the terrifying extent of his own strength. Consequently, the giant felt an overwhelming force from behind and lost control, tumbling off the stage entirely. What just transpired? The surrounding spectators were drenched in sweat, utterly confounded by the event. That giant, clumsy and uncoordinated, lost his balance and fell. "That little brat truly is fortunate," some murmured. Sun Wukong, reflecting on his fingertip, descended from the stage and approached Krillin, saying, "Krillin, when you take the stage next, be sure to hold back your strength as gently as possible." Of course, such advice would be of little use to Krillin. Soon, Krillin ascended the stage. Facing the first-rate fighter from Dueling Temple, a tall and slender monk, trembling with fear, barely able to maintain his footing. However, as the masterful opponent struck, Krillin found the movement to be excruciatingly slow. Confused and trembling, he narrowly evaded the first blow from the tall, slender monk. With a quivering fist, Krillin unleashed a punch. Yet due to his nervousness, he barely exerted any force. Nevertheless, the tall monk was sent flying as if struck by a freight train, soaring off the stage and crashing through the walls of the competition hall, scattering obstacles outside. Silence. Suddenly, an eerie stillness enveloped the surroundings, as everyone stared wide-eyed at the diminutive figure on the stage, then shifted their gaze to the gaping hole in the wall. The competition continued in an orderly fashion. Contestant 100 wins. Contestant 1 wins. Contestant 121 wins. Sun Wubin, Krillin, and Sun Wukong each triumphed over their opponents, and the whispers of luck surrounding the song god ceased. Some began to emerge, showcasing formidable strength, particularly an elderly man with white hair and a beard named Chung Long, whose prowess was not significantly inferior to that of Sun Wukong or Krillin. The preliminary rounds concluded swiftly. "This was too easy. These opponents are remarkably weak," Krillin mused, echoing Sun Wubin's sentiment that even he could defeat them with mere tongue lashes. "I told you, Master Roshi would not deceive us. Look, no one can match us." Yet, he acknowledged Yamcha's strength as well. Haha, Yamcha has trained alone in the mountains for quite some time. As Sun Wukong and Krillin exited, they felt their strength had surpassed that of most so-called martial artists. Krillin completely shed his previous despair and fear. "As long as my opponent isn't Wukong, I can keep winning. Wukong will take the championship, and I shall secure the second place without a doubt." Elated, Krillin noted the formidable presence of Yamcha, though he regarded him with a measure of indifference. Just as they reached the entrance, Krillin and Sun Wukong widened their eyes in astonishment. A young boy clad in casual attire, emblazoned with a large character for Wu on his chest, approached them, seemingly to greet Sun Wukong and Krillin. However, before he could utter a word, a throng erupted. "Song God! Song God Sun Wubin! I adore you. Without you, I cannot sleep at night." A multitude of girls screamed and rushed forward, led by a particularly fierce blue-haired girl, her face adorned with stars and shyness. Yet her movements were as swift as lightning, none other than Bulma. In addition to the girls, a multitude of reporters and photographers surged forward, using their collective strength to encircle Sun Wubin. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong and Krillin were pushed to the periphery of the crowd, cornered against the wall. Krillin blinked in disbelief, while Sun Wukong stared wide-eyed, scratching his head in confusion. "Master Sun Wubin, we missed much of the preliminary rounds. Now that the top 8 have emerged, could you provide us with a commentary or predict the outcome of the finals?" "Master Sun Wubin, I've seen the finals lineup. As far as I know, Yamcha has challenged many dojos and has never been defeated. Is he not the strongest? Among the competitors, the most formidable appears to be the athlete Kirin. I wonder if he will secure the championship." Teacher Sun Wubin, this time 3 significant upsets have emerged among the final 8. I trust you know whom I am referring to. What is your perspective on these 3 individuals? In the face of a barrage of relentless inquiries from reporters, Sun Wubin maintained his composure, responding with a charming smile and an air of grace. "The athletes Sun Wukong, Kellen, and Jackie Chan. whom I regard as the elder, and the two younger competitors, are not surprises in my eyes. Each possesses undeniable strength, which I discerned the moment I entered the competition hall and laid eyes upon them. When you request my commentary on the 8 finalists, I shall refrain from offering any remarks on the barbarian and Lanfang. Indeed, Yamcha is exceptionally strong. His prowess transcends that of an ordinary martial arts master, reaching a realm beyond your imagination. However, I believe he still lacks sufficient strength. In my view, both Jackie Chan and Sun Wukong could defeat him solely with the force of their palm winds. I must clarify that my statement is not born from jealousy regarding Yamcha's good looks. Can he truly compare to my own? Krillin is undeniably robust, endowed with remarkable physical gifts that confer upon him great strength. Yet his most formidable asset lies in the rubber rings he expels from his mouth. Of course, I do not assert that Krillin is the strongest. In my estimation, even if he exerted every ounce of his strength, he would merely secure 3rd place. Indeed, at least 2 competitors can confidently surpass him. The elder is Jackie Chan, and the younger is Sun Wukong. I am uncertain whether Krillin can escape the grasp of Kieran's rubber rings, but I am certain that both Sun Wukong and Jackie Chan can triumph over Kieran. Krillin and Sun Wukong squeeze their way towards the other side of the crowd, keenly listening to Sun Wubin's analysis. Remarkable, Sun Wubin is truly impressive. Sun Wukong remarked to Krillin. If those people were to ask me those questions, I would be at a loss for words. By the way, did you hear him say that Kieran and Jackie Chan are formidable? Krillin replied, Wukong, you misunderstand. Celebrities are like this. Sun Wubin is a deity of song, naturally adept at handling reporters. His words, particularly his predictions about the competition, should not be taken at face value. Celebrities must always say something to the press. The entertainment industry operates this way. Krillin, though not widely experienced, was certainly more knowledgeable than Sun Wukong. Are you suggesting that celebrities must speak nonsense? Sun Wukong asked innocently, then furrowed his brow. It's strange. I find Sun Wubin quite admirable. Why didn't he make it into the top 8? Perhaps you are mistaken, Krillin replied briskly. At that moment, a reporter inquired about this very topic, and both he and Sun Wukong perked up their ears. Why did I fail to advance from the preliminary rounds? The answer is quite simple, Sun Wubin proclaimed loudly. When my opponent, the barbarian, ascended the stage and stood before me, he pursed his lips and puffed out his cheeks, emitting a faint gurgling sound. I immediately realized he was preparing to unleash a copious amount of phlegm, which would undoubtedly be indiscriminately hurled at me once the match commenced. Had it been another opponent, I would have calmly evaded it. However, given that my opponent was he, I made a decisive choice that I still regard as astute to this day. I forfeited. Sun Wukong blinked. The barbarian? He surrendered because of phlegm? Krillin, do you understand what just happened? Sun Wukong inquired. Krillin shook his head, equally perplexed, and with a faint smile remarked, Wukong, let us delay our departure and listen for a while. Sun Wukong replied in acknowledgement. You ask me why? Sun Wukong's voice resonated. I cannot elucidate. But upon witnessing that individual up close, you will comprehend the sagacity of my decision. I dare say that among the competitors in this tournament, save for a handful, nearly anyone encountering such an adversary would almost immediately forfeit. Sun Wukong, is your opponent truly formidable, to the extent of instilling despair? The opponent's martial prowess was unworthy of mention. To deem it strong would be an affront to the very concept of martial arts. In any case, if you insist on understanding the reason, it would be most prudent to personally inquire of the barbarian who compelled my forfeit. The adversary who led Sun Wukong to concede was, indeed, a savage from the original Dragon Ball universe. In that world, Krillin encountered this barbarian during the finals of the World Martial Arts Tournament, finding himself utterly unable to strike. It was not due to the opponent's strength, but rather the sheer filthiness of the barbarian, whose entire being resembled refuse from a garbage heap, exuding a nauseating stench that attracted swarms of flies. The foul odor emanating from the barbarian was so overwhelming that even the host donned a protective mask, while the audience held their noses in disgust. Ultimately, Krillin emerged victorious, thanks to Sun Wukong's reminder that he lacked a nose, thus rendering him impervious to the barbarian's stench. All sensations of foulness were merely conjured by Krillin's imagination, influenced by the sight of the barbarian's filth and the reactions of those around him. Consequently, Krillin managed to deliver a decisive kick and win the match. Without a nose, he dared to make contact, while Sun Wukong, despite having won, would not risk touching the barbarian, as he was a public figure with numerous female admirers, and could not afford to tarnish his image. A sudden downpour interrupted the impending final match, leading to Sun Wukong's predictions regarding the outcome of the finals being broadcast across television, the internet, and various entertainment media. Many were intrigued by this peculiar and outrageous forecast from the singing god. On that day, after handling the press, Sun Wukong departed directly. The following day, during the opening match, as Krillin faced the barbarian, he understood why Sun Wukong had chosen to forfeit. And the reporters and spectators began to grasp why the singing god had failed to advance past the preliminaries. The subsequent matches unfolded almost precisely as Sun Wukong had predicted, particularly the clash between the favored Yamcha and the Dark Horse. Jackie Chan simply uttered, "Allow me to send you a cool breeze," before unleashing a gust with a wave of his hand, sending Yamcha flying out of the ring, inciting a frenzy among the audience. From that moment onward, the battles grew increasingly chaotic. Notably, in the bout between Sun Wukong and Jackie Chan, the arena itself was reduced to ruins, with Sun Wukong transforming into a terrifying gorilla. In a bid to halt this transformation, Jackie Chan unleashed a Kamehameha that obliterated the moon, leaving spectators in utter disbelief that such feats could be achieved by human strength. Chapter 23. The arrival of my sister. The Grand Martial Arts Tournament has concluded, with the total number of participants barely exceeding 150. The entire event was completed in just 2 days, largely due to the sensational presence of the illustrious song god, Sun Wukong. The online video viewership skyrocketed from less than 10,000 in previous years to an astonishing 1 million within a mere week. The impact of this event multiplied at least 100-fold in a single week. During this time, observers noted that a seemingly rustic event, such as the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, featured extraordinary martial artists like Sun Wukong, Jackie Chan, and Clint. Particularly, the scene where Sun Wukong transformed into a gorilla and the turtle sage obliterated the moon left many in disbelief, questioning the authenticity of the spectacle. Experts in various fields, sports, medicine, biology, and physiology, emerged to declare that the events of the tournament could not possibly be real, as they defied the established laws of science and the human body. They asserted that human capabilities could not possess such immense power. Thus, the prevailing narrative suggested that the tournament's organizers had resorted to cinematic techniques to fabricate these astonishing feats. What about the moon? You might ask. The experts attributed its alteration to missile impact, dismissing the idea that it was merely the turtle sage's Kamehameha wave that caused such a phenomenon. In reality, the moon merely shifted its trajectory without vanishing altogether. Indeed, the turtle sage's Kamehameha wave did not destroy the moon. It merely displaced it from its original orbit, resulting in a change in its visibility. While the experts' conclusions dispelled the public's superstitions, those who had witnessed the tournament in person were not so easily convinced, yet their accounts went largely unheeded. Consequently, reporters who attended the event sought to locate the song god, Sun Wukong, hoping for an explanation. However, Sun Wukong seemed to have vanished from the face of the earth. Even with throngs of paparazzi stationed at his mother's hometown, capturing him proved elusive. Each time he returned home, he skillfully avoided the press, employing unknown tactics to evade detection. In the depths of the 3,825th primitive forest, a young man swung from tree to tree, grasping long vines. Among the foliage, a troop of long-armed monkeys emitted sharp cries, frantically leaping in one direction, occasionally glancing back at Sun Wukong in fear. His agility and speed in navigating the trees surpassed theirs, prompting these tree-dwelling creatures to question who truly ruled the arboreal realm. Upon returning from the martial arts tournament, Sun Wukong resumed his training in the forest. Observers utilizing combat power detectors would notice a consistent and systematic increase in his strength, with no signs of stagnation or decline. Should he continue this rigorous training, he would undoubtedly reach the levels of the martial arts grandmaster, Turtle Sage, and Crane Sage in a fraction of the time. Compared to Wu Tai Do, Turtle Sage, and Crane Sage, Sun Wubin's cultivation speed is at least 3 times faster. Bang! Sun Wubin landed beside a deserted mountain ravine, casually tossing aside the badger on his back. He then pressed a button on his watch. "Mom, it's Wubin. It just rained sunlight here." In a distant, elegant house behind Sun Wuyao's dojo, a large nutrient pod rested against the inner wall, within which lay a middle-aged woman, Sun Wubin's mother, Mia. At that moment, another middle-aged woman was playing music and dancing. She was the servant Sun Wubin hired after acquiring wealth. A voice resonated in the room. "Mom, it's Wubin. It just rained sunlight here." Due to the necessity of cultivating in the primordial forest, Sun Wubin did not return home every day to accompany his mother. Fortunately, advanced technology and the ample funds from his recordings allowed him to replace the ancient telephone that had been in the house for countless years with a new one. Thus, it was through this phone that Sun Wubin spoke to his mother. After their conversation, he contacted his management company, inquiring about pressing matters. Upon discovering there was nothing urgent, He switched off the call button on his watch and resumed handling the badger beside him. Although my current cultivation speed is commendable, it still falls short. After skinning and cleaning the badger, Sun Wubin took out a small box from his pocket and opened it, revealing 8 earplug-like items. Undoubtedly the most valuable technological products from the Dragon Ball world, the universal capsules, favored by the affluent for their spatial capabilities akin to rings. Sun Wubin picked up the capsule labeled with the number 1 and tossed it towards a nearby vacant area. Bang! With a resounding noise. A small round house resembling a Mongolian yurt materialized on the ground. Should I stew it, stir-fry it, or simply bake it? Pondering, Sun Wubin entered the house, walking into a 15-square-meter living room. He then proceeded to a 10-square-meter kitchen. This house was also a product of the Universal Capsule Company. So while it appeared to be merely 10 square meters from the outside, traversing all the rooms inside would reveal a total area of at least 200 square meters. The value of this single house was approximately 10 million. However, Sun Wubin was reluctant to purchase it, especially since Bulma was known to lose her composure in the presence of handsome men. Therefore, when he asked her for one, the wealthy young lady immediately tossed her own capsule to him without hesitation. After sprinkling a bit of salt on the badger and placing it directly into the microwave, Sun Wubin stepped outside just as a rumbling sound echoed. A personal aircraft, commonly used in the Dragon Ball realm, descended from the sky. It seemed to be his sister's personal plane. Sun Wubin looked up and waved at the aircraft, which landed gracefully. The cabin door opened, and a tall, beautiful girl with long hair emerged. "Mia, sister, what brings you here?" Sun Wubin, having left Tianjin Fan and Dumplings, dedicated himself fervently to his practice. Each time he returned home to accompany his mother, he rarely encountered Mia. Like Sun Wubin, Mia primarily communicated with her mother via telephone. Sun Wubin, however, felt an unsettling intuition that she was not genuinely immersed in her training, but rather engaged in some mysterious endeavor. "Why, are you not welcoming?" Mia teased, flipping her long hair as she approached Sun Wubin. Suddenly, she wrinkled her nose and said, "You look quite disheveled, drenched in sweat. Don't you have a villa? The one that the infatuated heiress Bulma gifted you? It looks rather unimpressive, like a large dumpling." "Dear sister, I take a shower every day. This is considered clean," he retorted. "Humph, but isn't the villa a tad small? You will see once you step inside." Sun Wubin led Mia into the living room and turned on the television, while Mia explored each room before returning to the living area, nodding approvingly. As expected of the heiress of the Universal Capsule Company, it may appear modest from the outside, but within, it exudes opulence. This villa must be worth several million. It's quite a gift from the heiress, indicating she has a keen interest in you. "Sister, please don't jest. Bulma is merely a lovesick girl, generous only towards handsome men. And so what? Are you afraid of being outshined?" Mia laughed, teasing him. After a moment, she produced a capsule from her possession. "Little brother, I returned home and discovered that the courier had delivered this. I signed for it on your behalf, thinking you might need it, so I brought it to you." "What is it?" Sun Wubin inquired, puzzled. Just then, Mia tossed the capsule, and with a loud pop, a large medical pod appeared in the living room. "Oh, it's a nutritional medical pod." "Indeed it is. But tell me, Sun Wubin, what do you need this for? Is it truly necessary?" Mia's expression was peculiar. The principle of Sun Wubin's martial arts training emphasized maintaining an unblemished body, ensuring no injuries or internal damage, regardless of the arduous training. Even if injuries occurred, his training methods allowed for healing without the need for a medical pod. The medical pod is primarily used to accelerate recovery from fatigue, enabling the body to endure more rigorous training, Sun Wubin explained. In the original Dragon Ball series on Earth, the medical pod was never mentioned, but in the Cosmic Saga, it played a significant role. Vegeta utilized the pod twice after sustaining injuries, with his power increasing by 6,000 after the first use and 8,000 after the second. This might contradict the principles of maintaining an unblemished body, Mia remarked, shaking her head before smiling. "Well, you have your own training philosophy, and I want to press further. Just remember, do not rush. You are now a world-class musician. There is no need to be so relentless in your martial pursuits. Besides, your martial arts should be nearing my level, shouldn't they? Shall we put it to the test?" Sun Wubin wore a cheerful smile. Perhaps a year ago, he would not have been a match for Mia, but now he felt confident that he could astonish her. Mia looked at Sun Wubin strangely, remarking, "It seems you've made significant progress over the past year. You actually have the confidence to challenge your older sister? Do you think you've grown wings and can outshine me? Are you scared?" "Scared of what? Your sister has never feared anyone in a fight. However, I have matters to attend to today, so I shan't play with you, Wubin. I must take my leave." As she spoke, a fleeting shadow of melancholy crossed Mia's eyes. Sun Wubin furrowed his brow, Aren't you staying? It has been a long time since we last gathered. No, not long after, Mia boarded her plane. With a roar, the tail of her cream-colored personal aircraft emitted a burst of flames and vanished from sight. Chapter 24. The efficacy of the recovery capsule. Mia's visit felt rather peculiar this time. Perhaps I was overthinking it. Sun Wubin entered the villa and gazed at the nutrition and medical capsule in the hall, which was ablaze with vitality. On Earth, there were no capsules specifically designed for martial artists. Instead, there existed only one type, intended for severely ill patients unable to eat, overly damaged, or extremely weak. Clearly, such a capsule was not entirely suitable for Sun Wubin. Thus, to create a recovery capsule tailored for his martial arts training, he personally configured its functions and invested a significant amount to find a company willing to undertake the project. The capsule now possessed not only the standard medical capabilities, but also advanced features. My physical condition is quite satisfactory, and there is no immediate need for its use. The recovery capsule bore a concentric circle design. Sun Wubin gently pressed the small button beneath this pattern, and with a pop, the capsule transformed into a small capsule-like structure. After retracting the capsule, Sun Wubin retrieved the freshly cooked badger meat from the microwave and indulged in a hearty meal before resuming his training. In the forest, Sun Wubin leaped from tree to tree, pursuing a group of slippery monkeys. Although he merely caught and released them, the monkeys screeched in terror as they fled. After finishing with the monkeys, Sun Wubin descended from the trees and approached a herd of wild horses, carrying tree branches as he sprinted up the hillside. He then leaped into the river, diving to the bottom to catch the swimming fish. This time, Sun Wubin nearly doubled his training regimen, and by midday, he felt utterly exhausted, as if his body were falling apart. This fatigue surpassed that of a full day of conventional training. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed out capsule number 1. In the clearing, a dumpling-shaped villa materialized. Sun Wubin entered the villa and released the recovery capsule in the hall. Before his afternoon nap, he decided to prepare lunch. However, the recovery capsule could convert ingredients into essential nutrients, such as amino acids, and directly deliver them into the body, eliminating the need for digestive time. It could also adjust the output of nutrients according to the body's condition, rendering lunch preparation unnecessary. Sun Wubin observed the usage instructions for the recovery capsule and soon tossed a wild boar he had just hunted into the food preparation entrance of the capsule. He then removed his clothing and stepped into the recovery capsule, activating it. Music played as a unique wave of hypnosis enveloped him. In a state of drowsiness, Sun Wubin succumbed to sleep. Shortly after he drifted off, mechanical devices within the cabin extended like tentacles, some clasped over his mouth and nose, while others inserted needles into his veins, connecting to the neural pathways of his brain. A comprehensive medical examination was initiated, followed by an analysis of his bodily data. The analysis complete, a recovery medical plan commenced, and the infusion of nutritional substances began. Amino acids, vitamins, minerals, and antioxidants were administered, while free radicals were systematically eradicated. Even certain internal damages within Sun Wubin's body were being repaired. The technology of Earth had far surpassed that of his previous life, with medicine advancing to remarkable heights. Although conditions like Meyer's congenital viral disease might remain insurmountable, most other ailments could be addressed. Time passed gently, as various nutrients and medical substances coursed through his veins. Alongside cutting-edge sound waves, magnetic waves, microwaves, and rays oscillating within him, a profound transformation unfolded within Sun Wubin's body. Exhausted and parched cells rejuvenated. Damaged muscle cells and even blood vessels began to regain their health. Free radicals were purged, and the areas capable of cultivation were restored. Suddenly, Sun Wubin awoke. A sensation surged within him, one of extreme comfort and ease, akin to being liberated from the weight of a massive mountain that had pressed upon him for a decade. Abruptly, this burden vanished, leaving him light and invigorated, as refreshing as drinking chilled water on a sweltering summer day and enjoying a cleansing bath. He could even feel a vibrant vitality emanating from his body, a powerful force. I feel as if I could fell 10 elephants. Sun Wubin's heart swelled with an exuberance he had never experienced before. He was certain that this was not the result of a hallucinogenic influence or delusion. Mr. Sun Wubin, Mr. Sun Wubin. At that moment, an electronic synthesized voice resonated. It is truly astounding that a body as formidable as yours exists in this world. With so little damage sustained, you must be the strongest athlete on the planet. Indeed, you have awakened prematurely. Your mental fortitude surpasses the physical realm in an extraordinary manner. Sun Wubin smirked, bemused by the robotic program of the recovery pod. Enough with the flattery. If you have something to convey, speak swiftly, he retorted. I must firmly assert, I am not indulging in flattery. Robots, unlike humans, do not engage in such behavior. Your mental strength is indeed ranked first in my database, with a value that exceeds the second-ranked individual by 58 times. A feat of astonishing prowess, the electronic voice continued. That being said, Mr. Sun Wubin, your bodily fatigue recovery is currently at 78, while the overall restoration of your injuries stands at 45. Should the recovery continue, efficiency will diminish significantly. It cannot be completed in a short span of time. How long will it take? Fatigue recovery can be achieved in just 3 hours, reaching a complete restoration of progress. However, the recovery from injuries is complex. The first stage requires 48 hours, yielding an approximate recovery rate of 51. The second stage demands 480 hours, with a recovery rate around 54. The third stage indicates that a mere 1 or 2 hours of recuperation is utterly futile. This is indeed the case. And even with ample time, the maximum recovery can only reach 66, 736, leaving 32, 264 as irreparable damage, coupled with impairments that current technology cannot mend. Please decide, shall we continue with the recovery or cease it? My body has sustained such irreparable damage, Sun Wubin exclaimed in astonishment. He did not genuinely believe that his training in the health-oriented Sun Wuliao martial arts had rendered him impervious. Yet he was taken aback by the extent of the damage being greater than anticipated. Despite exercising considerable caution, the damage was still significant. Those martial artists must have suffered even more. It is no wonder they cannot break through the human limits. Contemplating this, Sun Wubin addressed the recovery pod with a calm demeanor. No need to continue. I will leave now. By the way, how long have I been asleep? Approximately 48 minutes. The synthesized voice replied. Only 48 minutes? Quite impressive. I had originally said an hour to awaken, but it seems unnecessary. Stepping out of the recovery pod, Sun Wubin felt a surge of exhilaration. Moreover, your body's energy absorption is astonishing. My database struggles to determine whether this phenomenon is beneficial or detrimental to you. According to biological principles, the voice continued to chatter, but Sun Wubin swiftly pressed the shutdown button and then the capsule retraction button, transforming the recovery pod back into a compact capsule. Now, let the training commence. After retracting the villa, Sun Wubin energetically plunged into the forest. With a swift burst of speed, his figure caused the leaves and grasses on either side to flutter wildly, even dislodging some flowers and fruits from the branches. How can I be so fast? Excitement filled Sun Wubin's eyes. He had not anticipated reaching such speed, especially after merely a 48-minute nap. Soon, he encountered a troop of monkeys. The moment these creatures noticed Sun Wubin's approach, they screeched and hurriedly fled. However, Sun Wubin was too swift. Before some monkeys could even leap away, he had already reached one, seizing it by the scruff of its neck. Laughing heartily, he tossed the first monkey aside and lunged for another, capturing it effortlessly within moments. The monkeys, in a frenzied panic, found their limited intelligence befuddled just earlier that morning. It had taken a considerable amount of time for a human to catch them, yet now, in the blink of an eye, it was as simple as drinking water. My combat prowess in just a brief afternoon nap must equate to what others achieve in half a year. Sun Wubin was equally astonished by his sudden surge in strength. The increase seemed exaggerated. However, he soon realized this extraordinary enhancement was likely due to his inaugural use of the recovery pod. Although Sun Wukong has mastered the martial arts, emphasizing the utmost in physical cultivation and well-being, he initially believed that he had thoroughly healed all the hidden injuries within his body. However, the reality was far from a flawless physique, as he had sustained considerable wear and tear from intense battles between life and death. The recent use of a recovery pod, equipped with advanced technological methods, has significantly remedied many of these subtle injuries that are often imperceptible, resulting in a remarkable surge in Sun Wukong's strength. Should the technology of the recovery pod be even more advanced, the degree of healing for his internal injuries could be further enhanced, leading to an even greater elevation of his power. Of course, Sun Wukong's primary purpose in customizing the recovery pod was to expedite the recovery of physical fatigue and the replenishment of nutritional energy, with the healing of injuries being a mere ancillary benefit. With this device, one could only imagine the heights to which my martial arts training would ascend. In the depths of the primeval forest, Sun Wukong embarked on a new fervor of cultivation. In a certain canyon, 3 colossal saber-toothed tigers glared furiously at the human youth who had dared to escape along the cliffside. As apex predators in the food chain, the saber-toothed tigers could scarcely fathom that one day their prey would elude them, especially when confronted by 3 of their own kind. Sun Wukong leaped to a safe area at the canyon's base, deploying his villa capsule, and, exhausted, collapsed into the recovery pod. The presence of saber-toothed tigers in this region was alarming. These formidable beasts were renowned in the annals of ferocity, and not a single one could he hope to confront. Had it not been for the timely arrival of the recovery pod from Sister Mia, enhancing his strength, he would have met his demise today. The saber-toothed tiger, a terrifying predator, could easily decimate a pride of lions. Were it not for their low reproductive rates and the challenges they faced in reaching maturity, they would likely dominate the ecosystem, leaving little room for other carnivorous species. At his current pace, Sun Wukong estimated he would need at least 4 to 5 more months of training just to approach the territory of the saber-toothed tigers. According to the records, these tigers were new to the area, and their presence transformed his training environment from a mere struggle for survival to a perilous dance on the brink of death. With a probability of mortality reaching 70%, given his normal training speed, it would take no less than half a year to attain a level of strength sufficient to disregard the saber-toothed tigers. Should he consider relocating? With his eyes closed, Sun Wukong felt the various nutrients and medical substances rapidly infusing into his body within the recovery pod, and he sensed his exceedingly fatigued body gradually regaining vitality. The saber-toothed tigers had made their home in the 3825th primeval forest, and with the aid of the recovery pod and some modern protective gear, Sun Wukong found himself enduring encounters with these formidable beasts. Initially, he relied on his high-tech armor to escape to safety whenever he encountered a saber-toothed tiger. Yet, merely a week later, he was astonished to discover that the tigers could no longer keep pace with his speed. This realization brought him great assurance. Another week passed, and Sun Wukong found himself effortlessly evading each of the saber-toothed tiger's ambushes. After yet another week, when faced with a saber-toothed tiger, he did not flee. Instead, he drew the metallic staff from his back and engaged in a fierce confrontation with the beast. In just 1 week, as soon as Sun Wukong withdrew the metallic staff from his back, the sword-ear tiger would turn and flee. In another week, Sun Wukong, unarmed, would boldly launch an attack against the sword-ear tiger. Yet another week later, upon sighting Sun Wukong, the sword-ear tiger would bury its head in the ground, exhibiting a demeanor of docile submission. The efficacy of the healing chamber was astonishing, and it significantly transformed Sun Wukong's training methods. No longer did he hold back, fearing exhaustion would hinder his subsequent sessions. Instead, he pushed himself to the limit, refusing to relent until he could hardly move his fingers. However, regardless of how fatigued or even injured he felt, lying down in the healing chamber for a brief respite of merely 20 minutes would rejuvenate him, rendering him as vigorous as if he had slumbered through the night. Sun Wukong's cultivation progressed like bamboo shoots emerging from the earth, ascending at a pace far surpassing his previous endeavors. 45 days elapsed. The night was profound. Within a dumpling-shaped structure in Forest 3825, Sun Wukong lay quietly in the healing chamber, where the display panel illuminated a series of figures. Fatigue recovery rate 100. Injury recovery rate 65,628. After a month and a half of treatment in the healing chamber, all reparable ailments in Sun Wukong's body had been mended, leaving only irreparable damage. The month spent entangled with the sword-ear tiger, coupled with frenzied training, led to a meteoric rise in his cultivation, yet also an increase in irreversible injuries. The luminous figure on the 5th line of the panel indicated an irreparable damage rate of 34,372. This was a number that could not be reversed, and it only seemed to grow larger, causing Sun Wukong a pang of frustration each time he beheld it. Suddenly, a wolf's howl echoed faintly outside the villa. The 5th line's figure shifted to 34371, then 34370, 34,369, each breath marking a decrement. Clearly, this figure, which should not diminish, was steadily decreasing. At that moment, within Sun Wukong, it felt as if a shell had shattered, instigating a tremendous transformation. Every cell brimmed with vitality. The areas of his body that the healing chamber could not mend began to restore their health gradually. His muscles grew more resilient, his skin became more supple, and his organs strengthened. A formidable aura began to rise from Sun Wukong. The night quietly passed. As the first light of dawn broke, the 5th line on the panel displayed irreparable damage rate 38. His eyelashes fluttered slowly. Sun Wukong awoke, disbelief washing over him. Mr. Sun Wukong, unbelievable. The sharp electronic voice erupted, differing from its usual tone. This time, it sounded particularly urgent, as if it had witnessed something extraordinary. Goodness, can you guess what I have seen? Your irreparable damage has actually vanished. I recall that when you entered the chamber yesterday, the figure was still 34,371. And now look at it. The excited electronic voice exclaimed. Sun Wukong blinked, suddenly realizing. What do you mean? The irreparable damage rate has decreased? How is that possible? Sun Wubin instinctively glanced at the panel, only to be momentarily stunned. He closed his eyes for a brief moment before reopening them. The irreparable damage rate stood at 38. The fifth line on the panel was particularly striking, and it was evident that he had not misread it. 338? Sun Wubin gasped in astonishment. He had long been troubled by the incessant rise of this irreparable damage figure. A premonition washed over him. Should this rate exceed 382, the golden ratio, his martial arts journey would reach an impasse, forever barring him from transcending the limits of the human body. The martial masters of the martial arts realm, too, might be unable to break through the barriers of the human form due to an irreparable damage rate exceeding 382. For the past month, Sun Wubin had been diligently training, his cultivation skyrocketing in tandem with this alarming number, which had surged from 32 to 34 in just a month. He began to contemplate whether he should slow his training pace, but now it felt as though a pie had plummeted from the heavens, leaving him questioning if he was still dreaming. Mr. Sun Wubin, given that the irreparable rate is irreversible, the current situation must indicate an issue with my body. I strongly recommend that you return me to the factory for repairs, echoed the synthetic voice repeatedly. Was the rejuvenation chamber malfunctioning? Stepping out of the chamber, doubt crept in. But as he lifted his gaze, his pupils widened in shock. Only moments before, within the confines of the rejuvenation chamber, he had not perceived the world anew. Now, upon exiting, everything appeared transformed. The world before him was resplendent and vivid. It was akin to having stared at a faded, low-resolution videotape for an eternity, only to suddenly behold a high-definition, 80 million pixel masterpiece. The colors within the villa blossomed into brilliance, and every detail sharpened into clarity. Even the once spotless room revealed the presence of tiny insects, which he had never noticed before. My vision. Sun Wubin recalled the sensation as his eyesight reached the pinnacle of clarity reminiscent of his childhood. Upon stepping outside the villa, the symphony of nature enveloped him. The chirping of insects and the calls of birds resonated with astonishing clarity, including frequencies so low and high that they were typically inaudible to adult ears. The forest around him shone brighter than ever, allowing him to discern the fine hairs on a cricket's legs amidst the grass. This was no illusion. This was not a malfunction. Sun Wubin's mind jolted into full alertness, and exhilaration surged within him. Such a phenomenon could only mean one thing. His body had undergone a tremendous transformation, and those previously irreparable injuries had indeed been healed, achieving a completeness rate of 962 with only 38 damage remaining. A flawless physique. This was truly a flawless body. If he maintained this state, perhaps he could transcend the limits of lifespan like Master Roshi and Master Crane, living for centuries without issue. He clenched his fist slightly, a powerful aura emanating from Sun Wubin. The momentum was so astounding that even Sun Wubin himself sensed an overwhelming power within him. Vitality and strength surged forth, formidable to an astonishing degree. Once again, Sun Wubin felt the immense power and exuberance brought about by the transformation of his body, a sensation that was 100 times more intense than when he first utilized the healing chamber. Chapter 26. Breaking through the gate of realms with a swift exhale. A dark flash darted past, and a great tree fell. Sun Wubin soared out from the wilderness, shooting into the sky and performing intricate maneuvers akin to those of a skilled diver. He executed flips and twists, rising and descending with such fluidity that every movement felt effortless. His body had never felt so agile and unencumbered, as if all pathways within him were unblocked. The Gate of Realms. At last, the gate was truly opened. Sun Wubin was exhilarated, for the limitations of the healing chamber were inconsequential. The data did not elucidate why such changes occurred within his body, yet Sun Wubin understood. He had been awaiting this moment all along. Years ago, he had been stuck at the 113-second mark for the 100-meter dash. Mia believed this was the pinnacle of human capability. But Sun Wubin knew it was not the true limit. It was merely due to the lagging development of other parts of his body. In his martial arts philosophy, the human body, like any complex entity in the world, is a whole that requires comprehensive evolution. After months of stagnation at 113 seconds, while others might have succumbed to frustration, Sun Wubin continued to train, focusing not solely on his lower body strength, but on the entirety of his physique. Even on muscles deemed unnecessary by conventional martial artists, such as the rarely used rear ear muscles, certain abdominal muscles, and those in the gluteal region. This philosophy mirrored the concept of internal martial arts from his past life. Everyone possesses a Taichi, and the body constitutes a universe, an ecosystem that requires the unblocking of all joints to foster a healthy cycle. Though Sun Wubin had not formally studied internal martial arts, He devised his own method of practice based on this philosophy and the martial arts training techniques of this world, subsequently testing them one by one. Indeed, when he trained every part of his body and honed his mental will under pressure, achieving a baseline proficiency across various areas, his overall physical condition transformed, and the long-stalled 113 seconds began to yield. This marked the commencement of a new phase of growth. Though the pace was not exceedingly rapid, it remained steady and unceasing. Consequently, despite his formal training period being quite brief, Sun Wukong still dominated the martial arts tournament, and had it not been for the encounter with the barbarians, he could have advanced even further. It is noteworthy that those who faced Sun Wukong, such as Ma Xian and others, were martial arts masters with at least a decade of experience. Each had reached the limits of human physicality, coupled with extraordinary martial skills. Yet they still could not withstand the power of Sun Wukong's 3 punches and 2 kicks. Certainly, Sun Wukong's decision to forego engagement with the barbarians stemmed from another consideration. Although he possessed the capability to subdue the savages, in comparison to the likes of Sun Wukong, Krillin, Jackie Chan, and even nameless Kirin, he was akin to a mere insect next to a dragon, the disparity in levels being far too great. The majority of martial artists at the martial arts tournament boasted a combat power of approximately 7 points, with the more formidable reaching 10. At that time, my own combat strength was around 13 points, nearly double that of some competitors, allowing me to sweep through them effortlessly. However, when encountering Sun Wukong and his peers, I faced formidable opponents. Sun Wukong himself had achieved an astounding 48 points, while Krillin, albeit not as powerful, still reached 32 points, 2 to 3 times my own strength. Martial artists espoused the principle of confronting challenges head-on and embracing combat. Yet, seeking sheer misery is hardly a reflection of a true martial heart. When Sun Wukong and Krillin first arrived at Turtle Island, their combat strengths were merely 10 and 8 points, respectively, an outcome of years of diligent training. However, under the tutelage of Master Roshi, their strengths surged 4 to 5-fold within just 7 months. This rapid advancement was due to Master Roshi's rigorous training regimen, a method vastly distinct from the traditional, life-preserving approaches previously employed. In the past, I was unable to engage in such intense training. As my body's recovery could not keep pace with the damage sustained, I risked debilitating myself within just a few days. However, the situation has changed. With the barrier now shattered, the energy within me can facilitate self-repair. Although I may not match the recovery speed of Sun Wukong and Krillin at that time, the transformation is monumental, enabling me to undertake such strenuous training. Most crucially, as one progresses in martial arts, the attainment of skill becomes secondary to the mastery of Qi, the fundamental essence. With the barrier opened, its role as a stepping stone is largely fulfilled. Its subsequent function is merely to assist the spirit and Qi. Thus, as long as my body possesses sufficient Qi, the severity of any injury becomes secondary. As long as the damage does not threaten my life, I can swiftly heal through the power of Qi. At that moment, a brilliant light gleamed in Sun Wukong's eyes. "Let us begin the comprehension of Qi," he exclaimed, soaring to a nearby massive rock where he sat cross-legged, ready to delve into the mysteries of Qi. Suddenly, the watch on his wrist chimed, reminding him he had forgotten it was time to speak with his mother. A smile spread across his face as he pressed a button on the watch, quickly engaging in conversation with her. Upon concluding the call, a thought struck him. Sister Mia has always doubted my martial prowess. Now that I have truly opened the barrier, it is time to share my joyous news and offer guidance on her training. Surely, upon witnessing my current achievements, she will finally believe in me. With that, Sun Wukong dialed Mia's number. In a remote mountain village, a striking white castle stood tall. White Castle, a base for the Red Satin Ribbon Legion. The sound of silenced gunfire echoed intermittently. Damn it, where did that woman come from? At this moment, the base was unexpectedly invaded by a tall young girl armed with an array of modern light weaponry, who boldly ventured in alone. The girl, wielding a silenced firearm, swept her gaze ahead, and despite the continuous gunfire, only the faint sounds of pew-pew-pew could be heard, indicating her impeccable aim. Had she missed, the resounding thuds against walls and windows would have betrayed her. "Damn the Crimson Ribbon Corps, I shall annihilate you," Mia exclaimed, tossing aside an empty magazine while swiftly reloading another. "Father, Mother, I will not let your deaths be in vain." With unwavering determination in her eyes, Mia was acutely aware of the formidable strength of the Crimson Ribbon Corps, yet revenge was imperative. She vividly recalled that fateful afternoon when a menacing soldier stormed into her home and abducted her mother. Her father, valiantly defending them, was brutally shot dead. It was her grandmother who, cradling the young Mia, managed to hide them both in the basement. allowing them to escape the onslaught. For many years, Mia relentlessly sought the whereabouts of that group of soldiers, but after a decade of fruitless searching, her hope had begun to wane. Fortunately, her grandfather, Sun Wubin, who had taken her in as his granddaughter, eventually encouraged her to return to the Sun family to manage their dojo. However, upon her return, Mia stumbled upon a military cap through a unique channel, adorned with a red insignia featuring 2 prominent letters. The sight of that cap triggered a flood of memories that had nearly faded away. Indeed, it was the same type of cap worn by the soldiers who had invaded her home. Yet, Mia found herself unable to uncover any information about the army associated with such headgear. After tentatively inquiring with her adoptive younger brother, who was studying in a prestigious class in the northern capital, she learned that it belonged to the Crimson Ribbon Corps. Despite Sun Wubin's warnings about the terrifying might of the Crimson Ribbon Corps, so powerful that even national forces could not vanquish them, Mia felt compelled to avenge her parents. Although her adoptive mother, Mia, treated her with great kindness and she had already established a semblance of a family, Mia's heart longed to find her biological mother and rescue her. Thus, she embarked on a solitary quest to track down the Crimson Ribbon Corps, engaging in train robberies to amass resources. She believed that the sooner she arranged her affairs at home, the more at ease she could be in pursuing vengeance. Moreover, whether in seeking the Crimson Ribbon Corps or exacting revenge, an abundance of money was always advantageous. However, after a few heists, she found herself ensnared by Sun Wubin, forcing her to exercise greater caution in her subsequent endeavors. It was only when Sun Wubin's record sales yielded substantial profits that Mia finally acquired a significant amount of discretionary funds. Subsequently, Mia informed Sun Wubin that she intended to practice in the mountains, while in reality, she continued her search for the Crimson Ribbon Corps, her training merely a facade. After all, Mia had reached the limits of her physical prowess. Further rigorous training would yield minimal advancement. Rather than futilely striving to breach the insurmountable barriers of human potential, she chose to devote her time to seeking her enemies. With the power of considerable wealth at her disposal, Mia ultimately located the base of the Crimson Ribbon Corps, thus setting the stage for her audacious undertaking. Chapter 27. Sun Wukong approaches. Bang, 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 bang. Sparks erupted as bullets struck the wall before Mia, her brow furrowed. It was not until the relentless gunfire began to diminish slightly that she sprang into action, leaping forth with the grace of a leopard. First, she soared upwards, then kicked off the ceiling, her body suspended in midair as the silenced gun in her hand unleashed a rapid succession of bullets. Pew, 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 pew. Each shot found its mark, and in an instant, the cacophony of gunfire began to subside. Lieutenant, that woman is too formidable. We cannot withstand her assault. Requesting permission to use artillery, shouted a soldier adorned with the insignia of a private from a corner. You insolent fool. Who authorized the use of artillery? A thunderous voice erupted from the communication device. No artillery? Are you certain, Lieutenant? The private stammered in fear. Are you deaf? How many times must I repeat myself? From an upper loft, a peculiar figure with pointed ears bellowed at the image on the screen. Listen closely, you must not use artillery. No matter what means you employ. The integrity of this castle must not be compromised. The White Fortress is a masterpiece painstakingly crafted by Colonel Liar in his preferred style. If it is damaged, who will bear the cost? You couldn't afford to replace even 10 of your heads. As the lieutenant finished his tirade, he frowned, murmuring to himself. Where on earth did this lunatic spring from? This is dire. The walls of the White Fortress will likely bear new bullet holes. I hope they can be repaired. Or else Colonel Liar's wrath will be unbearable. The thought of Colonel Liar sent a shiver down his spine. Understood. I will ensure no artillery is used, came the response. However, Lieutenant, we simply cannot hold out much longer. The losses will be catastrophic. You pathetic lot. Are you truly soldiers of the Red Satin Brigade? Allowing a single woman to overpower you? Why not return to your mothers? Even if you cannot withstand her, you must endure. Moreover, lure that woman towards the mechs. Use the mechs to confront her, do you understand? Such a simple tactic, and yet you fail to grasp it. What a bunch of fools. The lieutenant's voice resonated with frustration. Yes, sir. The private dared not question his superior's orders, well aware that a single rank above could spell disaster for them all. Before long, Mia found her advance becoming increasingly effortless. In no time, she kicked open a grand door and rolled inside, her eyes scanning the room. This is... Mia paused, realizing that the towering steel walls before her were anything but ordinary. Oh no, it's a mech. Her expression shifted dramatically as, at that moment, 2 massive steel fists swung towards her. Mia propelled herself forward, her feet pushing off the ground as she leapt away. simultaneously aiming her gun at the joints of the mech and unleashing a barrage of fire. Clang, 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 clang. Sparks erupted where the mech was struck. Yet its movements did not falter in the slightest. To it, the bullets were mere tickles. The mech's fists continued to descend upon Mia, while a steel cable shot towards her. This contraption showed no fear of gunfire. It seemed time to switch to a rocket launcher. Mia suddenly sensed an unprecedented danger. An extraordinary power erupted within her, propelling her forward with unparalleled speed. Bang! The sound echoed, resembling two iron fists colliding. Had Mia not unleashed her extraordinary burst of energy moments ago, that blow would have surely struck her. She dared not let her flesh endure such a heavy iron fist. It was too swift. How could such a creature move with such velocity? Mia's expression darkened as two iron fists, accompanied by a stealthy steel cable, pursued her relentlessly. Even a moment's breath could lead to her downfall. There was no time to wield a rocket launcher. She could do nothing but flee, abandoning all caution in her desperate escape. Bang, bang, bang. The entire mech hangar resonated with a series of thunderous sounds, suddenly silencing as Mia lay motionless on the ground beneath the towering mech. Was she dead? This woman had taken numerous blows from the Black Scorpion. She was surely doomed. Onlookers in the shadows fixated their horrified gazes upon Mia, who lay at the mech's feet. The Black Scorpion's punch could pierce steel. Yet this woman had endured a relentless assault for 10 long seconds before collapsing. Wait. A soldier in the corner widened his eyes. That woman was still alive. Her chest was still rising and falling. He hastily raised his weapon, aiming at her chest, and pulled the trigger. Bang! A burst of sparks erupted. A colossal steel hand appeared before Mia, seizing her body while a steel cable shot forth, binding her securely. The mech then strode toward the exit. Report to the sergeant. The woman is alive. The cornered soldier informed the approaching sergeant. Your eyes are keen. The sergeant scoffed, gazing at the mech carrying the woman, a look of confusion flickering in his eyes. Meanwhile, in a room filled with screens, a lieutenant beamed with excitement. Could this woman's body be made of steel? After enduring so many blows from the Black Scorpion, she remains alive. This is fortuitous. Dr. Grow is developing a top-secret weapon that requires a powerful human body. Hand her over to the doctor, and I shall receive a substantial reward. Perhaps I might even rise 3 ranks. At that point, Colonel Liar wouldn't dare punish me for failing to protect White Fortress. I might even outrank Colonel Liar. The lieutenant glanced at one of the screens, witnessing a building erupt in flames. What is happening? The lieutenant shouted. Report, sir. Sun Wukong is on the wanted list. Came an urgent voice. Sun Wukong? The lieutenant's eyes bulged like light bulbs, and his body trembled. As a member of the ruthless Red Ribbon Army, known for their reckless pursuits, they had resorted to any means necessary in their quest for the Dragon Balls to conquer the world. Murder and arson were commonplace. Everything had seemed fine until they discovered a Dragon Ball was in the hands of an adorably angelic-looking boy. No matter how innocent and charming the boy appeared, it did not deter the Red Ribbon Army. They would still seize him and shoot without hesitation. Yet, upon firing, they realized this adorable little angel was, in fact, a wolf in sheep's clothing. In pursuit of the Dragon Balls held by Sun Wukong, the Red Ribbon Army has deployed its elite forces in recent days. However, Sun Wukong's formidable strength remains unparalleled. The captain, occupying a relatively high-ranking position, was privy to numerous clandestine details, understanding far better than the common soldiers just how terrifying the runner-up of the world's greatest martial arts tournament truly was. Is that really Sun Wukong? He pondered, when suddenly a figure appeared on the screen, a small child adorned with leaves atop his head, dressed in a crimson martial arts uniform, with a tail trailing behind him. Upon seeing this silhouette, the captain's last shred of hope dissipated. Quick! Deploy the cannons, the rocket launchers. No, use missiles, none of those shoulder-mounted ones. Bring out the most powerful weapons we have. All artillery, unleash it without concern for conserving ammunition. The captain bellowed repeatedly. But sir, this could damage the White Fortress. One soldier protested. Fool, the captain shouted back. What matters more, lives or the fortress? Can that woman compare to this demon? If you wish to perish, do not drag me down with you. Bring forth our finest and most advanced weaponry, and open fire on Sun Wukong without hesitation. Prepare the mech squad for immediate support. Understood. Meanwhile, in another part of Earth, there stood a dilapidated and sparsely furnished old house, its modest room barely accommodating a small bed and a desk. Sun Wukong stood before the desk, gazing at the brick-like voicemail device. Initially, he had attempted to call Mia, but she had never answered. After 2 consecutive days of silence, he sensed something amiss. Returning to his hometown to inquire with the caretaker of his mother, He learned that Mia still called at her usual times, but when Sun Wukong attempted to respond, he discovered it was merely a pre-recorded message she had set up long ago. At that moment, even the dimmest intellect would comprehend the perilous nature of Mia's actions. With the assistance of the police, Sun Wukong located this place. The voicemail device bore a note, which he picked up and began to read. Dear brother, when you read this letter, I may still be alive, or perhaps I have already departed this world. As he read the note, Sun Wukong's heart trembled, and he collapsed onto the edge of the bed, struggling to process the entirety of the message. What should I do? Mia had not mentioned where she was going or whom she sought vengeance against, and having been missing for several days without a word. Sun Wukong's usually sharp mind momentarily faltered, leaving him feeling utterly disoriented. He had no siblings, and Mia was like a true sister to him, a genuine family member. Mr. Sun, spoke the middle-aged police officer beside him, donning a wide-brimmed hat. He could see that this renowned singer was now in a state of distress, and as a police officer, he was eager to assist. Do you require my help? Officer, my sister may have ventured into a very dangerous place, and I fear for her life, Sun Wukong replied. Where has she gone? If I knew that, I would not be so lost, Sun Wukong rasped. Uncertain of her whereabouts, a sense of vexation engulfed him. Tracking an individual's movements is no trivial endeavor, particularly when your sister appears to be a formidable martial artist. The police exhibited their own difficulties, and locating someone naturally requires time. What should be done? Sun Wukong pressed his hand against his chest, feeling a tightness within. Could it be that after losing my father and with my mother falling ill, I might also lose my sister forever? The mere thought intensified the discomfort in Sun Wukong's heart. Indeed, while others may face challenges, Mr. Sun Wukong, with your wealth, you should still possess some financial resources. As long as one can afford the expenses, it is plausible, the police officer suggested, for money can indeed facilitate many endeavors. If you had 70 to 80 million, it would be possible to find your sister within a day or two. Really? Sun Wukong grasped the middle-aged officer's hand fervently. I will pay whatever it takes. If it means rescuing my sister, I would willingly part with not just 70 or 80 million, but even 7 or 8 billion. Although Sun Wukong currently lacked such funds, it was of little consequence. Rescuing her might prove challenging, the middle-aged officer cautioned. However, if we know where she is, it should still be feasible. I know someone. He possesses a friend skilled in divination, though it costs several tens of millions for a single reading. Divination? A flicker of inspiration ignited in Sun Wukong's mind. Are you referring to the fortune-telling matriarch? The one in the desert? So it is her. Sun Wukong exclaimed. You know her? The middle-aged officer was taken aback. For the fortune-telling matriarch was not common knowledge, and even those who had heard of her regarded her as mere legend. He had only learned of this legendary figure's existence through his duties. I certainly do, Sun Wukong declared, striding out of the building. With a leap, he ascended to the rooftop of a distant structure, and with another bound, he vanished from sight. The middle-aged officer blinked, momentarily disoriented, losing track of Sun Wukong. Is this the true prowess of a martial artist? The officer pondered, feeling a sense of awe, realizing that even a barrage of gunfire would not reach such a person. After regaining his composure, he thought, this is different. I have encountered numerous top martial artists in my line of work, yet the world of geniuses remains incomprehensible. The middle-aged officer shook his head and proceeded to his police vehicle. Chapter 28. The shock of that scene in an armored vehicle, Mia slowly awoke, only to be confronted with a scene that would haunt her for a lifetime, even in death. Boom, 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 boom. The sound of artillery reverberated through the air as the White Fortress unleashed a symphony of gunfire, countless machine guns spitting forth tongues of flame, while aircraft erupted in fiery sparks. Amidst the cacophony of explosions, a figure maneuvered through the chaos, deflecting projectiles with his fists, evading others, and even kicking some back. Following the ordinary shells came colossal missiles. After the smaller ones, the larger ones followed, yet within the endless smoke and fire, that singular figure continued to flicker into view. The artillery was ineffective. The rockets were futile. Missiles, even the most formidable of them, proved utterly ineffective. The bullets from machine guns struck his body as if colliding with steel ingots, resulting only in ricocheting projectiles. The once intact White Fortress now lay in ruins, reduced to crumbling walls and debris, a stark testament to the fierce battle waged between the Red Ribbon Army and this enigmatic figure. Was this reality? Suddenly, Mia recalled the tales spun by her boastful younger brother, Sun Wukong. Approximately 3 centuries ago, our world bore witness to the emergence of a supremely malevolent overlord, Bic. Bic was immensely powerful. No army, no weapon, regardless of its might, could hope to defeat him. Once one's combat prowess reached a certain threshold, all conventional weaponry, bullets, shells, rockets, and missiles, could be disregarded or repelled. The magnitude of martial arts transcends imagination, dear Sister Mia. Do not dismiss it. We have yet to even pass the initial stage of our training in martial arts, rendering us feeble. However, once we cross that threshold, the possibilities are boundless. Akin to fish leaping in vast oceans or cranes soaring in the sky, the enhancement of one's abilities occurs at a geometric rate. Truly adept martial artists possess the capability to obliterate stars and extinguish worlds with but a gesture. Achieving the strength to kick incoming missiles as if they were mere balls is not insurmountable. With my guidance, it should take no more than 3 years. The echoes of Wubin's past boasts resurfaced in Mia's mind. Though he was prone to exaggeration, the existence of such formidable individuals in this world was undeniable. At that moment, she beheld the child amidst the tumult of battle, the one adorned in fiery orange attire, wielding a stick and piloting a flying vessel that resembled a cloud. Who is this child? Mia pondered, her gaze suddenly narrowing as she observed a massive assembly of steel giants rising ominously from one corner of the white fortress. It was a mechanized battalion. These machines were precisely the type that had previously assailed her, once she had barely survived. Now, an entire squadron was targeting that child. Could he withstand such an onslaught? Run! Mia cried hoarsely, but soon her eyes widened in astonishment once more. The child plunged into the midst of the mech throng. Bang! 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 Each punch landed with ferocity, each kick unleashed with power, as though a tiger had infiltrated a flock of sheep. No, these metal behemoths were not even worthy of that comparison. They were as fragile as paper. A mere swing of his small fist pierced through the armored giants. A kick, propelled by sheer force, sent one mech hurtling through the air, colliding with a dozen others and leaving devastation in its wake. In mere moments, nearly 100 mechs from the battalion lay in ruins. Flee! We must escape. A trembling giant beside Mia stammered, as if he had seen a ghost, muttering incoherently. No wonder those in command had gone mad with terror at the sight of this child, unleashing every weapon at their disposal. Was this truly a human? Flee! We must flee at once. Fortunately, the command I received was to escort this woman away from the armored vehicle, fleeing into the distance under the cover of the raging battle, soon vanishing into the horizon. The sand swirled wildly. In this desert, there lay an oasis, within which stood a grand palace, opulent enough to resemble a royal residence, where a strikingly handsome young man was smiling at an elderly woman. Could you kindly divine my sister Mia's current whereabouts? Sun Wubin respectfully inquired. The diviner, an elderly woman known as the sister of the turtle hermit, possessed an unusually long nose and perpetually wore a tall, wide-brimmed black witch's hat. Though her appearance was far from attractive, she wielded the extraordinary ability to foresee the future and traverse the realms of the living and the dead. In the original Dragon Ball universe, the warrior's remarkable growth was significantly attributed to her irreplaceable role in ensuring Earth's survival through numerous crises. Sun Wubin held her in high regard. The elderly woman before him, clad in black with pink hair, bore a striking resemblance to the diviner he had seen on television, yet emanated a mysterious and unsettling aura, making him feel inexplicably uneasy. The diviner's expression shifted suddenly, her eyes widening in surprise. Young man, given your age, your spiritual sight should have long since faded. How is it that you can still perceive the dark energy surrounding me? Do you possess the aptitude for my craft? Her wrinkled eyes sparkled as she gazed at Sun Wubin, akin to a parched woman encountering a handsome stranger. Sun Wubin trembled slightly and chuckled. Diviner, you jest. I have merely attained a state of flawless martial cultivation. Flawless? The diviner's lips curled into a sardonic smile. Every martial practitioner claims to be flawless. Could it be that you truly are? Impossible. My flawless state is genuine. Sun Wubin continued with a smile. I have unlocked the gates of the human body and reached a level akin to that of an infant. Children can perceive realms beyond the sight of adults, such as the spirits of the deceased. Sun Wubin, having cultivated to this point, had indeed opened these gates and achieved a true state of flawlessness. His health was comparable to that of a normal child, rendering him particularly sensitive to the dark energy emanating from the diviner, a realization that dawned upon him. Is that so? The diviner appeared skeptical, narrowing her eyes as she scrutinized Sun Wubin, seemingly deep in thought. Diviner, I implore you to foresee my sister Mia's current situation. She may be in grave danger, and I must rescue her without delay, Sun Wubin pleaded earnestly. Oh, the diviner nodded. Then her demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Her hoarse voice carried a hint of excitement. Have you brought enough money? Remember, it must be 10 million. No less, not even a single cent. I have it. Sun Wubin promptly retrieved a card containing 10 million and handed it over, fully aware of the diviner's insatiable appetite for wealth. Very well. The moment her gaze fell upon the card, her eyes gleamed as brightly as the stars in the night sky. Indeed, this is a matter of great significance. You possess considerable insight, and it is evident that the old woman has grown increasingly fond of you. By the way, have you ever considered becoming my disciple? By following her, I could attain immortality, traversing freely between the realms of the living and the dead, guiding souls to the light and bringing the living to the shadows for divination. Sun Wubin felt a profound urgency in the world of Dragon Balls. The mightiest beings are the supreme martial artists, while others are mere illusions. The old woman's divination skills are similarly inconsequential, and he had no desire to squander time on such trivialities. My aspirations lie solely in the martial arts. I wish to learn nothing else. I implore you, kindly hasten with the divination. If we delay, I fear I may not reach my sister in time, Sun Wubin insisted. Unappreciative. Very well. I shall perform the divination for you, the old woman rasped, then extended her gnarled hands toward the enormous crystal ball that could encompass her entire being, reciting incantations. A cacophony of disorienting sounds erupted, and the crystal ball revealed an image of a house brimming with glass jars, tubes, and machinery. Within this abode was a platform reminiscent of a therapeutic pod, upon which lay a tall young woman. She was bound tightly by numerous metallic arms from head to toe, and a peculiar red helmet obscured half of her face, rendering her features nearly unrecognizable. Sister Mia, Sun Wubin exclaimed, recognizing her silhouette and demeanor. Even the slightest glimpse of her shoulder was enough for him to identify her. It is indeed Sister Mia. Tears nearly brimmed in his eyes as he observed her motionless form upon the platform, appearing lifeless, with tubes inserted into her restrained body. The surrounding scene was unmistakable to Sun Wubin, a prodigy from the North City. It was the laboratory of a top-tier scientist. It was evident that some unknown individual had taken Mia and subjected her to experimentation. Child, cease your lamentations. The girl is not dead, the old woman interjected, her chin resting in thought. Let me see. It appears she has been captured by the Red Ribbon Army and is currently in Dr. Gero's laboratory. To be of interest to Dr. Gero, this girl must possess exceptional qualities. Here, I shall provide you with a map. Whether you can rescue her is entirely up to you, she stated as she recited a few more incantations, causing the image within the crystal ball to shift. Sun Wubin diligently memorized the details displayed in the crystal ball. Grandmother, it is done, he said. Here is a piece of good news for you. Free of charge, a powerful martial artist named Sun Wukong may be able to find your sister, the old woman informed him. Sun Wukong? Sun Wubin's heart leaped with hope, though a shadow of concern lingered. Enough. I have completed your request. Now leave. The old woman rasped, her tone dripping with impatience. Thank you for your assistance. Once I have rescued my sister, I wish to inquire about my mother's illness, Sun Wubin responded. Your first divination costs 1 million. For a second. You must defeat the 5 experts I have contracted, the old woman replied coldly. I am willing to pay. Sun Wubin was deeply engrossed in conversation, contemplating the 5 formidable experts hired by the fortune-telling matron. Their martial prowess was astonishing, but what truly unsettled him were the peculiar abilities possessed by some, particularly the demon man. Sun Wubin lacked the confidence to withstand his infernal beam. Others might manage, but you certainly cannot. The fortune-telling matron remarked with a dismissive roll of her eyes. Why not? Sun Wubin retorted, his eyes wide with disbelief. No reason. Simply because I have taken a liking to you, she grinned, revealing her crooked yellowed teeth as she emitted a raspy, eerie laugh. Her criteria for accepting disciples were exceedingly stringent, and Sun Wubin was a rare candidate who had caught her eye and met her standards. However, he seemed oblivious to her intentions. Like me, a wave of goosebumps erupted across Sun Wubin's skin, and he transformed into a wisp of smoke, vanishing into the distance. That was swift. The fortune-telling matron's eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at the direction where Sun Wubin had just disappeared. After a moment, a smile crept across her face. What a clever lad. His martial skills are indeed impressive. This old woman underestimated him. Chapter 29. The Wrath of the Black Marshal in a frigid landscape. The biting wind howled. Area 8784, with its perennially sub-zero temperatures, was scarcely inhabited by humans. Here lay the most clandestine stronghold of the Crimson Satin Corps, along with Dr. Gro's research base. Here we are. Sun Wubin stood behind a massive boulder, surveying the continuous fortifications nestled within the canyon ahead. This place was indeed well concealed. No wonder the Crimson Satin Corps thrived even amidst the onslaught of regular troops. It was time to commence. Mia, I hope you can hold on. Sun Wubin hoisted the immense package behind him and swiftly made his way toward the fortress. His mission was to rescue, and thus, he could not confront the Crimson Satin Corps as Sun Wukong had. Under the veil of night, Sun Wubin's figure darted silently, disappearing in mere moments. As the night unfolded, the fortress in the canyon remained eerily tranquil, until a thunderous explosion shattered the silence. A fireball illuminated the sky, giving rise to a colossal mushroom cloud. Boom, boom. Tremors echoed at intervals, shaking the very earth. In the sky, dozens of miles south of the canyon, a yellow cloud emitted a peculiar sound as it raced through the air. Seated cross-legged atop this cloud was a young boy wrapped in warm clothing, shielding his eyes to peer into the distance. The Crimson Satin Corps is utterly despicable. I shall not let them escape unscathed, especially after they stole 2 more Dragon Balls. Sun Wukong exclaimed, turning his gaze toward the left, where a massive mushroom cloud was slowly dissipating. Having weathered many battles, he instantly recognized the ominous sign. An explosion. Could that be the base of the Crimson Satin Corps? Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had been searching for their headquarters for quite some time. Nimbus Cloud. Full speed ahead. He pointed toward the mushroom cloud, and the yellow cloud beneath him surged forth, hurtling toward the flames and the ominous cloud. Inside the headquarters of the Crimson Satin Corps, a room filled with screens buzzed with activity. Here lies the control room of the highest echelon of the Red Ribbon Army, a sanctum accessible to no more than 10 individuals. At this moment, the room is occupied by only 2 figures. One, a towering black man, formidable as an iron tower, his eyes glimmering with a predatory coldness. Yet, when his gaze falls upon the other occupant, it transforms into one of deference. The other is a short, one-eyed middle-aged man, his head adorned with a mane of fiery red hair. Damn it! The one-eyed man exclaims, a cigar clasped between his fingers, as he slams his hand forcefully upon the table. Who can tell me who is attacking the headquarters? Marshal Ritter, could it be Sun Wukong? The tall black man, Black, responds with respect. Marshal Ritter, also known as the Black Marshal, is the architect of the entire Red Ribbon Army and its supreme commander, the very embodiment of loyalty and emulation for Black. Perhaps, Ritter replies coldly. The dragon radar indicates that Sun Wukong is still a good 10 miles away, while the enemy has infiltrated the castle's interior. His voice is like ice, one eye glinting with ferocity. That individual has just destroyed Base 86 and has undoubtedly reached Base 87. Fire the cannons, engage all firepower, and obliterate Base 87 with guided missiles. Black's face reveals astonishment. The Marshal, in his quest to eliminate the enemy, is prepared to annihilate his own forces as well. Yet, he quickly realizes that an unseen adversary has wreaked havoc upon over 20 of their bases without revealing themselves, far more terrifying than a brute like Sun Wukong. An excellent strategy, Marshal. Black's eyes shimmer with a murderous glint. These worthless scoundrels, if we cannot fend off the enemy, they might as well perish. With their orders given, a resounding boom erupts as missiles are launched, and a mushroom cloud ascends where Base 87 once stood. Moments later, as the cloud dissipates, all that remains of the once thriving base is a massive crater, the remnants of the Red Ribbon Army reduced to mere dust. Whoever you may be, beneath this cannon fire, you shall be reduced to ashes. Ritter grins with a sinister smile as he gazes at the screen, now merely a gaping pit, where Base 87 stood. Marshal Ritter's methods are indeed formidable, Black chuckles, acknowledging the talent of his commander. If it were not for the impending arrival of Sun Wukong, we would have had more resources to spare. Humph. He huffs, feeling a surge of frustration at the loss of over 20 bases to an unidentified enemy. By the way, Sun Wukong is approaching from this direction. Prepare everyone for battle. We must strike with lethal precision, Ritter commands coolly. Just then, a resounding crash reverberates through the air. What is happening? Ritter and Black share a sense of unease, only to witness the screen flicker erratically, all images vanishing into oblivion. How can the images be lost? This is Dr. Jero's surveillance system. Ritter's expression darkens as he reaches for the telephone receiver, about to speak. Boom. Another deafening explosion shakes the castle, plunging the world into darkness, extinguishing all lights in the control room. Ritter and Black are momentarily taken aback. At that moment, a cacophony of explosions erupts. Damn it. Wright was both astonished and furious, pondering the unfolding events. At that moment, in the outer base, explosions erupted at Base 88, Base 89, and Base 90. Within a corridor of the central area, a figure appeared silently, adorned with a splendid mane of black hair, carrying a burden akin to a mountain as they traversed the passageway. Indeed, this was the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army. Sun Wukong reflected on this. his spirit reaching a peak as he noted the series of explosions at the army's bases and the disruptions in communication lines, all of which bore his signature. As a force that struck terror into the hearts of conventional armies, the Red Ribbon Army was undeniably powerful, bolstered by the brilliance of scientists like Dr. Gero. Yet, their relatively short history left them lacking in depth and experience. Despite Dr. Gero's exceptional talents, the multitude of projects he undertook, from androids to robotic mechs, cutting-edge firearms, missiles, and armored vehicles, spread his focus too thin. Moreover, this time, they were at odds with the destined child of the Dragon Ball world, Son Goku. Opposing such a fated individual was no trivial matter. Even the formidable Tao Pai Pai, who could vanquish Goku with a mere flick of his tongue, ultimately fell short and inadvertently elevated Goku's status. Thus, despite the Red Ribbon Army's plethora of elite warriors, they repeatedly found themselves outmaneuvered by Goku, depleting their resources time and again. By the time Sun Wukong infiltrated the headquarters, the defense had dwindled to merely 50% of the army's peak strength. Yet, this was still considerable. Such power rendered it nearly impossible for anyone to infiltrate undetected, including Goku himself. However, one must not forget that Sun Wukong was a top student from the northern capital, standing on par with Bulma. Bulma's prowess in science was well recognized, while Dr. Gero might have held an advantage over her. Facing her current capabilities would prove challenging. Although Sun Wukong was not a match for Bulma, he was not directly engaging in a technological duel with Dr. Gero. Furthermore, his martial prowess now placed him among the strongest on Earth, with only a handful of individuals rivaling him. Consequently, the once overbearing surveillance technology of the Red Ribbon Army crumbled under Sun Wukong's deft manipulation, becoming nothing more than scrap metal, while the soldiers, once vigilant, were rendered blind and deaf by his superior martial arts. Of course, the fortress's technological facilities and military presence were not mere window dressing. Thus, Sun Wukong had only managed to sever the primary power and communication lines of the fortress at this juncture. Guided by the crystal visions of the fortune teller, he navigated through the array of buildings until he reached Dr. Gero's laboratory, the most securely guarded location within the fortress. Sun Wukong proceeded with utmost caution, his footsteps as silent as a feather, surrounded by an oppressive stillness devoid of sound. Indeed, Sun Wukong's ability to silently dismantle the formidable defenses of the Red Ribbon Army was significantly aided by the insights from the fortune teller's crystal visions. Though the fortune teller cherishes wealth, her services are indeed rendered splendidly when the payment is ample. At that moment, when revealing Mia's whereabouts to Sun Wukong, the crystal showcased the fortress from every conceivable angle, distant vistas, close-ups, a complete 360-degree view, illuminating especially the location of Dr. Gero. As Sun Wukong stealthily approached Dr. Gero's laboratory, the yellow nimbus cloud finally soared above the canyon where the fortress was situated. To his astonishment, Sun Wukong beheld chaos below. Chapter 30, Vanished. Atop the red satin ribbon fortress, a multitude of military aircraft hovered ominously, while beneath lay a scene of devastation, with massive craters evident, craters that Sun Wukong, with his experience, instinctively recognized as the result of missile strikes. Just as he gazed in disbelief, a thunderous explosion erupted, a blinding white light flashing as a colossal mushroom cloud ascended from an otherwise intact section of the fortress. What had transpired with the Red Satin Ribbon Army? Sun Wukong's eyes widened. It was evident that the army was under attack. But by whom? Who possessed such formidable power? The destruction mirrored his own capabilities. If it were a large force, there would be no absence of personnel. Boom, boom. A torrential barrage of artillery suddenly rained down upon Sun Wukong, interspersed with a hail of machine gun fire. Preparations for war to confront Sun Wukong had been issued before communications were severed. Even without such orders, the presence of an outsider at the Red Satin Ribbon Army's fortress would undoubtedly provoke an assault. How detestable! Sun Wukong unsheathed his Rui Jingu Bang and charged forth. Approaching the corridor leading to Dr. Gero, he heard the resounding cacophony of cannon fire. What was the Red Satin Ribbon Army up to? Sun Wukong leaned closer to the window, scanning the skies, his eyes widening as he noticed artillery firing from all directions. What were they attacking? He hesitated to descend further. He was not Sun Wukong and lacked the Nimbus Cloud and Rui Jingu Bang. Moreover, revealing his true identity would not benefit his rescue mission. This assault seemed aimless. Perhaps a frenzy, or had the sudden chaotic attack by the Red Satin Ribbon Army disrupted Sun Wukong's plans? An uneasy feeling gnawed at him. Just then, a flash of red streaked across the sky, followed by a yellow cloud. So, it was Sun Wukong who had arrived, causing him unnecessary anxiety. Sun Wukong turned away from the window and hastened towards Dr. Gero's quarters. With Sun Wukong's presence, Dr. Gero would likely seek to relocate. He hoped it wasn't too late. In the Dragon Ball Saga, though it appeared that Sun Wukong had annihilated the Red Satin Ribbon Army, the truth was far more complex. Dr. Gero had escaped and utilized the remnants of the army's resources to create androids, which later posed significant challenges for Sun Wukong and his comrades in the Cosmic Arc. The matter of the androids even led to Sun Wukong's own demise. Sun Wukong feared that Dr. Gero, terrified by his arrival, might kill Mia or abduct her. No. He had to hasten his pace. Upon reflecting on the outcome of Dr. Glow's flight from the fearsome Sun Wukong, Sun Wubin cast aside his caution. Abandoning the notion of stealth, he propelled himself forward with explosive speed, akin to a cannonball. The corridor echoed with thunderous sounds as he rapidly approached a door. Drawing his treasured sword, he slightly opened the door, and in an instant, his entire being darted through the narrow gap. The crystalline display revealed that 8 elite experts should be stationed here, each positioned at specific angles, while Sun Wubin aimed his weapon at the locations etched in his mind. The sharp sounds of gunfire erupted, but as he scanned his surroundings, the action of pulling the trigger abruptly ceased. To his astonishment, the area was desolate. Not a soul was present where there ought to have been many. Could it be that the turmoil outside had driven everyone away? Yet this was the heart of Dr. Glow's experiments. Sun Wubin's mind raced, yet his body pressed forward without a moment's hesitation. Even if he faced a den of dragons and tigers ahead, he would charge through with utmost speed. Bang, bang, bang. He rushed forward, undeterred, even when encountering the high security zones depicted in the crystal display. However, the first security zone was empty, the second equally so, and the third still void of life. Gradually, despair settled within Sun Wubin. This scenario suggested a possibility he dreaded to contemplate. With a forceful kick, he burst through the final protective door, rolling inside. A swift glance around chilled his heart further. This last area too was devoid of protection. Even at the threshold of Dr. Glow's laboratory, there was no guard in sight. With a grim expression, Sun Wubin cleaved at the grand door with his sword, then kicked it open, peering within to find emptiness. The room was barren, containing nothing but 4 walls, devoid of even a single chair, let alone the intricate experimental apparatuses that once filled the space in the crystalline images. The worst-case scenario had materialized. Sun Wubin's mind nearly ceased functioning for a fleeting moment. If any member of the Red Satin Brigade were to discover him now, even the most inept soldier wielding a weapon crafted by Dr. Glow could easily end his life. Suddenly, a missile struck nearby, exploding with a force that hurled Sun Wubin against the wall. Cursing under his breath, he regained his composure. Mia might still be alive. Perhaps Dr. Glow had taken her. If he could locate Glow's new hideout, there was still a chance to rescue his sister. Bursting from the building, he recalled the direction where the key figures of this fortress resided. The whereabouts of Dr. Glow were not known to the ordinary Red Satin soldiers. Only those of true high rank would possess such knowledge. Bombs detonated around Sun Wubin's vicinity, the result of artillery shells he had deftly kicked back into the air. Each explosion possessed the lethal capability to obliterate the Sun Wubin from the martial arts tournament era. However, at this moment, he merely needed to evade the epicenter of the blasts. The path ahead led to the upper echelons of the Red Ribbon Army. And with Sun Wubin no longer concealing his presence, he frequently encountered soldiers of the Red Ribbon Army, firing upon him with guns and cannons. Boom! A colossal black scorpion mech charged towards Sun Wubin, its iron fist swinging menacingly. Get lost! Sun Wubin swiftly propelled himself away, and the imposing mech, which had previously toyed mercilessly with Mia, could not match his speed. With a single stroke, he cleaved through its joint, rendering it as fragile as paper, causing one massive arm to crash to the ground, while Sun Wubin had already darted past the mech, vanishing into another building. What sort of master is this? The pilot, battered and bruised within the mech, widened his eyes in disbelief. He surveyed the area but found no trace of the assailant. Glancing skyward, he glimpsed fleeting flashes of red and yellow, the unmistakable figures of Sun Wukong and his Nimbus cloud engaged in battle with the army. Sun Wukong was a veritable demon, and this newcomer was equally fearsome. This was too perilous. He resolved to retreat to his homeland. The mech pilot, trembling with fear, began to stealthily maneuver his damaged machine away. He was not alone. Many astute members of the Red Ribbon Army shared a similar sentiment, realizing that their faction was on the brink of annihilation. Thus, from the lowest-ranking soldiers to the highest officials, a mass exodus commenced. The defeat was as swift as a landslide. In mere moments, the sound of artillery and gunfire dwindled, ultimately fading into silence. Above the canyon, The few remaining aircraft fled in all directions, while the sparse vehicles, cars, motorcycles, armored transports, and even mechs scattered towards the horizon. Yet, Sun Wukong did not cease his assault. A super mech, vastly larger than any he had encountered previously, set its sights on him. At that moment, Sun Wukong forcefully kicked open the headquarters' main door. Inside the command center, a stout, red-haired middle-aged man with a black eye patch glared with a single eye, sprawled on the ground. Having witnessed Dragon Ball, Sun Wukong immediately recognized this one-eyed figure. Marshal Rit had perished. The supreme leader of the Red Ribbon Army, the architect of the organization, was dead. As Sun Wukong beheld Rit's lifeless body, the emptiness of the command center weighed heavily upon him, casting his expression into a stormy gloom. Unquestionably, akin to the narrative in the original tale, the Red Ribbon Army had succumbed to internal strife at the final hour. Upon discovering that Rit sought the Dragon Balls not for world domination, but to attain a stature as towering as that of his loyal lieutenant, Vice Marshal Black, Rit's most devoted subordinate felt profoundly humiliated and shot him down. Judging by the scene, Rit had not been dead long. Could it be that the super mech battling Sun Wukong outside was piloted by Vice Marshal Black? Very well. Black was no match for Sun Wukong and would soon meet his demise. I must act swiftly. Sun Wukong burst forth from the main control room, leaping onto the rooftop, where he beheld an astonishing sight. Kamehameha, he proclaimed, placing his hands at his sides, unleashing a brilliant beam of white light that pierced through the colossal super mech, greater than any other mechanical construct, and the only one remaining to engage in battle against him. With a resounding explosion, a magnificent firework erupted in the sky. Chapter 31. The passionate Wukong Blake has perished. Sun Wukong extended his hand to grasp the radiant orange-yellow light that emanated from the center of the explosion. As the light dissipated, he stared blankly at his palm, revealing a glass orb with a red pentagram at its core. Blake was dead, as was Ret, the highest commanders of the Red Ribbon Army. Who else knew the whereabouts of Dr. Gero? Sun Wukong tucked the Dragon Ball into his pocket and leaped from the rooftop, charging towards a soldier who had yet to escape. Tell me, where is Dr. Gero? I don't know. With a sudden explosion, the soldier's head burst apart, and Sun Wukong swiftly moved on to the next target. Where is Dr. Gero? I swear I don't know. Please, spare me. Then perish. One by one, the remnants of the Red Ribbon soldiers fell before Sun Wukong until there were none left, or those remaining had concealed themselves from his pursuit. Yet the location of Dr. Gero remained undisclosed. Hey, a voice called out. A yellow cloud approached and halted before Sun Wukong. Ah, it's you, Sun Wukong, he exclaimed joyfully. But his expression shifted to one of caution as he drew his Rui Jingu Bang. Sun Wukong, what brings you to the Red Ribbon Army? Are you one of them too? Sun Wukong's visage darkened. Had it not been for him, Dr. Gero would not have fled in terror. But could this truly be blamed on Sun Wukong? Moreover, in his past life as a fan of Dragon Ball, Sun Wukong had always admired the original Sun Wukong. It's you. Sun Wukong managed a strained smile. I am not affiliated with the Red Ribbon Army. My sister has gone missing, and I learned from the fortune teller that she was captured by Dr. Gero. I came here to rescue her, but it seems Dr. Gero has vanished. The tension in Sun Wukong's body eased. He was all too familiar with the wickedness of the Red Ribbon Army, and he believed Sun Wukong's words. Sun Wukong, if you discover the whereabouts of Dr. Gero, I can assist you in rescuing your sister. Feeling a sense of camaraderie, Sun Wukong's spirits lifted, for it was rare to encounter a familiar face in such a dire place. That may prove difficult. The fortune teller may be able to divine Dr. Gero's location, but she has already performed one reading for me. It seems she intentionally complicates matters for me. She will only assist if I defeat 5 of her warriors. Yet those warriors possess peculiar abilities beyond my capacity to handle, Sun Wukong explained. Are those warriors truly formidable? The eyes of Sun Wukong, the relentless warrior, gleamed with excitement as he tightened his grip on the Rui Jingu Bang and exclaimed, let me assist you in defeating those valiant fighters. Sun Wutian hesitated, recalling the original tale in which, after acquiring the 6th Dragon Ball, Sun Wukong's radar failed to reveal the location of the final Dragon Ball, leading him to suspect a malfunction and seek Bulma's help. At that moment, Bulma was piloting an aircraft, carrying Master Roshi, Krillin, Yamchu, Oolong, and Puar, intending to either dissuade or rescue Sun Wukong from the Red Ribbon Army's headquarters. Thus, as Sun Wukong soared out of the canyon on his Nimbus cloud, he encountered Bulma and her companions. After reaching Master Roshi's abode to retrieve tools to repair the radar, Bulma discovered that it still could not detect the last Dragon Ball. Consequently, Master Roshi suggested consulting the fortune-telling old woman to divine the Dragon Ball's location. Naturally, Sun Wukong and his companions lacked the requisite 10 million, leading to a confrontation with 5 warriors under the old woman's command, which kept her occupied. Sun Wukong believed that Sun Wutien feared his own inadequacy and thus would be of no assistance. He confidently proclaimed, "I am significantly stronger now. More than double my power during the martial arts tournament, so you need not worry about me." Sun Wutien's lips twitched at this assertion. He was acutely aware of Sun Wukong's prowess. During the tournament, Sun Wutien had only possessed a power level of 48, yet just days prior. After narrowly escaping from Tao Pai Pai, he ascended the Karen Tower, and, within a mere 3 days, his strength surged from 50 or 60 to nearly 140. Moreover, unlike Sun Wutien, who harbored complex thoughts, Sun Wukong possessed an innocent and selfless heart, perfectly counteracting the malevolent abilities of the old woman's demonic warriors. While others with power levels of 5 or 600 failed to defeat her minions, Sun Wukong could prevail. "I am not concerned for your strength. Rather, I am astonished at the extent of your destruction upon the Red Ribbon Army's fortress. Even Pilaf's super mech was obliterated under your might." Revealing the extraordinary level you have attained, Sun Wutien remarked. "Not all of this devastation is my doing," Sun Wukong replied with a bashful smile. A hint of confusion in his eyes. He pondered who might have caused such ruin before his arrival. How peculiar. Who could it be? Perhaps it was old Master Jackie? As he stroked his chin in contemplation, he recalled the chaotic battle against the Red Ribbon Army, where projectiles rained down and bullets incessantly struck him, leaving him little time to notice anything else. After the tumult had settled, he eagerly sought the Dragon Balls that had been ejected from the Super Mech's explosion. It was only upon finding one that he noticed Sun Wutien standing there in a daze, prompting him to soar over on his Nimbus cloud in excitement. Though Sun Wukong observed Sun Wutien's every movement and noted his commendable skills, it did not astonish him to any great extent. Furthermore, he recalled Master Rashi's words from the night of the preliminaries. "Sun Wutien is unlike the rest of you. While you possess immense potential, he is of pure earthly descent. Lacking such potential, compared to you and Krillin, this pure earthling is akin to an ant. No matter how much he trains, he remains merely a formidable ant." Despite Sun Wukong's naivety, he had a commendable memory, particularly regarding matters related to martial arts. Master Rashi's words on martial arts have earned the unwavering trust of Sun Wukong. Otherwise, he would not have achieved his current stature. Indeed, this sentiment holds merit, for throughout the extensive history of Earth, there has yet to be a pure-blooded individual who has transcended that threshold. "Sun Wukong, do you not require my assistance?" he inquired. "You might not be of help." Suddenly, Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with realization. "Indeed, you can assist me, but not in battling the warriors. Instead, you must seek out the fortune teller under your own name. Typically, the fortune teller charges 10 million for her services. I possess a card containing that amount. Take it and consult her. When you approach her, do not mention that you are searching for my sister. Simply state that you seek the whereabouts of Dr. Gero to eliminate the remnants of the Red Ribbon Army." As he spoke, he handed over a bank card. "Must we avoid combat with those warriors? I believe facing them would be preferable." Sun Wukong murmured with a hint of regret. He accepted the card and curiously examined the intricate designs upon it. Sun Wukong, who never carried money, had no concept of casually discarding 10 million. He merely glanced at the card before tossing it into his bag, clearly unperturbed. "Why must we refrain from mentioning your sister?" Sun Wukong pondered aloud, recalling Sun Wukong's earlier words with confusion. "The fortune teller is quite astute. She would be reluctant to assist me, knowing I am searching for my sister. If she learns you are seeking her on my behalf, she will undoubtedly refuse to help. My sister is likely in Dr. Gero's custody. Finding him is tantamount to finding her," Sun Wukong elucidated. "Truly perplexing," Sun Wukong remarked, scratching his head. He then retrieved a disc-like object from his chest. "Wait, Sun Wukong. I must first gather the Dragon Balls. Is that not the Dragon Ball radar crafted by Bulma?" Sun Wukong observed, smiling. "You need not search further. I possess another Dragon Ball from the Red Ribbon Army. After you defeated the last super mech, it flew into my possession amid the explosion." As he spoke, he produced the Dragon Ball from his pocket, causing Sun Wukong's eyes to light up with eagerness. "Sun Wukong, would you be so kind as to gift me that Dragon Ball? If you are not in immediate need of it, I wish to use it to create a Dragon Ball radar first. It may take a considerable amount of time before I can return it to you," Sun Wukong replied. "Ah, that simply will not do," Sun Wukong exclaimed, growing anxious. "I can ask Bulma to create one for you, or I could lend you this radar once I have finished using it. Do you require the Dragon Ball that urgently?" Sun Wukong furrowed his brow. Fully aware of Sun Wukong's intentions to gather the Dragon Balls to summon Shenron and revive Upa's father, the guardian of Karen Tower, Sun Wukong doubted he could dissuade Sun Wukong from this course of action. Indeed, Sun Wukong nodded earnestly. I will ensure that I obtain the Dragon Ball radar from Bulma for you. Worry not. Very well, Sun Wukong conceded reluctantly, handing the Dragon Ball to Sun Wukong. He then withdrew a piece of paper and a pen, writing down a phone number. Sun Wukong, this is my mobile number. Should you uncover Dr. Gero's whereabouts, simply call this number to reach me. Phone. Sun Wukong scratched his head, a look of bewilderment on his face. Sun Wubin was at a loss for words. A telephone is meant for long-distance communication, much like this advanced wristwatch I possess. With it, I can explain to Sun Wukong. And when he finally displays a glimmer of understanding, I shall release my capsule aircraft. Sun Wukong, I must take my leave. I trust you will handle everything. As Sun Wubin boarded the aircraft, the silver craft swiftly ascended into the sky. It seems my older brother has grown even stronger since our last encounter, Sun Wukong mused. Watching the direction in which Sun Wubin departed, his eyes shimmering with curiosity. What a peculiar older brother, he muttered, retrieving the Dragon Ball radar and pressing the button repeatedly. There remained only one Dragon Ball radar, but alas, it did not display anything. Is the radar broken again? Such a nuisance. Is Bulma's craftsmanship lacking? This radar seems to malfunction constantly. Well, I might as well seek Bulma for repairs. Sun Wukong grumbled as he leaped onto the Nimbus and soared into the sky. Chapter 32. Transforming Mortality into Immortality, Mastery of Energy. Sun Wubin's dojo welcomed a tall, radiant youth into its inner courtyard. Young Master Wubin, you have returned. Aunt Lin, is my mother well? Has there been any urgent communication? If all is well, you should take some rest. Sun Wubin entered his mother's chamber, casually switching off the music before approaching her rejuvenation pod. Mother, you will not believe it. Today, I acquired a 7-star Dragon Ball. While conversing with his mother, he also gave her a brief massage, and then he ejected a capsule, releasing his rejuvenation pod and reclining within. Sun Wukong was likely to visit the fortune teller in the next day or two. Dr. Gero's final hidden location would undoubtedly be formidable. I cannot afford to falter. I must elevate my strength in these coming days. Contemplating this, Sun Wubin relaxed his body and mind, positioning his hands before his chest. In just 2 short days, to achieve significant advancement, the most effective method is to cultivate energy. Energy, commonly referred to as Qi. However, Sun Wubin, having traversed the world of Dragon Ball, understands that the concept of Qi transcends mere energy. Mastery or comprehension of Qi marks a true divide in the Dragon Ball realm. It can even be said to delineate the difference between the divine and the mortal, the dragon and the ant. In the world of Dragon Ball, all those who possess great power have mastered Qi and can skillfully manipulate it. True warriors attain their formidable prowess through the adept control and abundance of Qi. Beyond warriors, a striking example of the power of Qi is Videl. To Sun Wubin, she embodies the most exquisite beauty in the Dragon Ball universe. Initially, she trained in martial arts under Satan, later embarking on her own path of cultivation, entirely unaware of Qi, perhaps never even having encountered the term. However, after learning to control Qi from Sun Wukong's son, Gohan, her strength underwent a remarkable transformation within mere days. Thus, Sun Wubin has long yearned to master Qi, though the conditions have yet to be favorable. In the present day, Sun Wubin has truly opened the gateway to the realm through his cultivation, achieving a state of overflowing essence, where his vital energy is abundant. This essence, known as Qi, is capable of nurturing itself. Although the quantity of this Qi is lamentably meager, even less than half of what Sun Wukong possessed before his emergence from the mountains, it signifies progress in his cultivation. Recently, due to Mia's unreachable phone call, Sun Wubin found himself in a state of inner turmoil, causing stagnation in his cultivation of Qi. Yet, lying beside his mother brought an inexplicable sense of tranquility. The world outside was enveloped in serene stillness, with occasional birdsong filtering through the window. Sun Wubin could distinctly hear his mother's breathing and heartbeat. Thump, thump, as he lay in the nurturing chamber, surrounded by the warm, gentle nutrient solution. It felt akin to the amniotic fluid enveloping a fetus in the womb. Gradually, Sun Wubin felt as though he had returned to his mother's body, a sensation of profound comfort and peace enveloping him. In this state of blissful oblivion, he sensed an immense energy within him. Is this Qi? I can feel it. The essence of Qi is the true quintessence of the Crane School and the Turtle School. Sun Wukong, merely a named disciple of Master Crane, could not grasp the knowledge of Qi, making it even more unlikely for his lineage to possess methods of controlling and cultivating Qi. However, Sun Wubin had watched Dragon Ball. He vividly recalled how Gohan guided Bidalai in cultivating Qi, and through years of contemplation, he had developed some understanding of how to control it. In truth, the most challenging aspect of Qi cultivation lies not in manipulation, but in perception. Once perceived, even a child with no understanding can wield this energy, and at that moment, Sun Wubin overcame the greatest obstacle. He observed circles of light flickering between his hands, gradually stabilizing, until a small white orb of light materialized at the center of his palms. Success! Joy filled Sun Wubin's heart as he cautiously controlled this orb, which, despite its instability, remained intact for 3 breaths before slowly dissipating. As the qi dispersed, he felt a wave of weakness wash over him. As though a part of his being had been extracted. Mr. Sun Wubin, your body is exhibiting abnormalities, the electronic voice of the nurturing chamber intoned urgently. I understand. This is quite normal, Sun Wubin replied, promptly silencing the electronic alert. In simple terms, qi is the energy within the body. Having just guided it outside, he experienced a significant depletion of energy, leading to an overwhelming sense of fatigue. Nevertheless, he believed that a considerable amount of qi still resided within him. Sun Wubin recalled Gohan's words from Dragon Ball, stating that qi exists within every living being. It can be said that as long as life exists, so does qi. However, the vitality of the weak is too frail, resulting in equally weak qi, making it increasingly difficult to sense and guide. This is why Sun Wubin had invested so much effort to finally perceive the existence of qi. The energy within me should be more than sufficient. Let me try again. Sun Wubin took a moment to calm himself and once more guided the energy within his body. However, this time, he did not channel it outward, but instead controlled it internally. As time passed, Sun Wubin remained unaware that with his relentless practice, although he was merely honing his control over the energy, his strength was proportionately increasing. This enhancement far surpassed his usual training. If one could observe his interior, they would notice that a portion of his energy was being extracted, some drawn from various cells in his body, while others emanated from meridians and acupoints, as if his body possessed the miraculous ability to conjure energy from nothing. As this energy was withdrawn, the once vibrant and healthy cells became withered and fatigued, resembling the exhaustion of Sun Wubin after days of arduous training. Eventually, he could extract no more energy. However, the rejuvenation chamber promptly supplied ample nutrients, allowing the cells to absorb nourishment and quickly regain vitality. Yet, due to Sun Wubin's practice, a substantial amount of energy was continually siphoned away. This cycle persisted, and Sun Wubin failed to realize that the energy he manipulated within him had transformed from a gentle stream to a mighty river, continuously expanding. Sun Wubin was merely controlling this energy within his body, ensuring that little was wasted. Ultimately, it remained within him. Thus, when he awoke the next morning, bathed in sunlight, he discovered that his body had undergone yet another astonishing transformation. Empowering sensations surged through him, brimming with vitality and boundless strength, as if he could effortlessly summon the energy within him with any movement. Sun Wubin was almost bewildered with joy. Although he anticipated significant growth from his energy cultivation, he had not imagined such an overwhelming increase. This sensation was reminiscent of his first experience in the rejuvenation chamber, and the moment he unlocked the gateway to achieve an impervious body, and it was exceedingly intense. Could it be that sensing the energy led to such tremendous growth? Reflecting on the Dragon Ball narrative, he wondered if he had overlooked something, yet quickly shook his head. While energy indeed serves as a crucial divide between martial artists and ordinary beings, the initial sensation of energy could not possibly yield such a monumental increase. Sun Wubin's gaze fell upon the rejuvenation chamber. The panel flickered with a rapid red light, displaying a message indicating that the nutrient storage was at 0%. 0%. Sun Wubin stared in disbelief. This time, his cultivation within the rejuvenation chamber had completely drained all the nutrients, leaving not a single drop behind. This was the equivalent of half a month's worth of nourishment. The nutrients in the chamber were derived from ingredients, and under normal circumstances, a full supply would last him a month. Yet now, the chamber was entirely empty. So that's how it is, Sun Wubin thought, his eyes gleaming with realization. I previously concluded that in the realm of Dragon Ball martial arts, energy is refined from within, a process known as refining essence into energy. In the past, I was unable to sense the energy, and this refinement was a passive, gradual process. However, now I can perceive the energy, allowing me to actively and abundantly extract it from my cells. Consequently, I can also feel the fatigue in my body during moments of control. The more I harness this energy, the greater the cellular consumption becomes. Under normal circumstances, this depletion necessitates the extraction of nutrients from food for recovery. Yet, since food must be digested by the gastrointestinal system and transformed into the most fundamental nutrients that the body can easily absorb, this process is time-consuming and remarkably inefficient. Thus, it typically requires a fortnight to recuperate from the fatigue induced by manipulating energy. Now, with the advent of the rejuvenation pod, it can continually supply my body with these essential nutrients. Whenever cellular fatigue or damage is detected, it automatically administers the necessary nutrients for cellular recovery. Therefore, while I practice controlling the energy, my cells are in a constant cycle of extraction, nutrient absorption, and replenishment. Moreover, the energy I extract does not dissipate. It remains within my body. Thus, when I cease my energy control practice, the energy naturally returns to my system, resulting in my current sensations and enhanced combat abilities. In this moment, I, Sun Wukong, felt a surge of excitement. The Saiyans in the Dragon Ball universe are formidable due to two innate talents. One is their ability to experience a dramatic increase in power upon recovering from near-death battles, and the other is their prodigious appetite. It is common to witness Goku consuming a meal just before or during a fierce battle, leading to a significant spike in his fighting prowess. Take, for example, the last martial arts tournament, where Master Roshi, disguised as Jackie Chun, won the championship, and Goku consumed nearly all of the 500,000 prize money in a single meal and was still not fully satisfied. I have always envied the Saiyans' remarkable ability to convert copious amounts of food into stamina in such a short time, but the digestive capacity of Earthlings is woefully inadequate. Even though I have customized this rejuvenation pod to directly input essential nutrients into my body, I was disheartened to discover that my cell's absorption capability was severely lacking. However, now, with the ability to absorb nutrients equivalent to half a month's worth of food in one sitting, I have made progress, albeit still far from Goku's extraordinary appetite. Perhaps, with continued training, my absorption capacity will improve as well. Thrilled, I stepped out of my room to freshen up and indulge in a brief refinement session. After conversing with my mother and replenishing the pod's nutrient supply, I once again immersed myself in the fervent practice of energy control. Chapter 33. Wukong's Call. I, Sun Wukong, became almost obsessed. Besides the timely reminders to converse with my mother and the alerts regarding the rejuvenation pod's dwindling nutrient stock, I was perpetually engrossed in my training. Everything unfolded as I had surmised. The more adept I became at controlling the energy, the more frequently I practiced, leading to an increasing consumption of nutrients from the rejuvenation pod and a corresponding surge in the energy within me. In a mere 2 days, my prowess had escalated significantly, a training speed that left me utterly astonished. On the evening of the third day, Sun Wubin returned from the training grounds of the Sun Wubin School and approached his desk. The cultivation of Qi had progressed at an astonishing rate, which was quite normal. Overjoyed, Sun Wubin felt a sense of relief. In the world of Dragon Ball, warriors such as Goku, Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, Kairatsu, and Piccolo experienced remarkable growth in their powers. In their early years, they could increase their combat strength by over 100 points in just a few years, and subsequently, their strength surged to 300 or 400 points. This average annual increase of several dozen points was unfathomable and utterly insane for Earth's martial artists, who were forever stuck at a mere 10 or 20 points. However, compared to the later ability of warriors to enhance their strength by tens of thousands in just a few days, those initial increases of several dozen points in a year seemed trivial, having now broken through the barriers of human limits. Sun Wubin anticipated a period of explosive growth in his abilities, provided he practiced diligently. Initially, upon breaking through these barriers, Sun Wubin intended to abandon the Sun Wubin style in favor of an extreme training regimen that was a stark departure from traditional methods, akin to the rigorous training that Master Roshi imposed on Goku and Krillin. In Sun Wubin's vision, this marked the true inception of martial arts, where he would genuinely leap over the Dragon Gate and transcend from the mundane to the extraordinary. However, after commencing his Qi cultivation, he encountered unexpected gains. This was not entirely surprising. Mastering Qi was indeed a watershed moment that bridged the gap between martial arts and the transcendent realm. The efficiency of his progress was even greater than he had anticipated. It was no wonder that Piccolo, in the latter stages of his training, focused less on traditional endurance training and instead prioritized the enhancement of his Qi. Due to their bloodlines, the martial arts in the Dragon Ball universe ultimately became dominated by the Saiyans. The once formidable warriors, such as Tien, Krillin, Kairatsu, and Yamcha, found themselves unable to keep pace with the Saiyans' relentless training speed. The only one who managed to barely keep up was Piccolo, the Namekian warrior, who, despite struggling later on, still performed admirably. Piccolo was the offspring of King Piccolo, born with the intent of avenging his father and fulfilling his ambitions for world domination. However, Piccolo was fundamentally different from his father and, due to various circumstances, ultimately became friends with Goku and the other warriors, joining them as protectors of Earth. In the later stages of their training, Vegeta preferred to remain in the gravity chamber, performing squats, push-ups, and punches. Goku enjoyed training on King Kai's planet, engaging in weighted punches, push-ups, jumps, and sprints. The training methods of the others were largely similar to those of Goku and Vegeta, involving various forms of physical torment. In contrast, Piccolo adopted a different approach. He simply sat quietly, cross-legged under the sun, focusing on the enhancement of his Qi. Sun Wukong had once found this method perplexing during his earlier viewings of Dragon Ball, but now he understood. Piccolo primarily cultivates his energy, simultaneously refining his skills, while warriors like Sun Wukong and Vegeta focus more on honing their techniques. It appears that these two methods of training do not possess a hierarchy. Rather, they depend on personal preference and suitability. Indeed, Piccolo's physique is uniquely suited for enhancing his energy. Sun Wukong understands this well. As a Namekian, Piccolo hails from a race distinguished by its peculiar biology. In the realm of Dragon Ball, nearly every species relies on food to replenish their stamina. This holds true for warriors such as Tien and Krillin, as well as the Saiyans. Only the Namekians derive their energy through photosynthesis, granting Piccolo a plant-like constitution that allows him to replenish his strength simply by basking in sunlight, absorbing moisture from the air, or drinking water directly. Thus, Dragon Ball enthusiasts often observe that while others engage in rigorous physical training, drenched in sweat, Piccolo stands quietly under the sun or leans against a wall, meditating deeply to control his energy. Although controlling energy expends cellular energy, Piccolo's photosynthesis continually replenishes this expenditure, akin to how Sun Wukong utilizes a healing chamber for recovery. With this healing chamber, he too can engage in training similar to Piccolo's. However, he contemplates which method, direct energy enhancement or skill refinement, would yield faster results for him. While pondering this, Sun Wukong retrieves a white notebook, his training journal. The cover features 4 elegantly crafted characters in cursive, penned by his own hand. As he opens the notebook, he seizes a neutral electronic pen and begins inscribing his training experiences onto the blank pages, documenting his daily training process, sensations, soft and hard metrics, as well as various rigorous tests, is an indispensable ritual for Sun Wukong. Qualitative, quantitative, and conditional experimental records. Each page is adorned with graphs, text, equations, calculations, and annotations. If Bulma were to encounter this journal, she would undoubtedly find it captivating, for it embodies a scholarly approach to research. Although Sun Wukong's Northern Capital methodology, including his research methods, tools, and analytical principles, diverges somewhat from Bulma's Southern Capital school, their essence remains the same. Bulma would quickly discern that Sun Wukong approaches martial arts as a scientific discipline, with himself as the experimental subject. Naturally, data from Tien and Kaiatsu's training is also included. With this record in hand, should Bulma be inclined, she could glean numerous truths about martial arts training from its contents, potentially creating her own unique school of practice. Indeed, Sun Wukong employs the research techniques acquired in the Northern Capital to investigate his martial arts. Furthermore, this record did not commence with his instruction of Tien and Kaiatsu, but rather began long ago. Its richness truly flourished only after Tien and Kaiatsu's arrival, yet prior to that. It was during the time when Sun Wukong's first album garnered substantial profits, enabling him to procure an array of scientific equipment for personal use. With these tools at his disposal, many data points became remarkably precise. The room was enveloped in silence, interrupted only by the gentle scratching sound of the pen. Sun Wukong meticulously recorded the data from today's training, primarily focusing on his mastery of Qi control, and was preparing to embark on the next phase of analysis and contemplation. Suddenly, a powerful vibration coursed through his wrist. Glancing at the unfamiliar call on his wristwatch, he hoped it was a call from Sun Wukong. He hastily tucked away his notes and pen, exiting the room, mindful that it was his mother's bedroom, and he wished to shield her from the news of Mia's predicament. As he stepped outside, he soared into the air like a bird, leaping several times before vanishing into the distance. In a secluded grove on the back mountain, he answered the call on his wristwatch. To his astonishment, a voice emerged, confirming that the device indeed facilitated communication with him. A naive whisper resonated, growing louder. "Are you Sun Wukong?" It was unmistakably the melodious and crisp voice of Sun Wukong. "Is that you, Sun Wukong?" "This is Sun Wukong," he replied, his voice tinged with a hint of tension. What about the situation? Do you have any leads on Dr. Jiro's whereabouts? The fortune teller is quite formidable. As soon as she learned I was searching for Dr. Jiro, she refused to assist and insisted I convey her message. To find Dr. Jiro's location, you must seek her out in person. Sun Wukong's somewhat embarrassed tone echoed through the watch. Listening to his voice, Sun Wubin felt a wave of despair wash over him, realizing that Sun Wukong had already ended the call without him noticing. As one of the most brilliant scientists in the Dragon Ball universe, if Dr. Jiro truly wished to conceal himself, the likelihood of locating him was exceedingly low. Without the fortune teller's guidance, finding him in the short term seemed virtually impossible. However, Sun Wubin understood that he could not compete against the fortune teller's 5 warriors. The greatest threat posed by these warriors was the demon man's malevolent beam. This deadly technique could ensnare anyone harboring even a trace of wickedness, ensuring certain death for its victims. Sun Wukong had triumphed over the demon man because he possessed a truly pure heart, devoid of any selfish thoughts. Though Sun Wubin regarded himself as a kind person, he was not arrogant enough to believe he was immune to the demon man's beam like Sun Wukong. The malevolent beam was not invincible. If his strength were several times that of the demon man, he could undoubtedly defeat him before he even unleashed his attack. However, despite his recent surge in power, especially after breaking through the barrier, which dramatically accelerated his Qi enhancement, Sun Wubin was not naive enough to assume he could easily reach a level where he could vanquish the demon man in a short time. The demon man was manageable, but what troubled Sun Wubin most was the possibility of the fortune teller deliberately complicating matters for him, summoning warriors far more formidable than the demon man to oppose him. This was not mere paranoia. The fortune teller had long been involved with the underworld. In the realm of Dragon Ball, the underworld is devoid of many things, yet it is replete with formidable masters. Countless warriors have honed their martial arts over tens of thousands, even millions of years. Thus one can encounter practitioners of all sorts of skills and abilities. The fortune-telling matron does not hire the same experts repeatedly. For instance, during one occasion, she summoned Sun Wukong's grandfather, Sun Wufan, to engage in combat with him. Given the matron's nature, it is certain that she would summon an expert capable of instilling despair in Sun Wukong. Chapter 34. The 18th Fighting Technique Dojo. In the heart of a dense forest, Sun Wukong leaned helplessly against a tree, eventually letting out a bitter laugh. Damn the fortune-telling matron. I have lost faith in the butcher and now must settle for a pig with its hair still on. Gradually, his resolve strengthened, and emerging from the thicket, he returned to his mother's chamber. Observing her serene slumber, his troubled heart began to find solace. On the other side of the earth lies Satan City, renowned for its combat prowess. Naturally, the atmosphere of martial arts here is thick, with this relatively small city housing 18 fighting academies. Within the 18th Fighting Technique Dojo, there are merely 15 apprentices, the fewest among all the dojos. At this moment, a youth clad in red, donning headphones, was furiously striking a punching bag. Before long, he gasped for breath, panting like a dog, mouth agape, and tongue lolling out. Were Sun Wukong to witness the boy's antics, he would undoubtedly recognize him as the fated child of Dragon Ball. Indeed, the fated child. A boy with mediocre martial prowess but exceptional fortune named Satan, who at this moment is known as Mark. Smack! A hand landed sharply on the boy's head. Slacking off again. An elderly man with a neatly shaved head and a light-colored Zhongshan suit glared at the boy with a look of disappointment. Oh, master. I wasn't slacking off, truly. Mark exclaimed, removing his headphones and grinning broadly. I was just taking a breather. Ask my fellow apprentices if you don't believe me. I was diligently training all along. Indeed, Brother Mark was indeed training hard, chimed in a nearby youth. Humph. The white-haired elder snorted derisively, his gaze fixed on Mark. Have I not said that the martial arts of Sun Wukong are vast and profound? Every movement requires diligence. One must remain vigilant to truly master them. How can you expect to be efficient while training and listening to music at the same time? Master, you have wronged me. The music I listen to is not ordinary. Mark retorted with a cheerful grin. If you heard this song, you wouldn't be angry. In fact, you would commend my taste. Not ordinary music? The elder was both amused and exasperated. Well then, enlighten me as to what makes it so special. Master, this song is extraordinary, but the singer is even more remarkable. Do you know who he is? If you knew his identity, you would surely revel in joy for 3 days and nights. Mark laughed heartily, though his eyes flickered with a hint of mischief. He had trained with his master the longest and was aware that his master, Sun Wukong, had a grandson named Sun Wukong. The artist of this album is Sun Wubin, and he is the sole creator of both the lyrics and the music. This musical genius, Sun Wubin, cannot possibly be the biological grandson of the old man. It is merely a coincidence that they share the same name. As thoughts swirled in Mark's mind, his primary concern was to find a way to deceive his master, regardless of whether it was justifiable to mislead him. After all, it is quite normal for confusion to arise when two individuals share the same name and surname. All right then, do tell. I am quite curious about the extraordinary being who could cause me to revel in drunkenness for 3 days. The old man's face grew increasingly sullen, his voice turning frigid. A chill ran through Mark. He realized his master was genuinely angry, and he ceased his grin. Master, this album was released by your grandson. Sun Wubin, Mark said earnestly. By the way, your grandson has now been crowned as the music deity. Sun Wubin. Sun Wuxing momentarily paused, a look of bewilderment crossing his face as the visage of Sun Wubin from 4 years ago resurfaced in his mind. After a brief moment of distraction, Sun Wuxing regained his composure and shot a glance at Mark. Master, I am not deceiving you. It is true, Mark replied cautiously. Let this one slide. But do not listen to music during your training. The duel between Lu Feng of the First Combat Arena and yourself is about to commence. This battle is crucial for our martial arts dojo to establish itself as the premier institution in Satan City. We cannot afford to fail, you understand? Sun Wuxing spoke in a grave tone, turning his back and striding towards the exit. After taking 3 steps, he paused and added, by the way, I want a copy of that Wubin record. Ah, master, wait. Mark exclaimed repeatedly, swiftly turning to dash into a nearby room. On the shelf within lay a package, which Mark eagerly opened to reveal a large stack of records. At the top was an album featuring the profile of a youth, none other than Sun Wubin. Mark reached out and grasped the record, his gaze lingering on the young man's profile, which sparked a flicker of peculiarity in his eyes. Now that I think about it, this Sun Wubin bears a striking resemblance to my master. Mark muttered before hastily exiting the room. Master, this is indeed the album released by your own grandson. Mark carefully extended the record to him. Sun Wuxing took the album without a second thought, glancing casually at the cover. However, upon seeing the young man's profile, the hand holding the record stiffened. Master, what is it? Mark inquired, puzzled. Oh, it is nothing, Sun Wuxing replied, tucking the album close to him as he exited the training hall and retreated to his quarters. Only then did he pull out the record, his gaze fixating on the young man's profile, letting out a low sigh. Indeed, it is quite similar. Without a doubt, upon first seeing the profile on the album, Sun Wuxing felt it resembled Sun Wubin. Yet, he quickly regained his senses. That child must be in high school now at the elite class in the northern capital. He has a bright future ahead. Alas, I, as his grandfather, am not worthy. Sun Wuxing approached a nearby cabinet, opened it, and retrieved a photograph from within, a family portrait. His eyes fell upon Sun Wubin's face in the picture. That child must be 17 years old this year, right? Sun Wuxing placed the photograph alongside the record, and the resemblance between the figure in the photograph and the image on the record was striking. However, Sun Wuxing could only manage a bitter smile, realizing that his eyesight had indeed grown dim with age, leading him to mistake them for the same person. His gaze then fell upon the young girl in the family portrait. Mia, that girl, had been single-handedly sustaining her dojo. He wondered how she was faring now. In comparison to Sun Wuxing's feelings for Mia ran deeper, and he missed her even more. After all, Sun Wuxing had spent many years away from home, seldom returning, and he had always brought Mia along during his travels for nearly a decade. It had been 4 years since their last separation, and it was easy to imagine the depth of Sun Wuxing's longing for her. Though he had managed to restrain himself in the past, today, prompted by the record, an irresistible surge of emotion welled up within him. After sitting in silence for a moment, Sun Wuxing raised an eyebrow. Indeed, Mia's skills must have deepened considerably by now. Currently, his dojo faced a life-and-death battle. Victory would elevate them, while defeat would lead to their downfall. Yet, that boy Mark seemed to be overly playful and lacked ambition. Perhaps it would be wise to summon Mia. With her prowess, she could undoubtedly provide the motivation he needed. Sun Wuxing was well aware of his disciple Mark, who, despite his youth, possessed a strong sense of pride and was particularly proud in the presence of women, never willing to concede defeat. With this thought in mind, Sun Wuxing picked up the phone and dialed a number he had not called in 4 years. In Yinqing village, within the Sun family dojo, Mia was conversing with her mother. The phone rang. Hello, this is Sun Wuxing, he answered eagerly. Is it Mia or Mia? The voice was somewhat aged yet robust. Upon hearing it, Sun Wuxing's eyes brightened. Grandfather, he exclaimed with joy. It's Wuxing. It's been 3 or 4 years since you were last out. Where are you now? Are you still in good health? Haha, Wuxing, it's good to hear your voice. It's been 4 years, hasn't it? The 18th Fighting Arts Dojo in Satan City, Sun Wujing replied cheerfully. For years? Grandfather, it's rare for you to call. Are you planning to return home? Where are you? Do you need me to come and fetch you? For years? Sun Wujing felt a sense of disorientation. Wujing, is everything well at home? How is your sister Mia? She is not here right now. Everything at home is fine, except for my mother's illness, Sun Wujing explained. Is it a matter of finances for her treatment? Don't worry. I'm currently running a successful 18th Fighting Arts Dojo in Satan City. And I'm sure I'll earn a substantial amount soon, Sun Wujing reassured him. By the way, Mia isn't home? When will she return? Money isn't an issue. Is there something you need from Sister Mia? I can't say when she'll be back. I see. Then let it be. If she comes back, please have her call me. Sun Wujing's voice carried a hint of disappointment. Grandfather, is there something you need Sister Mia's assistance with? Sun Wujing inquired. Eager for more information. There is a matter I wish to discuss with her, but since she is not present, it will have to wait. Very well, Wubin. Focus on your studies, and do not concern yourself with other matters. The Sun family has long been known for its rough-and-tumble warriors. And now we have finally produced a scholar like you. The family depends on you to bring honor to our name. Given the expense of long-distance calls, I shall not take up more of your time. As Sun Wujing hung up the phone, his gaze fell upon the family portrait. How curious that Mia was absent. Had she gone out to cultivate her skills? Oddly enough, Wubin should be at school at this hour, so why was he at home? Chapter 35. Something missing on Magnetic Levitation Street. A bread-colored taxi sped through the bustling traffic, driven by a striking young woman with satin-like orange hair. Wow, you really resemble him, the girl exclaimed, gazing at the handsome young man in the rearview mirror, her eyes sparkling with excitement. You look just like the singing deity. I know, replied the black-haired boy, who wore sunglasses in the back seat. People often say I resemble the singing god, Sun Wubin, and sometimes I even believe it. Fortunately, I am not him. Sun Wubin smiled, his fluent English resonating beautifully. They were on the opposite side of the earth from the northern capital, where English was the primary language. Although he lacked Bulma's extraordinary ability to master a language in mere days, he had fully grasped the 5 most commonly spoken languages in this world and could learn a new language in a relatively short time. Moreover, Sun Wubin was a king-level singer in the Asian music scene, primarily active around the northern capital. It was said that he had released only 1 album before fading into obscurity, so how could he possibly be here? That's true, the girl mused, intrigued that he was familiar with Sun Wubin. In the English-speaking world, few foreign stars managed to penetrate this area. The singing deity was known to only a select few. The girl, an avid music enthusiast, had only recently learned of Sun Wubin, and she was astonished that her current passenger knew of him as well. However, sir, you bear a striking resemblance to Sun Wubin, she remarked. I know, Sun Wubin replied with another smile, gesturing to his sunglasses. I wear these to avoid unwanted attention. Yet, it remains troublesome. Here in Satan City, it's manageable, but in the northern capital, it becomes quite bothersome, as people often swarm to request autographs. I sometimes wonder if I should undergo cosmetic surgery. Cosmetic surgery? You truly are unaware of your fortune. Countless young men wish they could look like Sun Wubin. And here you are, expressing dissatisfaction. Just how handsome is the singing deity? If I could go on a date with someone as striking as him. The girl giggled. With a beauty like you, any normal man would be hard-pressed to decline a date. I believe even the singing deity would find it difficult to refuse your invitation. Sir, you are quite humorous. By the way, may I have your phone number? Do you have time for a meal? I genuinely wish to dine with you. However, my strict mother at home keeps a tight rein on my schedule. Do you have any clever solutions? Sun Wubin remarked, while simultaneously engaging with the orange-haired girl and leisurely flipping through a booklet, which bore the title Cultivation Notes on its cover. Suddenly, a voice interjected, Sir, we will arrive at the number 18 Martial Arts Dojo in 5 minutes. 5 minutes? You say? Sun Wubin turned to the first page of the booklet, revealing a screen reminiscent of a smartphone from his previous life. Skillfully, he tapped on the icon labeled Browser at the bottom. The paper, akin to a smart device, transformed its display, opening a new page. Wow. Sun Wubin then pressed another button, and the page shifted once more, unveiling a layout similar to the homepage of Baidu from his former existence. He clicked into the text box on the page and deftly wrote number 18 Martial Arts Dojo, before pressing the button once more. The page transitioned again, revealing a plethora of images and text related to the dojo. This booklet, resembling a book yet functioning as a notebook, was a marvel of high technology. Every page was akin to a touchscreen computer. Previously, while perusing, Sun Wubin had encountered his cultivation notes on each page, but this time, the information concerning the No. 18 Martial Arts Dojo was disappointingly scant, consisting of only a few brief sentences. It turned out that after his grandfather left home, he soon arrived in Satan City and subsequently established the number 18 martial arts dojo. In an effort to gain notoriety, the dojo charged a tuition fee that was merely 1/10 of the standard rate for martial arts schools, operating at a loss. It was only recently, thanks to the emergence of a prodigy named Mark, that the dojo began to garner some recognition and enroll new apprentices. After reviewing the information, Sun Wubin began to explore the details of the martial arts world. Sir, the van came to an abrupt halt. We have arrived at the number 18 martial arts dojo, the orange-haired girl announced. Thank you, Sun Wubin said, handing her several banknotes. In this world where high technology coexisted with low technology, her taxi was rather antiquated, lacking an automatic payment or clock-in system. Sir, here is my business card. Do keep it safe. I seldom distribute my card to others. By the way, if you invite me to dinner, I would be more than willing. Are you free now? The girl's eyes squinted with delight as she accepted the money and handed him her card, yet she made no move to leave the vehicle, smiling at Sun Wubin. Sun Wubin accepted the card, nodding in acknowledgement. Certainly. As he stepped out of the vehicle, a frown creased his brow. Before him lay a narrow alley, rather dirty and disordered. Such streets, in Sun Wubin's impression, epitomized the impoverished quarters of the city, characterized by filth, disorder, and rampant criminality. Indeed, with his grandfather's limited finances, he could barely afford to establish a martial arts dojo in such a location. Yet, he felt an inexplicable void in the surroundings. As he surveyed the area, his eyes suddenly sparkled. A faint wailing siren echoed in his ears. In the distance, two luxury vehicles raced towards him, one following closely behind the other, their speed generating gusts that swept pedestrians off their feet. Get out of the way. Anyone who values their life, move aside. A burly middle-aged man leaned out of the car window, brandishing a submachine gun, and began to fire indiscriminately ahead. Most bullets struck the ground, but some ricocheted, injuring bystanders or smashing into vehicles, glass, and walls. Run, cursed Sun Wubin, realizing he was once again caught in such chaos. The entire street erupted into a frenzy as everyone attempted to escape the oncoming vehicles. Those unable to evade the onslaught suffered injuries from the shrapnel, while some cars collided with pedestrians after being struck by bullets. Behind the speeding cars, the blaring sirens of a police vehicle could be heard. Damn gangsters, shouted a young, slender police officer from within the patrol car, repeatedly firing at the fleeing vehicles through the window, though it was painfully evident that his efforts were futile. What can we do? Once the gang enters this district, it's like fish in the sea, sighed the plump middle-aged officer beside him, his demeanor surprisingly calm. This isn't their first time eluding the police. I've grown numb to it. Xiaoming, let us wrap it up. Even if we catch up, we might not be able to apprehend these ruthless criminals. Their reckless driving skills are renowned, not only here, but even on a regular street. It would be challenging to catch them. Are we just going to let them go? The slender officer retorted, indignation etched on his face. What else can we do? This slum is crowded, the streets are narrow, and the gang drives recklessly, disregarding lives. Would we dare to do the same? Besides, our driving skills lag behind theirs by 3 streets. This gang has roamed Satan City for 3 years without being caught. That speaks volumes about their capabilities. Xiaohu, we can only do our best. If we fail to catch them, that's the norm. Catching them would be the exception. Damn it. The slender officer slammed his fist into the seat, feeling despondent. He understood all too well that their abilities paled in comparison to those of the gang. Although they were currently tailing the 2 cars, it was evident the gang was merely toying with them. Otherwise, they would have easily left their patrol car far behind. Chapter 36. A coin for use. A sharp, whistling sound pierced the air. What is that? The slender officer instinctively turned to look back, his eyes widening in shock as a dark appeared in the distance, rapidly enlarging. A Sukaida, an ultra-high-end motorcycle. Good heavens, how fast is it going? It was a blue Sukaida worth over $1 million, hurtling towards the police car, its rider clad in a flowing blue robe and helmet. Yet, it was unmistakably a woman. For only a woman could possess such a curvaceous and alluring figure. The speed of the scooter surged once again, tracing elegant arcs in the narrow alley, resembling a twisted beam of light as it darted past the police car. The rider turned to glance at the slender officer, whose unforgettable blue eyes seemed to captivate anyone who beheld them. Leave this to me. A cold, gravelly voice echoed. So swift, exclaimed the slender officer, his eyes wide with disbelief. How is it possible? Our police car is nearly at 130 horsepower, and she managed to catch up from such a distance, easily reaching at least 200 horsepower in this narrow alley, and on a motorcycle, no less. How can she navigate such turns? The stout officer felt his mind whirl. Overwhelmed by the recklessness of the speedster, her skills dwarfed those of the party, which seemed akin to childish play in comparison. Did you hear that? The scooter rider furrowed her brow, exuding an icy demeanor that jolted the dazed officers back to reality. How dare you speed recklessly on such a street? The slender officer barked. At that moment, the rider lifted her hand towards him, her long, slender fingers delicately holding a pristine white card embossed with a symbol. Ah, please. It's all yours. The slender officer's expression shifted dramatically, a flowery smile blooming on his face. Wait, is it the divine group? The stout officer's face also lit up with a smile, his eyes sparkling with the admiration of a fan encountering their idol. With a swift acceleration, the scooter surged ahead of the police car, chasing after the distant vehicle. The appearance of the divine group was a stroke of misfortune for the party. Indeed, I admire the divine group immensely. When their members intervene, not even the most formidable criminals can resist, let alone the party, which must surely be having an off day. The officers relaxed, with the slender officer even cracking open a can of beer. If it weren't for the police car's onboard camera, he would have wanted to record the impressive capture of the party by the divine group's members. Inside the second vehicle, laughter erupted. Haha, we've entered segment 488. Those pathetic officers will surely give up again. Naturally, those inept fools are merely putting on a show for us. It's always been this way. How pathetic. I've even have my speed, and these idiots still. Hey, old 7, why are you suddenly accelerating? Are you flooring it? Damn it, look in the rearview mirror. Who is that, driving a scooter and moving so fast? This can't be good. The expressions of the party members shifted to alarm, and the driver's forehead glistened with sweat. Incredible. This is outrageous speed. Is it even human? It must be a robot. There's no way someone can drive a scooter this fast. Damn it, this defies the laws of science. They are more formidable than our party. If we could recruit them, I'd gladly make them the leader. Old 7, step on it, and keep up. Shut up. I'm already pushing to my limits. Old 7 bellowed, sweat pouring down his face. The party, composed of a group of ruthless racers, was aboard a vehicle known as Sudak. The woman in the blue robe bore a frigid gaze, and it was rumored that the party's racing skills reached a professional level of mastery. However, such rumors were indeed untrustworthy. A faint smirk curled at the corners of her lips, followed by an astonishing surge in the speed of Sudak, which in the blink of an eye, caught up to a nearby vehicle. What transpired next became an indelible memory for those fortunate enough to witness it. The figure of the woman on Sudak suddenly leapt into the air, her blue robe billowing like a flag. The elegance of her movement rivaled the most exquisite sights in the world, yet simultaneously, the vehicle beneath her vanished. Indeed, it simply disappeared, along with the woman herself. To be precise, she had leapt from Sudak towards the approaching vehicle, extending a hand at the moment of her ascent to press the retract button of Sudak's multifunctional capsule, transforming it into a compact form which she then embraced. In an instant, the woman soared through the air and swiftly entered the other vehicle. This sequence of events unfolded with such rapidity that ordinary observers could scarcely comprehend it, and even if they did, there was no time for reflection, resulting in the illusion of her and Sudak's disappearance. As the blue-robed woman closed in on the other vehicle, Sun Wubin was engaged in conversation with a girl with orange hair. You really won't join me for coffee? If not, I'm leaving. By the way, this is the infamous slum of Satan City, also known as the Den of Iniquity. You must be cautious, a handsome guy like you. The orange-haired girl turned to glance behind her, her expression suddenly changing. The sound of gunfire erupted. Huh, you there, get out of the way. A vehicle sped toward them wildly. It seemed they had encountered trouble once again. Damn the party. The orange-haired girl muttered as she hurried into her vehicle. I knew something felt off. In Satan City, especially in a slum like this, how could there be no violent crime? That makes sense. A subtle smile appeared on Sun Wubin's face, radiating warmth. As a righteous martial artist, how could he stand idly by in the face of such an opportunity to earn points? He reached out to stop the orange-haired girl. Excuse me. Do you have any coins? Coins. The girl was momentarily taken aback, then retrieved 3 small coins from her belongings. Coins rarely used in daily life, of such low value that one might not bother to pick them up if they fell on the ground. A blush crept onto her cheeks. I happen to have 3 cents. I understand. Life is tough for everyone, and even small coins hold value. Just one will suffice, Sun Wubin said as he took a coin from her delicate palm, then clenched his fist, positioning the coin between his index finger and thumb. What are you going to do? The orange-haired girl started her vehicle, but hesitated to drive away, instead turning to look at Sun Wubin with curiosity. He extended his hand, steady and unwavering, aimed directly at the oncoming speeding vehicle. Then, with a flick of his thumb, the coin vanished. Boom. The sound of an explosion resonated. A few hundred meters away, A speeding vehicle suddenly soared into the air, performing multiple somersaults before crashing into a nearby house. The girl with orange hair stared wide-eyed, resembling a light bulb. Onlookers around her were equally bewildered, unable to comprehend the bizarre incident. With such advanced technology, it was inconceivable for a vehicle to malfunction in such a rudimentary manner at that speed. Those who frequently traverse the riverside know that one cannot escape getting their shoes wet. Even the most skilled can falter. A moment of panic can lead to a misstep, inadvertently pressing the accelerator while simultaneously slamming on the brakes at such velocity, resulting in an inevitable flip. It was merely a case of unfortunate timing for the driver. As bystanders began to discuss the incident, those who had initially scattered in fear now hesitated, pondering the fate of the occupants inside the overturned vehicle. The orange-haired girl's gaze shifted towards Sun Wubin, who was holding a coin. The coin that had been nestled between his thumb and index finger had vanished. Could it be that he used the coin to propel her? Although she hadn't witnessed how it had been launched, her keen intellect allowed her to deduce that Sun Wubin wouldn't borrow a coin without reason, nor would he make such a precise motion without purpose. I neglected to mention, I am indeed a martial artist, Sun Wubin smiled at the girl. The maneuver he had just executed was inspired by a beloved female character from his memories, Misaka Mikoto, known for her overwhelming combat prowess, who would flick coins with extraordinary force. Her coins can travel at supersonic speeds. I still have much to learn. With a swift movement, Sun Wubin vanished before the orange-haired girl. During their brief conversation, he had noticed a discreet area of the alley where a dirty wall bore a message in large white chalk letters. Entrance to the number 18 combat dojo, accompanied by a prominent arrow directing towards a narrow passageway. A martial artist? The girl murmured, her gaze drifting back to the overturned vehicle, which lay several hundred meters away. A mere flick of a coin could achieve such remarkable feats. What kind of power is this? Does martial arts possess such strength? Chapter 37. Analysis of Yame. As Sun Wubin toppled the vehicle with a coin, the driver of the other vehicle swiftly entered a different car, quickly subduing the members within. Next, he turned his attention to the vehicle ahead. The driver yanked the original driver aside and took control of the out-of-control vehicle, preparing to accelerate in pursuit of the one in front. His eyes widened in disbelief. Had he actually flipped the vehicle? The driver stared in astonishment, a glimmer of realization crossing his gaze. No, it was not supposed to unfold this way. The owner of the scooter parked the overturned vehicle and stepped out, approaching the wreck with a discerning gaze, seemingly indifferent to the cries of the surviving party members trapped inside. The vehicle, having been launched into the air and subsequently rolling upon landing, bore numerous signs of damage. Yet, the scooter owner merely inspected it briefly before fixating on a minuscule hole at the front, no larger than a coin. At that moment, a police car came to a halt before the scooter owner, and a cadre of officers disembarked. "Esteemed Divine Assembly member, leave the rest to us," exclaimed one officer, awe evident in his eyes. Indeed, how remarkable it is, like a celestial being. I scarcely grasped the situation, and yet the two vehicles were subdued. Pray tell, which esteemed member of the Divine Assembly are you? The officers gazed at the scooter owner with reverence, while onlookers regarded her with a mixture of curiosity and admiration. Turning to face the officers, she removed her sleek blue and white helmet, shaking her hair free. Cascading waves of chestnut curls spilled down her back, revealing a visage as enchanting as that of Snow White. Her large, bright eyes were captivating, drawing the gaze of all present. "Ah, it is Lady Yame," murmured the crowd, recognizing her beauty and stature. "Thank you for your assistance. How may we serve you?" The officers were exhilarated, for encountering a member of the Divine Assembly was a rare honor, especially one of such high rank as Yame, the Assembly's leader and its most radiant member. "Please inquire who was responsible for the incident," Yame stated icily. The crowd fell silent in confusion. "Lady Yame, what do you mean?" asked a slender officer, voicing the collective bewilderment. "This vehicle did not overturn by chance. Someone of considerable skill was involved," Yame replied, her finger pointing coldly at the wrecked vehicle. "Surely not," gasped the slender officer in disbelief. "I assumed it was merely Lady Yame's doing, that the vehicle had flipped on its own. But no, it seems a formidable force must have intervened, perhaps employing something akin to a coin to overturn it." Yame approached the front of the vehicle, indicating the damaged gap that resembled a coin's size. The crowd exchanged bemused glances. "Lady Yame, are you suggesting that such a minor dent indicates external interference rather than a mere error by the driver?" inquired a portly officer cautiously. "Do you doubt my judgment, Yame?" she retorted, her alabaster hand gripping the car hood and, with a sudden force, wrenching it off entirely. Gasps echoed from the onlookers, astonished by the sheer strength displayed. Observing Yame's delicate hands, one could hardly believe they possessed such power, as her skin was smooth and fair, almost ethereal. Behold, Yame declared, pointing to the damage. The destruction extends beyond the surface. The internal mechanisms reveal the same signs of tampering. As Yame spoke, she deftly retrieved a uniquely shaped knife from her thigh. With a single, forceful stroke, she cleaved down repeatedly, exhibiting such raw violence that she managed to sever the steel mechanism within the vehicle. Observing her actions, Yame flicked her wrist, concealing the strange blade back into the holster strapped to her long, athletic leg. Look here, she pointed to a specific spot, drawing the attention of the onlookers. They beheld a somewhat deformed object lodged in place. Despite its altered form, it was unmistakably a coin, one of the most trivial denominations, scarcely worth collecting even by children. Remarkable, indeed. It was struck by a mere coin. What immense force could accomplish such a feat? The crowd was left bewildered. The power is indeed formidable, Yame remarked coldly. This level of strength has reached the true limits of human capability. You cannot comprehend, even at my full capacity. I could only achieve this. To think such a master could strike with such precision. However, what is even more astonishing is the location of the strike. Location? Yame's beautiful eyes gleamed with sharp insight as she pointed at the coin. This spot is critical to the braking system. The coin struck the brake actuator, causing the brakes to engage automatically. When a vehicle traveling at high speed suddenly brakes, it is not merely adrift. If mismanaged, it could very well roll over, resulting in the current predicament. Yame is truly impressive. It must be so. The crowd marveled. Such luck to strike the brakes so accurately. Luck? Yame's icy gaze swept over them. There is no such thing as mere luck in this world. In my estimation, the individual responsible must possess an extensive understanding of the vehicle's internal structure, a skilled mechanic, perhaps. You must immediately inquire who made that strike. The assailant cannot have gone far. To pierce the vehicle's body and reach that specific location could only be accomplished within a 20-meter radius. At once, Lady Yame. The officers dispersed promptly. Such a penetrating strike. This force rivals my own. Yame's eyes radiated a cold light. There are few martial artists of this caliber in the world. Who could it be? Why have they appeared here? The divine organization, tasked with national security at the highest level, must investigate any appearance of formidable martial artists. If they are righteous, there is little need for concern, merely a watchful eye. However, should they be of a nefarious nature, it becomes a troubling matter, necessitating constant surveillance and strategic planning to avert potential catastrophic losses. Sun Wu entered a secluded alley, proceeding straight until reaching its end. At last, he arrived at a dilapidated red brick house, clearly outdated and bearing signs of repair, a remnant from centuries past. Above the entrance hung a weathered sign, painted in red with black lettering, proclaiming in English, Fight Technique Dojo Number 18. A pang of sorrow gripped Sun Wuben's heart, as he could easily imagine the hardships his grandfather endured to sustain the Number 18 martial arts dojo. With a creak, Sun Wuben pushed open the half-closed door, which, though decayed, was painted a fresh red, and was immediately met with a chorus of cheers from within. A quick glance revealed a group of young boys in a nearby hall, some tall, some short, with a few appearing less than human, most of them bare-chested, seemingly engaged in some form of competition. In the hall, a robust youth bellowed, raising his right hand high above his head before bringing it down forcefully upon a stack of coarse tiles. With a resounding crack, he struck the tiles, shattering them into pieces. How about that? How many did I break? He exclaimed triumphantly, withdrawing his hand to rest behind him, revealing beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The tremor in his hand indicating the toll of his previous strike. 4 pieces. Brother Yong is impressive. He managed to break 4. The surrounding youths cheered. Haha, that's just one more than last time. Your progress is rather slow. The tile-breaking youth laughed heartily. Compared to Brother Mark, I still fall short. Brother Mark can break 10 tiles in one go. How can we possibly compare to Brother Mark? He has been training under the master for much longer than we have. I've heard he's been practicing for 5 years. If Brother Yong trained for that long, he would definitely break 10 tiles in one go. Haha, Junior Brother you mustn't say that. How could I ever compare to Brother Mark? However, breaking 10 tiles is merely a matter of time. The young apprentices continued to boast among themselves, oblivious to the stylish youth wearing sunglasses who had appeared at the doorway. Chapter 38. Not Satan breaking tiles? To shatter 4 stacked tiles in one strike? Sun Wuben gazed at this familiar scene, his thoughts drifting as he seemed to recall the performances of martial arts masters and special forces from his past life. However, while special forces often showcase their skills by breaking bricks and kicking wooden boards, here it was tiles being shattered. Unbeknownst to him, A smile crept onto Sun Wubin's face. Suddenly, the tile-breaking youth noticed his expression, and his countenance darkened. Sun Wubin quickly suppressed his smile. Hello everyone. May I ask if this is the No. 18 Martial Arts Dojo? Sun Wubin inquired, drawing the attention of the other youths to the boy with sunglasses at the entrance. Indeed, this is the No. 18 Martial Arts Dojo. Who are you? Are you here to learn? Junior brother, you turned to Sun Wubin with a friendly smile. I'm not here to learn. Sun Wubin replied as he stepped into the hall. Inside, there were some primitive training equipment such as stone millstones and stone locks, far inferior to the martial arts gear from the early days of the Sun Wu family dojo. Not here to learn. The expressions of the youths changed simultaneously. The No. 18 Martial Arts Dojo had been operating here for several years. Initially, due to a lack of business, it had not garnered much attention from competitors. However, recently, with Mark's rise to prominence, the dojo's reputation had soared, and coupled with its lower fees compared to others, it naturally incited the ire of the combat community in Satan City. In recent days, strangers have been visiting frequently, and Sun Wubin, appearing to be a youth of approximately 17, clearly emanates the aura of an elite from another martial arts dojo. If he is not here to learn, could it be that he seeks camaraderie? Curiously, Sun Wubin sensed the hostility emanating from the group of youths and, perplexed, inquired, Is your dojo's master named Sun, with the given name Wusheng? How dare you invoke our master's name? A voice thundered, as one of the youths, known for his formidable skills, interjected angrily. Before the others could respond, he continued, This lad is not here to become a disciple. He has come to challenge us. You go fetch help. Challenge. Sun Wubin was taken aback, hastily waving his hands. You misunderstand me. Stop your excuses. The youth retorted, Earlier, during my demonstration, you mocked me openly, thinking I was oblivious to your derision? The atmosphere buzzed with excitement, as others chimed in. It seems this lad possesses considerable skill. We might be outmatched. We should summon Brother Mark. The clamor grew louder, with some rushing through a side entrance, shouting, A challenge has been issued. Brother Mark, come quickly. Another fool has come to challenge us. In the hall, Sun Wubin wore an unusual expression, ready to explain, when suddenly a thought struck him. He smiled and regarded the youths, declaring, Indeed, I am here to challenge you. So, will you confront me together, or one at a time? I warn you, I am formidable. Not even all of you combined could withstand 3 punches and 2 kicks from me. Anyone can boast, retorted someone. You have quite the nerve. Are you trying to provoke us? Sun Wubin chuckled, his lips curling in disdain. Indeed, I am provoking you. What, are you afraid? Even if you all came at once, I would still find it somewhat troublesome. Why is it that you hesitate to join forces? You are exceedingly arrogant, one youth exclaimed, inciting others to step forward. Do not fall for his taunts. The formidable youth warned. This lad is clearly attempting to provoke us. He must be a seasoned fighter from some combat arena, having trained since childhood for nearly a decade, perhaps even reaching the threshold of human mastery. How long have we been training under our master? To engage him would be to invite humiliation. Let us be patient. Brother Mark will return shortly. Mark? Sun Wubin flicked the hair from his forehead. Is he the only notable fighter your dojo possesses? Very well, I shall wait, though I hope to not be disappointed. Rest assured, you shall not be disappointed. Echoed a hearty laugh, as a bare-chested youth clad in red pants emerged through the side door. Brother Mark has arrived. The youths exclaimed, rallying around the newcomer at last. You are here. This lad is audacious. Surely you will make him regret his insolence. As Sun Wubin turned his gaze, a name flashed in his mind, Satan. Satan is a satirical character in the Dragon Ball universe, initially perceived by early warriors as a shameless comedic figure, someone of no significance to any true fighter. However, over time, Mr. Satan, due to his remarkable charisma, usurped the warrior's accolades and was regarded by the people of Earth as a heroic savior. During the fierce battle between Goku and the malevolent Majin Buu, he implored the citizens to lend their energy, leading Goku to ponder that he might indeed be the true savior. In reality, even at his peak, Satan's combat prowess did not exceed the human physical limit, which is just above 10 points. Yet, his fortune, or rather his audacity to boast and subsequently weave tales of grandeur, is nothing short of admirable. Thus, despite his minimal strength, he became the world-renowned champion in the eyes of humanity, celebrated as the hero who saved the world. Before us stands Mark, a young boy with black hair, possessing Mr. Satan's signature curly, voluminous hairstyle, a distinctively long chin, and a facial structure reminiscent of the Satan Goku recalls. Your name is Mark, Goku inquired, his voice tinged with curiosity. Is there perhaps another name you go by, Satan? Mark paused, then burst into laughter. What nonsensical drivel are you spouting? My name has always been Mark. No other name exists for me. Although in this Satan city, I can indeed be called Satan. It is not my true identity, he chuckled heartily. Mark? Goku furrowed his brow. Satan's original name was Mark. And due to his immense strength and a series of astonishing coincidences, like rivals succumbing to food poisoning and judges losing their wits, he quickly ascended to become the world champion. He earned the moniker Mr. Satan in this very city, but all this was unbeknownst to Goku. It seems he is not Satan after all, which is a relief. There are indeed many who bear a striking resemblance to one another in this world. Goku sighed in relief, recalling that in the Dragon Ball Saga, the young Mr. Satan had once accompanied his master to distant tournaments, only to inadvertently mock a fellow competitor named Tao Pai Pai at a tavern in South City, resulting in his master's tragic death and Satan sustaining severe injuries, especially to his psyche. From that moment on, Mr. Satan vowed never to engage in combat with opponents whose true identities were indiscernible and whose strength was unfathomable. If Mark is not Satan, then my grandfather cannot possibly be the master who was slain by Tao Pai Pai, Goku whispered to himself. Chapter 39. Meeting Son Goku. Hey kid. State your name and the dojo you practice at. Satan commanded, one hand on his hip and the other pointing at Goku, suddenly pausing for a moment. You look familiar. Young one, Mark remarked, deep in thought. After a moment, he smacked his forehead. Oh, where have I seen you before? He scratched his head. Once again lost in contemplation, the onlookers broke into a cold sweat. Hey, are you going to fight or not? Goku shouted. Just then, a voice interjected, young man. Which dojo do you hail from? Why have you come here alone to challenge us? A somewhat familiar voice echoed in Sun Wubin's ears. As an elderly gentleman with a neatly shaved head, donned in a grayish-white Zhongshan suit, slowly entered through the door. The moment Sun Wuxing's gaze fell upon Sun Wubin's profile, his movements momentarily stiffened. Regardless of which dojo I belong to, if you wish to fight, then let us proceed, Sun Wubin declared, turning to face the entrance, his eyes widening in astonishment. Grandfather, he exclaimed joyfully, reverting to his native tongue, imbued with the accent of Inxing village. You are Sun Wuxing, he said, his eyes widening in surprise. Grandfather, it's me, Wubin. Sun Wubin removed his sunglasses and approached with a smile. Didn't you speak with me on the phone yesterday? Indeed, it's truly you, Wubin. Sun Wuxing exclaimed, filled with excitement. Child, how did you come here? This is a delightful surprise. Master, this is Mark, he said, stepping forward to inquire. He had accompanied Sun Wuxing for some time and could barely comprehend a few phrases in the native tongue. This is my grandson, Sun Wubin. Sun Wuxing proudly announced. Sun Wubin. Mark's eyes widened. Sun Wubin's acceptance into the prestigious class of the northern capital had long been a point of pride for the Sun family, and Sun Wuxing frequently spoke of his grandson when with Mark. Consequently, Mark had heard Sun Wubin's name so often that it had become familiar to him. Is it truly Sun Wubin? Mark exclaimed. Senior brother Mark? A junior apprentice beside him tugged at his sleeve and whispered, is this really Master's grandson? He is quite famous, but you seem a bit off. Famous indeed, Mark replied enthusiastically, his broad smile reminiscent of a hippopotamus. Do you know he is a top student from the Northern Capital's elite class? Are you aware of the caliber of institutions in the Northern Capital? It ranks among the top 4 in the world. You may not grasp what that entails, but just graduating from such an institution as Mark boasted. The surrounding apprentices' eyes sparkled with admiration, their gazes towards Sun Wubin transforming. Most of these apprentices hailed from the local impoverished neighborhoods, possessing limited exposure and understanding of prestigious academies, let alone the significance of the Northern Capital's elite class. Yet, none of that mattered. Mark's esteemed reputation lent credibility to Sun Wubin's accomplishments. Wubin, this is a disciple I accepted years ago. Your sister Mia has also met him, Sun Wuxing interjected, allowing Mark's boasting to continue, grinning as he pointed at Mark. His name is Mark. He possesses considerable martial talent, though he lacks your sister's diligence. Hello, Mark. I look forward to your guidance. Sun Wubin extended his hand. Mark paused his boasting, glanced at Sun Wubin's outstretched hand, and a glint of mischief flashed in his eyes. He then smiled broadly and took Sun Wubin's hand. Sun Wubin, I have long admired your illustrious name. Please take care of me. Suddenly, Mark's brow furrowed slightly. What's wrong, senior brother Mark? The junior apprentice inquired. Haha, nothing. Mark withdrew his hand, bursting into laughter, though confusion lingered in his eyes. Mark secretly chuckled to himself as he shook hands with Sun Wubin. The moment Mark gripped Sun Wubin's hand, he exerted considerable force, intending to pinch Sun Wubin as a jest. However, his strength was akin to that of a mere infant compared to the now formidable Sun Wubin. Consequently, Sun Wubin merely flicked his wrist, causing Mark's hand, straining with effort, to release its grip involuntarily. Fortunately, Sun Wubin refrained from retaliating. Otherwise, Mark's mild frown would have been the least of his concerns. These are my newly acquired disciples. Sun Wuxing introduced the remaining apprentices before leading Sun Wubin into a side room. Just as they departed, Mark abruptly slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "Oh, I remember now. He is none other than the renowned singer, Sun Wubin." The surrounding apprentices looked on in astonishment. "Do you recall the disc my master requested from me last time?" That was a record released by Sun Wubin, the musical prodigy from the northern capital, acclaimed in the entertainment industry as the song god. Mark began to boast animatedly. Inside the living room, the faint aroma of tea filled the air as Sun Wuxing observed Sun Wubin, who was blowing the froth off his tea. "I truly did not expect your arrival." "Oh, this is merely coarse tea. Coffee is the trend here. Nonetheless, I prefer tea. Regrettably, the fine varieties are quite expensive, so I have settled for some inferior brew to satisfy my palate." "Wubin, what brings you here?" Sun Wuxing inquired, his brow slightly furrowed. "What brings me here?" Sun Wubin thought bitterly. In recent years, his family had faced a series of calamities. First, his father had perished from overexertion in his training, followed by his mother becoming a vegetative state. Subsequently, his sister Mia had been captured by the Red Ribbon Army, and her whereabouts remained unknown. Just yesterday, Wuxing had called, seemingly seeking assistance. How could Sun Wubin not be concerned, fearing that his grandfather might also encounter misfortune, especially considering his grandfather's location was in Satan City? In the original Dragon Ball world, Son Gohan had frequently encountered various criminal activities in Satan City, sometimes encountering several incidents in a single day. It was precisely this environment that had drawn the righteous Son Gohan into a romantic relationship with Beulah, culminating in their marriage. Moreover, Sun Wubin recalled that Satan, during his youth, had encountered Tao Pai Pai, leading to his master being slain and himself grievously injured. Naturally, this prompted Sun Wubin to come and investigate. "Grandfather, you called yesterday, wanting Mia to come over. I feared you might require assistance, and I also missed you, so I decided to visit. As for my sister Mia, since we still have some funds and no other pressing matters, she wishes to pursue further training to elevate our family's reputation. She has gone off to cultivate, and I am unaware of her specific whereabouts. I only receive updates when she calls," Sun Wubin replied with a smile. "You truly are something else, traveling such a long distance to come here. In less than a day, you've journeyed from home to Satan City. I fear that even if your family possesses wealth, such expenditures cannot be sustained," Sun Wuxing remarked with a huff. This world, where high-tech and low-tech means of transportation coexist, still meant that even the cheapest fare from Ginkgo Village to Satan City amounted to a considerable sum. Sun Wuxing, having roamed the world for years, was acutely aware of his circumstances. In the past, he primarily relied on his own 2 feet for travel, reluctant to spend money. "Grandfather, the family isn't really short on funds these days," Sun Wubin interjected. "Humph." Sun Wuxing waved his hand dismissively. "It's easy to squander wealth, but difficult to build it up. Enough of that. I won't scold you further. Your intentions are good, but what is the matter with me?" At her level of martial arts training, advancing further is no simple task. Countless martial artists exist in this world, yet how many can break through the barriers? Have her call me next time. I must have a serious talk with her. Sun Wubin could hardly find a chance to interject amidst Sun Wuxing's ramblings, only managing a wry smile until his grandfather finally paused for breath. "By the way, grandfather, what do you need from Sister Me?" he inquired. Sun Wuxing chuckled lightly. "Oh, it's nothing of great import, merely a trivial matter. Whether she comes or not is of little consequence. Let us not dwell on it. Could it be about the fighting competition?" Sun Wubin ventured. "Sort of." Sun Wuxing hesitated before continuing. "It's nothing much. Just that my martial arts venue is finally on the right track, gaining recognition in this renowned battleground. However, we are still one step away from perfection. If Mark can defeat Lu Feng from the #1 fighting dojo, it would be ideal. But do you lack faith in Mark?" "How could I possibly have faith?" Sun Wuxing's expression turned sour. "I have seen Lu Feng's prowess firsthand. Mark still falls short of that level. Victory will be challenging, especially since Mark tends to be playful and squanders his talent. He lacks the ingenuity to make significant progress in a short time." "Grandfather, are you asking Sister Mia to replace Mark in the competition?" "Not at all. While Mia is my disciple, the public only recognizes Mark as the disciple of the 18th Fighting Dojo. If I were to enlist Mia, it would be perceived as seeking external assistance, and a victory would feel like a defeat. You know how crucial reputation is for martial artists." "I understand now, grandfather. You want Sister Mia to come and train with Mark, to draw out his potential through practical combat, right?" Sun Wubin smiled knowingly. "You are quite perceptive, my child." "Indeed. While practical combat carries risks, it is the most effective way to enhance a martial artist's combat ability. The other apprentices in my dojo are novices and will require years to develop. As for Mark, he is far too accustomed to my methods. By having Mia come, I aim not only to achieve what you mentioned, but also to provoke Mark. That rascal could laugh off 100 defeats at my hands without a hint of shame. But losing to someone like your sister would be a different matter entirely. Sun Wuxing laughed heartily, winking at Sun Wubin. You've grown up, Wubin. You should grasp the underlying principles. Is it not merely the pitiful pride of men who wish to avoid embarrassment before beautiful women? And Sister Mia is exceedingly lovely. Which man wouldn't he be captivated? Sun Wubin scoffed. Oh, does Wubin find himself captivated as well? That girl is merely meant for you. If you fancy her, do pursue her. Sun Wusong chuckled heartily, his gaze slightly dazed. He had taken Mia as his god-granddaughter, and he indeed harbored thoughts of uniting her with Sun Wubin. For she was an admirable young lady in every regard, talented, beautiful, and virtuous. Sun Wubin smiled and shifted the topic, saying, Grandfather, it seems that Mia won't be able to come for a while, so there's no need to dwell on it. Instead, let me take a moment to give Mark a little nudge. Sun Wusong was taken aback. Although he rarely returned home, he was aware of Sun Wubin's circumstances. Aside from a brief period of training under his father at the age of 5 or 6, Sun Wubin had been raised entirely as a scholar. Gaining admission to a prestigious academy like that in the northern capital was no easy feat, and Sun Wubin scarcely had time to pursue martial arts. Furthermore, Sun Wusong had yet to realize that his grandson was the very singer of the record Mark had gifted him the day prior. Even if he had known, he would have been unaware that the illustrious Sun Wubin had dropped out of the northern capital's elite school. Chapter 40. The ability to split tiles after a moment of surprise. Sun Wusong laughed heartily again. Ah, my child, you do love to jest. With a sigh, he reminisced. I remember your potential in literature was quite promising, and in martial arts, you were exceptionally gifted. At 5 or 6, when your father taught you on the back mountain, you grasped the principles of martial arts effortlessly and could extrapolate from them, leaving your father astounded. It was merely your physical potential that fell short. Mark possesses ample physical attributes, but if only he had your innate talent, I would have no need to worry. Sun Wusong felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him, recalling how Sun Wuxian taught Sun Wubin when he was merely 5 or 6. Those principles were comprehended by Sun Wubin in an instant, whereas the same concepts, when repeated to Mark now, left him utterly perplexed. One possessed the intellect to outpace the other by 1,000 miles, while the other's physical potential could similarly leave him far behind. Grandfather, I am not jesting, Sun Wubin asserted, clearly recognizing the importance Sun Wusong placed on the combat arts dojo. He understood that Sun Wusong had dedicated his entire life to breaking through the limitations of the human body in pursuit of the highest martial arts. Now, in his twilight years, he had finally settled down to establish a dojo to pass on the martial teachings he had cultivated over a lifetime. Should anything unforeseen occur, it would be a tremendous blow to an elder of his age, potentially leaving him despondent. I truly have little time, but if I can carve out even a moment to help fulfill your wishes, it would be worthwhile, Sun Wubin declared, his gaze resolute. Grandfather, I assure you, with my current strength, I could easily best Mark with a mere finger. Haha. Sun Wusong laughed even more heartily. Wubin, you did not just imply that you could crush Mark with a single finger, did you? Sun Wubin's eyes twitched slightly. He had indeed intended to say that. But upon reflection, he realized that such a claim might lead his grandfather to think he was boasting, so he altered his words. Grandfather, how about we make a wager? He proposed. What sort of wager? Sun Wusong inquired, intrigued. I will sit here, and you can push me. If you manage to lean me back by even half an inch, I shall never mention what I just said. Otherwise, allow me to step in for Sister Mia and give Mark a little push. What do you think? Sun Wubin suggested. You sit there, allowing me to push? Sun Wuxing's expression turned peculiar, the smile on his face contorting as he took a moment to regain his composure, finally remarking with an odd expression, Wubin, you cannot possibly think that I have grown old, causing my cultivation to regress back to my roots, can you? How could that be? In our Sun Wuliao practice, we emphasize that true mastery is attained through nurturing the body. As they say, aged ginger is spicier. Unless one hastily deteriorates their body through reckless training, one only grows stronger with age. This is a fundamental truth that I, your grandfather, still remember. Indeed, you remember, but why? Sun Wubin responded. I have heard of those who have become foolish from reading too much. Could it be that Sun Wuxing, looking at Sun Wubin with a strange expression, asked, Wubin, I ask you, how many stacked tiles can you split at once? Split several tiles with a single strike? Sun Wubin blinked, his facial muscles twitching. If his strength were sufficiently concentrated, he could easily split a cartload of tiles with one blow, yet the question was about simply splitting a few tiles. Sun Wubin scanned the room. There were no tiles present, only a wooden table, several wooden chairs, and a wooden cabinet. There was nothing to demonstrate one's strength, such as a steel blade or a lead ball. Surely, he could not demolish the brick wall. Grandfather, if I were to claim that I could destroy a cartload of tiles with a single strike, you would undoubtedly say I am boasting without restraint. How about we revert to our previous wager? You, child, Sun Wuxing replied, rendered speechless. What? Are you afraid, grandfather, of losing face before me? Sun Wubin provocatively looked at Sun Wuxing. Very well, I shall test you. Sun Wuxing laughed heartily, rising to approach Sun Wubin. Wubin, let me inform you of one thing. I am not like your father. I have already broken through the barrier. What? Sun Wubin was taken aback. Grandfather has broken through the barrier? Haha, startled, are you? Sun Wuxing chuckled. A warrior of his lineage experiences a halt in growth at a certain level of prowess. Yet Sun Wuxing had never neglected his training since reaching the limits of the human body. For over 60 years, he had made continuous progress. Even if it was only a slight improvement each year, the cumulative strength was formidable. In Sun Wuxing's view, this was what it meant to break through the barrier. Indeed, I am startled. Once Sun Wubin regained his composure, he felt exhilarated. The fact that his grandfather had broken through the barrier was monumental news. Sun Wubin understood the benefits that came with such an achievement. Being startled is good. Sun Wuxing smiled at Sun Wubin. Now, do you still wish to wager against your grandfather? Or shall we change the terms? No way. Sun Wubin raised an eyebrow. Let us stick with the original wager. I am ready for whatever you throw at me. Oh. Sun Wuxing paused, observing Sun Wubin's expression, which was filled with excitement and devoid of any worry. Indeed, this lad has been jesting from the start. A smile returned to Sun Wuxing's face. I must be truly foolish, as a top student engrossed in his studies. He simply would not have the time to train. Moreover, given his physical potential, even if he devoted himself entirely to training without studying, he would still find it challenging to win against Mark. His wager with me is merely a jest. Thus, no matter how high my prowess, it matters not to him, for he would inevitably lose. With this certainty in mind, Sun Wuxing's smile grew even brighter. With great anticipation, Grandpa is here. This is a mere fraction of my strength. Let us see if you can withstand it. Sun wasn't, playful in spirit, though wary of causing harm to his grandson, believed that such a modest force would pose no threat. He extended a single finger and pressed it against Sun Wubin's forehead, suddenly exerting a force. The power of a martial artist who has trained for over 70 years is immense. Even a fraction of that strength is beyond the capacity of several robust men. Yet, Sun Wubin remained utterly unperturbed, his demeanor remarkably relaxed, as if Grandpa's touch was nothing more than a gentle spring breeze. Sun wasn't mused, then burst into laughter. Not bad at all. After years of study, you possess such strength. Be cautious, for I shall increase my force to 2/10. As he spoke, he suddenly intensified his exertion, nearly doubling the previous force. Sun Wubin's head remained steady, and with a playful blink, he gazed at Sun Wasn't, saying, Grandpa, there's no need to test me. You have broken through the barrier, and so have I. To attempt to move me without using your full strength is but a dream. This is becoming increasingly absurd. Very well, I shall now increase to 50%. Sun Wasn't, unhurried, understood that education was not solely confined to academics. There were physical education classes and extracurricular activities like football, baseball, and basketball, all of which cultivate strength. As long as Sun Wubin was not a complete bookworm. With his innate talent, it was not entirely unbelievable that he could find time to hone his martial arts, acquiring such power. Be careful. Sun Wasn't applied more force once again. Grandpa. Sun Wubin chuckled. This hardly feels like 50%. It's barely a fraction. Do refrain from scaring me, will you? Sun Wasn't's expression grew serious. 50% force, and there's no reaction. This lad is quite extraordinary. A moment of hesitation passed, and Sun Wasn't adjusted his approach. Realizing that a single finger was insufficient, he placed his palm firmly on Sun Wubin's shoulder. Wubin, I shall use 60% of my strength. With that, he exerted himself. This is not 60%. At most, it's merely 30. Sun Wubin replied with a smile. Sun Wasn't furrowed his brow. Wubin, could it be that you have never neglected your training while studying? Sun Wasn't exclaimed in astonishment. To withstand 70% of his power while seated is no trivial feat. Something felt amiss. Well, in truth, I have never sat while studying. I replaced sitting with a horse stance. Thus, although I was studying, my foundational strength remained intact. Perhaps even enhanced, Sun Wubin explained. Is that so? Sun Wasn't narrowed his eyes, realizing that to withstand 60% of his strength while seated indicated that his grandson possessed more than just solid foundational skills. A prodigy, a true genius. The power he exhibits now rivals that of Mark. No wonder Sun wasn't felt a mix of joy, regret, and frustration with such innate talent. If he were to dedicate himself entirely to martial arts rather than academia, he could achieve great heights. Who knows what realm this lad has attained? Sun wasn't relaxed his brow. 70%. Commence. He exerted force. Not bad. Sun Wukong smiled. As Sun Wukong stared with wide eyes, he was almost taken aback. He inhaled deeply, his palm exerting force once more. 80%. At long last, he felt something, albeit faint and minuscule. The voice of Sun Wukong, filled with exasperation, echoed once again. Sun Wukong's expression turned grave as he stared blankly at Sun Wukong Ben. Ben, how did you acquire such extraordinary strength? Sun Wukong inquired slowly. Grandfather, let us set that aside for now. Let us see how much power you possess at your full strength, Sun Wukong Ben replied. Sun Wukong claimed to have shattered the threshold. Yet Sun Wukong Ben sensed that he was still far from achieving that feat, unless Sun Wukong's assertion of 80% true power was merely 4 or 5%. Full strength? Sun Wukong shook his head. There is no need for that. I promise you, I will guide Mark. Even with 80% of his strength. He could not budge Sun Wukong Ben an inch, which made it evident that Sun Wukong Ben's prowess surpassed Mark's by a significant margin. As for himself, at 90%, he should be able to move Sun Wukong Ben, and at full strength, he could do so as well. However, this seemed pointless. Chapter 41. Am I dreaming? Grandfather, Sun Wukong Ben said with a serious demeanor, if you indeed utilized 80% of your strength just now, then, with all due respect, you are still far from what one would call shattering the threshold. You little rascal, Sun Wukong chuckled reproachfully. You seem to shine brightly with just a hint of sunlight. Pray tell, why do you assert that I have not shattered the threshold? Do you even comprehend what it means to break through? I have traversed the world, sought wisdom from martial arts masters, and crossed more bridges than you have walked roads. Though you are clever for your age, you should not speak so recklessly. Grandfather, you must have never encountered someone who has truly broken through the threshold, Sun Wukong Ben replied gravely. He had originally intended to guide Mia in her cultivation after breaking through, but fate had other plans, with Mia's disappearance and now facing his grandfather. Sun Wukong Ben felt compelled to lay everything bare. You know nothing, you young whippersnapper, filled with deceit, Sun Wukong said with a laugh. Sun Wukong Ben blinked. Which of my words are false? You previously, Sun Wukong began, momentarily taken aback. Indeed, Sun Wukong Ben had boasted earlier. Perhaps in Sun Wukong's eyes, it was mere bravado, yet after exerting 80% of his strength and failing to move Sun Wukong Ben even slightly, his doubts lingered. See, it's your disbelief in me. If you were to exert your full strength and still could not move me, that would confirm my truthfulness, Sun Wukong Ben challenged. Casting a disdainful glance at Sun Wukong. Grandfather, you are merely avoiding this, fearing defeat to your grandson. You have cultivated for a lifetime, yet still cannot surpass someone who balances both study and training. Sun Wukong furrowed his brow, his expression darkening momentarily before breaking into a laugh. Ha ha ha. You little rascal, don't think you can provoke me. I have encountered your tactics countless times during my travels. However, he said, winking at Sun Wukong Ben, I have decided to play along. This time, it will be 90%. With that, he placed a hand once more on Sun Wukong Ben's shoulder. Pay attention. Unlike before, a sudden surge of power emanated from Sun Wukong, his expression turning icy. Go. A commanding shout resonated as immense force surged from Sun Wukong's hand. A profound sense of disappointment surged within Sun Wukong, causing him to furrow his brow. Did grandfather truly exert 90% of his strength? Or was he merely an old child, playing a game? Sun Wukong pondered, oblivious to the sudden pallor that washed over Sun Wuzhen's face. How could this be? Sun Wuzhen gasped for breath, and once again, an even more formidable aura erupted from him, his gaze turning icier as he exerted himself with fervor. Go, go, go. He shouted repeatedly, straining with all his might, his veins bulging with the effort, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Yet it was futile. No matter how great his efforts, it felt as though he were pushing against an immovable mountain of stone. Suddenly, Sun Wuzhen felt deflated. He looked at his own hands, unable to accept the notion of aging or dwindling strength. Thud, thud, thud. Sun Wuzhen staggered several steps back and sank into the chair behind him, his eyes glazed over. The room fell into silence. Grandfather, Sun Wukong's voice broke the stillness. You must be jesting, right? He inquired cautiously. Jesting? Sun Wuzhen's gaze darkened with annoyance as he turned to Sun Wukong. Child, What on earth is happening? How did you acquire such power while attending school? Grandfather, you may not be aware, but over the past few years, I've earned more than 50 million. Sun Wukong's revelation left Sun wasn't momentarily speechless. 50 million? This all occurred after your last departure, roughly a year ago. I thought to alleviate the family's burden. So I dropped out of school and participated in a televised talent show, Happy Boys. Since then, my fame skyrocketed, and after releasing an album, I earned 5 million from it. I never fully abandoned martial arts. After dropping out, aside from the talent show and album, I devoted myself entirely to martial arts training, which is how I achieved my current success. Sun Wukong concluded succinctly. 50 million, Happy Boys, an album. Sun wasn't blinked in disbelief, murmuring, so, in just 2 years, you have cultivated your martial arts to such a level? Indeed, I have been wholeheartedly dedicated for only 2 or 3 years. Moreover, during this time, I took on 2 extraordinarily talented disciples, although they were later abducted by the Crane Immortal, Sun Wukong added. 2 disciples, abducted by the Crane Immortal? The legendary Crane Immortal, the very teacher of our Sun Wukong lineage's ancestor? Is he still alive? Sun wasn't pondered, staring blankly at Sun Wukong. He is alive, Sun Wukong affirmed. Alive? Sun wasn't murmured in disbelief. By the way, not long ago, I attended the world's greatest martial arts tournament and encountered the Turtle Immortal, who also took on 2 exceptionally gifted disciples, particularly a child with a long tail named Sun Wukong. In my estimation, this Sun Wukong harbors potential akin to that of the vast cosmos. Sun Wukong elaborated. The Turtle Immortal? Sun Wukong? Which Turtle Immortal are you referring to? Could it be the same one associated with the Crane Immortal? Indeed, he is alive and possesses a power that is utterly despairing. During the last martial arts tournament, he unleashed an energy blast that rendered the moon invisible, reportedly altering its original orbit, Sun Wukong recounted. Master Roshi murmured to the moon, bewilderment etched across his face. Furthermore, Master Roshi's Sun Wukong stood alone, clutching a red satin ribbon. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong gestured dismissively. You need an elaborate, Wubin. I feel as though I am caught in a dream. Hold on, let's discuss this later. I need time to reflect. By the way, have you eaten? Let us dine out and enjoy a proper meal. Very well, Wubin acknowledged, aware that such news was astonishingly extraordinary. Grandfather, it appears you may not have much money. Please use this card for your expenses. A bank card materialized in Wubin's hand. A card? Sun Wukong's gaze fell upon the card Wubin had offered. Recognizing it as a $10 million card, one he had had the fortune to see once before. Is this truly a $10 million card? He inquired. Indeed, it holds 10 million. Later, you should visit the bank to have it registered in your name. Consequently, if the card is lost or stolen, there will be no financial repercussions, Wubin explained. Yet, he felt a peculiar sensation, not from the loss of 10 million, but from his extravagant spending following his record sales. He had replaced all of the outdated items in his home and purchased numerous versatile capsules for both himself and Mia. Neither he nor Mia had any intention of economizing. Considering that his brother was a prodigy with effortless access to wealth, their lavish expenditures soon depleted millions, leaving numerous essential items still unpurchased. Subsequently, Wubin had spent $1 million at the fortune tellers and another at Sun Wukong's, effectively draining his remaining resources. The 1,000 he now offered to Sun Wukong was borrowed from the agency with which he had signed a contract. Given Wubin's worth, borrowing $1 million, or even $1 billion, would not pose a challenge. He contemplated a timely return to the agency, to appear on television, participate in shows, and release a new album. Yet, the thought was exhausting. While earning money was straightforward, engaging in the entertainment industry, attending press conferences, recording new albums, and promoting them demanded an immense investment of time. Wubin, having breached the dimensional gate, found himself at the forefront of martial arts on Earth. In contrast, a typical martial artist, such as Master Roshi or Crane Hermit, might leisurely spend centuries only to achieve a modest power level, self-satisfied with their progress. However, for Wubin, breaking through the dimensional barrier represented the true inception of martial arts. This was a pivotal moment, a period ripe for rapid advancement and transformation from mortal to immortal. He wished he could stretch each minute into 60, hoping to keep pace with the remarkably talented warriors around him. All right, Sun Wukong ceased further discourse, extending his hand to receive the card. Since his grandson claimed to have earned over 50 million from album sales, withdrawing $1 million was hardly a burden. Perfectly content, he tucked the card away, eager to venture out and ascertain if it was genuine or merely a figment of his imagination. Suddenly, as if recollecting something vital, he exclaimed, I almost forgot. You mentioned that you earned over 50 million from album sales. You wouldn't happen to be the Wubin who sang about our parents and hometown, would you? Grandfather, you have heard of me here as well? Wubin replied, as Sun Wukong made his way towards the door. Let us discuss this further as we walk. Indeed. Chapter 42. Tricks, all tricks. In the city of Satan, cafes, restaurants, large shopping malls, and even parks and children's playgrounds were alive with an elderly man dressed in a faded Zhongshan suit and a young boy whose face was obscured by sunglasses. Throughout the remainder of the day, Sun Wubin did not press Sun Wubin for serious matters. Instead, as a gracious host, he guided Sun Wubin through the delights of Satan City, even opting to spend the night in a luxurious hotel rather than returning to their place of practice. For Sun Wubin, while the urgency of cultivation was undeniable, the joy of spending rare moments with his grandfather overshadowed any sense of urgency. The following morning at the 18th Combat Techniques Dojo, a group of young practitioners, including Mark, were diligently training, drenched in sweat. At that moment, an elderly man and a young boy entered together. It was Sun Wubin. The apprentices and Mark brightened at the sight of the young boy, but their expressions turned a shade sour upon noticing the closely cropped elder beside him, prompting them to maintain utmost seriousness in their training. All right, everyone halt, commanded the elder. Yes, master. The apprentices, filled with excitement, ceased their training. Good morning, master. By the way, Mr. Sun Wubin, I heard you are a renowned singer from the North City? Several apprentices eagerly queried. Mark leaped forward, exclaiming, haha, I almost forgot yesterday. You are indeed the famed singer. I truly enjoy your music, though my records were confiscated by master. By the way, Sun Wubin, please do not deny being that singer. You bear an uncanny resemblance to him. Humph, Sun Wusing snorted, and the buzz of conversation fell silent. Mark, you have sparred with Wubin, Sun Wusing stated blandly. Mark was taken aback, glancing between Sun Wubin and Sun Wusing, pointing at Sun Wubin. Master, do you mean I should engage in a sparring match with him? Precisely. I have long told you that Wubin's understanding of cultivation far surpasses yours. Engage him in a match, if you can withstand 10 moves from him. I shall not concern myself whether you listen to music or sing in the future, Sun Wusing replied coolly. Mark blinked, realizing his master was not jesting. Master, you are allowing brother Mark to spar with Mr. Sun Wubin? I heard he was the young man who broke tiles in North City yesterday, a quiet voice inquired. Sun Wusing chuckled lightly, casting a dismissive glance at the apprentice who, aside from Mark, showed the most promise. Do you wish to compete in knowledge as well? Not at all. I am merely curious. Mr. Sun Wubin must be quite busy with his studies and has little time for cultivation, the tile-breaking apprentice responded with a smile. This observation held merit. Indeed, Wubin had little time for cultivation, yet his approach was far more earnest than that of the others. Sun Wusing remarked coolly, glancing at Mark. Mark, why are you still standing there? Master. Mark snapped back to attention. The disciple expressed his willingness, yet he hesitated. For his strength was considerable and his cultivation still lacking. Observing that Master Sun Wubin appeared frail and delicate, he feared that a miscalculation could lead to unintended harm. I am concerned that if I exert too much force, I might injure him, which would be unfortunate, Mark remarked. Sun Wusing lowered his eyelids and said, If you manage to injure him, then you may consider yourself a master. I would gladly entrust the position of the venue's owner to you. Now, cease your prattle and step forward, Wubin. Very well, grandfather, Sun Wubin replied, stepping into the center of the hall, standing there with an air of vulnerability. Mark chuckled upon seeing him, and the surrounding disciples shared in the amusement. Master, look at him. He is riddled with vulnerabilities, easily numbering 90, if not 100. I suggest we hold off on the match and first conduct a test, Mark laughed heartily. A test? Sun Wusing lifted an eyebrow. What manner of test do you propose? I wish to ascertain the extent of Mr. Sun Wubin's abilities, Mark declared, his laughter echoing. Pointing to a pile of tiles outside, he continued. I can break 10 stacked tiles with a single strike. Do not be astonished. Few can achieve such a feat for this test. I ask you to see how many tiles you can break, hoping it shall not be fewer than 6. Another tile-breaking test? Sun Wubin blinked, feeling a twitch at the corner of his eye. Grandfather, is this how you conduct tests here? He inquired. Sun Wusing offered a wry smile. Do you presume that wealth comes easily to everyone? I cannot afford boxing equipment. Thus, we resort to using broken tiles, though they may appear flimsy. Their hardness surpasses that of equally thick wooden boards and is much more challenging to break. I am aware of the hardness of tiles, Sun Wubin replied with a smile. The tiles utilized for testing were of high-density, glazed variety, not easily broken by just anyone. Mr. Sun Wubin, may I fetch 10 tiles? One disciple called out. No need to gather them. I shall handle it myself. Come outside with me, and I will break them there to avoid any inconvenience. Sun Wubin smiled at the disciple named Scar and proceeded outdoors, followed closely by the others. Outside, beneath the eaves, a pile of tiles loomed nearly a meter high and almost 2 meters long. "Shall I help you stack the tiles?" someone asked. "No need, just stand back a bit," Sun Wubin replied, approaching the pile. "Keep your eyes sharp, I am about to strike." "What?" The crowd gasped. Even Sun Wuxing was taken aback. The pile consisted of nearly 200 tiles stacked in 6 layers, each layer containing over 30 tiles. Could Sun Wubin really strike down upon such a formidable stack? "Wubin, are you truly going to strike like that? Is that not permissible?" "It is possible, indeed," Sun Wuxing replied, furrowing his brow. "However, striking at over 100 tiles in such a manner, there is little room for the motion of your hand, making it difficult to exert force. You may not even be able to apply 80% of your strength." "That is sufficient. 80% will do," Sun Wubin asserted, raising his hand and then bringing it down with force. Bang! A resounding crash echoed as Sun Wubin's palm descended like a razor-sharp steel blade, cleaving through the entire stack of tiles from top to bottom. With a thunderous clatter, the heap of tiles toppled to either side, revealing each shard with a clean and precise fracture. Had it truly been split? Every single piece, without exception, had been severed? Astonished gazes, wide as saucers, surrounded the scene, including those of Mark and Sun Wuxing. This stack contained nearly 30 tiles, arranged against the wall, limiting the reach of Sun Wubin's arm, and consequently the force he could exert. Yet, he had effortlessly split them all in one decisive blow. Not a single tile left unscathed. If there were 2 more beneath, he could easily cleave those as well, the thought lingered. Martial artists often speak of the human body's limits, asserting that breaking through barriers grants a power that transcends these limits. Yet what Sun Wubin demonstrated was beyond mere human capability. Was I still dreaming from last night? Sun Wuxing lowered his eyelids, hands clasped behind his back, appearing calm, though the hands hidden within his sleeves trembled ever so slightly. Suddenly, a loud, boisterous laugh erupted from Mark, his mouth agape like that of a hippopotamus. "Ha ha ha. Look at this, Mr. Sun Wubin is truly remarkable." A nearby youth who had split tiles stammered. "Mark, what are you laughing at?" came the murmured reply from NASCAR. "It's a trick. A mere illusion." Mark exclaimed loudly, "All tricks. Do you not understand?" The apprentices stood bewildered. An illusion? Was it truly an illusion? They approached the broken tiles, clearly not a sleight of hand, for the tiles were indeed shattered. Sun Wubin himself was taken aback, his expression growing peculiar. In the world of Dragon Ball, every time warriors displayed powers beyond human comprehension, Mr. Satan would dismiss them as mere tricks, and the majority of the earth as populace, aside from a select few, accepted this notion. Time and again, it happened, once, twice, thrice, and so on, each instance seemingly ridiculous, yet upon reflection, not entirely absurd. After all, such abilities defy the laws of science and challenge mainstream values. Moreover, only a handful of warriors possessed such power, and humanity repeatedly faced death, only to be resurrected by the gathering of the 7 Dragon Balls, summoning Shinran to grant their wishes. These inexplicable events left the people of Earth in a state of bewilderment. Furthermore, the potential of Earth's martial artists, when compared to the warriors, was like the disparity between a mouse and an elephant, breeding envy and discontent, even if they internally recognized that it could not be mere illusion. For if tricks held such strength, they would be akin to sorcery or magic. They still spoke of it as though it were a trick. In an instant, I found myself in a similar predicament. Sun Wubin, while watching Dragon Ball, had once found it amusing, pondering how foolish the characters were. Yet now, he couldn't help but reflect, astonished to discover that he too possessed powers that others would deem mere illusions. Regardless of whether it was indeed a trick or not, Wubin had already exhibited his formidable strength. At this moment, Sun Wukong spoke solemnly. "Mark, it is now your turn to spar with Wubin. As I mentioned before, if you can withstand 10 strikes from him, the master will no longer intervene. If you manage to win, this arena shall be yours." "Ha ha." Mark burst into a thunderous laugh that reverberated through the room, turning on his heel and striding confidently toward the hall. "Come on in, my fellow disciples. Keep your eyes sharp and watch closely how I, Mark, will dismantle his tricks." "Ha ha. Tricks, all mere tricks. Ha ha." Inside the room, everyone stood in anticipation, their eyes wide as they held their breath, focusing on the 2 figures at the center of the hall. "Tricks are mere illusions. Brother Mark will surely prevail," they murmured. "Tricks? They are just sleight of hand, effective for deceiving the untrained, but in a real confrontation, humph." Chapter 43. Please guide my practice, Mr. Sun Wubin. Mark proudly patted his well-defined chest and flexed his biceps, declaring, "Did you see that? This physique of mine is pure, tangible strength, unlike your tricks. I believe that no matter how clever your illusions may be, they will be shattered by my true power. Sun Wubin stood lazily, beckoning Mark with a finger, and replied nonchalantly, "Let us begin." "Excellent," Mark exclaimed, growing increasingly animated. Just as Sun Wubin anticipated a strike, Mark, like a boxer greeting the media before a match, raised his fists and performed a display of bravado, spinning and showcasing his prowess until he finally crossed his arms. Gazing at Sun Wubin, "All right, I'm ready. Is your trick prepared? Don't worry, take your time, I can wait. After all, I am confident that no matter how sophisticated your illusions are, they will crumble before my genuine strength." Sun Wubin remained silent. "I know you want to admit it, but that is not the point. The question is, are you ready? Don't claim you weren't prepared if you lose." "I don't need to prepare. I've been ready for a long time. I've just been waiting for you," Sun Wubin replied lazily, feeling as if he were facing a character akin to Satan from Dragon Ball. "Very well," Mark said, stepping lightly in a boxing stance as he approached Sun Wubin, then launched a straight punch aimed at the tip of Sun Wubin's finger. In a flash, Sun Wubin moved, extending a single finger to block the strike. Mark's punch halted abruptly, only 3/4 of the way forward, completely thwarted by the fingertip, unable to advance further. Mark's eyes widened in disbelief, and he quickly withdrew his fist, delivering another powerful blow with his other hand. Once again, Sun Wubin did not use a finger. Instead, he opened his palm and caught Mark's fist within his grasp. "Ah!" Mark let out a bone-chilling scream. What was happening? Though Brother Mark's punch had been caught, such a reaction seemed excessive. Could it be that Mr. Sun Wubin's grip was so powerful that it caused Mark's fist great pain? As Sun Wubin relaxed his grip, Mark withdrew his fist, taking 3 steps back while shaking his hand and exclaiming in pain. After a brief moment, he lowered his hand, gazing at Sun Wubin with a face full of terror. Indeed, Mark gaped with his hippo-like mouth and shouted, "It's a trick! What hidden weapon do you have? How infuriating! My hand is killing me. I possess no hidden weapon. Your strength is simply inadequate, your training insufficient," Sun Wubin replied calmly, keeping his hand raised with an open palm. It appeared that he truly concealed nothing. Whispers erupted among the onlookers. "Humph, don't think Mark, can be deceived," he shouted. "If it's a trick, how could you let them see? Oh, it's truly excruciating. Sun Wubin, you mustn't employ that trick again. It's too devious. Come now, I want to squeeze your fist again." Sun Wubin sighed, feeling disheartened. Had it not been for his desire to assist his grandfather, he would have long since departed from such an individual. "Very well, you mustn't use it again, otherwise, Mark, will concede defeat." After a brief respite, Mark began to bounce towards Sun Wubin with a boxing stance, this time clearly more cautious. He circled Sun Wubin twice without throwing a punch, and on the third lap, as he reached Sun Wubin's back, he suddenly swung his fist towards Sun Wubin's rear. "Do not presume that I cannot see you just because you are behind me." A hand emerged once more before Mark's fist. Unbeknownst to him, Sun Wubin had already turned and grasped Mark's fist. "You promised not to use that move again," Mark shouted in terror. "I exerted no force. Your fist should not be in pain," Sun Wubin replied coolly. Mark then realized that this time, being caught did not inflict any pain. He laughed heartily, but as he attempted to withdraw his fist, his laughter faltered. It felt as if his fist were rooted in Sun Wubin's palm. "How about this, Mark? If you can strike me or make my body move even a fraction, I will concede defeat," Sun Wubin said with a smile. "You scoundrel!" Mark roared, feeling utterly humiliated. He shouted angrily as he attempted to pull his fist free, but it felt as though it were anchored in Sun Wubin's hand. What was more alarming was that despite his frantic efforts, Sun Wubin's body did not budge an inch. Once, twice, thrice, Mark shouted in desperation, exerting himself with all his might, but to no avail. After half a minute, he had not moved Sun Wubin in the slightest. "You scoundrel! You are employing tricks again. It is abominable," Mark yelled. "Tricks are mere illusions. In the face of true strength, all illusions become meaningless," Sun Wubin replied coldly. "It appears you are not at all clever, yet you believe yourself to be wise. Very well, to awaken your senses, let me show you a little spin." With a swift motion, Sun Wubin seized Mark's fist and hurled him into the air, spinning him above his head like a windmill. This elicited a blood-curdling scream of terror from Mark. The surrounding apprentices stared in wide-eyed astonishment, and even Sun Wubin was momentarily taken aback, quickly regaining composure to exclaim, "Wubin, show mercy. Do not throw him away." With a swift motion, he spun the ring and released it, and one could easily imagine that Mark had come perilously close to losing his life. "It's nothing, Grandpa. This is merely a trick in Mark's eyes, and I too wish to see how he, a master, would unravel my ruse." I concede, I concede. Mark cried out in terror. Mr. Sun Wukong, I truly yield. Please do not cast me aside. Why concede? This is merely an illusion, a sleight of hand. Sun Wukong's voice grew increasingly cold. Were it not for the need to rely on Mark to uphold the 18th Combat Technique Dojo, he would have relished the thought of letting this foolish lad languish in a hospital bed for months to come to his senses regarding the nature of the trick. It's not an illusion. I concede, I concede. Mark shouted desperately, his life hanging by a thread, yet still refusing to relent. Was this not the very definition of madness? Truly, this is dull. The speed at which Sun Wukong swung decreased rapidly, eventually slowing to a gentle release of Mark. Mark staggered to his feet but swayed unsteadily as though intoxicated, taking barely a step before collapsing once more. This time, however, he displayed greater wisdom. He remained prone for a while until the dizziness and pain subsided, before finally rising again. What a splendid trick! What a splendid trick! Mark exclaimed, his mouth agape in jubilation. The magic devised by Mr. Sun Wukong was so formidable that it possessed genuine combat capabilities. Truly, he was a prodigy from the capital. And only the elite of the 4 prestigious academies could harness advanced technology to create such a powerful illusion. Mark's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Mr. Sun Wukong, I wonder if you could teach us this trick? Sun Wukong felt a vain throb at his temple. Although Mark was not the devil from Dragon Ball, he was nearly a carbon copy aside from the difference in name. This is martial arts. When one's martial prowess reaches a breakthrough, one attains strength akin to mine. Not through high technology, Sun Wukong replied coldly, his desire to support the 18th Combat Technique Dojo waning with every passing moment. Mr. Sun Wukong, please teach me martial arts. Sun Wukong turned to see the tile-splitting youth bowing deeply at a 90-degree angle. Mr. Sun Wukong, please do guide me in my training. The tile-splitting youth pleaded. Spurred by this youth's plea, several others approached Sun Wukong, bowing in homage. Mr. Sun Wukong, please instruct me as well. Teach me. Their faces turned sour at Mark's expense. Chapter 44, Little Girl Lure. How amusing, Sun Wukong mused, casting a glance at the other apprentices besides Mark. Are you not concerned that this could be a mere illusion? The tile-splitting youth burst into laughter, followed by the others. Whether it is an illusion or not, we possess enough discernment. The tile was genuinely split. An illusion can only mask for a moment, not indefinitely. The tile remains severed, and Mark truly was defeated by you. We witnessed it with our own eyes. Is there any illusion so masterful in this world? The brash disciple Mark shot a cold glare at the tile-splitting youth. Glancing at the assembled apprentices, are you implying that I, Mark, am a fool? The brash disciple recoiled slightly. Brother Mark, spare us your tricks. If this is merely a diversionary tactic in battle, it transcends mere sleight of hand. It is a true martial art, a technique, a way of the warrior, Scar scoffed. We all witnessed that Mr. Sun Wukong possesses no apparatus, nor could he conceal anything of remarkable ingenuity. Even if he did, to perform such feats right before our eyes without our detection, what significance does that hold? Is it truly an illusion? Can a trickster exhibit such swiftness? Brother, you chuckled in response. Foolishness. The means of advanced technology are beyond your comprehension, Mark retorted with a sneer. Let us not forget he is a distinguished graduate from the northern city. Brother Mark, while high technology is indeed formidable, I admit my academic background is lacking. However, do not overlook the Divine Group. The Divine Group? Sun Wukong's eyes gleamed with interest. He had heard of its renown but had not paid it much heed, as he had been too preoccupied with his own endeavors, whether in school or having dropped out, to spare even a second. As you all know, the Divine Group comprises extraordinary martial artists, Brother Young stated. If Mr. Sun Wukong truly possessed such feats, it would be common knowledge, and members of the Divine Group would not endure such rigorous training. As one of the most formidable military units under the auspices of the United Nations, the Divine Group boasts the world's leading talents and resources. None among them exhibit the same tricks as Mr. Sun Wukong. They cultivate tangible martial arts. Brother Mark. We may be less educated, but we are not so naive as to be duped. Upon hearing Brother Yang's words, the apprentices around them cast peculiar glances at Mark. Initially, Mark's face contorted into a grimace akin to that of a donkey, but he soon erupted into laughter. A jest. A jest. Ha ha ha. You have all seen through me. It is merely a joke. He guffawed. This Mark truly possessed a thick skin, reminiscent of Satan from Dragon Ball. Just then, Sun Wukong glanced outside. Wukong, what is it? A visitor approaches. In the narrow alley leading to the 18th Combat Arts Dojo, a young girl, scarcely 12 years old, emerged from a nearby building with a stern expression. Having just escaped the remnants of the Red Satin Brigade's defeat, she was summoned here by the leader, leaving her no moment of respite. Strange. The 18th Combat Arts Dojo is renowned, with Master Sun Wuxing at its helm, followed by his disciple Mark. Recently, no other formidable masters had graced the dojo with their presence. According to what the leader had said, a master capable of halting a vehicle with a mere coin had vanished from this vicinity. Who could that be? I could also strike a coin into the vehicle, but it must land precisely in a critical spot, which is no simple task. I hope this master is not some old codger. It would be delightful if it were a handsome young man. After all, I have yet to go on a date. The young girl indulged in her daydream for a moment before returning to her senses. She resolved to hasten to the 18th Combat Arts Dojo to gather intelligence. After all, they were practitioners of martial arts and might provide some valuable clues. The young girl murmured to herself as she arrived in front of the number 8 Martial Arts Dojo, then wrinkled her nose in disdain. This dojo is rather shabby. It seems unlikely there would be any masters here. What a headache. She approached the freshly painted red door and, lifting her foot, kicked it with a resounding thud. Bang! The door swung open abruptly, revealing a long line of people inside, all wide-eyed, staring at the girl who had just kicked the door open. Silence enveloped the space. The girl, her large eyes taking in the sight of the queue behind the door, found herself momentarily stunned, lost in thought for a full 3 seconds before any reactions ensued. Why are you all standing in line behind the door? And why did you kick it? Questions rang out simultaneously, only to be halted moments later. The apprentices at the number 18 Martial Arts Dojo turned their gazes towards Sun Wuben. Wuben, your ears can't be like a cat's, can they? You've truly hit the nail on the head. We have a visitor. Sun Wuxing chuckled, pleased at the arrival of a stranger, whether for a challenge or to seek apprenticeship. Regardless of the intent, with Sun Wuben present, he felt at ease. Sun Wuxing's gaze swept over the young girl. She was indeed a strikingly beautiful child. Her short black hair gently fluttering in the wind, her fair and delicate face adorned with exquisite features. Her clear, bright eyes sparkled like crystalline waters. One would hardly expect that such a lovely girl had just delivered a forceful kick that had shattered the wooden door. Which family do you belong to, little sister? Have you come to our dojo to seek a master? Mark hurriedly stepped forward, raising his hand to gesture towards himself. I am Mark, the chief disciple of this dojo. Though our dojo may not appear impressive, our skills are undeniable. Especially mine. I have defeated all competitors from the other 17 dojos in Satan City. Oh, I almost forgot to mention, there are a total of 18 dojos in Satan City. Sun Wuben found himself speechless. What kind of perception did Mark possess? Who knocks on the door to seek apprenticeship? The girl's gaze swept over the crowd, and when it landed on Sun Wuben, it seemed to shine momentarily before hastily shifting away, finally settling on Mark. So, you possess remarkable skills? The girl revealed a shy smile, blinking her innocent eyes. I lure. Admire skilled fighters greatly, but I've been deceived too many times. Each time I encounter someone, they boast endlessly, yet are hollow within. The more they brag about their prowess, the more worthless they seem. I wonder if you are one of those. Mark's smile faltered for a moment before he burst into hearty laughter. Your name, Lure, is lovely. I assure you, I am not that kind of person. If you don't believe me, just ask anyone about me, Mark. Every dojo knows who I am. To be frank, all who have come to challenge our dojo have been defeated by me. Really? You don't seem very impressive, Lure replied, shaking her head in disbelief. Mark grew anxious. Lure, what would it take for you to believe me? With that, he removed his shirt, pointing to his well-defined chest muscles. Just look at me, and you'll know I am strong. The muscles were indeed robust, yet one could not help but question their authenticity. I had witnessed too many instances of individuals with artificially enhanced physiques due to the consumption of clenbuterol. Lure scrutinized Mark's exposed pectorals, even daring to poke them with her delicate finger. A burst of laughter erupted around them, and Mark's smile faltered, appearing somewhat forced. Clenbuterol was a feed additive meant for pigs. After all, Grandpa, Mark is in trouble. Sun Wuben murmured softly. Indeed, Sun Wuxing replied, his gaze fixated on Lure's outstretched finger, which gently prodded Mark's chest. In an instant, Mark's expression shifted. He stumbled back 3 steps, his face oscillating between hues of green and white. It seems rather soft. Could it be that his muscles are indeed a result of clenbuterol? Lure pondered, retracting her finger, as if the previous moment had been unintentional. Mark quickly regained his composure, glancing at Lure and then at his own chest. How peculiar. Was I not stable just now? Surely, I must have lost my balance. Yes, that must be it. With that, he stepped forward confidently, positioning himself before Lure. Lure, I understand that you want to be convinced without a demonstration. How about I break some tiles for you? Break tiles? Lure's eyes sparkled momentarily. Can that truly attest to your prowess? I am wary of being deceived again. Fear not. I, Mark, can shatter 10 tiles in one go. I know mere words 1T suffice to convince you. Junior brother Yong, go fetch 11 tiles, today. Your senior brother shall break through 11. Mark commanded. Understood, junior brother Yong responded, rushing to the back. In truth, many apprentices had noticed Luer's challenging demeanor. Yet they remained indifferent, for with Sun Wubin, who could easily toy with Mark, present, what was there to fear? Although Sun Wubin was not a disciple of the 18th dojo, he was the grandson of the dojo's master and belonged to the Sun Wulian lineage. He may not represent the 18th dojo in the martial arts competition, but surely he could handle a minor challenge. 11 tiles. A faint, imperceptible smile graced Luer's lips before vanishing. Wow, breaking 10 at once seems quite impressive. Her expression shifted to one of excitement, quickly followed by a frown. But tiles vary in quality. You wouldn't be breaking those that even a child could manage, would you? Of course not, Mark insisted, eager to boast. Luer interrupted him. How about we make a wager? A wager? What are the stakes? Mark inquired, brimming with confidence. If you truly possess great skill, I shall join your dojo for training. However, if those 10 tiles shatter at a mere touch, easily broken even by a girl like me, you must help me find a martial arts expert superior to yourself. Does that sound agreeable? Find a martial arts expert? Sun Wuxing and Sun Wubin exchanged glances, pondering if this girl was indeed here to challenge them. Their curiosity piqued. Yet they remained silent, allowing Mark to indulge in his antics. Help you find someone stronger than me. I am already the strongest in the world. Yet there must be one or two who surpass me. That condition is certainly feasible. Mark spoke with a hearty laugh, yet his eyes darted to Luer. Although I am not afraid of losing, I am not foolish enough to underestimate you. If you have practiced, splitting a tile should be within your capability. Did you not comprehend? I mean to say that your 10 tiles shatter upon the slightest touch. Even I could split them, not just one. Luer regarded Mark with a disdainful expression. Rarely, Mark's face flushed with embarrassment. Then he chuckled. Just a jest, just a jest. Very well, I accept this wager, dear brother. Brother Mark, the tiles have been brought. Young disciple Yong placed 11 tiles before Mark at the door. Mark stepped back, pointing at the stacked tiles. Luer, do you see? These tiles are not of inferior quality. They are quite sturdy. Even a child, let alone an adult who has not practiced, could split one. Oh, is that so? Luer replied with a playful smile, taking a step forward. She extended her delicate arm, forming her fingers into a blade. Unlike Mark, who usually raised his arm high, she lazily lifted it halfway and gently swung downwards. With a resounding crack, her alabaster palm descended like a razor-sharp steel blade, effortlessly cleaving through all 11 tiles as if they were mere puffed snacks. Chapter 45, Mark's crisis stunned. The apprentices in the room were utterly bewildered. In their experience, Mark's ability to split 10 tiles in one blow was extraordinary. After practicing for so long, they had engaged in tile-splitting competitions, which were among their few amusements, with the best performance being Yong splitting 4 tiles. Today, however, they had witnessed Sun Wubin effortlessly severing 30 tiles in a single strike. Then, this seemingly innocent girl, Luer, who appeared as a sweet, well-behaved younger sister, had also nonchalantly split 11 tiles. Confused glances shifted between Sun Wubin and Luer. Strictly speaking, the short interval between Sun Wubin splitting 30 tiles and Luer splitting 11 tiles was negligible. Mark's jaw dropped, nearly hitting the floor. Sweat dripped from Mark's forehead as he blinked, his throat emitting a low gulp, his gaze turning towards Sun Wubin. Consumed by a singular thought, what in the world is happening? Sun Wubin and Sun Wuxing exchanged glances, slightly taken aback. Although they had anticipated Luer was extraordinary, her nonchalant demeanor suggested that splitting 11 tiles was not her limit. Of course, what gave Sun Wuxing confidence was Sun Wubin's presence. Luer's display was, in his eyes, not particularly remarkable. Moreover, he believed he could achieve a similar feat as Luer. Hee. Luer giggled, playfully kicking at the shattered tiles on the ground, her expression shifting to one of disappointment as she looked disdainfully at Mark. Hey, big guy, is this what you call high-quality tiles? It's all just sleight of hand. Mark muttered under his breath. Sleight of hand. Luer was momentarily taken aback, struggling to process the remark before returning to her senses, her expression turning peculiar as she regarded Mark. A flush of crimson surged across Mark's face. Despite his thick skin, his confidence in performing tricks before Sun Wubin was notably diminished. After all, could he truly claim prowess simply by breaking 10 tiles when others could shatter 11? Yet, Mark's formidable training soon allowed him to adapt to the discomfort. Ha! He bellowed, his laughter resonating like thunder. With a sweeping gesture towards Luer, he declared, You, my dear girl, appear to be no older than 11. Even if you began your training from the womb, you could hardly possess my level of skill. Is this not mere trickery? Luer's expression shifted, a hint of displeasure crossing her features before she flashed a smile. You've lost. I initially intended to ask you to find a martial arts master who has visited here, but I find your words quite foul and deserving of a slap. Thus, I shall strike you so hard that your mother wouldn't recognize you. As her words hung in the air, she darted forward with surprising speed. Though Mark's actions and words could often be reckless, his years of training under Sun Wukong had instilled in him solid skills. The moment he saw Luer make her move, he remained unperturbed. Rather, he felt invigorated. With a mighty shout, he launched a left jab aimed at Luer's shoulder, careful not to mar her pristine, youthful visage. This young girl must possess a unique talent for breaking tiles. In terms of raw strength, I am robust, my arms thicker than her thighs. Surely, I could overwhelm her. This punch was not merely a display of power, but an attempt to reclaim his dignity before his fellow disciples and the enchanting young girl. Executed with greater speed and strength than his earlier attempts against Sun Wukong. Do you dare to retaliate? Luer's eyes glimmered with cold determination as she stepped forward with even greater speed, effortlessly evading Mark's punch while delivering a resounding slap to his face. Smack! The sound rang out crisply. Mark spun in place 3 times before regaining his balance, only to be met with Luer's innocent smile, which now appeared devilish in his eyes. Such a delightful sound, like the beat of a drum. How about a few more slaps for good measure? Or perhaps I could perform a song for the United Nations. Luer raised her hand once more. In an unexpected burst of energy, Mark launched himself away, reaching near his physical limits as he darted behind Sun Wukong, peeking out with a look of sheer terror. Luer's gaze shifted to Sun Wukong, curiosity flickering in her eyes. Why is this giant hidden behind you? Can you protect him with your prowess? Or are you the master of this dojo? No, wait. Luer glanced at the elder Sun Wukong, murmuring, I recall the master of the 18 combat techniques dojo being an old man. Sun Wukong flashed a sunny smile. Mark is simply a rogue. Your dealings with him are of no concern to me, but it seems you have come here for a purpose. How may we assist you? Luer was momentarily entranced by his sunny smile. In all honesty, she appeared to be a mere 10 years old, yet she was, in fact, a 20-year-old young woman. And who might you be? Are you an apprentice of this dojo? Luer inquired. My name is Luo Han, and I am also a practitioner, though I am not an apprentice here. However, the master of this dojo is my grandfather, he replied. Sun Wukong, a name he adopted as his English name, was prone to causing trouble, thus he preferred Luo Han. Luo Han, I understand now. That cheeky little brat. I shall overlook this for your sake. Luer said with a shy smile, before turning to Sun Wukong. Master Sun, you are the local authority here, and I seek your assistance in locating someone. Locate someone. Sun Wukong's brow furrowed slightly, as Mark interjected, by what right do you expect us to help you find someone? That bet earlier was merely a jest. To leverage that for us to assist you is out of the question. Miss Luer, the affairs of the dojo are quite demanding, and we scarcely have time for our own training. If it were merely a trivial task, that would be one matter, but if it poses a challenge to Sun Wukong. Master Sun, may I have a word with you in private? Luer asked. Certainly, Miss Luer, please follow me. Sun Wukong led Luer into an inner room. Shortly thereafter, he emerged, his expression noticeably troubled. Master, who does she want you to find? The others inquired. Sun Wukong's gaze fell upon Mark, his face a mask of difficulty. After a brief hesitation, he said, Mark, you will accompany Miss Luer. Master, where to? Mark asked, his expression one of distress. If it were not for Luer's formidable abilities, he would not hesitate to accompany such a beautiful young woman into perilous situations. However, now it was about the divine group. Sun Wukong coldly uttered those 2 words. The divine group? Everyone's countenance changed, including Mark's, which turned ashen. What is happening? Sun Wukong grasped his fellow disciple Young's arm in concern. Mr. Sun Wukong, this is dire news, but fortunately, it seems that Brother Mark will bear the brunt of it. Not us, Young said, patting his chest, and then elaborated. In our world, there are said to be over 200 nations, each with its own military. However, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that above these nations exists a supreme governing body, the United Nations, which holds authority over all. Every 3 years, a grand competition is held among the armies of these nations, from which the victors and elite are selected to form a union. The United Nations armed forces are divided into 9 military districts, each producing 10 special forces units known as super elite combat teams, colloquially referred to as the Super 1 teams. Each member of these teams is among the finest in the military, possessing exceptional skills. From these 10 Super 1 teams, an even more formidable special forces unit is selected, known as the Military District S All-Officer Special Forces, which can easily defeat 10 super elite combat teams. This is famously known as the Super 2 teams. From the Super 2 teams, further elites are chosen to form a higher tier unit, known throughout the world as the Super 3 teams, which include the Army Super 3 teams, Air Force Super 3 teams, and Navy Super 3 teams, all selected through similar rigorous processes. The Divine Group is composed of elites drawn from these 3 illustrious Super 3 teams. Are you aware of this? Sun Wubin nodded in acknowledgement. Thus, each member of the Divine Group is indeed an elite among millions? The reputation of the Divine Group is known to Sun Wubin, albeit he possesses scant knowledge about it. Only upon hearing from his junior brother Yong does he realize the formidable challenge of gaining entry into such an esteemed organization. Given that the Divine Group comprises the Armée de la Armée, the fact that Brother Mark has been accepted is a monumental blessing. Even if he were to do nothing, merely encountering such illustrious individuals would be an unparalleled honor, muses Sun Wubin. Under normal circumstances, that is indeed the case, replies Yong, followed by a sigh. However, joining the Divine Group is not akin to a leisurely excursion. It is rumored that the group frequently seeks out martial arts academies and combat training centers across various locales, recruiting the most skilled practitioners from these places. Notably, they exclusively summon young, handsome men, dismissing those who are older, unattractive, or otherwise deemed undesirable. Only handsome men, Sun Wubin exclaims, his eyes wide with curiosity. What could be the rationale behind that? Who knows? Young shrugs. Yet, every martial arts expert who returns from the Divine Group appears as if drained by some enchantress. Lacking vitality, emaciated to the point of being mere skin over bone. Many suffer a significant loss of their essence, with some even abandoning their martial pursuits entirely, opting for different paths. As Yong recounts this, he trembles slightly, casting a sympathetic glance at Mark. How terrifying! Sun Wubin gasps, unable to fathom the ordeals faced by those martial artists who have entered the Divine Group. Chapter 46. Do you know Sun Wukong? Mr. Sun Wubin. The truth is not that no one knows, but rather that few are willing to speak of it, Yong whispers, lowering his voice as he leans closer to Sun Wubin's ear. Are you aware that many beautiful women are among the members of the Divine Group? Indeed, nods Sun Wubin. While conventional military forces are predominantly male, advancements in technology and the evolving nature of warfare have rendered the raw physicality of traditional combat less paramount. In this context, certain attributes often associated with women, such as meticulousness, patience, and multitasking, have come to the fore, making them highly valued within military ranks. Of course, at the grassroots level, those engaged in the grueling tasks of armed combat and close-quarters skirmishes remain predominantly male. It is said that the women within the Divine Group are not only exceptional in capability, but also stunningly beautiful, each a rare gem capable of captivating hearts. Regrettably, their enigmatic nature renders them elusive to the outside world. Fortuitously, I have had the chance to acquire a photograph of one of these Divine Group beauties, Yong declares, carefully extracting a picture from his pocket. Behold, as Sun Wubin gazes upon the image, his eyes widen with astonishment. The photograph, evidently cut from a magazine, has been meticulously enhanced by Yong, despite showing signs of wear. Yet, the allure of the figure captured therein remains undiminished. The image depicts a striking woman clad in a green military uniform, complemented by a matching cap. Her complexion is as delicate as that of a young girl, and her pale blue eyes shimmer like precious gems. Beneath her cap, her silvery hair cascades like silk, and her figure is tantalizingly alluring. Exquisite, flawless, truly captivating. Yong's eyes sparkle like stars in the night sky as several of their fellow disciples gather around, expressing their admiration. Alas, she is a rose with thorns. As the courageous disciple spoke, he let out a low sigh and remarked, "It is said that the enchanting women of the Divine Group are all man-eating tigers. I mean, they devour men. Martial artists are invited into the Divine Group, where they must engage in combat exchanges with the male members by day and satisfy the appetites of the beautiful women by night. If they were ordinary women, it might be bearable, but how can any man resist the allure of these Divine Group sirens? You understand, don't you?" Sun Wubin's face turned peculiar. Is it truly so? His gaze fell upon the silver-haired woman in the photograph, undeniably captivating. If she were to actively seduce men, there would be no man capable of withstanding such temptation, unless he were of a rare breed like the Namekians. Yet, could it be that the women who endured rigorous trials to enter the Divine Group are so lacking in virtue? Sun Wubin remained skeptical. "Master," Mark exclaimed, "I refuse to go. I absolutely will not join the Divine Group. Master, you know I am the pillar of the 18th dojo, and I am about to engage in a match with Lu Feng from the first dojo. How could I possibly go to the Divine Group? I understand, but what choice do I have?" Sun Wuxing sighed, his expression appearing aged by over a decade. The 18th dojo represented his hope, yet now, Master, why can't we refuse? And who is that little girl? Surely, we can't just heed the summons of any random person and go to the divine group. Mark continued, suddenly bursting into laughter. Right, that little girl is quite mischievous. Perhaps she is just playing a prank. Impossible. Sun Wuxing shook his head, sighing. She is indeed a member of the divine group, and you think anyone can slap you as if it were child's play? How could that be? Mark shouted repeatedly. She is just a 12-year-old girl. How could she possibly be a member of the divine group? Watch your mouth, big guy. Who is 12? This miss is 20 years old. Thank you very much. A crisp voice chimed in as Luer emerged from the inner room, her demeanor cool and unfazed. Luer, dear, Mark exclaimed upon seeing her, displaying a smile sweeter than flowers. Please, stop playing around. I truly cannot go to the divine group. Whether you go or not is not your decision to make. It is mine, Luer replied with a huff. How dare you hesitate when such a lovely lady invites you? With a flick of her wrist, she produced a pair of handcuffs, smiling mischievously at Mark. Now, will you walk willingly, or shall I escort you in cuffs? Oh no. Mark suddenly cried out, bending over and clutching his stomach. Oh, my stomach hurts. It must be food poisoning. The potatoes I ate this morning were sprouted. Oh no. I'm done for. It hurts too much. He rolled on the ground, lamenting. Sun Wuxing felt a flush of embarrassment as he observed his disciple's antics. Truly, he was a unique character. However, Sun Wuxing remained silent, hoping this ploy would persuade the young lady of the divine group to reconsider. The surrounding apprentices also turned crimson, feeling the weight of Mark's shame, hoping for a favorable outcome. Luer, Sun Wuben said, his expression shifting. Your divine group is one of the highest military organizations in the world. Is there any way to locate Dr. Jero of the Red Ribbon Army? Dr. Jero of the Red Ribbon Army? Luer widened her eyes in astonishment as she gazed at Sun Wuben. The Red Ribbon Army was composed of a group of ruthless villains, unknown to ordinary people. How did you come to know this? What is the purpose of this revelation? Sun Wuben replied. The Red Ribbon Army has essentially been eradicated. The majority of those who fled are mere insignificant remnants, no longer a cause for concern. What? Luer exclaimed, her surprise not stemming from ignorance of the Red Ribbon Army's demise. The headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army had been destroyed just days prior. How could you possibly know of such a clandestine occurrence? Suddenly, Luer's gaze sharpened like a blade, and the air within the room seemed to grow colder, a heavy pressure weighing upon everyone's hearts. Mark ceased his shouting, his expression grave as he turned his attention to Luer. No one anticipated that this seemingly innocent girl, akin to a neighborly little sister, could emanate such a formidable aura of menace. Do not misunderstand. I am not a member of the Red Ribbon Army. I simply have a few acquaintances who informed me of this, Sun Wuben hurriedly explained. Luer's piercing gaze remained unwavering. Who are these acquaintances of yours? She inquired coldly. I am a practitioner of martial arts, and my friends are also involved in the same discipline. I met them at the world's premier martial arts tournament. Their names are Sun Wukong, Bulma, and Krillin, Sun Wuben said with a smile. Sun Wukong? You actually know Sun Wukong? Luer gasped, her expression softening slightly. As a member of the God organization, tasked with monitoring extraordinary individuals across the realm, Sun Wukong and Krillin had certainly caught their attention due to their remarkable achievements at the tournament. However, Sun Wukong's immense strength and potential posed a significant challenge. The most troublesome aspect was that he possessed a nimbus cloud, allowing him to travel freely without fear, making him nearly impossible to monitor effectively. Yet, they were aware of Sun Wukong's battles with the Red Ribbon Army, although not directly from him, but through their surveillance of the army itself. The rapid pace of Sun Wukong's confrontations with the Red Ribbon Army left them often arriving only to find that he was already miles away. Naturally, they also learned of Sun Wuben and Sun Wukong's efforts to dismantle the Red Ribbon Army, having received the news when Sun Wuben detonated the first bomb at one of the army's bases. The subsequent explosions at the headquarters left them utterly astonished. At that time, Luer had suggested within the organization that the assailant might be Sun Wukong, only to be dismissed by the brilliant strategist, Gagel, who believed that if Sun Wukong were involved, he would have acted directly and visibly, rather than remaining hidden. After analyzing the situation, Gagel had expressed his disdain for Luer's intelligence, infuriating her. Undoubtedly, infiltrating the Red Ribbon headquarters to wreak havoc, while gratifying, was also a reckless endeavor. Luer recalled how their elder sister had furiously berated those fools for daring to storm the Red Ribbon Army's stronghold. Nevertheless, those who dared to confront the Red Ribbon Army and achieve commendable results are indeed remarkable individuals. Consequently, the divine organization mobilized, and the United Nations dispatched both air and ground forces to the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army. with the objective of finding an opportunity to rescue those few fools who had recklessly attacked the Red Ribbon stronghold. However, shortly after their departure, news broke that Sun Wukong had also entered the Red Ribbon headquarters on his Nimbus cloud and engaged in battle with the army. This escalated the urgency, as Sun Wukong is an exceptionally promising talent. While the foolish ones could be forsaken, it was imperative to safeguard Sun Wukong. Thus, orders shifted from acting upon circumstances to a firm directive to ensure Sun Wukong's rescue, even at the cost of lives. However, before they could reach their destination, further news arrived. The Red Ribbon headquarters had suffered catastrophic casualties, its base largely obliterated. Those who survived were fleeing in a panic, entirely stripped of their fighting spirit. Consequently, orders were revised once again. This time, there was no need to concern themselves with Sun Wukong. All personnel were to focus on encircling the disbanded forces of the Red Ribbon Army. Due to this directive, the members of the Divine Organization found themselves exceedingly busy, only finding respite yesterday. Their primary role was to tackle the formidable remnants of the Red Ribbon Army, yet the truly formidable adversaries had been nearly eradicated by Sun Wukong. While the Divine Organization enjoyed a moment of respite, the United Forces and the military of over 200 nations around the globe remained tirelessly engaged in pursuing the remnants of the Red Ribbon Army and searching for the mysterious figures who had initially attacked the Red Ribbon's headquarters and had since remained elusive. Chapter 47. In place of Mark, the members of the Red Ribbon Army were also aware of Sun Wukong, Bulma, and Krillin. How can you prove that you are not a bandit of the Red Ribbon Army? Lure scoffed, not genuinely believing that Wukong was affiliated with the Red Ribbon. Acknowledging Sun Wukong and recognizing the downfall of the Red Ribbon Army, who exactly is this handsome individual? Lure's sparkling eyes fixed intently upon Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong rubbed his forehead. Unless he revealed his true identity, he truly could not clarify his position. Miss Lure, have you ever encountered a bandit of the Red Ribbon Army so young, merely 16 or 17 years of age, and so handsome? With my youth and looks, would I ever descend to such depths? Sun Wukong flashed a grin, revealing 8 pristine white teeth. The onlookers exchanged peculiar glances, particularly Mark. Humph, just as shameless as that big-nosed brute. Lure retorted, her large eyes still fixed on Sun Wukong. Spare me your nonsense. I am merely 12 years old. How can I be sure you are not a creepy uncle in his 30s or 40s? Show me your identification. I now suspect you are indeed one of the Red Ribbon Army. Sun Wukong offered a wry smile and glanced at Sun Wukong's grandfather. Miss Lure, he is my grandson. I can assure you he is certainly not a bandit of the Red Ribbon Army. We all present can attest to this. Sun Wukong's grandfather stated. I can also vouch for him. If he were a bandit of the Red Ribbon Army, then there would be no good people left in the world. The assembled apprentices could easily discern that Sun Wukong was reluctant to reveal his identity, hence they refrained from directly uttering his name. However, they were certain about one thing. Sun Wukong was indeed affiliated with the Red Ribbon Army. Lure merely smirked. Miss Lure, even if you are a member of the Divine Group, you cannot arbitrarily inspect another's identification, can you? Sun Wukong remarked. Nonetheless, if you genuinely wish to uncover my identity, you may do so, but only if you answer me one question. Does your Divine Group possess the means to locate Dr. Gero's hidden whereabouts? The limitations of your understanding are as confining as that of a frog at the bottom of a well. The powers of the Divine Group are beyond your imagination. Lure replied coldly, followed by a playful smile. Your eagerness to find Dr. Gero's hideout suggests you harbor a secret. Pray tell, what is it for? It is not that I cannot tell you, but I must first ascertain whether your group can indeed locate Dr. Gero's concealed location. Lure lowered her eyelids, tapping her finger against her arm, and suddenly broke into a radiant smile. That is a confidential matter of the Divine Group. I must beg your pardon for my inability to disclose it. However, should you reveal your secret first, I might make an exception and share mine. Sun Wukong furrowed his brow, harboring doubts about the Divine Group's capability to track down Dr. Gero. Wukong, Sun Wuxing looked at Sun Wukong, his eyes filled with curiosity. What do you seek Dr. Gero for? Grandfather, what else could it be? Sun Wukong sighed softly and replied in a hushed tone. It is for my mother's illness. Since conventional methods have proven ineffective, I wish to explore alternative approaches. I have perused the records of this world's brilliant minds and even consulted top scientists such as Dr. Brief, Dr. Haddon, and Dr. Dixie, not to mention reaching out to Dr. Zhenkyu Chiho of Penguin Village, yet to no avail. I am aware that the Red Ribbon Army possesses a super genius, Dr. Gero, whose philosophies and technologies and androids are unparalleled globally. Perhaps he might have a remedy for my mother's condition. I see. Sun Wuxing shook his head, oblivious to the peculiarity of Sun Wukong's extensive knowledge of those esteemed scientists. Meanwhile, Luer's pupils slightly dilated as she gazed at Sun Wubin in astonishment. This handsome fellow has delved into the archives and is aware of Dr. Brief and Dr. Haddon. But how does he also know of Dr. Dixie and Dr. Xingyi? As a member of the Divine Group, Luer was well aware of the enigmatic nature of both Dr. Xingyi and Dr. Dixie. Miss Luer, I have divulged my secret. It is now your turn. Sun Wubin stated, directing his gaze toward her. You possess a degree of filial piety, Luer remarked with a slight pout, followed by a cold chuckle. However, even if you were to find Dr. Gero, he may not be inclined to treat your mother. And even if he were willing, he might lack the capability. That is a concern that need not trouble you, Miss Luer. All I require is for you to inform me whether the Divine Group can locate Dr. Gero. Luer laughed mischievously. But why should the Divine Group assist you in your search? It is not merely your duty to assist me, but rather to eradicate the Red Ribbon Army. When the headquarters of the Red Ribbon was obliterated, the absence of Dr. Gero was conspicuous, indicating that he must still be alive. Should he succeed in creating his terrifying weapons, it would pose a monumental threat to our world. Indeed, one Dr. Gero could wreak greater havoc than the entire Red Ribbon Army combined. Luer felt a jolt in her brow. What Sun Wubin asserted was undeniably true, leaving her without a rebuttal. That matter pertains solely to our divine organization. Even if you were to seek out Dr. Gero, it would not concern you. Luer stated coldly. Very well, I shall represent Mark before your divine organization. Sun Wubin replied earnestly, but the cost shall be your disclosure of Dr. Gero's whereabouts to me. At this proclamation, the countenance of those present shifted dramatically. Wubin, what nonsense are you spouting? Sun Wuxing exclaimed. Mr. Sun, you astonish even your fellow disciples. Came the incredulous response from his companions. Grandfather, I am not speaking in jest, Wubin insisted. Miss Luer, what do you think? He continued. Having already breached the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army, he had faced numerous trials and tribulations. What was a mere stream compared to the storms he had weathered? Moreover, returning from the Red Ribbon headquarters had significantly enhanced his strength. The saying goes, great skill breeds great courage, and there were indeed few places on this earth that could hinder Sun Wubin's progress. Furthermore, he cast a discerning gaze at the captivating Luer, whose purity and playfulness evoked feelings akin to a first love. He found it difficult to believe that she could embody the rumored characteristics of a flirtatious woman, one who entices men for amusement. If the divine organization represented the pinnacle of martial prowess, then their call for martial experts from around the world must surely be for the purpose of martial arts. This was a conviction that Sun Wubin held firmly. You wish to take Mark's place? Luer laughed, crossing her arms and scrutinizing Sun Wubin. Well, you are indeed somewhat more handsome than that brutish fellow, and you appear to be quite youthful, yet it is of no consequence. You must understand that our divine organization does not extend invitations to mere decorative figures, and you seem no more than a fade. You speak of martial arts? Indeed. The most crucial aspect of joining the divine organization is one's martial cultivation. The brutish fellow's martial prowess, while barely adequate, would likely surpass yours if you fall beneath his level, Luer remarked, her expression one of disappointment. At that moment, a thunderous voice erupted. Luer, do not be deceived. Mark, clutching his abdomen, struggled to rise from the ground and bellowed, his skills surpass mine. He is the grandson of my master. Just think about it. How could his martial cultivation be inferior to mine? Weren't you just claiming to be the most formidable person in the world? Luer replied, a faint smile gracing her lips as she regarded Mark. His face flushed with embarrassment. Mark stammered, that was merely jest. I was joking earlier. I did mention that there are a couple of individuals stronger than me, and Mr. Rohan is indeed one of them. Mark laughed heartily, for he would never ordinarily concede superiority to Sun Wubin. Yet now, he was willing to feign abdominal pain and throw a tantrum, proving his willingness to go to great lengths. Moreover, this was not Mark's attempt to sabotage Sun Wubin. Rather, it was Sun Wubin himself who had chosen to step forward. Even Mark's earlier act of feigning pain had not dragged Sun Wubin down, which was already a testament to his integrity. Do you all agree? Mark shouted, turning to his fellow disciples. The expressions of the apprentices were somewhat troubled, caught between Mark and Sun Wubin, neither of whom they dared to offend. At that moment, Sun Wubin made a swift move, crouching slightly before propelling himself forward with remarkable agility, landing at the far end and kicking against the wall, then rebounding back. Impressive. Luer's eyes sparkled with admiration. With just a single crouch, he leapt a distance that surpassed even that of a leopard, showcasing extraordinary lower body strength. It appeared his skills were superior to those of the donkey-faced fellow, sufficient for our endeavors. Since you have willingly stepped into the fray, come along with me. As for that donkey-faced individual, he is far too ugly. If there is no one else next time, we may consider him again. Luer spoke with a flush of excitement on her face. This scene sent a chill down the spines of the apprentices and Mark alike. Let us go. Luer turned and strode toward the door. After a few steps, she noticed that Sun Wubin had not followed, and she turned back, puzzled. It was previously agreed that Sun Wubin would join. Humph, you shall accompany us in the divine group, and we shall not treat you poorly. Rest assured. As long as you prove your worth, Dr. Jero will not keep anything from you. But right now, you have yet to accomplish anything and wish to extract information from me? Dream on. Very well, I shall follow you. Sun Wubin stepped toward the exit. Wubin, you cannot be serious. Sun Wuzent grasped Sun Wubin. A look of concern etched on his face. He could not comprehend why others feared joining the divine group. Yet his own grandson willingly leaped into the fire. Grandfather, there is no need for your worry. I cherish my life more than anyone, Sun Wubin reassured him. Master Sun, please return. This matter is beyond your control, Luer stated coolly, a hint of indifference in her gaze. Sun Wuzent trembled slightly, releasing his grip. A wave of melancholy washing over him. In that moment, he felt utterly powerless. Grandfather, I assure you I will be fine. You need not worry. Sun Wubin declared before striding out of the dojo. Luo Han, I have never encountered someone like you before, Luer mused. Flicking her thumb to release a multifunctional capsule that transformed into a 3-seater rapid transport vehicle with a loud pop. She leaped onto the vehicle and called to Sun Wubin. Come aboard, handsome. It's quite rare to meet a striking figure like me. One only emerges once every 500 years, so consider yourself fortunate. Sun Wubin chuckled as he jumped onto the vehicle. Huh, you certainly have a thick skin. I wasn't even referring to your looks. I meant your audacity in voluntarily seeking to join the divine group. This is a historic first. Rascal. Sun Wubin suddenly wrapped his arms around Luer's petite waist from behind, pressing against her. The moment their bodies touched, Luer shivered, feeling a rush of heat coursing through her. Get off. Who allowed you to sit here? You should be at the back. Is this comfortable? With a sudden thud, a heavy elbow strike landed. Luer, are you tickling me? You rascal. Once again, a sudden elbow strike, followed by a flurry of blows. Due to the nature of combat, Luer had encountered men before, yet this instance was markedly different. Enveloped in the embrace of Sun Wubin, she felt as though ensnared by a colossal python. For reasons unbeknownst to her, she could muster only 70% of her strength, rendering her unable to break free and leaving her heart perplexed. Despite delivering a series of elbows to Sun Wubin's ribs, her efforts proved utterly futile. Let me go? Luer cried, on the verge of tears. Others might envy being held by such a handsome man, but Sun Wubin, mumbling to himself, noticed her imminent tears and reluctantly released her. In an instant, he leaped onto his motorcycle and sped away. As soon as he relinquished his hold, Luer erupted in fury. After a brief scuffle, she remounted her bike, glaring at Sun Wubin as he settled onto the third seat. If you dare hold me again, I shall not be so forgiving. With indignation, she twisted the throttle, and her motorcycle roared to life, shooting forth with impressive speed, swiftly exiting the alleyway. Sun Wubin's eyes widened in astonishment. Hey, isn't that a bit too fast? Not at all. Wait, this street level shouldn't exceed 30 horsepower. Your display shows 260. That's illegal racing. In the divine team, all racing is lawful. What is the fuss? Luer, for someone of your petite stature, you certainly pack a punch. You scoundrel. Do not mention that. Chapter 48, Teasing and Retaliation. In barracks number 1788, designated for the divine team, a cafeteria bustled with around 30 male soldiers, each strikingly handsome enough to provoke envy. Among them, occupying the sole seat reserved for a woman at the front near the entrance, was a girl with striking blue eyes, intently observing a dashing young man with raven-black hair devouring his meal. Sun Wubin swallowed a mouthful of food, glancing up in confusion at his companion. Indeed, the petite girl before him, sporting cat-like ears and sharp nails, was his comrade, also recruited from a martial arts dojo by the divine team. Alongside her were two other companions seated beside Sun Wubin, their expressions marred by grimness, as if mourning. I truly cannot comprehend you, Lisa exclaimed, staring at Sun Wubin as if he were a monster. Haven't you heard? Once summoned to the divine team, the men endure that fate, and the women face theirs. Yet you still have the audacity to eat with such gusto? Women face that fate? Sun Wubin's lips twitched. He discerned Lisa's pale complexion and her anxious demeanor. Indeed, the men are drained of their essence. A burly man on Sun Wubin's left quivered, his gaze fixated on Sun Wubin's nearly finished plate. Both men and women are left utterly depleted. How have we become so unfortunate? The lean man on Sun Wubin's right wore a sorrowful expression, like Sun Wubin. He too continued to eat, though his countenance indicated he was savoring none of it. I have heard this rumor before, Sun Wubin mused, finishing a piece of meat. Now that we are here, we might as well settle in. Why fret over what we cannot change? Moreover, they would be drained of their very essence. With our resources, we can withstand it. Brother Valu, Brother Hank, your physiques and demeanor are quite impressive. Are they not merely superficial appearances? Sun Wubin gazed outside. In the dining hall, amidst the verdant grove, dozens of vibrant young women adorned in green military uniforms still radiated their captivating beauty and alluring figures. As they strolled beneath the leafy canopy, it resembled a blossoming sea of flowers unfurling with the gentle spring breeze. Of course, within this floral tapestry, there were exceptions, such as a certain young lady among them who bore a distinctly dinosaurian form, and another in the center who, along with the lion-like figure behind her, did not conform to the aesthetic standards of earthlings like Sun Wubin. As for the one named Lure, although she possessed a pure charm, her physique was not particularly striking. Lure, is the person you captured really handsome? Lele, do you really believe Lure? She always claims her captures are handsome. You mustn't take her words to heart. Humph. I assure you, he is truly handsome. At least he is my type. Oh dear, Lure, you aren't developing feelings for him, are you? Look, you're blushing. It seems this girl has truly caught the spring fever. Enough of this nonsense. Perhaps Lure's man is not as easy to handle. He might just crumble after a few moments. With laughter, the group of female team members made their way into the dining hall, their eyes sweeping over the table occupied by Sun Wubin and his companions. Then, they exclaimed in awe, wow, so handsome. Oh, that tall one is exactly my type. The group of women, some with starry-eyed gazes directed at Sun Wubin, seemed to shake the earth as they surged forward, encircling the four men. The male members of the team couldn't help but chuckle, relishing the unfolding spectacle. Suddenly, a colossal hand descended, belonging to the dinosaur girl, landing heavily on the shoulder of Valu, a man whose brawn surpassed even that of Sun Wubin's waist. Handsome, you are truly robust, she exclaimed. I, Kawaii, adore men like you. I've decided, your first experience shall belong to me today. The dinosaur girl practically enveloped Valu, her enormous head leaning close to his face. Valu felt nearly dizzy. He held no racial bias, but the dinosaur folk were simply not to his taste. Don't look at me, he implored silently, while the slender man Hank, seated to Sun Wubin's right, trembled with anxiety, muttering to himself. Suddenly, a long, delicate finger hooked under his chin, lifting it. Hello, handsome. I am Fei. Today, your first experience will be mine. Hank's heart raced as he looked up, his pupils dilating in shock, feeling as if he was engulfed in flames. The one who had lifted his chin was a fiery-haired woman, her captivating eyes and voluptuous figure enough to make anyone's heart race. If the dinosaur girl was not Valu's type, then this enticing beauty, Fei, was undoubtedly Hank's dream woman, perhaps even more perfect than his fantasies. In this moment, Hank succumbed. All thoughts of despair and bone-deep sorrow vanished like smoke. Beautiful lady. I am Hank, unmarried this year. His eyes sparkled as he attempted to present himself as a gentleman. Hey, a pristine white hand struck the table before Sun Wubin. Are you the one who has utterly captivated our Lure, leaving her dazed and confused, stumbling about lost? The voice, laced with a mature woman's unique huskiness, yet melodious like silver bells, rang out. Sun Wubin swallowed the bacon in his mouth, raised his head, and his eyes instantly brightened. The woman in military attire before him was undeniably a perfect beauty, with a figure that was fiery, eyes as striking as sapphires, and skin softer than that of a young girl. What held Sun Wubin's gaze, however, was her long, lustrous silver hair cascading down dramatically to the ground. Indeed, her hair was extraordinarily long, almost touching the floor. Typically, such length would suggest poor hair quality, yet the scene before him defied that expectation, under Sun Wubin's keen eyesight. Each strand appeared exquisitely soft and glossy, pristine as if freshly washed, even possessing a hint of translucence in the sunlight. This woman was none other than the silver-haired member from the heroic group's photograph, and she was even more breathtaking in person. For a moment, Sun Wubin found himself entranced. Hee, Mavis, you've captivated our handsome Rowan. A giggle echoed. Mavis, don't scare Rowan. Lure huffed as she rushed over, pushing Mavis aside. Mavis chuckled, wrapping an arm around Lure. What's this? Is my dear Lure feeling jealous, afraid that I might steal your man? Lure's face flushed crimson, with indignation. She shoved Mavis towards Sun Wubin. Who's jealous? If anyone's going, it should be me. All of you are so lecherous. As if you've never seen a man before. Rowan is my guest. The first dance should rightfully belong to me. Mavis leaned closer to Sun Wubin, her delicate fingers brushing against his cheek. What a handsome fellow. It's no wonder he has enchanted our dear lure. Just look at those eyes, that nose. And especially those lips. Her fingers trailed to Sun Wubin's mouth. Suddenly, Sun Wubin turned his face, and without hesitation, enveloped Mavis's probing finger in his mouth. Silence. It was as if Mavis had been struck by lightning. Though she often teased men, she maintained a sense of decorum. She had encountered men who dared to flirt back before, but her swift reflexes usually allowed her to evade such advances. Yet today, for reasons she could not fathom, she had failed to escape his bold move. The surrounding chatter quieted significantly, all eyes fixated on Mavis's finger ensnared in Sun Wubin's grasp. Ha! Mavis has slipped up. After wandering through the night, she finally met her match. The laughter of the male soldiers erupted around them. Luo Air's eyes widened in surprise as she suddenly shrieked. You all! Mei Wei Si, momentarily frozen, swiftly withdrew her fingers as if they were ablaze, playfully pouting. How vexing. I've just painted my nails. Oh dear, what have you eaten to leave my hands so greasy? Nothing compares to the deliciousness of Sister Mei Wei Si's delicate fingers. Sun Wubin smiled amiably, his gaze landing on Luo Air. Would you like me to indulge in a taste, dear sister? It's complimentary. You scoundrel. Rohan, you impertinent rascal. Who would ever want your taste? Luo Air erupted, seizing Mei Wei Si's hand. Come on, let's go. This rascal is far more lascivious than you think. Are you playing with him, or is he playing with you? She dragged Mei Wei Si out. Hey, Luo Air, don't pull so hard. Sister will come with you. Is that all right? Mei Wei Si called out, glancing back over her shoulder at Sun Wubin, casting a flirtatious smile. Rohan, remember, your first time today is with my sister, okay? Don't forget to visit room 521 after dinner. Room 521. Make sure to remember. After Mei Wei Si departed, the remaining ladies continued to tease Sun Wubin and his companions for a while, particularly the two men, Valu and Hank, who found themselves in a state of anxious uncertainty, alternating between confusion and fear. In contrast, Sun Wubin remained at ease, even taking pleasure in the playful banter with the enamored women, as long as they were not from special races like the dinosaur woman, leopard woman, or dog woman. Sun Wubin reveled in the light-hearted exchanges, feeling free to reciprocate their playful touches. Such encounters were not unfamiliar to the ladies. However, this time was different. They discovered, to their astonishment, that evasion was futile. Once or twice might have been tolerable, but when it occurred 3 or 4 times without escape, it became unsettling. Each woman felt a surge of doubt and suspicion, and unlike previous occasions, they chose to leave early, not indulging in the usual revelry. Chapter 49. The Ridiculous Rules. Room 521. Doesn't that mean I love you? Sun Wubin pushed open the door to room 521, and a peculiar expression graced his face. Just as he suspected, Valu peered in after him, his face falling at the sight. The room was vast and empty, save for a water dispenser in the corner. However, the floor, when Sun Wubin stepped onto it, was soft and springy, and with a powerful leap, he found himself bouncing back up upon landing. The entire floor was like a spring mattress. It seemed this room was designated for amorous encounters. Rohan, we are truly in trouble now. With such a massive bed, it appears we might be in for an unrestricted gathering. Valu grimaced, particularly troubled by the thought of the dinosaur woman, which further soured his expression. Bang! A door within room 521 swung open, and a figure emerged. Upon seeing her, Sun Wubin, Valu, and Hank felt a rush of heat surge through them. Approaching was the tall and fiery Mei Wei Si, but unlike during dinner, she had shed her green military attire and was now clad only in the simplest of undergarments. Indeed, at this moment, Meiwis was adorned in a striking contrast of black and white. A black athletic top graced her chest, complemented by a pair of exceedingly short black shorts. Beyond that, she wore nothing else, revealing expanses of pristine skin, particularly her remarkably long, muscular thighs and a flat abdomen adorned with faint hints of six-pack abs, crowned by a delicately defined navel, enough to captivate any man's soul. Could it be that she was truly engaging in such frivolities? Sun Wubin gazed intently at the approaching Meiwis, feeling a surge of heat rise within him. The atmosphere thick with an almost suffocating tension. Until now, he had assumed their presence here was solely for martial arts, devoid of any sordid undertones, thus remaining unhurried. But now, the situation was shifting. Meiwis cast a glance at Hank and Valu, who had entered the room alongside Sun Wubin, her voice icy as she commanded. Aren't you two going to leave? Do I need to ask you again? Or are you hoping for a show? Hank, slightly roused from his stupor, reluctantly averted his gaze and stepped back out the door, while Valu hesitated, reluctant to part with his sight and presence. At that moment, Meiwis flicked her head, and a cascade of her silvery hair shot towards Valu. The hair, appearing serpentine, lashed out, and as Valu reached to block it, a jaw-dropping spectacle unfolded. The tip of her hair bent and coiled around Valu's hand, subsequently propelling him out of the room, where he landed heavily in the corridor. With a resounding thud, the door to room 521 closed. Maywis turned back, a smirk playing on her lips as she regarded Sun Wubin. Have you returned to your senses? Handsome? Sun Wubin shook himself from his reverie, recognizing the extraordinary nature of her hair, which moved with an almost sentient grace, capable of twisting and curling in any way imaginable. Yet, considering the peculiarities of this world, such wonders hardly surprised him. Miss Maywis, you are incredibly impressive. That move you just made, your hair, like 1,000 silken strands, flinging someone out, it was simply astonishing. I think I might be falling for you. With a playful smile, Maywis let her silver hair sway gently. Oh, does my handsome admirer wish to experience it for himself? Sun Wubin struck a pose reminiscent of Goku from the Dragon Ball universe, saying, I am ready whenever you are. Really? Maywis raised an eyebrow. Of course, Sun Wubin grinned. Isn't that why we are here? And what do you mean by that? Isn't our purpose here to engage in combat? Sun Wubin swallowed hard, his gaze wandering as he was drawn to her alluring features, each aspect equally enticing. Maywis's eyes sparkled with excitement, a blush gracing her cheeks. Why combat? Everyone knows that we, the Divine Group, invited you here for other purposes. How could you think it was for fighting? Don't jest with me. Sun Wubin retracted his stance, acknowledging that since she had no immediate intention to fight, he would play along, his eyes sweeping over her form, wondering about the true nature of the Divine Group. However, these individuals were selected through rigorous evaluations from among the elite of the world, each one possessing an indomitable will, as strong as steel. To suggest that such globally esteemed figures would succumb to mere carnal desires is an affront to my dignity. Indeed, Mavis's gaze brightened, revealing a hint of softness as she looked at Sun Wubin. Though the principle is quite straightforward, few in this world comprehend it, especially those martial artists whose intellect seems to reside solely in their muscles. It is evident that you, my handsome friend, not only excel in martial arts, but also possess a mind that transcends mere physical prowess. No wonder our dear sister has taken a liking to you. Even I am somewhat taken aback. However, you have overlooked a flaw in your argument. How could our organization, the Divine Group, possibly lack a few martial artists for practice? You may be overestimating your own significance. This is, in fact, easily understood. Sun Wubin smiled slightly, explaining that you have been meticulously selected from the military, facing numerous formidable opponents at every stage until you became members of the Divine Group. By that point, the seasoned military experts who could challenge you for practice are no longer available. To advance further, your only option is to spar with one another. Yet over time this familiarity will diminish its efficacy. Thus, the need for external martial artists arises. While these outsiders may not match your skills, they bring a refreshing perspective. Among them may be techniques and martial arts you have never encountered or even considered. Of course, all paths ultimately converge, and under the sun, nothing is truly novel. At your level, the opportunities to discover something entirely unfamiliar are rare or perhaps non-existent. Nonetheless, battling fresh opponents is certainly preferable to engaging with those you know too well. Therefore, seeking external martial artists is ultimately advantageous with no drawbacks. As for the preference for youth and attractiveness, it should rather pertain to seeking youthful individuals with high potential. Their appearance is of little concern to you. The rationale is straightforward. Older practitioners simply cannot withstand the rigors you impose. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of applause resonated. I have managed to persuade you. Though there are additional reasons you did not mention, however, they are of little consequence. The reasons you have articulated are sufficient, and indeed, it is for these reasons that we have invited you here. Mavis's expression turned serious, her demeanor becoming icy. Let us dispense with idle chatter and commence in earnest. You must listen attentively to what follows. Firstly, you must remember that everything you see, hear, and experience within the Divine Group is strictly confidential and must not be disclosed outside. This is the first rule. Do you understand? Sun Wubin nodded, grasping the significance of this rule, which undoubtedly contributes to the fearsome reputation surrounding martial artists who enter the Divine Group. Secondly, as you may have surmised, we indeed invite you to the Divine Group for the purpose of martial arts. Therefore, starting today, members of the Divine Group will engage in combat with you daily, with the first rule of combat being that strikes to vital or sensitive areas are prohibited. Sensitive areas? Men are the essence of life. Wherever there is fabric upon our bodies, it must not be touched. Do you understand? Mei Wei spoke coldly. This refers merely to the areas covered by undergarments and shorts. Sun Wubin blinked. What would happen if he inadvertently brushed against her? As you know, men are often careless, and in the heat of battle, strikes can be blind. To strike the chest of a martial artist would be akin to binding one's own hands. Moreover, your allure is such that men may find it difficult to restrain themselves. And a moment of folly could lead to unforeseen consequences. Perhaps there is some truth to your words, but we shall not concern ourselves with that, Mei Weiss sneered. Of course, if contact were to occur, it would not be without consequence. Should you touch a woman's top, the integrity of what lies beneath may very well be compromised, perhaps even leading to a shattering of sorts. As for accidents, are we blind? This house is equipped with more than just my pair of eyes. There are electronic detection devices at play, so do not think to deceive us. I see. It appears that attempting to take advantage will be quite challenging, Sun Wubin nodded. His next inquiry arose. What if, during combat, we feigned incapacitation or exhaustion? That matter is of no concern to us, Mei Weiss replied, a wicked smile gracing her lips. In essence, regardless of your state, be it alive or dead, during the duration of the fight, we shall not relent or show an ounce of mercy. We will exhaust every ounce of strength within us, and I trust your intellect will lead you to understand this. Understood, Sun Wubin replied with a bitter smile. In such a scenario, not only is feigning death futile, but one must also exert their utmost effort. Should one falter slightly, or be slower in movement, they would suffer a severe beating. Pretending to be dead would merely turn one into another's punching bag. At this moment, Sun Wubin comprehended why so many martial artists invited into the divine group emerged utterly drained, with some even losing their martial prowess. Under such rules, surviving would indeed be a stroke of good fortune. Our only moments of mercy, Mei Weiss continued to expound on the rules, occur when the machine detects that you are on the brink of your last breath. This is the essence of the rules. If you fail to remember them, you must accept your misfortune. Mei Weiss stated indifferently. Now, let us commence our match. Pray that your martial skills can withstand my assault. As she spoke, before Sun Wubin could react, a fist as crystalline as snow surged towards him. The blow came so unexpectedly that it bore the semblance of a sneak attack. The experts of the divine group stood at the pinnacle of earthly martial arts. Although they had not breached the threshold of realms, each possessed extraordinary potential, surpassing even Sun Wubin, who had dedicated a lifetime to believing he had transcended the limits of the human body. It could be said that if they unleashed their full strength without resorting to underhanded tactics, even Sun Wubin would struggle to withstand their onslaught. Yet, Sun Wubin was no ordinary martial artist. He reacted almost instantaneously. Chapter 50. The Power of Martial Techniques with Fingers Splayed. Sun Wubin effortlessly met the incoming strike with one hand. Smack! A crisp sound resonated as the icy fist struck the palm of Sun Wubin. And before he could close his fingers to grasp the punch, Mei Weiss swiftly withdrew, standing 2 meters away, her gaze filled with uncertainty as she regarded him. Hey, miss. Didn't anyone inform you that this is an ambush? Sun Wubin exclaimed. Mei Weiss shot him a glance. What ambush? When confronting an adversary who still adheres to formalities. Engaging in a fair fight? Yet, you are quite impressive. To withstand an assault from a member of the divine group is no small feat. It appears you are indeed remarkable and rather cunning. Have you been on your guard against my sneak attacks all along? If I claim otherwise, would you believe me? I wouldn't. Although I didn't exert my full strength, the fact that you managed to withstand that blow indicates you were not entirely unprepared. Mei Weiss wore a confident expression, then raised an eyebrow. Luo Han, although you managed to withstand my strike just now, I still find something peculiar about you. Peculiar? Sun Wubin was momentarily taken aback. In what way? It feels as though your martial skills are quite rudimentary, rather unimpressive. Logically, you should not have been able to withstand my ambush, yet you did. Has your strength transcended conventional boundaries? Mei Weiss appeared lost in thought. Rudimentary? Sun Wubin's eyes widened, nearly prompting a roar from him. He had thoroughly studied the martial arts of Sun Wulyo, and through countless life and death battles in the wilderness, he had honed his skills to a fine point. To hear them described as rudimentary by this girl was utterly infuriating. However, Sun Wubin also recognized that he had indeed employed a force that surpassed Mei Weiss' own in order to withstand her strike. Do not feel discontent. Just because we invited you to the divine group does not imply that your combat skills are exceptionally refined. In the eyes of the divine group, truly exceptional martial arts are nearly extinct and exceedingly rare. Yet, Mei Weiss continued, pondering, your techniques seem to originate from the Sun Wulyo, a rather obscure martial school. Such rudimentary skills should not have allowed you to withstand my attack. How peculiar. Sun Wubin shuddered. Indeed, who were the members of the divine group? They were a conglomerate of resources from around the globe. The martial arts he had learned were merely a single school, Sun Wulyo. Even with extraordinary talent, A thorough understanding of these techniques would ultimately be limited by one's exposure. Furthermore, countless intelligent individuals served in government agencies, and even without the assistance of other martial artists. Each member of the divine group was a paragon in their respective fields. While Sun Wubin could only delve into one school, the members of the divine group could study myriad disciplines. They could engage with masters from each martial lineage for practical training. A stark contrast to Sun Wubin's solitary battles against wild monkeys and tigers, yielding results exponentially superior. Perhaps it is time for me to alter my strategy. Sun Wubin felt a surge of excitement. This journey to the divine group was initially intended merely to uncover the hidden location of Dr. Goro. He had not harbored great expectations regarding anything else. After all, could the martial prowess of the divine group surpass his own? Standing at the pinnacle of martial arts, the elevation of one's life essence may render them incapable of imparting wisdom upon me. Yet, I distinctly recall the formidable adversaries encountered by Sun Wukong in the original Dragon Ball universe during the Cosmic Saga, foes like Raditz, Vegeta, and Frieza, who possessed strength far surpassing that of Sun Wukong himself. Their power dwarfed his, often by several folds, reaching hundreds, thousands, or even hundreds of thousands. In such dire circumstances, Sun Wukong managed to engage them in combat, particularly in his battle against Frieza. Had it not been for Sun Wukong's exceptional martial prowess, he would have perished long before attaining the moment of transformation into a Super Saiyan. While Sun Wukong had an abundance of masters to guide him and ample opportunities to spar with various experts to hone his skills, my own time is exceedingly limited. I am acutely aware that my martial arts proficiency is insufficient, however, compared to martial techniques. The most effective means of enhancing my strength is to first elevate my life essence. The challenge lies in enabling this mere ant to grow swiftly, possibly even transforming into an elephant. An elephant can crush an ant without skill. No amount of technique from the ant can withstand the casual stomp of an elephant. Nevertheless, this does not diminish the significance of martial arts. With the emergence of the Divine Assembly, a tremendous opportunity has arisen. If seized, my martial skills could undergo a monumental transformation in a remarkably short time. I find myself increasingly eager. Miss Mavis, shall we commence? I inquired. Oh, Mavis replied, lifting her head. Very well, I am curious to see what your martial skills truly entail. Prepare yourself. With that, she launched a powerful punch. Instinctively, I retaliated with a strike of my own. However, I realized that I must suppress my strength. I understood that experiencing the pain firsthand would leave a more profound impression than merely observing. With limited time in the Divine Assembly, I must maximize every second spent here, thus committing each move to memory rather than relying solely on sight and intellect. As I restrained my power, I endeavored to match the speed of my strike with that of my opponent. Suddenly, disaster struck. That exquisitely beautiful, crystalline fist struck heavily against my shoulder, sending me hurtling into the air. A piercing pain radiated from my shoulder, rendering me momentarily incapacitated, unable to react further. With a heavy thud, I crashed to the ground. What happened? Mavis exclaimed, her eyes widening as she glanced at her fist, and then at me, writhing in pain on the ground. You managed to withstand my surprise attack just moments ago. How did you suddenly become so weak? Fortunately, I employed a strategic force. You merely facilitated it. As Mavis spoke, her brow furrowed in contemplation. Your technique just now was indeed Sun Wukong's style. However, this is the true power that Sun Wukong's style should possess. Though you have innovatively transformed the techniques of Sun Wukong to reach a remarkable realm, it remains futile. The essence of Sun Wukong's techniques has strayed into a misguided path. Despite your efforts to rectify numerous flaws, a mistake is still a mistake, even if you elevate it to a higher level. It continues to belong to an unorthodox martial art. It is perplexing how you previously managed to achieve this. Sun Wukong lay on the ground, his shoulder aching intensely, yet his mind was fixated on that recent punch. What transpired? He had endeavored to suppress his strength, matching Mei Weiss in speed and power. But in the heat of the moment, his force and velocity had still surpassed hers significantly. Under such circumstances, he inexplicably suffered a crushing defeat. Sun Wukong had barely managed to counter half of the incoming fist before he was struck. Suddenly, a surge of ecstatic exhilaration erupted from the depths of his being, akin to a volcanic explosion. Indeed, this is the essence of profound martial prowess. The remarkable ability of Sun Wukong in the original Dragon Ball to endure against opponents of vastly different levels, even turning the tide of battle. An ant may not withstand an elephant, yet there are countless ants that survive being trampled. With a sudden burst of energy, Sun Wukong sprang to his feet, like a carp leaping from the water. Though his shoulders still throbbed, His spirit burned brighter with excitement. If he could master such martial skills, it would significantly enhance his combat prowess, granting him the potential to battle alongside the likes of Sun Wukong and Tien Shinhan in the future. Again, oh, Mei Weiss observed Sun Wukong, noting his swift recovery. Your shoulder must still be in pain, yet your willpower is commendable. Very well, allow me to reward you with another punch. This time, Sun Wukong did not unleash the overwhelming speed of his first strike, yet he miraculously caught it, even bewildered as to how he executed the maneuver. This filled him with exhilaration. Martial arts training often relies on the body's instinct rather than the intellect. The capacity for physical learning here far surpasses that of the mind. Thus, in Dragon Ball, many formidable warriors exhibit a certain foolishness. Sun Wukong and Piccolo struggle to obtain a driver's license, yet their creativity and intelligence in martial techniques are extraordinarily beyond comprehension. With a swift motion, Sun Wukong countered after catching the punch, and to his astonishment, his strike staggered Mei Weiss momentarily. Well done, Mei Weiss coldly acknowledged. And they resumed their fierce engagement. Chapter 51, Who Endures More? In room 521, Mei Weiss unleashed a barrage of punches towards Sun Wukong. He struggled to maintain his balance, on the verge of collapse, yet somehow held his ground. Suddenly, a flash of white light appeared, a cascade of silver hair that ensnared Sun Wukong's left foot. Instantly, his body froze, and he was flung into the air as a fist descended heavily upon his head. Boom! Sun Wukong's body collided with the wall, causing the entire structure to tremble, and upon landing, a significant bruise was visible on the back of his head. A testament to Mei Weiss's complete lack of mercy in that strike. Mavis rested her hands on her knees, gasping for breath, her eyes wide with excitement and astonishment as they fixated on Sun Wukong sprawled on the ground. Rohan, I never imagined that you, with your seemingly delicate appearance, could endure more than those towering giants. How can a young lady like you express such resilience? If one wishes to be Mavis's man, one must exhibit strength. Sun Wukong exclaimed, gritting his teeth as he scrambled to his feet and charged at Mavis again. To be my Mavis's man, you must first defeat me. You have a long way to go. Mavis's voice was icy as she kicked out, her fists raining down like a storm upon Sun Wukong. After a prolonged exchange, she realized that his strength was rather lacking, albeit he occasionally displayed a stroke of brilliance. Bang! Sun Wukong was struck once more, his head still throbbing from a previous blow, and he felt disoriented. Haha, Rohan, you are far too soft. You can't even muster any toughness and dare to claim you could be my man. Ha! Another kick landed on Sun Wukong, followed by a relentless series of stomps. Despite the pain radiating through his body, he instinctively rolled, leaped, and dodged the barrage of kicks, and finally managed to grasp one of Mavis's kicking feet, pulling her off balance. How about that move? Quite sturdy, isn't it, Mavis? I am determined to have you. Sun Wukong laughed heartily and lunged at her like a frenzied tiger. Who will conquer whom remains uncertain. Mavis snorted coldly, her eyes reflecting surprise. Although she possessed formidable martial skills, her opponent fought like a child, yet he seemed to thrive under duress, occasionally delivering unorthodox and unpredictable strikes that could catch her off guard. Though his punches lacked significant force and wouldn't cause injury, they still stung. As the battle wore on, both became genuinely enraged. Sun Wukong, despite his crude language, was met with Mavis's equally fierce retorts, as her military background had exposed her to far worse. She cursed with fervor, matching his intensity, both determined to best the other. However, Sun Wukong retained a sliver of rationality, striving not to exceed Mavis's strength and speed, as he believed that overpowering her would be tantamount to cheating. Furthermore, when he landed a blow, he instinctively moderated his strength, intending only to inflict pain but not injury. Mavis, although unaware of Sun Wukong's goodwill, sensed something crucial. She was endowed with remarkable physical strength due to her noble lineage and immense potential. Yet, Sun Wukong pondered the extent of this potential. If Mavis possessed the same potential as Sun Wukong, she would be unstoppable. However, if her strength merely surpassed his by a small margin, excessive injuries could lead to irreversible damage, forever preventing her from breaking through the limits of human capability. The two engaged in a flurry of punches, exchanging blows with remarkable intensity. Unbeknownst to Mavis, and even more so to Sun Wukong, was the fact that he had just endured a heavy strike from Mavis, resulting in a significant bump on his head, which was rapidly vanishing. By this time, it had completely disappeared. Not only had the bump on his head faded, but throughout their prolonged skirmish, in which he had faced defeat more often than victory, Sun Wukong had sustained numerous hits, leaving him bruised in many places. Yet, astonishingly, All traces of those injuries had now vanished. The scene unfolded in a vast boxing arena, where the rhythmic thuds of fists striking the sandbag echoed like a barrage of firecrackers. In one corner, a 12-year-old girl named Lure, remarkably innocent in appearance, was furiously striking a large, resilient punching bag, her teeth clenched in determination. "Oh dear, who has provoked our dear Lure?" one woman nearby remarked. "Brittany. Who else could it be but that scoundrel Zhang Haizi?" Another responded, her voice tinged with exasperation. "Zhang Haizi is bothering Lure again." Brittany frowned, for Zhang Haizi, whose full name was Zhang Heizhu, was not well liked among their group, yet they were powerless against him, as he was their leader. Lure had indeed drawn the short straw, and it was no wonder Brittany cast a sympathetic glance in her direction. "Lure, why let that scoundrel get under your skin? Just ignore him, if you don't respond. Don't acknowledge him, and treat him like air. It will be fine," Brittany advised. Despite Lure's fiery temperament, her endearing charm made her cherished by all in their group. When Lure was upset, Brittany felt a pang of compassion. "It's easy for you to say, Brittany," Lure retorted, delivering a kick that sent the punching bag soaring. "Having a fly buzzing around your ear all day long can't simply be ignored like air. That black-hearted scoundrel is even more detestable than a fly. If only I were stronger than him." Lure's frustration stemmed not from anger towards others, but rather from her own perceived inadequacies. In terms of martial prowess, she feared no one, but her strength paled in comparison to Zhang Haizi's. She recalled how, in the past, Zhang Heizhu had relentlessly pursued Yamei, even resorting to violence in his obsession. However, as time passed, Yamei surpassed Zhang Haizi in strength, becoming the formidable leader of their group. Now, whenever he encountered her, he would flee in terror, having developed a psychological aversion to her. In military circles, it was common knowledge that Zhang Haizi avoided Yamei at all costs, only returning to the base when she was absent, steering clear of her vicinity altogether. The mere thought of Yamei's commanding presence filled Lure with envy. She wished fervently to wield such influence over Zhang Haizi. "Brittany, it's impossible for Yamei to treat that black coal ball as air. You see, Lure has a crush on that handsome guy named Rowan. It's hard to keep things under wraps, and in jest, we might have mentioned it. Little did we know that Zhang Haizi would return to the base today and overhear the rumors, prompting him to come running," Brittany lamented. "This is a disaster," she exclaimed, her brow furrowing in concern. "How can Lure's affection remain a secret if that scoundrel Zhang Haizi catches wind of it? This could lead to trouble. Indeed, Zhang Haizi is a disgrace to our esteemed group. In most matters, he behaves adequately, but when it comes to the woman he fancies, he loses all sense. The handsome fellows she admires seldom meet with favorable outcomes. Alas, this woman sighed deeply, not out of pity for Sun Wu, whose fate is unfortunate despite his good looks, but for Rower, whose entanglement with Zhang Haizi is akin to a death sentence, leaving no room for a normal romance. What nonsense are you spouting?" Rower turned and shouted at the two women. "Who has any affection for Luohan? I merely have a slight fondness for him, a mere smidgen, far from being love." As she concluded, she suddenly slumped down, deflated. "Luohan is a scoundrel, a lecherous wretch. Even if Zhang Haizi were to strike him dead, I wouldn't care. Besides, given his current predicament with Maisai, he likely won't endure much longer. Rest assured, Maisai seems to have developed an affection for that handsome fellow. She will surely show him mercy," one of the women reassured. "Ah," Rower exclaimed, "how could she? Huh, someone's feeling jealous." Another teased, "Who is jealous? I merely question how she could let him off the hook." Rower's cheeks flushed crimson as she glared at Blanny. Does Rower wish for her to show leniency or not? Blanny inquired with a playful smirk. "I believe it's my turn to face the dashing Luohan next. Rower, should I turn him into a grotesque lump of flesh or a mere bag of meat? Should I make him unrecognizable to his mother, or ensure both his parents cannot identify him?" Rower glared, slamming her fist into the ground. "Do as you please. It's none of my concern." "Very well. I shall transform him into a grotesque mass, his body riddled with swollen lumps, in shades of blue, purple, and red, resembling a vine laden with ripe grapes. At that point, his eyes, nose, and mouth will surely vanish, his face swollen beyond recognition, racked with pain and filled with hatred. This agony will linger for 2 or 3 days. When the pain begins to subside, he will undoubtedly harbor a deep-seated hatred for the one who brought him into this group," Blanny elaborated. "Ah," Rower gasped. "Is it true? Will he genuinely resent the person who introduced him to the group?" she asked timidly. Naturally, anyone enduring such an undeserved calamity, submerged in relentless torment, would inevitably feel a surge of hatred. The severity of his beating will correlate directly with the intensity of his resentment. If he doesn't blame the one who brought him into this group, Who else could he possibly blame? Blaney asserted. A soft voice cut in. Although that scoundrel is despicable, he has helped me in some ways. Blaney, just give him a bit of a lesson. There's no need to be excessively harsh. After all, Rower's voice trailed off, her face growing ever redder as she struggled to find justification. In an instant, the boxing room erupted with laughter from the women. What are you laughing at? Rower shouted, her embarrassment palpable as she buried her face in her knees. Chapter 52. Different circumstances in room 521. Sun Wu and Maisai repeatedly fell and rose again, charging at each other, with Sun Wu being the one to fall 99 times out of 100. Ding! A resounding bell echoed through the air. The time has come. Cease your actions. Miss Mevis, Mr. Rohan, please halt. A mechanical, electronic voice resonated throughout the room. Stop. Mevis, with one hand propped on her knee and the other outstretched with splayed fingers, gestured towards Sun Wubin in a bid to halt him. Today, our sparring session concludes here. Mevis gasped heavily, her body drenched as if she had just emerged from a body of water. Is it time already? Sun Wubin, caressing his recently struck jaw, winced as he drew in a sharp breath, struggling to express his desire for a brief extension, just a little longer. During this bout, Sun Wubin distinctly sensed a rapid advancement in his martial skills. Particularly just now, he felt he was on the brink of a breakthrough. If they could spar a bit longer, he might ascend to a new realm of martial prowess. Are you a monster? Mevis exclaimed, having dominated the match, landing 99 punches to his one, and now, utterly fatigued, she was incredulous that he would even suggest extending the fight. Miss Mevis, it seems you could still continue for a while, shall we? No, this is the rule, Mevis shouted, turning on her heel to kick the door open, stepping into a side room and slamming the door shut behind her. This side room was, in fact, her temporary resting area. Leaning against the wall, she breathed heavily, feeling a fiery flush on her face. That damned Rohan, strong yet with rudimentary skills, weak yet capable of delivering unexpected, masterful strikes that left her no choice but to concede. Even after being struck and grimacing in pain, he relentlessly pursued her. After a moment of whispered contemplation, Mevis tore off her clothes in swift succession and kicked open the bathroom door, stepping inside. Outside, Sun Wubin steadied his breath before finally opening room 521. Those ladies certainly pack a punch. Sun Wubin grimaced as he stepped out, only to be taken aback by the sight of 3 stretchers in the corridor. I want to go home. I want to go home. A voice cried out as the door across from him swung open, revealing 2 robotic nurses carrying a man covered in bruises, resembling a figure festooned with red and blue potatoes, who was then placed on a stretcher. Who are you? Sun Wubin scrutinized the scene, taking a moment before recognizing his lean companion, Hank. Hank, what happened to you? Sun Wubin exclaimed in shock. I'm done. I want to go home. I'm done, the lean man muttered, clearly dazed and unable to hear Sun Wubin's words. A peculiar expression crossed Sun Wubin's face. He recalled how Hank, upon realizing his first experience would be with the dream goddess Fei Fei, had cast aside his earlier gloom and excitedly proclaimed that it was worth it regardless. Moans echoed as another room opened, revealing a colossal figure being carried out by robotic nurses. Walu, what about you? Sun Wubin questioned, but Walu could not respond. As the third door swung open, it revealed a figure that had already succumbed to the depths of despair. The once spirited cat ears were a telltale sign. It was Lisa. Lisa, too, was no longer in human form. Evidently her adversary had shown no mercy, despite her being a woman. Lisa, it is me, Rohan. Can you hear me, Rohan? Lisa's ears twitched slightly, her face still relatively intact, suggesting that her opponent had ultimately demonstrated some compassion, at least refraining from striking her visage. Thus, Lisa opened her eyes, which widened in disbelief. Rohan, how could it be? Her incredulous gaze fixated on Sun Wubin. Though half of Sun Wubin's face was swollen, his body remained largely unscathed. There were no noticeable lumps akin to hills. Had it not been for the brief duration of the skirmish, the swelling on his face would have likely subsided. However, Sun Wubin remained oblivious to this, attributing his condition to a vigorous counterattack and assuming that Mavis had shown him leniency, only inflicting pain without causing real harm. Little did he know that Mavis had initially been careful with her strikes, but was incensed by his arrogant demeanor and coarse language. Her irritation escalated as she sought to suppress his brazen attitude, ultimately forgetting her restraint, and despite her intentions to be merciful, her stamina paled in comparison to Sun Wubin's. Lisa, you seem to be holding up well. At least you can still speak. You haven't seen Hank and Valu, who are already in a daze, unresponsive to my calls. Their eyes unable to open, as if their bodies were overtaken by grotesque growths. Sun Wubin consoled her. Indeed, I am faring much better, Lisa replied. a grim smile emerging on her face as tears began to cascade from the corners of her eyes, prompting Sun Wubin to turn away, unable to bear the sight. Rest well, the path of martial arts is inherently brutal, but it is a means of refining one's will. You must understand, in martial arts, the lower echelons cultivate their bodies, while the higher echelons refine their minds. With that, Sun Wubin strode away, exiting the building, and after a brief stroll beneath the sun, the swelling on his face vanished. He then returned directly to his assigned quarters. The scent of medicine permeated the air within the confines of barracks number 1788. In one of the buildings, faint groans echoed. Among the 4 adjacent rooms, one housed a patient enveloped in white bandages, receiving intravenous fluids, while another room, equipped with various common remedies for injuries, remained unoccupied. At the center stood a structure resembling a bun. Sun Wubin, lying in the therapeutic chamber at the heart of the Bun Villa, reflected on the martial arts of the Sun Wubin lineage. Although not particularly esteemed, it had endured for 2 centuries. Inherited from the Crane Immortal School. Even if it was not remarkable, the Sun family had consistently pursued martial arts over generations, producing numerous adept practitioners like Sun Wubin Sheng, who devoted their lives to the study of martial arts. With each successive generation refining the techniques, Sun Wubin had imagined that, although not formidable, their skills would surely not be weak. Yet, in this brief moment, he realized that his advancement in martial arts surpassed what would typically be achieved through 30 years of solitary cultivation. After a singular encounter with Mei Weiss, Sun Wukong not only realized the inadequacies and flaws of his martial arts technique, but also witnessed the essence of true prowess. Had he chosen to depart at that moment, he would have harbored confidence in his ability to forge an entirely new martial art, far surpassing his previous capabilities. However, leaving now would limit his potential. Even if he were to create a more formidable technique, his realm would remain significantly constrained. The warriors from the Dragon Ball universe honed their skills under the guidance of esteemed masters over the years. And Sun Wukong was not so presumptuous as to believe that one day's battle with a divine assembly could grant him insight into such formidable techniques. Moreover, his most significant gain today was physical. During the battle, he had occasionally employed a stroke of brilliance, yet those extraordinary moves eluded him now. He could barely recall how he executed them, or even the nature of those techniques. Nevertheless, the divine assembly proved to be rather stingy. Sun Wukong sighed. Having initially anticipated that the divine assembly would provide robust healing equipment for its members after sustaining injuries. However, he was gravely mistaken. Whether it was himself and Scathed, or Hank and Valona, who were severely injured, upon their return, they were met with only basic recuperation methods, intravenous fluids and topical ointments for bruises, along with bandaging. Although the fluids contained essential nutrients and medications directly absorbable by cells, the special nutrients and restorative substances were diluted excessively, available in scant quantities, and were far too rare. The effectiveness was at most 1/3 of what his own healing capsule could provide. Coupled with the absence of various specialized recovery techniques found in healing capsules, the results were even less impressive. After a brief experience, Sun Wukong resigned himself to the situation, retrieving his capsule villa to utilize his own healing pod. The equipment used by elite military personnel should be at least on par with his own. Images of Mei Weiss, Rauer, Lele, and Fei Fei, the enchanting women of the Divine Assembly, flickered through his mind. In the entire assembly, the men were handsome and the women stunning, their appearances astonishingly flawless. As a soldier, particularly one subjected to rigorous training and constant engagements with weapons, sustaining injuries was commonplace. The only conceivable reason for their immaculate appearances was that they enjoyed daily treatments akin to Sun Wukong's healing pod, which automatically repaired any damaged areas of their bodies. Thus, while ordinary individuals might bear scars from unforeseen injuries that mar their features, these warriors remained unblemished, even experiencing rejuvenation akin to Sun Wukong's, naturally becoming paragons of beauty. With a clear objective in mind, Sun Wukong perused his cultivation notes before closing the tome and commencing his formal training within the healing pod. In the tranquil confines of the healing chamber, Sun Wubin remained silent, his immense presence occasionally emanating an awe-inspiring aura, at times ethereal, at times enigmatic, at times as gentle as a spring breeze. This was, of course, the result of Sun Wubin's profound exploration and study of Qi. Within the realm of his martial arts, Qi represented the pinnacle of mastery, possessing not only the power to transcend the mundane, but also an array of astonishing abilities. Thus, the relentless pursuit of Qi's potential and application became the focal point of Sun Wubin's martial journey. As a distinguished student of the elite class in the northern capital, Sun Wubin did not approach his endeavors with the erratic spontaneity characteristic of other martial artists, relying solely on instinct and whim. Were one to witness the control and flow of qi within Sun Wubin, alongside his tome of cultivation notes, it would become evident that his exploration of qi is grounded in a comprehensive system of methods and understanding. Chapter 53. Sun Wubin's Sky Dance Technique. While Sun Wubin cultivated his qi, in the training hall, the female members of the divine group, enchanting beauties, alongside the likes of the dinosaur woman, leopard woman, and lioness, surrounded Mavis. Not long prior, 3 stretchers had been carried out from the combat building, a commonplace occurrence. Regardless of a martial artist's past accolades or their undefeated status in various combat disciplines, be it boxing, kickboxing, judo, or others, upon entering the divine group and facing its members in combat, none emerged unscathed. Yet, this time, a remarkable exception had arisen. When the women beheld Sun Wubin leisurely strolling on the pristine stone pathway, their eyes nearly bulged in astonishment. Particularly under the sun, Sun Wubin appeared entirely unscathed, his demeanor vibrant, exuding the impression of someone who had not been subjected to a fierce bout with the divine group members, but rather had enjoyed a delightful rendezvous with an alluring companion. How had the once dreaded divine group of combatants transformed into such a spectacle? Upon returning to the boxing hall, Mavis found herself besieged by her peers. Confess honestly. Did you engage in combat, or were you on a date? They demanded. Mavis, even if you have feelings for him, you cannot sully the sacred pursuit of martial arts within the divine group with such frivolity. This is utterly disgraceful and brings shame upon us. Is this the kind of leniency we can afford? One after another, they pressed her, particularly La, who glared at Mavis, visibly indignant. Indeed, I was on a date. So what? Are you jealous? Oh, you simply do not understand. Rohan is so gentle, thoughtful, and astute. He is the epitome of perfection. Mavis's heart burned with frustration. Allowing an outsider to emerge unscathed from the combat room was unprecedented in her experience. Mavis, you are beyond redemption. Rohan is La's crush. And what of it? Is it forbidden for others to admire him? Did we not agree that when handsome men are present, competition is fair? I find Rohan quite appealing, intelligent, skilled, experienced, and amusing. Plus, he is not a member of the divine group. Mavis retorted with a series of disdainful laughs. Who admires him? Who would fancy that lecherous scoundrel? Luer erupted in anger, glaring at Mayway. Mayway, you are being utterly reckless. Even if you intend to show mercy, there should be limits. At the very least, he ought to learn a lesson. A bruise or two would suffice. Your actions clearly indicate that you wish to win his favor, which is simply outrageous. Indeed, I fear that if I were too harsh, handsome Luo Han might be displeased and harbor resentment towards me. How could I dare to strike him? Mayway tossed her silver hair back, raising her chin defiantly. If you have the courage, then pursue him directly. Spare us the humiliation of maintaining appearances while enduring this torment. And you all too. This is infuriating. I do not even like that scoundrel. Merely a smidgen of fondness at most. Luer's voice thundered. Lower your voice. A chilling voice suddenly interjected. Luer and Mayway, if you genuinely harbor feelings for that person, refrain from speaking such words here. Dinosaur Girl's voice was deep and somber. If you do not like others, do not jest about it. Do not forget that Zhang Haizi has returned today. Zhang Haizi has returned. Mayway was taken aback, her brows furrowing instantly. If he hears your jokes, regardless of your intentions, he may take them seriously. Especially you, Mayway. How could you allow Luo Han to leave unscathed? This is not aiding him, but rather harming him. Kawaii, what do you mean by that? Mayway asked, puzzled. Nothing. Just that Zhang Haizi suspects Luer has feelings for Luo Han. Really? Mayway's brow furrowed deeper, suddenly understanding the implications. If Luo Han had been severely beaten, Zhang Haizi would merely dismiss him as trash. Even if there was hostility, he would not take matters into his own hands. But now, he is left without a scratch. Dinosaur Girl shook her massive head. Zhang Haizi must have noticed him. What should we do? Luer leaned against her sister, murmuring softly. It should be fine, Mayway responded, her own concerns rising. Luo Han is still a capable individual. In truth, I did not hold back much. Her voice weakened, as she recalled firsthand the terrifying power of Zhang Haizi. Do not worry. Zhang Haizi may not even notice Luo Han, Luer reassured her. As for what sort of person Luo Han is, and whether he is worthy of affection, that remains uncertain. Do not overthink it. They comforted one another as a heavy atmosphere enveloped the boxing hall. As dusk settled and night descended, within the capsule villa, Sun Wubin floated serenely in the nutrient solution at the center of the healing chamber, methodically controlling the energy within his body while conducting various explorations. Suddenly, The nutrient liquid within the chamber began to ripple violently. Sun Wubin's previously motionless body was swept to the left, as if propelled by a gust of wind. Bang! Sun Wubin's left shoulder collided with the chamber's wall. His eyelids fluttered, and he opened his eyes. "How did I end up here?" he murmured, shifting his body back to the center of the healing chamber, intending to close his eyes and resume his previous exploration of energy, when suddenly, a tremor coursed through his body. Something is not right. As a practitioner of the martial arts in the northern capital, Sun Wubin has consistently adhered to a scientific methodology in his research. Thus, each experiment is meticulously designed to minimize variables and uncertainties, ensuring that the conditions producing such variables are as few as possible. Under normal circumstances, it would be improbable for me to collide with the left side of this recuperation pod. It is prudent to exercise caution. Recuperation pod, initiate playback. Rewind time by 40 seconds. Sun Wubin commanded firmly. "Yes, Mr. Sun Wubin," responded an electronic voice, and an animated image appeared on the display screen of the recuperation pod, depicting Sun Wubin floating and moving within. Rewind another 10 seconds, and another 20 seconds. Sun Wubin observed the imagery on the screen, where he saw himself floating serenely within the recuperation pod. However, after 5 seconds, his body shifted unexpectedly. My limbs and body made no conscious movements, nor were there any external disturbances. Sun Wubin's heart raced with intensity. The absence of external forces causing his body to move left only the possibility of internal factors. This suggested something profound. Qi. Having eliminated external influences, the only explanation remaining was an internal phenomenon, leading to the term that suddenly danced in Sun Wubin's mind, void dance technique. The void dance technique, akin to the flight technique in the Dragon Ball universe, is an exceedingly impressive skill. In the early days of Dragon Ball, only Master Roshi and his two disciples, Tien Shinhan and Kaiatsu, possessed this ability, while Master Roshi's brother, Tao Pai Pai, was never seen utilizing it. Even in the later stages of Dragon Ball, only warriors and Videl on Earth could perform the void dance technique, while other martial artists remained in awe of its mystique. As for Master Roshi, Sun Wubin speculated that it wasn't a matter of inability, but rather a reluctance to learn a signature technique belonging to Master Shun. The earlier movement to the left was controlled by Qi. If I could move to the left, then surely I could also move to the right, and even ascend or descend. Wasn't this precisely the essence of the void dance technique? Sun Wubin felt an exhilarating rush. Having watched Dragon Ball and witnessed the warriors soaring freely through the skies filled him with an insatiable envy, longing for the same ability. Previously, I had struggled to suppress my excitement regarding the control of Qi. Sun Wubin repeated his earlier Qi control technique, and once again his body shifted, colliding with the side panel of the recuperation pod with a resounding thud. Indeed, it is exactly so. After moving left, he focused again. This time, he directed his body to float to the right, crashing into the right panel of the recuperation pod. As expected, he pondered the implications of his newfound ability. While moving left and right posed no challenge, the true test of the void dance technique rested in defying gravity and ascending. Was this feasible? Theoretically, it should be. Yet Sun Wubin felt a twinge of apprehension regarding the practical application. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm his nerves, attempting to master the control of Qi. Initially, it was challenging to quell the excitement within him, but gradually, he began to find his rhythm as his Qi control intensified. Suddenly, Sun Wubin's body began to float upwards, resembling a balloon filled with hydrogen, slowly ascending and gradually detaching from the nutrient solution of the healing chamber. It felt as though I was truly levitating. Sun Wubin stared wide-eyed, suspended for a full 3 seconds before sinking down once more, an overwhelming surge of explosive joy flooding his heart. I did it. Haha. I succeeded. Without the guidance of Master Crane, without having witnessed anyone utilizing the technique of flight, I have astonishingly managed to achieve it myself. Sun Wubin was so exhilarated that he almost wanted to roar at the heavens. Although in the later stages of the Dragon Ball world every warrior could master the technique of flight, there exists a rule, like a scientific invention. Creating a technique without prior examples is a matter of luck and time. However, once one has seen a precedent, had intimate contact with someone who has mastered the technique, or even understood its profound intricacies, imitation becomes significantly easier. This explains why the warriors of Dragon Ball, despite being geniuses in martial arts, continuously seek out renowned masters, learning from sages, gods, kings of the universe, and even fishermen. The Saiyan Prince Vegeta, after years of traversing the universe and battling, only learned to control his energy and many techniques upon arriving on Earth. Encountering a great master can lead to significant breakthroughs. while facing a worthy opponent can also impart advanced techniques. This is the ironclad rule of the Dragon Ball world, and now, Sun Wukong has learned the technique of flight, which can be attributed to fortune. With a determined spirit, Sun Wukong stepped out of the healing chamber and into an empty room of the villa. Let us try again. He stood still, and suddenly his body defied the force of gravity, rising upwards, reaching greater heights until his head bumped against the ceiling. Haha, once more. After landing, Sun Wukong floated up again, gliding through the spacious room, maneuvering in all directions, sometimes upside down, sometimes as if swimming on his back, sometimes remaining suspended in midair. Again and again, that night, Sun Wukong completely abandoned the exploration of the mysteries of energy, wholly immersing himself in the practice of flight. The next day, a faint light appeared on the eastern horizon, heralding the dawn. A resounding military bugle echoed. Who are you? For whom? The loudspeaker of Military Camp 1788 played a beautiful melody, the first song being For Whom from Sun Wukong's mother's album, an inspirational song meant to spread positive energy. Within the expansive house, Sun Wukong floated about like a specter, reveling in the music that reached his ears. Indeed, military camps across the globe were alike. Early in the morning, one could hear either bugles or songs, leaving no chance for a restful sleep. Floating without touching the ground, Sun Wukong exited the villa, stowed away the capsule containing the villa, and approached the door across the way. Knock, knock, knock. He rapped his knuckles on the door. Lazy cat. The sun is already shining on your backside. Get up, it's time to rise. He called out. What are you shouting for, handsome? I'm not you. I'm not ready yet. Came the weary voice of Lisa from inside. With my injuries, I probably won't be able to go today. You should go by yourself. I have never encountered someone like you before. It seems you are addicted to suffering, rising at such an early hour, as if you were racing to be reborn. Unable to go? Sun Wukong did not ponder much, humming to the tune of For Whom from the loudspeaker, drifting forward in the corridor with ease. Utilizing the art of aerial movement anywhere and anytime has become a form of cultivation for him. Now, he feels that with a mere thought, he can soar through the air, unlike in the beginning when even the slightest tension would render him unable to control it. Outside the building, on the verdant field, a throng of individuals was sprinting down the track like wild horses. Mavis, what happened yesterday? That fellow named Luo Han exited the building without a single bruise, humming a tune as if he had just returned from a delightful rendezvous. Aren't you supposed to be formidable? How could you not subdue an outsider? Are you doubting my strength? Do you believe I wouldn't make you unrecognizable? One of the male members of the divine team, a youth with striking red hair, scoffed at Mavis among the group of women on the outer track, eliciting her furious blush. I do not doubt your capabilities. Who among our male team would question Mavis's prowess? The red-haired youth sneered. What we wonder is whether your relative visited yesterday, causing you to turn into a soft-shelled shrimp, transforming from a regal king cobra to a mere cauliflower snake. Wouldn't you agree? Instantly, the entire male team erupted in laughter, while the female team seethed with anger. Do you believe that even if my relative had come, I wouldn't turn you into a pancake? The dinosaur girl roared. And how about you all? Do you care to test that? Challenge accepted, Kawaii. If you wish to fight, we are always ready. The members of the male and female divine teams exchanged verbal jabs. Suddenly, the red-haired youth cast a glance at the building ahead, his eyes lighting up. Well, someone is up quite early. This Luo Han is impressive. As he spoke, everyone turned to look, spotting Sun Wukong's upper body moving through the window. Has that rascal grown taller? Luo whispered, her innocent eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. Taller? Not quite. I merely find his gait somewhat peculiar, the dinosaur girl exclaimed. Walking normally involves an up and down motion with slight undulations, yet this fellow appears to be skating in the corridor, maintaining such a cheerful disposition so early in the morning. Mavis let out a cold snort, feeling humiliated for not having defeated Sun Wukong the previous day, instead being left breathless by his relentless spirit. Naturally, she was in a foul mood, especially when ridiculed by the male team so early in the day. Hey, handsome Luo Han, a voice called out. Oh, Fei, is that you calling me? Sun Wukong peeked out from above, wondering if she intended to invite him for breakfast. He floated to the window, gazing down at the crowd below. Come here. Fei waved her hand, her eyes widening in astonishment. Sun Wukong floated out of the window, resembling a leaf drifting gracefully, soaring about 10 meters before descending. This kid, the other members of the divine group, upon witnessing this scene, widened their eyes in astonishment and erupted in applause. However, they failed to notice that Sun Wukong's rapid descent did not accelerate as one would expect. Rather, he maintained a constant speed that defied the laws of physics. With a thud, Sun Wukong landed in front of the running crowd. Impressive, Rohan. I never anticipated you possessed such skills. If you were to participate in high diving, you would undoubtedly secure the championship. Fei remarked with a smile, halting before Sun Wubin, while several male and female members of the divine group joined them, intrigued. Rohan, you managed to emerge unscathed from under Mavis. That's quite remarkable. Few outsiders can walk away unharmed from the divine group. The men chuckled, though one speculated it might be due to Mavis' involvement. Make way, make way. A voice commanded as Sun Wubin turned to look. A massive figure approached, reminiscent of a black colossus, with skin as dark as coal. This imposing man pushed through the crowd until he stood before Sun Wubin. Instantly, Sun Wubin sensed the unease among the women present. Are you Rohan? The Black Titan inquired. His voice frosty, his piercing gaze akin to a blade, emanating a palpable hostility and intent to kill. Rohan, you have erred gravely. The Black Titan grinned, though the smile did not reach his eyes, which remained cold and unyielding. He extended a hand towards Sun Wubin. I am Zhang Heiju, the leader of the divine group. The leader? You mean the captain of the divine group? Sun Wubin replied, astonished by the evident animosity radiating from this formidable figure. Zhang Heiju, your words are rather shameful. A chilling voice interjected. A woman, resembling a leopard, scoffed, addressing Sun Wubin. Rohan, do not believe him. He is merely our current leader, albeit temporarily. Leopard, your words lack integrity. Tell me, am I not the captain of the divine group? Zhang Heiju retorted, his earlier hostility dissipating slightly, revealing a hint of charm. Let us not forget the title of vice captain must precede that of captain. The leopard woman jested, inciting laughter from both men and women around them. Zhang Heiju's face darkened, tinged with a hint of purple. A vice captain is still a captain. Do not underestimate my authority. You lot understand nothing. He dismissed their banter, turning his attention back to Sun Wubin. Today, I shall impart my advanced techniques to you. Yet, as he spoke, Sun Wubin felt the earlier malice return. Confusion clouded his mind as he failed to notice the grave change in expression among the women, particularly Roar and Mavis, whose faces reflected deep concern. What should we do? Roar bit her lip fiercely, drawing blood, oblivious to her own state. She refrained from speaking, knowing that any plea on Sun Wubin's behalf could exacerbate the situation, potentially provoking Zhang Heiju to unleash his full wrath. Zhang Heiju, this seems rather excessive, does it not? You need not resort to violence. Rohan is hardly worth your effort. Some women expressed their anger, their faces filled with fury. Previously, no one dared to act, for none were deemed worthy. Zhang Heiju's voice was icy. Zhang Heiji, what do you mean? Did we not agree that the second match would be mine? Brittany shouted. No, today Luo Han, you are coming to my room, number 523. With a cold huff, Zhang Heiju cast a frosty glance at Brittany. Brittany, wait until next time. Today, Luo Han is under my command. This is an order. Do you understand? If you utter another word, I shall consider it a defiance of military orders and deal with you accordingly. An order? Brittany's expression darkened, and she fell silent. Although the members of the divine team often teased each other and exchanged sharp words, when it came to specific commands, no matter how unreasonable, they had to obey. That was the way of the military. For the sake of sisterhood, she had already given Zhang Heiju a piece of her mind. Remember, Luo Han, your designated room is 444. Zhang Heiju remarked coolly to Sun Wubin. 444? Is that your training room for combat? Whatever. Sun Wubin extended his hand to shake with Zhang Heiju, shrugging nonchalantly. It matters not to me, whether it's the squad leader or the deputy, whether 1, 2, or 3. It makes no difference. Such arrogance. Zhang Heiju sneered, then turned away without further ado, pushing through the crowd to exit. Strange, Zhang Heiji is actually going to take action? Luo Han, be careful. The men warned, their gazes on Sun Wubin as if he were a ghost, some turning to flee. This is all my fault. Luo bit her lip, wanting to speak to Sun Wubin, but feeling too timid. What are you all lingering for? Zhang Heiju's authoritative voice rang out. It's early. Do you not wish to run? Turn around and continue your exercises. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. How pitiful. How could this be? Such a handsome young man. A martial artist with a promising future, yet everyone was turning to run. Luo stomped her foot and turned to flee as well. Chapter 55. What transpired? Sunlight streamed through the windows, casting a luminous path down the corridor, and a figure walked serenely into the light. Zhang Heiju. Sun Wubin's expression was calm. He had observed the strange behavior of the others that morning, but paid it no heed. Just moments ago, Mavis had unexpectedly pulled him into a dim chamber. Luo Han, I am the one who has caused you trouble this time. If you can return alive from Zhang Heiju, I shall go on a date with you. Mavis's slightly bashful words echoed in Sun Wubin's mind. Zhang Heizhu was not originally a member of this current divine team. He had been part of the previous 3 groups. He became a member of the divine team due to having taken a life, and that act was driven by his pursuit of women. 7 years ago, Zhang Heizhu harbored feelings for a female soldier named Yame from the Super First Combat Team. However, Yame was deeply attached to her childhood sweetheart, showing no interest in Zhang. At that time, Zhang held the position of squad leader in the divine group, renowned for his unparalleled combat prowess, while Yame's boyfriend was also a martial artist. Sun Wubin, reflecting on the intelligence provided by Mei Weiss, could not help but smile faintly. In Mei Wei's eyes, Zhang Heizhu's true strength did not lie in his martial skills, which were comparable to hers, but rather in his immense power. 7 years prior, his strength had surpassed that of all members of the divine group. Yet what significance did that hold? Sun Wubin was uncertain of the exact extent of Zhang's power, but he was aware that after reaching his peak 7 years ago, his strength had seen negligible growth. This knowledge sufficed. It appeared that Zhang had overexerted himself, straying from the fundamental principle of martial arts, preserving one's health, before breaking through his limits, resulting in a depletion of his potential. What a pity. Sun Wubin pushed open the door to room 444. Inside stood an exceptionally tall, muscular man with skin as dark as ebony, his arms thicker than Sun Wubin's legs. Come in. Zhang Heizhu cast a fleeting glance at Sun Wubin, his expression indifferent. Do I resemble a corpse to you? A barely perceptible smile flickered in Sun Wubin's eyes as he calmly entered room 444. You should know that our divine group possesses the most formidable martial artists in the world. Zhang Heizhu regarded Sun Wubin with cold eyes, a sinister smile creeping onto his lips. In these 3 years, you are the first martial artist to engage with the divine group and emerge unscathed. For that alone, you should take pride. Thus, I have come to meet you personally. Do not think that just because you escaped unscathed from Mei Weiss, you will do so again today. I understand that they say your strength far exceeds that of Mei Weiss, Sun Wubin murmured. Good. Mei Weiss has already explained the rules, so I won't elaborate further. Zhang Heizhu's gaze sharpened. Let us begin now. Wait. Sun Wubin raised his hand to halt Zhang Heizhu's advance. I heard that you have a heavy hand, and have even killed before? Is that so? Zhang Heizhu's expression darkened, tinged with a hint of purple. An oppressive silence enveloped the room. What have they said to you, kid? Do they claim that I resort to underhanded tactics against any rival for a woman's affection? Zhang's voice was gravelly. Isn't it true? Sun Wubin looked at Zhang with a peculiar expression. The imposing figure of the Black Titan wore a grim visage, pausing momentarily. So what if it is? And what if it isn't? Are you afraid? Kid, it's too late to be afraid. Once you step into this room, even if you wish to leave, you will not do so unscathed. Unless the time is up, it will end only in death. Afraid? Of course I am afraid. Who wouldn't fear death? Sun Wubin's voice was barely a whisper, his demeanor evidently tense. Fear of what? Suddenly, Zhang Heizhu shouted, What are you afraid of, kid? I may have accidentally killed someone, but is that my fault? That kid was weak. How could a martial artist be so feeble? Can you blame me? You can withstand Mei Weiss, yet you worry about this? Sun Wubin was taken aback. Zhang Heizhu's demeanor seemed oddly aggrieved. You are not Mei Weiss. Sun Wubin spoke in a hushed tone, acknowledging the peril of facing you in combat. How could one not feel fear? Yet, you are correct. Once entangled in this divine assembly, there is no turning back. Thus, I have a request before I meet my end. Sun Wubin spoke weakly. For despite the opportunity to acquire formidable martial skills, he had not forgotten his true purpose. What are you afraid of, coward? Last time I merely faltered. Do you understand? Zhang Heizhu bellowed, recalling how, after taking a life years ago, he lost both his rank and position and was confined for an extended period in a dark cell. The memories of that confinement sent shivers down his spine. Even if I faltered, does that mean I cannot falter a second time? Sun Wubin replied. Listen here, if a fly alights on an egg, and I strike with my fist, the fly will die without breaking the egg. Do you believe that? With my control over such power, how could I accidentally kill you? Though I would relish the opportunity to smash your face with a single blow, Zhang Heizhu roared, his voice reverberating through the air. A condemned man must be well fed before his execution, Sun Wubin murmured weakly. Zhang Heizhu's forehead bulged with veins as he slammed his fist into the wall, causing it to tremble violently. Sun Wubin displayed a visage of fear. Look at your temperament. You claim you won't falter. Perhaps your control over strength is commendable, but your disposition is suspect. Enough. I yield to you. What is your request? I cannot guarantee anything. I wish to know if the Divine Assembly can locate Dr. Jero. Sun Wubin replied gravely. Dr. Jero? Zhang Heizhu raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes. He fell silent for a moment before breaking into a smile. Kid, I won't disclose that to you just yet. Why not? For no reason. Now prepare yourself. I am about to strike. Wait. Suddenly, a fist larger than a head barreled forth, its ferocity generating an odd pressure that rendered one breathless. The force of Zhang Heizhu's punch far surpassed that of Mavis's attacks. Damn, Zhang Heizhu is relentless, striking without warning. Sun Wubin lamented inwardly. He had hoped to extract information about Dr. Jero, but that plan had now unraveled, leaving him with no choice but to fight. As time passed, in the boxing gym, Ruru relentlessly pummeled the punching bag, while Mavis sat on the windowsill, gazing at the distant building where Sun Wubin and Zhang Heizhu clashed. May the divine protect us. Surely, the divine will watch over us. Occasionally, such fervent exclamations echoed within the gym. With a swift kick, Ruru sent the punching bag flying. She stood still for a moment, glanced at the time, and then approached Mavis. Mavis, have you heard anything? Nothing, Mavis whispered, her face etched with concern. Do not worry, if a fatality had occurred, alarms would have sounded long ago. The fact that all remains calm is a good sign. Luo Han will surely have divine favor, Ruru reassured her. Ruru Mavis, what are you so anxious about? I see Luo Han as no mere mortal. He should not have a short life. Moreover, Kawai's words hold merit. If something were amiss, the alarms would have already rung, Brittany added. I hope so, Mavis murmured, fully aware of Sun Wubin's extraordinary vitality. With his vitality, even if he were to suffer a stab to a vital organ, he would likely endure for several dozen minutes. The absence of alarm bells does not signify a calm within Mavis's heart. The sounds of punches still resonate throughout the boxing hall. However, none of the women present are focused on their training. What will happen? Will that unfortunate handsome fellow perish? Each of them contemplates this question intermittently, as time inexorably approaches the final moment, culminating in a resounding clang. It has begun. Let us proceed to room 444 and see. Aside from the particularly anxious Lure and Maywis, Brittany, Kawai, Feifei, and the others dashed out of the boxing hall, raced down the stairs, and rushed into the fighting building. Upon reaching the third floor, a figure appeared before them. It was Rohan. Indeed, it was Rohan. Huh. The women's eyes widened like saucers. Rohan stood before them, entirely unscathed, without a trace of bruising, seemingly in better condition than he had been after his previous bout with Maywis. At least yesterday, Sun Wubin had appeared somewhat puffy and grimacing as he exited. Rohan, are you alright? Kawai's enormous dinosaur head leaned in towards Sun Wubin, a buzzing sound emanating from her. What could possibly be wrong with me? Sun Wubin replied with a smile. And what about Zhang Heizhi? Is he fine? He is perfectly well. We engaged in a rather amicable sparring match, and once the time was up, it concluded, Sun Wubin said cheerfully. Amicable. The expressions of the women turned peculiar as they assessed Sun Wubin's physique, which indeed appeared to be in excellent condition. What on earth had transpired? Had Zhang Heizhi truly changed for the better? As they gazed at Sun Wubin's departing figure, the women exchanged glances. Chapter 56. Swift progress. Zhang Heizhi is indeed quite intriguing. As Sun Wubin traversed the staircase, flashes of his recent encounter with Zhang Heizhi flickered through his mind. Rohan, do not mistake my leniency for weakness. I was merely unwell, likely due to being poisoned, which rendered my muscles somewhat feeble. Otherwise, Zhang Heizhu huffed, glaring at Sun Wubin with malice. Listen, young man, treat Lure kindly. If I catch wind of you bullying her, consider yourself fortunate to have escaped today. Next time, such luck will not be yours. I shall ensure to smash your face and snap your neck. With that, Zhang Heizhu kicked open a side door and strode inside. Initially, Sun Wubin had anticipated that Zhang Heizhu might strike with deadly intent. However, he remained unconcerned. Yet, as the two engaged in combat, Sun Wubin was astonished to discover that Zhang Heizhu's earlier boast about being able to kill a fly on an egg without damaging the egg was far from reality. Each of his punches, while seemingly powerful and markedly swifter than Maywis, lacked the force when they connected with Sun Wubin's body, proving to be less potent than Maywis' strikes. Of course, this was only true for blows to the back, chest, abdomen, and head. When engaging in direct punches or striking Sun Wubin's limbs, the power was indeed formidable, yet not excessively so. Zhang Heizhi appeared to be holding back much of his strength. Even when exchanging blows with me, he refrained from unleashing his full potential, seemingly fearful of inadvertently injuring me. Sun Wubin's expression was peculiar. Even if Zhang Heizhi's strength were to increase 3- or 4-fold, it would not perturb him. This confidence stemmed from the formidable power he acquired after breaking through the dimensional gate and cultivating his energy. Following Zhang Heizhi, the third opponent to face Sun Wubin was Brittany, succeeded by a male member from the Divine Group. As for Sun Wubin's three companions, Valu, Lisa, and Hank, They had been thoroughly beaten on the first day and required 2 days of recuperation before they dared to return to battle on the third day, only to suffer a similar fate to their initial encounter, necessitating further healing and rest. Days swiftly passed. On the night of the first 3 days, after concluding his skirmish with the Divine Group, Sun Wukong returned to refine his martial techniques and even practiced aerial techniques, as well as energy cultivation. However, by the 4th day, Sun Wukong's martial skills had ascended to an entirely new realm, allowing him to discern the extraordinary mastery of the Divine Group members, which reached a pinnacle that inspired awe. At that moment, Sun Wukong found himself devoid of time for energy cultivation. Instead, upon returning to his quarters, he eagerly began to organize and reflect upon the martial skills he had encountered during the day, striving to assimilate them with utmost rapidity. For those techniques he could not digest immediately, he recorded them on video for future reference. Unlike other martial artists in Dragon Ball who possessed advanced technology yet refused to utilize it, this approach led to remarkable progress in his martial arts, resulting in the following scene in room 500. A fierce battle raged on, where a figure darted to and fro with remarkable agility. This was a woman with an elongated torso and strikingly defined curves. Her physique clad in leopard-patterned athletic wear, she was none other than the renowned leopard woman from the Divine Group. "Luo Han, take this," she cried, her movements reflecting the swiftness and power of a leopard. Sun Wukong felt as if he were once again in the primordial forest, grappling with a ferocious leopard. If he were truly fighting a leopard, Sun Wukong would feel no fear. He had faced leopards countless times in the wild and had always held the upper hand. Yet this time, despite the opponent's leopard-like pounces, claws, and bites, every maneuver rendered him incapable of applying his forest fighting techniques. This was a unique fusion of the leopard's hunting muscle dynamics, the essence of its movements when striking, devoid of the instinctual flaws that emerge in animal combat, blended with the principles of supreme human martial arts, the leopard fist. The leopard fist was extraordinarily fierce and enigmatic, yet Sun Wukong maintained a steadfast defense. With a swift crossguard, he blocked one of the leopard woman's strikes. Had Mavis witnessed this cross, she would have been astounded, for it bore striking resemblance to her own signature move. At least 50% similar. Bang! Sun Wukong delivered a punch to the leopard woman's claw. Had Zhang Haizi observed this blow, he would have been left speechless, for it was the very technique he employed most frequently against Sun Wukong during their confrontations. Thud, 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 thud. Sun Wukong, while defending, occasionally counterattacked. His martial arts have begun to exhibit the shadows of divine techniques. Even some of the Sun Wukong-style boxing, when wielded by Sun Wukong himself, has become overwhelmingly powerful. Far from the farcical encounter with Mavis, with a resounding thud, Sun Wukong sent the leopard woman flying, laughing heartily. "Leopard woman, I have struck you again. Do you yield? Yield to what? You've landed 60 punches on me, and I've only hit you once. How can you expect me to submit?" The leopard woman bellowed, charging at Sun Wukong with fury. She was incensed by Mavis's words, which labeled Luo Han as a masochist, merely able to endure punishment while being perceived as mad, with mediocre martial skills. Yet, how could she be so naive, thinking one could repeatedly emerge unscathed under the hands of our divine team? His martial prowess is the strongest I have ever witnessed among external martial artists, bar none. The leopard woman silently roared, lunging forward once more. The members of the divine team are not afraid of powerful opponents, but rather those who are utterly inept, failing to stimulate their fighting spirit. "Luo Han, I will strike your manhood out," she exclaimed. "You should be afraid. Watch how I subdue you, you mere female leopard." Room 515. A strikingly tall woman with fiery red hair, towering over Sun Wukong by a head and a half, is none other than Fei Fei, who had once ensnared Hank S. Hart. With a swift punch and kick like iron spears, her tall figure forced Sun Wukong into a defensive stance, unable to approach. After enduring a flurry of her blows, Sun Wukong finally ignited with rage. He was sent flying by a punch from Fei Fei, heading straight for the wall. In midair, he adeptly twisted his body, extending his legs to push off the wall, propelling himself to the left. Before landing, he grasped the ground with both hands, launching himself again, darting east and west, and suddenly landed a punch on Fei Fei's back. "Hey girl, just because the tiger doesn't roar, don't mistake me for a sickly cat," Sun Wukong shouted excitedly. Fei Fei, rising from the ground, bared her teeth in astonishment, her eyes wide as she observed Sun Wukong's movements, which bore a resemblance to the leopard woman's style, yet were not entirely the leopard fist. "What is this martial skill of yours?" she inquired. "What does it matter? If it can hit you, it's a good skill. How about it? With that last strike, I've struck you 100 times, not exaggerating, am I?" Well, I've hit you 3,000 times. Fei retorted, her anger flaring. Her companions had been boasting incessantly, asserting that Luo Han was nothing special, merely a resilient and reckless fighter with no other merits. Yet now, having exerted her full strength, the outcome was evident. She had landed 30 hits, and it was inevitable that he would retaliate. This Luo Han is indeed extraordinary. This time, it must be an exhilarating contest. After catching her breath, Fei pressed forward toward Sun Wukong once again. Half a month later, room 508. Dinosaur girl, will you surrender? I will kill you. The dinosaur girl, Kawaii, erupted in fury at being called dinosaur girl. Though she belonged to the dinosaur race, being labeled thus felt like a racial slur. Hello, aren't you the dinosaur girl? Is it really necessary to act so irrationally? Luo Han, I shall surely smash that foul mouth of yours. Then come at me. If you manage to touch my lips, I shall have my name read backward from that day forth. The two of them, a person and a dinosaur, collided with such fervor that the entire building seemed to tremble, yet the dinosaur girl grew increasingly alarmed. How could this be? Luo Han is truly formidable. Although I hold the upper hand, I have yet to land a blow on his mouth. Day by day, Sun Wukong made significant strides in his martial arts journey. It is widely acknowledged within the global martial arts community that the limitations of the human body cannot be surpassed. Therefore, each martial arts master, upon reaching the pinnacle of human capability, found themselves at an impasse, leading them to embark on a path of refining their martial skills. When God closes a door, he invariably opens a window. Much like how an ant cannot contend with an elephant, the ant possesses muscle power several times more efficient than an aircraft engine, allowing it to expend energy with minimal thermal loss and lift objects weighing 100 times its own weight, while an elephant can only lift an equivalent of 17 times its own weight. Due to the inherent limitations of human bloodlines, Earthlings are unable to pursue the path of advanced martial arts, which has driven them to achieve astonishing heights in their study of martial techniques. Furthermore, the world is not lacking in geniuses. Although most martial arts masters may not be remarkable, there are always a few extraordinary individuals who elevate the martial arts of their predecessors to unimaginable heights. These accomplishments are difficult for others to attain, but the Divine Group, endowed with the world's resources, has achieved this. Each member of the Divine Group is a prodigious talent, and through generations of research and development, the martial arts mastery they possess has reached an unfathomable level. As a novice martial artist, Sun Wukong entered the Divine Group. It was akin to a massive dry sponge plunging into the ocean, rapidly absorbing the endless nutrients surrounding it. He learned the Phantom Fist, mastering the first, second, and third levels, integrating them into his martial arts. He acquired the Drunken Fist, assimilating it into his own style. He learned the Monkey Fist, the Berserker Fist, and the Sticky Fist. Chapter 57. Departure. On this day, Sun Wukong had just exited the combat building. Luo Han, Lisa, Hank, and Valu were present. And to Sun Wukong's surprise, both Lisa and Hank wore expressions of joy unlike their usual somber faces. Luo Han, we have been waiting for you. Waiting for me? Sun Wukong looked at Lisa, who exclaimed, Did you not receive the notice? Luo Han, you haven't forgotten your home, have you? Hank joked, You little rascal. You make us all envious. While the three of us are struggling, you seem to be living the good life. I heard there are several beautiful women in the Divine Group. Is that true? Don't listen to the gossip, Sun Wukong replied, though a flicker of pride sparkled in his eyes. During these days, aside from fervently absorbing the martial techniques of the Divine Group, Sun Wukong had also encountered several other events. To this day, Sun Wukong still recalls how the girl, Lure, shyly lowered her head and softly asked to borrow his wristwatch. She claimed that her own watch had gone missing, and she needed to borrow his to call for its sound. At first glance, this seemed quite normal. So Sun Wukong lent it to her without hesitation. However, upon reflection, he found it peculiar. Why would she behave so bashfully when borrowing a watch? As if she were confessing her feelings like a demure young lady? Moreover, watches are hardly easy to misplace. Even if lost, with the power of her Divine Group, finding it would not be a challenge. Surely, it would be more convenient to borrow a watch to contact her fellow Divine Group members rather than seek out him. Sun Wukong. Clearly, this girl had seized the opportunity to obtain Sun Wukong's phone number while discreetly leaving her own within his wristwatch. Indeed, when Sun Wukong later checked the watch, he found a new name, Lure, in the contacts. As for Maewis, after her encounter with Zhang Haizi and Sun Wukong, she frequently sought to establish her presence before him, providing various reasons, subtly suggesting that he could ask her out. Naturally, Sun Wukong, engrossed in his own affairs, feigned ignorance. Consequently, yesterday, Maewis knocked on Sun Wukong's door, and upon entering, she bashfully handed him a bag. Inside was a set of clothing, which she claimed to have bought while shopping, stating it would suit him perfectly and was quite affordable, so she simply purchased it. When Sun Wubin opened the bag, he was taken aback. Was this really a set of clothing that was inexpensive? A typical martial artist might not discern the value of such attire, but Sun Wubin, being in the entertainment industry, was acutely aware of these matters. Although Maewis had already removed the tags, he instantly recognized it as a limited edition piece by Masterly Dandan, of which only 18 existed worldwide. Did she truly think she could fool Sun Wubin, assuming he was an unworldly martial artist? Rohan, do you not recall what day it is today? Vara's calm voice interjected. Having been invited into the divine group, they merely needed to endure 3 months to be released, and today marked exactly 3 months. In fact, they had already received the notification to leave. Notification? Sun Wubin stared wide-eyed. What? Rohan, did you not receive it? We 3 certainly did, Lisa exclaimed. I truly did not receive it. How about this? I will make a call to inquire, Sun Wubin replied with a smile, and proceeded to activate his wristwatch. Soon, a melodious voice resonated. Rohan, what a surprise to receive your call today. Lure, I am about to leave the divine group with Lisa, Varu, and Hank. But I am still uncertain if you can locate Dr. Jero. I wish to know if you have an answer for me now, Sun Wubin stated. After a brief silence, there was no response. Lure, why are you silent? Sun Wubin probed. Finally, Lure's hesitant voice emerged. Actually, the 3 of you may leave, but you, not yet. Why? Sun Wubin's tone darkened. It is a decision from above. Lure's timid voice broke the silence, acknowledging your strength and fearlessness in the face of injury, as well as your status as an external martial artist capable of invigorating everyone. You are aware, of course, that in a battle against you, everyone's recent progress in martial prowess has been significant, which is why the upper echelons have made this decision. Isn't that so? Sun Wubin felt a surge of frustration within. He took a deep breath, resigning himself to the situation, but he demanded an answer. Are you inquiring about Dr. Jero? The atmosphere grew tense as Lure's voice dropped even lower, refusing to elaborate. Not permitted to speak? Sun Wubin erupted. Why the silence? Do you take me for a fool? It is merely a trivial question. He bellowed. Lure, whose decision is this? Rohan, please do not be angry. In truth, seeking out Dr. Jero will be futile, Lure whispered. Her voice tinged with a hint of tears. Enough, enough, Sun Wubin thought, a storm of emotions churning within him, yearning to break free. Lure, I do not care whose idea this was. I am preparing to leave. I never had high hopes for your organization. I only sought you out of necessity. With that, Sun Wubin hung up the phone and inhaled deeply. Rohan, what is happening? Are they preventing you from leaving? Lisa inquired. Yes, Sun Wubin replied, turning to walk forward. You 3 go on ahead, do not mind me. Then we shall take our leave. Rohan said. Take care of yourself, Rohan. Call when you can. Lisa, Valu, and Hank exclaimed with excitement as they dashed towards the Eastern Boulevard, having awaited this day and moment for far too long. Shortly after their departure, Sun Wubin's figure materialized atop the lodging building for external martial artists. How foolish, he scoffed. If the organization could locate Dr. Jero, the subsequent crisis involving artificial beings in Dragon Ball would never have arisen. With a powerful push, he propelled himself into the air. The military camp where the organization was stationed was certainly not a place where one could come and go freely. That would be absurd. However, every detection device has its limitations. Here, the equipment would not trigger alarms for a normal human jump, but when Sun Wubin launched a capsule aircraft to depart, it would inevitably set off alarms, prompting a military pursuit. Whoosh! Sun Wubin ascended, soaring to heights of 10 zhong, then 100. Piercing through layer upon layer of clouds until he emerged several thousand miles above the earth, directing himself towards a specific destination. Whoosh! His rapidly moving body stirred up swirling clouds, having mastered the art of aerial movement. This was his inaugural flight at such altitudes. After Sun Wubin's departure, 3 full hours passed before Lure recalled his intention to leave, sensing something amiss. She began searching for him, and only then did the group realize he was nowhere to be found. The entire military camp initiated a thorough search, yet he remained elusive. It was not until they deployed advanced technological equipment that they discovered a clue. Sun Wubin had leaped powerfully into the sky from the building before vanishing without a trace. The entire military camp was left in bewilderment. All members of the organization were equally perplexed. Even if one were to leap high into the air and then launch a capsule aircraft, it would still trigger the camp's alarm systems, unless one possessed the extraordinary ability to leap thousands of feet, which was simply impossible. No one in the world, not even Master Roshi, could achieve such an astonishing feat. How, then, did Rohan depart? Investigate. Expedite the inquiry into Rohan's identity. Soon, the orders were dispatched. In truth, Luer's introduction of Sun Wubin into the divine group necessitated prior investigation, so inquiries into Sun Wubin's background had already been conducted. These investigations were entrusted to a specialized intelligence organization within the military, which confirmed that Sun Wubin's lineage adhered to established protocols. For the divine group, compliance with the rules sufficed. Absent any extraordinary circumstances, no further scrutiny was warranted. Thus, while the intelligence agency was aware that Rohan's true name was Sun Wubin, an exceptionally talented and renowned star, often hailed as the god of song, whose melodies frequently echoed within the military camp, Luer and her companions remained oblivious to this fact when the divine group proactively sought to review Rohan's records. The moment the orders were issued, the intelligence agency promptly transmitted the complete dossier via computer. His true name, Sun Wubin, a distinguished alumnus of the northern city, had left his studies to care for his ailing mother, subsequently entering a talent competition and emerging victorious. All publicly available information regarding Sun Wubin was laid bare before the members of the divine group. Chapter 58, a splendid entrance Red House Alley. Named after an ancient red brick building at its end, is a rather inconspicuous lane in the slums of Satan City. However, its notoriety has recently surged, as the aforementioned red brick structure has been leased by a martial artist who transformed it into the 18th Combat Dojo. In the past 6 months, this dojo has produced a prodigious disciple, Mark. Mark possesses formidable skills, having consecutively defeated the 17th and 16th disciples, and even triumphed over Lu Feng, the most renowned disciple of the first dojo in Satan City. Although defeating Lu Feng does not elevate the 18th Combat Dojo to the pinnacle of martial arts establishments in Satan City, it does signify that this dojo has reached a foundational level of competence, no longer inferior to the more established dojos in the city. Furthermore, the 18th Combat Dojo offers affordable fees, accessible to the impoverished, which has contributed to its burgeoning reputation. In recent days, Red House Alley has been bustling with activity, filled with those eager to study martial arts at the dojo. Yet, despite the dojo's thriving success, its master, Sun Wubin, has been unusually despondent and melancholic. One early morning, a sign was hung at the entrance of Red House Alley, announcing a temporary cessation of student enrollments at the 18th Combat Dojo due to important matters. Observers from neighboring houses soon noticed Master Sun Wubin standing at the alley's entrance, gazing out at the street, seemingly awaiting someone. This vigil extended for several hours. Whom could Master Sun be expecting? What distinguished guest warranted such formality? Master, at this hour, shouldn't we have breakfast first? Let us wait a bit longer, Mark murmured. Though Sun Wubin had not communicated that he would return today, martial artists who enter the divine group invariably return after a certain number of days, and they were aware of this pattern. Calculating the days, it seemed that today marked the time of Sun Wubin's anticipated return. I estimate that Sun Wubin should be arriving soon, so let us wait a little longer, shall we? Sun Wuxing cast a glance behind him, only to find all the disciples of the dojo gathered behind him. Master, everyone wishes to welcome brother Sun Wubin, said the cheerful disciple, Yong. Sun Wuxing frowned slightly. The disciple Yu chimed in. Master, since this is a break time, everyone took the opportunity to enjoy some fresh air and, at the same time, to greet brother Wubin. As you wish, Sun Wubin replied nonchalantly, fully aware of the disciples' intentions. They were undoubtedly curious about his grandson, who had ventured into the formidable divine group, eager to see what he would be like upon his return. It was rumored that those who emerged from the divine group appeared as if they had been drained of their essence by legendary fairies. Was there any truth to this? Indeed, there was. In our city, numerous martial arts dojos occasionally had unfortunate souls summoned by the divine group, and upon their return, they were often in a far worse state than if they had been imprisoned, with no exceptions. Many whispered about brother Wubin's fate. A rumble echoed from the heavens, causing some to gaze upwards. It seemed, within a silver private jet, Sun Wubin scanned the scene below and quickly spotted a red brick house in the slums. He then directed the plane towards that direction. In the alley of red bricks, a jet appeared. Wow, that is a private jet, seemingly a high-end product from Universal Capsule. Impossible, such luxurious private jets are extremely costly. Why is it coming this way? The apprentices of dojo number 18 looked up at the aircraft, and Sun Wuxing followed suit. Momentarily taken aback, the silver plane was clearly descending towards them. It was rare for such an expensive private jet to venture into their impoverished neighborhood. Master, it seems the plane is about to land here, exclaimed Mark in astonishment, while others around him wore puzzled expressions. There was no space in this narrow red brick alley for a plane to land. Suddenly, the door of the aircraft swung open. What is it doing? Is it going to drop a bomb? As the crowd pondered, A black-haired youth appeared at the doorway of the plane. With a bold step, he leaped out, seemingly stepping onto the endless void below as if it were solid ground. The eyes of the onlookers widened in disbelief. What is he doing? Is he parachuting? However, jumping from such a height without a parachute seemed reckless. He might plummet to the ground before even deploying the chute. Yet, the crowd soon realized something was amiss. The young man was dressed in an ordinary casual shirt and bore no parachute on his back. With no parachute and stepping out from the aircraft at such a height, an alarming thought arose in the minds of the witnesses. The black-haired youth was attempting to take his own life. Quick, call 120 for emergency assistance. Some frantically reached for their phones. Huh, Mark suddenly gasped. That's brother Sun Wubin. The other youths, including Yong and Yu, who had seen Sun Wubin before, also recognized him. No, it can't be Wubin. Sun Wuxing's hands trembled slightly, his spirit teetering on the brink of collapse. This cannot be Wubin. That child wouldn't be so foolish. He murmured to himself, and at that moment, the situation took a sudden turn. The airplane obscured the figure of Sun Wubin, only to vanish abruptly. In the place where the aircraft once hovered stood a poised youth with elegant black hair. Unbeknownst to the onlookers, the young man was actually suspended in midair, though this pause was fleeting, leading him to plummet to the ground with the velocity of a shooting star. Oh no! He is falling. It's a suicide. Cries of alarm erupted. Sun wasn't watched in horror as his mind exploded with disbelief. His grandson had just leaped from hundreds of meters in the air. It's over, Mark whispered. Brother Sun Wubin has suffered too much at the hands of the divine group. He couldn't bear it any longer and jumped to his death, said Yongshidi, as they witnessed Sun Wubin crash down to earth. Sun wasn't closed his eyes, along with Yushidi and Mark, while some others kept their eyes open, their pupils dilating once more. When Sun Wubin struck the ground, he landed firmly on both feet, standing there as if he had merely jumped from 1 or 2 meters high. Time seemed to freeze. The entire alleyway, save for Sun Wubin, was frozen in place, with expressions and bodies stiffened. Apart from the distant sounds of traffic outside, silence enveloped the alley as everyone gazed at Sun Wubin, while some kept their eyes shut. Grandpa, Mark, why are you all just standing here? A voice inquired, as Sun Wubin greeted them with a hint of confusion. What? Sun Wuzent could hardly believe his eyes as he opened them. Mark, Yushidi, and others who had been with closed eyes now opened theirs, their eyes wide as saucers. After a full 3 breaths, Yongshidi asked, Brother Sun Wubin, did you just jump down from the sky? Yes, what is the matter? Didn't you see? Sun Wubin chuckled lightly. It's nothing too serious. I exited the plane and pressed the button on the universal capsule, transforming the aircraft into a capsule for storage. Nothing too serious? Yushidi exclaimed, Brother Sun, that was 500 meters high. You just leaped down? With diligent practice. Perhaps in the future you all could achieve it as well, Sun Wubin replied with a smile, stepping forward to Sun Wuzent. Grandpa, I'm back. Just coming back is good enough, Sun Wuzent responded, still in a state of disbelief. Grandpa, I won't be staying long this time. I'll be leaving soon. Sun Wubin stated. Leaving? That makes sense. It's been a while since you've been home. You should visit me or perhaps Mia has returned as well. Sun Wuzent instinctively remarked. Grandpa, come with me. I have some matters to discuss with you privately. It's not convenient here. Let us go outside, Sun Wubin suggested, tossing out a capsule that transformed with a puff into a scooter. He hopped on, leaving Sun Wuzent bewildered as he sat on the back seat. And off they sped into the distance. Was that really Brother Sun Wubin? Is he truly the one we are here to welcome? The young newcomers at the 18th Combat Arts Dojo were filled with inquiries, their senses still grappling with the surreal scene before them. They had just witnessed a leap from an altitude of 500 to 600 meters, an act that seemed almost impossible. The elder of the 18th Dojo shared their incredulity. Yet upon observing the astonished expressions of the novices, a sense of pride welled within him. Naturally, it was Brother Sunday. Who else could it be? Brother Sun was truly formidable. We had all witnessed him deliver a single strike that shattered over 30 tiles. Chapter 19. The martial way is life in a desolate canyon on the outskirts of Satan City, where human presence was scarce. Sun Wubin halted his vehicle. Wubin, how have you fared in the divine group? Sun Wuxing finally regained his composure and inquired repeatedly. Judging by Wubin's appearance, he seemed to have maintained his elegance, vitality, and health during his months in the divine group. Nevertheless, Wuxing remained concerned. Excellent, simply excellent. Wubin responded. Is that so? Sun Wuxing disembarked from the vehicle, his expression slightly twitching. That is reassuring. You, my child, were never meant to be involved with the divine group, yet here we are. Wubin chuckled. It appears grandfather does not believe me. Yet he continued, I assure you, I speak no falsehood. Although the rules of the divine group prevent me from divulging everything, I can reveal that the other martial experts who entered with me have endured quite the ordeal. The moniker of Hell for the Divine Group is no exaggeration. However, your grandson is the exception. Ha! Sun Wuxing laughed heartily. Who could blame you? You are indeed the prodigious talent of the Sun family, and I believe you. Although he professed belief, his demeanor suggested otherwise. By the way, Wu Bin, regarding your earlier leap from such heights, Sun Wuxing's expression grew serious. I must confess, I do not comprehend it. Could you elaborate? Bringing you here was precisely for this reason, Wu Bin replied with a smile. Do you recall our last conversation, grandfather? You mentioned breaking through the boundary, but it was I who truly shattered the gate. I remember that well, Sun Wuxing replied, hands clasped behind his back. Your arrogance was unbearable at the time. I nearly wanted to slap you awake. Yet now I realize, my martial prowess indeed falls short of yours. And it is no wonder you were so audacious. Arrogance must be backed by strength, and fortunately, I possess it. Indeed, grandfather. Your acknowledgement of my superiority in martial arts is commendable. If it were Mark, he would likely claim his sorcery exceeds mine, Wu Bin teased, eliciting a glare from Sun Wuxing. Recently, while training in the Divine Group, I inadvertently created a small marvel. When revealed, it will be nothing short of earth-shattering. Dazzling enough to blind all with titanium alloy eyes. An earth-shattering marvel? Sun Wu Bin chuckled, narrowing his eyes at Wu Bin. Then present it to me. Let us see if it can indeed dazzle these old titanium alloy eyes of mine. Prepare yourself, grandfather, Wu Bin said with a grin, and in an instant, he ascended into the air, pausing mid-flight. Suspended in midair, Sun Wuxing was momentarily taken aback and glanced beneath Wu Bin's feet, where nothing but emptiness lay. How is it possible to float? Sun Wu Bin blinked in astonishment as he gazed at the spirited young boy floating before him, radiating vitality and exuberance. Grandfather, take another look, Sun Wu Bin said, a serene smile gracing his lips. He then ascended, soaring suddenly into the sky, reminiscent of a majestic bird circling gracefully, performing a myriad of aerial acrobatics. Seemingly reveling in the joy of flight, Sun Wuxing closed his eyes, taking a deep breath before reopening them. Sun Wu Bin was still spiraling through the air. And then he suddenly hovered a foot above the ground, directly before Sun Wuxing. The fierce winds whipped around, causing Sun Wuxing's garments to flutter, rendering him as still as a statue. Grandfather, does this move dazzle your eyes? Sun Wu Bin inquired. Sun Wuxing's chest heaved. Could this be the legendary Crane Hermit's celestial technique? The dance of the sky? Have you encountered the Crane Hermit and been bestowed this divine skill? But wait, is the Crane Hermit truly among the living? Could it be that what you mentioned last time was true? This indeed resembles the dance of the sky, but it was not imparted by the Crane Hermit. Rather, it is a result of my research into Qi. Perhaps it is similar, or perhaps it differs from the original technique of the Crane Hermit, Sun Wu Bin explained. You discovered such a thing through your study of Qi? Sun Wuxing gazed at him in disbelief, then continued, what exactly is Qi? In simple terms, Qi is a form of power or energy within the body. Every individual possesses Qi, and the stronger one is, the more Qi they possess. Techniques like the Crane Hermit's Di Waver Master Rashi's Kamehameha are essentially manifestations of controlled Qi, Sun Wu Bin elucidated. The strength of the body is Qi. But surely this is merely muscular power, Sun Wuxing remarked, cracking his knuckles. That is not quite correct, Sun Wu Bin replied. To guide and control Qi, one must not exert force, but rather embrace relaxation. Relaxation? Sun Wuxing blinked. Aside from my training, I relax while eating, sleeping, and walking. Yet I have never sensed any Qi. Those with low combat power find it difficult to perceive Qi. Grandfather, although you stand at the pinnacle of martial arts in this world, it is more a matter of others being at a lower level rather than your own strength. Which is why sensing Qi is not so effortless for you, Sun Wu Bin stated. In the Dragon Ball world, when Gohan taught Videl about Qi, she struggled to comprehend. While the young son Goten and Trunks, having received no instruction, adeptly utilized Qi at such a tender age. This was because they were Saiyans, born with immense battle power and latent Qi within them. Sun Wu Bin himself only began to sense Qi after opening the gateway to this realm. Your words, Wu Bin, are incomprehensible to me, Sun Wuxing sighed with a rueful smile. Let me show you my Qi, said Sun Wu Bin, extending his fingers toward the left front. Grandfather, watch closely. A beam of light emanated from his palm, gradually intensifying. Light? Your palm is glowing? Sun Wuxing's eyes widened as he observed Sun Wu Bin directing the light toward a nearby cliff. Boom. The earth quaked, as if a bomb had detonated against the cliff, shattering it into a myriad of fragments. Wu Bin, you, the illustrious Sun Wukong, with your mouth agape and finger pointing at the shattered cliff. Did you create this with the light emitted from your hands just now? Could this possibly be a new type of ultramicro missile? Grandfather, you truly possess a penchant for jest. Ha! Sun Wukong burst into laughter, his chest heaving with mirth, then composed himself, asking, Wu Ben, is this what you refer to as Qi? Was that last technique that NGD waver the Turtle School's Ki Blast? Grandfather, your knowledge is impressive. I have yet to witness the Turtle School's Ki Blaster that NGD wave, but they are akin to my own technique, which is also a form of Qi projectile that gathers and releases Qi, Sun Wu explained. Ah, indeed. Grandfather has traversed the world in search of martial arts for a lifetime. Yet still, I have shown you something you have not encountered before, Sun Wukong remarked, gazing intently at Wu Ben. Wu Ben, could you elaborate on what you mentioned about breaking through the boundary? Does breaking the boundary truly confer such strength? Initially, breaking the boundary does not grant such power, but it marks the true commencement of martial arts. The cultivation at this stage progresses at an astonishing rate, Wu Ben elucidated. What? Only by breaking the boundary can one be deemed to have started in martial arts? Sun Wukong was taken aback, as Wu Ben's assertions fundamentally challenged his understanding, leaving him quite confounded. Well, to be precise, it has been 3.5 months since I broke through the boundary. These past 3 months were spent in the Divine Group, where I primarily practiced martial techniques, leaving little time for serious cultivation. Thus, the actual training after breaking through the boundary was merely a matter of days, resulting in the strength I possess now. Therefore, once the boundary is broken, if one cultivates correctly, the progress is beyond imagination. Is that so? Sun Wukong gasped in astonishment. Wu Ben, your martial way? Grandfather, the so-called martial way is simply the refinement of essence into Qi, the transformation of Qi into spirit, and the return of spirit to the void, Wu Ben spoke solemnly. Having just flown through the sky, he had surveyed the surroundings and found no one present. Thus he felt no concern about his martial philosophy being disclosed. Refining essence into Qi, transforming Qi into spirit, and returning spirit to the void, Sun Wukong murmured, realizing this phrase stemmed from Wu Ben's previous life on Earth. And it was the first time he had encountered such concepts. Wu Ben continued, essence, Qi, and spirit are the 3 treasures of the human body. And the refinement of essence, Qi, and spirit comprises our martial cultivation. These 3 are inseparable and must be cultivated simultaneously, though there are focal points depending on the period. For instance, in the early stages, the focus is on refining essence, which nourishes Qi. When Qi overflows and nourishes itself, this is what we call breaking through the boundary. Qi overflowing and nourishing itself. Sun Wukong stared at Wu Ben, intrigued. The external manifestation of this is the human body returning to its infant state. At this point, any internal or external injuries, as well as latent afflictions, will be healed under the influence of Qi, thus achieving a truly flawless body. Simultaneously, your organs, vision, hearing, smell, taste, and touch will all experience enhancement, reaching a state of perfection. Nearsightedness will disappear, presbyopia will vanish, and bodily odors will dissipate, Wu Ben clarified. Sun Wukong realized. No wonder Wu Ben, your demeanor and appearance are so harmonious and effortless, evoking memories of your childhood. Could this be what is meant by returning to infancy? By the way, members of the Divine Group, like that Lu Air, are they also experiencing this return to infancy? They may not necessarily be. Sun Wubin curled his lips, acknowledging that they utilize technological means to mend bodily injuries. Although not achieving a flawless physique, their health status surpassed that of an average individual. Thus, the men appeared handsome, akin to your son, and the women radiated beauty. There lies some truth in this. Sun Wuxing nodded, his eyes gleaming, urging him to continue. The cultivation of martial arts diverges before and after the opening of the boundary. Setting aside the latter for now, let us first discuss how to open the boundary. In the realm of martial arts, the pursuit emphasizes the utmost cultivation of the fist. This assertion is undoubtedly correct, yet it pertains solely to the methods of cultivation prior to the boundary's opening. The true essence of nurturing lies in the ability to transcend the boundary itself. In the presence of his grandfather, Sun Wubin generously shared his insights. How does one nurture? Sun Wuxing inquired, gazing at Sun Wubin. Grandfather, allow me to draw an analogy using the course of a human life. The cultivation of martial arts resembles a person's journey. From the moment a child enters the world with their first cry, they require the careful nurturing of their parents to thrive. In martial arts, this stage correlates to the utmost cultivation of the fist. As the child matures, both physically and mentally, this phase represents the breaking of the boundary. At this juncture, the child steps away from parental care, embarking on their own path, potentially soaring to great heights and achieving remarkable success, akin to distinguished scientists, billionaires, or heads of state. This is what I refer to as the initiation of martial arts. Of course, if during this critical period, parents continue to coddle their child as if they were an infant, the child may struggle to achieve greatness in life. Let us not rush to discuss this, but rather contemplate how we can better facilitate our children's growth, for this is the true key to breaking the boundary in martial arts. Sun Wukong paused, allowing Sun Wuxing a moment for reflection. Sun Wuxing squinted, and after a brief moment, his body trembled with realization. I understand now, child. It is indeed about raising children. I was mistaken, profoundly mistaken, he murmured, suddenly looking skyward. The utmost cultivation of the fist is dynamic. A child of 10 should not be treated as if they were an infant. If one continues to coddle them, fearing they might break or fall, they will only hinder their development. Alas, the martial artists of the world have been misguided. When we encounter what we perceive as the limits of the human body, and growth seems to stagnate, it is not the true limit of the body. Ha ha ha. Sun Wuxing erupted into laughter, tears streaming down his face before he finally calmed. How beautifully simple this truth is, yet it has ensnared the entire martial arts community. Sun Wuxing sighed deeply, fully comprehending the gravity of the matter. The saying goes, true transmission is encapsulated in a single sentence, while false transmission spans 1,000 volumes. The simplicity of understanding this concept only materializes after the veil is lifted. Prior to that, given the diverse physiological conditions and cultural backgrounds of martial practitioners, coupled with the intricacies of tradition and customs, recognizing and firmly believing in this truth is exceedingly challenging. It can even be said that grasping this simple truth is no less complex than understanding the law of universal gravitation. In the realm of cultivation, I have personally experimented with various methods akin to raising a child, yet I have not achieved success. Why? Sun Wuxing gazed intently at Sun Wukong. There are deficiencies. Balance has not been attained. Deficiencies in balance. Sun Wuxing observed Sun Wukong closely. As I mentioned earlier, the human body possesses 3 treasures: essence, energy, and spirit. To cultivate martial arts, one must engage all 3. The absence of any leads to unfulfilled potential, resulting in exceedingly slow progress or even stagnation. The perceived threshold of growth in martial arts is not a true boundary. Rather, it signifies a lack of cultivation in the 3 treasures and deficiencies within the physical body. The human body is an extraordinarily intricate system. If any component is missing or inadequately developed, the entire system is incapable of achieving advancement. Sun Wukong commenced elucidating specific methods of cultivation, which are the most crucial and closely guarded secrets of the martial arts school. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. During this period, Sun Wuxing did not return to the 18th Combat Arts Dojo, and a significant event transpired within the fighting community of Satan City, causing all disciples of the 18th Dojo to become increasingly agitated. Just as the tension reached its peak, Sun Wuxing made his return. Upon his arrival, the perceptive disciples immediately sensed a difference in him. Although his appearance had not changed significantly, his aura seemed transformed beyond recognition, particularly during his occasional blinking. His eyes sparkled with brilliance, exuding an imposing presence. Most importantly, the confident smile on Sun Wuxing's face, unperturbed even by the weight of the world, was both awe-inspiring and calming. Instantly, the anxious hearts of the remaining disciples settled. What has transpired? Master, the Fighting Alliance has announced a new grading system for combat dojos, necessitating a reclassification of the 18 dojos. Unlike before, this time every disciple within the dojo must participate in the ranking competition. Every single one. In a moment, Sun Wuxing understood that the true pillar of the 18th dojo was none other than Mark. If every disciple were to compete, only Mark could potentially secure commendable results, while the rest would undoubtedly falter. Master, if this continues, our dojo will face constant defeat, becoming the laughingstock of Satan City. As Young Shitty expressed his concerns, his voice brimmed with despair, leading many of the newly initiated disciples to depart. Is that so? Sun Wuxing maintained an air of calm, seemingly unfazed by the situation. He smiled gently, suggesting that it was perhaps for the best that they left. You and Mark should tally who intends to depart. There is no need to stop them. Refund their tuition fees. You have 3 hours to handle everything. Those who wish to remain should come to my room after 3 hours. After Sun Wuxing finished speaking, he hummed a tune and sauntered towards the side door. Mark and the others, though perplexed by Sun Wuxing's arrangements, had no choice but to comply. They swiftly began disseminating his instructions. We can withdraw and get a refund? How wonderful. Those fees were saved up for quite a while. I was worried they would go to waste. Due to the possibility of refunding tuition upon departure, 3/4 of the group left, with even 6 or 7 among the 15 elders opting to go. Nearly 3 hours passed. Let us proceed to meet the master. With this, the temple returned to its former desolation, leaving one to ponder the master's thoughts. Ma, Brother Yong, and Brother Yu entered Sun Wuxing's chamber, sighing deeply, only to be taken aback. In the center of the room sat an elderly man in a meditative posture, although he was seated with his legs crossed and eyes closed. The space beneath him was empty. Indeed, he was levitating in midair while meditating, and this individual was none other than their master, Sun Wuxing. Everyone has arrived. Sun Wuxing suddenly opened his eyes, glancing at the gathered disciples, and nodded slightly. Indeed, there are still 13 willing to remain. You are quite astute. Master, is this? Ma stepped forward, reaching out to feel the air above Sun Wuxing's head, then extending his foot to check the emptiness beneath. What are you doing? Master. I was attempting to sense the invisible ropes in the seat. It's peculiar. Why is there none? Get out. Sun Wuxing exclaimed, then gracefully descended to the ground, stabilizing himself. Those of you who remain shall henceforth be my formal disciples, holding a status equivalent to Ma's. Yes, Master. The excitement illuminated the faces of the 13, who, though previously indifferent to the notion of formal discipleship, were utterly captivated by the spectacle they had just witnessed. Master, Ma inquired, regarding Sun Wuxing with a curious gaze. Have you been learning tricks from senior brother Sun Wubin during your 7-day absence? Those tricks are impressive. Do teach them to me as well. Sun Wuxing's expression shifted with intrigue. This is the void technique of the Wubin lineage, not mere tricks. It is a martial art. He spoke with a firm tone. If you earnestly pursue your training with me, you shall eventually learn it. If you continue to be lackadaisical as before, then even if I teach you, it would be futile. Really? Is that so? Ma's eyes widened in disbelief. Meanwhile, Brother Yong noticed Sun Wuxing's words. Master, did you just say it's the Wubin lineage? Aren't we from the Sun Wu lineage? The Wubin lineage originates from the Sun Wu lineage yet transcends it. It is the martial art of my grandson, Sun Wubin. Sun Wuxing replied calmly. If you manage to grasp even a fraction of the Wubin martial art, it will serve you well for a lifetime. Whether you can learn it or not depends on your performance. Performance? The group gazed at Sun Wuxing in confusion. Yet, Sun Wuxing waved his hand dismissively. Enough. You may all leave now. Sun Wubin easily divulged to Sun Wuxing the method to breach the boundary gate, owing to their familial bond. However, while these disciples were formal disciples of Sun Wuxing, the distance between them was significant, and one could not ascertain how many among the 13 might be ungrateful. Having traveled extensively, Sun Wuxing was acutely aware of the treachery of human nature and would not readily impart what he had learned from Sun Wubin. Even after years of deepening ties with Ma, Sun Wuxing had no intention of teaching him at this stage. Meanwhile, as the disciples departed, Sun Wuxing, who once contemplated earning from the 18th temple, now possessed nearly 10 million in his bank account, rendering financial concerns entirely irrelevant. Chapter 61. Ma Xian's persistence in the northern capital, the once reclusive Song god has generated quite a stir once more, although Sun Wubin has not made an appearance. The reason for this commotion lies in a peculiar event. A renowned martial artist has been kneeling daily at the threshold of Sun Wubin's ancestral home, the Sun family dojo, beseeching to be accepted as a disciple by the Song god, seeking guidance in martial arts cultivation. This act of supplication has persisted unceasingly for a month. Through rain and shine. Young master, your uncle is on the phone, announced the servant. It must be concerning Ma Xian. I understand. Let him in, Sun Wubin replied nonchalantly. In the company of his grandfather, Sun Wuxing, Sun Wubin primarily focused on assisting him in sensing and controlling Qi to master the art of aerial movement. As for breaking through the barrier, the method has been passed down, yet Sun Wubin has gifted a rejuvenation chamber to Sun Wuxing and conducted a health examination, which revealed an irreparability rate of 4,623, far exceeding the passing threshold of 37. Thus, Sun Wubin does not believe Sun Wuxing can breach the boundary, even if he comprehends the method. However, with the rejuvenation chamber, as long as his grandfather exercises caution, the enhancement of his strength should accelerate considerably, and the replenishment of Qi will be sufficiently swift. It is precisely due to the rejuvenation chamber that Sun Wuxing can employ the aerial movement technique. Otherwise, the excessive consumption of Qi would be too great a burden for someone of his age and condition. On the very first night of guiding Sun Wuxing, his friends from the divine group, including Lu Er and Mei Wei Si, nearly inundated Sun Wubin's phone with calls. They did not demand his return to the divine group, but incessantly complained that Sun Wubin had deceived them. masquerading as the illustrious Song god while adopting the English name Luo Han, thereby taking advantage of their trust. Lu Er, in particular, vociferously expressed her grievances over the phone, lamenting that Sun Wubin had caused her embarrassment in front of her companions. "Young master, Ma Xian has been brought to the hall," the servant announced upon entering. "Very well," Sun Wubin replied, stepping out to the hall. Having just returned from Satan City, he was already aware of the media frenzy surrounding Ma Xian's kneeling outside the Sun family dojo for half a month. Shortly after boarding the plane, he received a call from his uncle, inquiring about Ma Xian. Ma Xian, who had boldly proclaimed at the World Martial Arts Conference his intention to compete for the resurgence of martial arts among the yellow race, left a profound impression on Sun Wubin at that time. Yet, that was where their connection ended. Upon entering the hall, after a brief half hour, Sun Wubin instructed the servant and took Ma Xian away from home. "Ma Xian," Sun Wubin said calmly inside the airplane, "the irreparable injuries to your body have surpassed the limit, reaching 4463. Therefore, I cannot accept you as my disciple under any circumstances. If you do not accept me as your disciple, I will follow you until you do," Ma Xian insisted. "Then follow if you wish," Sun Wubin replied indifferently. Shaking off Ma Xian, with Sun Wubin's prowess, it would be effortless to dismiss him. Yet doing so would only lead to Ma Xian kneeling once more at the Sun family dojo, drawing incessant media attention and potentially portraying Sun Wubin as unfeeling, which would not reflect well on him. A silver private jet rested at a grand mountain mining site. "Follow me," said Sun Wubin as he alighted from the aircraft and approached the person in charge of the mine. "I wish to compete with your workers in sorting the ore," he declared with a smile, "but I shall employ no tools, relying solely on my bare hands to see who is the swiftest. Furthermore, should you emerge victorious, I am willing to offer a reward of 100,000 in cash. Conversely, if you lose, you need only pay me 1,000, regardless of the outcome. I seek employment here henceforth." Such an enticing proposition bewildered not only Ma Xian, but also the mine's overseer, who initially perceived Sun Wubin as a fool. Just as he pondered how to dismiss him, Sun Wubin produced a high-value bank card. Upon seeing it, the overseer's eyes sparkled with interest. Without hesitation, he summoned the sorting workers and had Sun Wubin articulate his terms and wager before all present, solidifying the agreement. Excitement surged through the entire mining site. The competition between man and machine in or sorting was a spectacle to behold. Despite the handsome youth's apparent foolishness, the affluence he displayed rendered him untouchable in their eyes, and they could only accept the prospect of receiving 100,000 in cash. The contest commenced, and as the sorting machines roared to life, the overseer instructed the operators to reduce the speed, lest the youth become disheartened too quickly. However, it soon became evident that such caution was unnecessary. Though initially awkward and slow, Sun Wubin gradually found his rhythm, akin to a vehicle gaining speed. To the astonishment of the onlookers, his hands transformed into a blur, moving with such swiftness that they were rendered indistinct. The ore under his command diminished rapidly, matching the pace of the fastest machines in prior contests. The overseer was rendered speechless, as were the spectators. It became clear that this youth was not a fool, but possessed extraordinary skill, the likes of which were astonishingly rare. Once realization dawned upon the crowd, they fervently urged the machine operators to increase their speed to the maximum. Breaking through barriers, the sensation was indeed different. Sun Wubin was engaged in rigorous training, having sought to explore a high-intensity, hellish regimen that defied conventional wisdom regarding cultivation. This method bore resemblance to the training methods of Sun Wukong and Krillin under the guidance of Master Roshi. However, due to Mia's incident, he had been unable to dedicate time to this pursuit. Following a hasty return from the Red Ribbon Army headquarters, he had only recently begun to focus on refining his energy control, after spending time in Satan City with his grandfather and being summoned to the God Squad. He finally found time to engage in this training. As for Ma Xian, Sun Wubin held no concerns. Although Ma Xian had attained the level of a master martial artist, his body bore irreparable hidden injuries, and his potential had been exhausted. He would never be able to break through the barriers of his limitations. Even after observing and contemplating Sun Wubin's cultivation methods, he felt as if he were merely a primary school student trying to decipher the notes of a university scholar, akin to reading an ancient script. In fact, Ma Xian was staring with eyes as wide as copper bells at Sun Wubin's hands, which had transformed into a blurred shadow. He was stunned for quite a while before a wave of excitement washed over him. Could this be Mr. Sun Wubin's cultivation method? Ma Xian felt a glimmer of hope, as if he might grasp the essence of Sun Wubin's practice. With enthusiasm, he rushed to the foreman of the mining site. "I want to sort the ore too. Do you know how to operate the sorting machine?" "No, I do not. I want to do it like Mr. Sun," using only my hands. Do you wish to challenge the machine? The foreman's expression darkened. Do you think I would fall for that? Not a single cent will I wager with you. No. I want to wager. Ma Xian shook his head vigorously. Although he was exhilarated, he was also self-aware and did not believe he could compete with a machine. I just want to give it a try. I beg you, let me try. Eventually, the foreman, unable to withstand Ma Xian's persistence, relented with a nod. Ma Xian then eagerly approached a pile of ore, ready to sort it. Mimicking Sun Wubin, he reached out and grasped a piece of ore, attempting to throw it aside. However, with a forceful pull, he stumbled and fell onto the pile. Realizing that his effort not only failed to move the ore, but nearly caused him to strain his back. Blinking, he glanced toward Sun Wubin, who was picking up stones as effortlessly as if they were mere pieces of plastic, his movements so swift that they were nearly imperceptible. How is this possible? With renewed determination, Ma Xian exerted himself again. He managed to lift a piece of ore, but it felt exceedingly heavy. Just one piece felt as if it weighed 10 pounds. Although he could easily throw 10 pounds, he imagined the exhaustion of tossing hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of pounds. This was cultivation. This was Mr. Sun Wubin's path of practice. If he could achieve this, so could I. Gritting his teeth, Ma Xian placed the first piece of ore into the box behind him and motivated himself to continue. If he worked at a leisurely pace, he could manage a full day, but the thought of Sun Wubin's exaggerated speed spurred him to exert every ounce of strength. In the blink of an eye, he was drenched in sweat, his back ached, and each time he lifted a piece of ore, it felt as if he were grappling with a mountain. Panting heavily, Ma Xian found himself utterly drained. He glanced at his box, which was already a third full. Indeed, this was effective cultivation in such a short time. He felt utterly fatigued, and it was no wonder Mr. Sun was so strong. With excitement bubbling in his heart, Ma Xian turned to look at Sun Wubin, only to find himself frozen in place. Behind Sun Wubin, rows of boxes filled with sorted or towered like mountains. While Sun Wubin's hands continued to move with a rhythmic precision, each piece of or falling seamlessly into the boxes behind him, filling them up in an instant. Was this the disparity between them? After regaining his senses, Ma Xian glanced at his hands. In just a short while, his palms were covered in blisters, his fingers abraded, and some nails had even cracked and broken. Indeed, it was no easy feat yet, as long as I learn from Mr. Sun Wubin. I am certain that I can persevere. I must continue. Surrender is not an option. Ma Xian's determination surged once more as he gritted his teeth and resumed his sorting. However, just as he filled another crate, he could no longer proceed. His hands were so damaged that the flesh had rolled back in places, exposing bone, rendering him incapable of grasping the ore. Although Ma Xian could endure the excruciating pain, the excessive blood loss had left him somewhat disoriented. With a thud, Ma Xian collapsed beside the pile of ore. Chapter 62. The potential beyond the boundary. Quick, save him. Ma Xian was dragged away for medical attention and received a blood transfusion before being returned to the mine. Meanwhile, Sun Wubin continued his competition with the machine, his movements unwavering and even accelerating. In fact, if one were to employ precise scientific instruments to monitor Sun Wubin's body during the sorting of ore, they would observe that his muscle fibers sustained countless minute injuries under the strain of his high-intensity activity, yet they were simultaneously being repaired. Each instance of recovery led to a surge in his strength. As his power grew, so too did the swiftness of his actions. Ma Xian fixated intently on Sun Wubin's hands, unable to discern whether Sun Wubin's sorting movements had quickened or slowed compared to earlier. After such an extended and intense effort, was his hand made of iron? Ma Xian felt a lingering dizziness. Suddenly, time was called. The sorting machine ceased its operations. Sun Wubin's movements halted as well, and Ma Xian's gaze fell sharply upon Sun Wubin's hands. He noticed some cuts and traces of blood, but the situation appeared not too severe. Mr. Sun, after tallying, you sorted 3 crates less than the machine. Here, this is a bank card worth 100,000. The password is 7/8. Mr. Sun truly keeps his promises. I have some other matters to attend to. I will return this afternoon. Farewell. Safe travels, Mr. Sun. Afterward, Sun Wubin boarded his private plane but did not take off immediately. Instead, he retrieved a notebook and, under Ma Xian's puzzled gaze, began to examine the text and data displayed on his watch, diligently jotting down notes until he finished, after which he started the plane and flew Ma Xian to a farm. True to form, Sun Wubin approached the farm owner and proposed a wager. Losing would cost him 100,000, but this time it was a contest of plowing the land. The enormous vintage agricultural machine belched white smoke as its 19 massive steel plowshares turned the earth. The farmer set the plowing machine to its maximum speed. and vast expanses of soil were turned over like waves crashing upon the shore. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong bent low, his hands moving as swiftly as a dog digging a hole, sending clods of earth flying in all directions. Sun Wukong's hands were like the whirring blades of a turbine, his feet moving with lightning speed, as he turned over row after row of soil. As Ma Xian gazed at the swiftly turned soil under Sun Wukong's command, his eyes widened in astonishment, only to soon sparkle with renewed determination. I may not excel in mining, but this task is not insurmountable. I shall persist. Perhaps this is Mr. Sun's test of my resolve. With this thought, Ma Xian charged forward with enthusiasm. Yet, within a mere quarter of an hour, he had barely turned a fraction of the land compared to the farmer and Sun Wukong. His fingers were bloodied and torn, and he collapsed, only to be carried away once more by the farmer. After completing the task, Sun Wukong, having jotted down notes, led Ma Xian to a perilous primitive forest. There, Sun Wukong donned a suit of metallic armor and plunged into the depths of the woods. Before long, he was pursued by a massive black tiger, resembling a water buffalo, which sent him fleeing through the forest, crying out in terror. Hidden away atop a cliff, Ma Xian sat trembling in a car, scarcely daring to breathe. This forest was a sanctuary for ferocious beasts. With his capabilities, should a predator fixate on him, even a mere mangy dog could spell his doom. Even within the confines of the vehicle, safety was not guaranteed. A creature of such might could easily reduce the car to rubble with a single swipe. After half an hour, Sun Wukong finally evaded the black tiger and leaped back to Ma Xian's hiding place. Ma Xian, we must proceed to the next location. Mr. Sun, may I try on your armor? Do you wish to play with the little creatures? Sun Wukong responded jovially. Very well. He generously removed the armor and placed it on the car, where its weight visibly sagged the vehicle. Mr. Sun, you jest. I would not dare engage with ferocious beasts. I would only play with the weakest, like the spotted deer, Ma Xian replied with an awkward smile. He grasped the armor and, upon lifting it, was momentarily stunned. It remained firmly on the car, resisting his efforts. What metal is this? It is astonishingly heavy. Sensing trouble, he summoned all his strength and finally managed to hoist the armor onto himself, only to feel as though a colossal stone had been placed upon him. After running a mere 100 meters, he was left gasping for breath. Ma Xian, if you wish to play, do so quickly. I cannot wait for you. No, Mr. Sun. I cannot bear this. Ma Xian grimaced as he struggled to remove the armor. Encumbered by its weight, he realized that should he not take it off soon, he would exhaust himself long before a beast even discovered his presence. Subsequently, Sun Wukong led Ma Xian to a water body teeming with man-eating sharks. Clad in the heavy armor, he leaped into the water. Observing Sun Wukong swim beneath the jaws of the sharks, narrowly escaping several times, Ma Xian stared in wide-eyed disbelief, unable to comprehend the scene before him. This time, despite his yearning to showcase his unparalleled resolve to Mr. Sun, he ultimately lacked the courage to leap in and test his own endurance, even without the oppressive armor weighing him down. After all, whether mining or turning the soil, injuries could be treated and help could arrive in time. But here, a single bite could lead to a fate with no salvation. Ma Xian may not have been the wisest, but he was not foolish to that extent. After emerging from the realm of the man-eating sharks, Sun Wukong withdrew to his villa. Following a sumptuous meal, he assigned Ma Xian to the guest room and retreated to his own bedroom for a midday rest. In the tranquil sanctuary of his chamber, Sun Wukong laid down in the rejuvenation pod, which promptly initiated a diagnostic check. The display soon revealed the following figures: fatigue level 1713, damage rate 981, irreparable damage rate 453. Staring at these numbers, Sun Wukong was taken aback. With a fatigue level barely reaching 90 and a meager 1713, the damage rate hadn't even touched 10. Was this truly the result of his hellish training? Sun Wukong rubbed his nose, realizing that he had approached this round of training with a reckless disregard for his own limits, pushing himself beyond endurance, sustained only by sheer willpower. Yet, could this really be considered hellish training? After a brief moment of contemplation, enlightenment dawned upon him. Having abundant energy was indeed advantageous. At that moment, Sun Wukong finally grasped why Sun Wukong and Krillin, upon arriving at Kamehameha, were subjected to such inhumane training by Master Roshi. Each time they felt utterly exhausted, a single shout from Roshi would rejuvenate them, reviving their spirits. Reflecting on this, it was hardly surprising. As he shattered the barriers of his own potential, his overflowing energy continually mended the fatigue his body endured. Thus, despite his fatigue level reaching 99, it would soon revert to 50 or even 20 after a short while. Sun Wukong recalled the remarkable item known as the Senza Bean from the Dragon Ball universe. Whenever the Z warriors were on the brink of collapse or severely injured, a single Senzu bean could restore them to full vitality. Originally, the bean's primary effect was merely to replenish energy and stamina, allowing one to go 10 days without hunger. Yet, it was astonishing that Sun Wukong and others later utilized it as a miraculous remedy for healing, often splitting a single bean into two. Sun Wukong had struggled to comprehend this at the time, but upon witnessing a particular plot in the later stages of Dragon Ball, where his energy soared into the sky only to be extinguished by an opponent, leading everyone to believe he was doomed, he later discovered that his energy, cascading back down from the heavens, restored Sun Wukong to life. In that moment, the immense power of energy became crystal clear, elucidating why the Senzu beans possessed healing properties and the ability to revive individuals. Of course, the healing effect of the Senzu beans was not solely attributed to their capacity to replenish energy. They also inherently possessed restorative properties. Nevertheless, energy was undeniably potent. Yet, energy was not omnipotent. Certain injuries could not be healed, regardless of its strength. However, under circumstances like today's training, Sun Wukong could afford to be even more audacious. With narrowed eyes, he retrieved his training notes. Converting each training session into data recorded onto paper had become second nature to him. After diligently inscribing his observations, Sun Wukong drifted into a peaceful slumber. An hour later, Sun Wukong summoned Ma Xian and ventured to the mine to compete with the workers in transporting ore. However, while the workers employed large trucks for the task, Sun Wukong, in a rather foolish manner, dragged cartloads of ore by hand, sprinting across the mining site. During this contest, Ma Xian witnessed a massive rock tumble from the truck and strike Sun Wukong, sending him sprawling to the ground. As the onlookers gasped in horror, fearing a grave accident, Sun Wukong nonchalantly rose from the ground, cursing as he grasped another load of ore and resumed his frenzied pace. Had it not been for the fact that his head was swollen like that of a pig, blood streaming down his face, and his incessant profanity while running, the crowd might have mistaken the falling rock's impact as an illusion. Yet, this was not the end of the spectacle. Sun Wukong continued to dash back and forth with the ore, and soon, his grotesquely swollen head seemed to undergo a transformation. After a while, although remnants of dried blood still adorned his face, his features became distinctly visible once more. By the conclusion of this, or transportation, his handsome visage re-emerged before the astonished crowd. Ma Xian glanced at his own fingers, still bandaged and agonizing from the labor of collecting ore and tilling the ground, and then at Sun Wukong's seemingly unscathed head. It dawned on him that, unlike his own fingers, which had suffered flesh wounds and broken nails, Sun Wukong's extraordinary regenerative abilities had allowed his injuries to nearly heal after completing the task. Once the ore was transported, Sun Wukong led Ma Xian into the forest and then to the construction site for afternoon training. Sun Wukong's fervor surpassed that of the morning. However, when he later reclined in the recovery chamber for assessment, the fatigue level was recorded at 1635 and the damage rate at 901, with irreparable damage at 423. Each figure was lower than during the midday evaluation, leaving Sun Wukong somewhat bewildered. Having exerted himself so fiercely, he was astonished that his metrics had not only failed to rise, but had actually declined. This indicated that the potential for physical cultivation had yet to be fully explored. Nonetheless, Sun Wukong understood that the brutal nature of the afternoon training, resulting in a decrease in damage metrics, was due not only to untapped potential, but also to the training level achieved after breaking through the barrier, which was on an entirely different plane from before. Prior to breaking the barrier, after a morning of training, the recovery time for injured muscles, small muscle groups taking 2 days and larger ones 4, meant that ordinary individuals would experience soreness and require several days to notice even slight improvements in strength following intense exercise. However, after breaking the barrier, Sun Wukong's progress had shifted from a daily to an hourly or even shorter time frame, as the speed of recovery for injured muscle fibers prompted the recovery chamber's computer to continuously alert him to anomalies defying scientific principles. Chapter 63. Let us go train. In the recovery chamber, Sun Wukong took out his training notes and wrote for a while. Half an hour later, he stowed away his notes, and at that moment, the display panel of the recovery chamber read, fatigue level 0, damage rate 0. The irreparable damage rate was recorded at 0.23. Miraculously, after merely recording the data, the physical wear and tear began to recover swiftly, relying predominantly on the consumption of energy. Sun Wukong closed his eyes. He had mastered the control of energy to a remarkable degree, achieving a state where thought alone could mobilize it. However, to finally sense the energy within his body, He found it more efficient to focus his mind. In the span of merely 3 breaths, he dissipated 0.38. Upon opening his eyes, Sun Wukong was taken aback. Although the energy within him surged like the mighty Yangtze River, its quantity had diminished by approximately 0. For compared to the previous night, this energy had been accumulated over time, and today as practice had consumed about 0.4 of it. Following this pattern, Sun Wukong retrieved his practice journal and electronic pen, commencing to write. Perhaps accelerating the enhancement of energy was the key to his current stage. Raising his hand, he dialed a number on his watch. And soon a sweet voice, capable of inducing nausea, responded, "Oh my, our great singing deity has finally called. Mr. Sun, you vanished as if you evaporated into thin air, leaving me yearning for your presence. This cannot continue. In the entertainment industry, it's essential to create buzz, regardless of whether it's good or bad news. The more scandalous, the better." Sun Wukong blinked. This was his agent, Sister Dan, a conservatively dressed woman in her 30s with a surprisingly sultry manner of speaking. Sister Dan, I reached out to you because," Sun Wukong began timidly. "Don't bother, I know. It's about that somewhat famous martial artist who has ensnared your attention, right? This is headline news. Don't fret, it's a good thing. The entertainment industry thrives on news, be it positive or negative. The more scandalous, the more it must be publicized. Once it heats up, we can unveil the truth," Sister Dan chattered on. "No, it's not that. It's something else." Sun Wukong interjected, aware of Sister Dan's knack for lengthy monologues. If he didn't interrupt, she could easily talk for an hour without pause. "I understand now. You wish to seize the momentum of this incident to release a new album. Fine, come over quickly. Everything is prepared at the company, just waiting for you. We can record any song or shoot any video at your convenience. The company holds you in high regard, if you desire. They are willing to invest whatever it takes to mold you into a globally influential superstar. You could not only pursue singing, but also venture into film. And since you have an affinity for martial arts, you could even enter the fighting arena. It's not that. It's a matter of finances," Sun Wukong interrupted. "How much do you need? Don't worry. While the company can be stingy with other artists, they are quite fond of you. Money is not an issue. We all believe that with your integrity, you would never let the company suffer loss," Sister Dan continued. At this point, Sun Wukong could no longer contain himself and abruptly ended the call. Then he directly sent a message. "Sister Dan, I require 10 million. The matter regarding the new album shall commence next month." Sun Wukong felt helpless. Clearly, the first album had been a resounding success, continuously generating funds for him to this day, yet the money was still insufficient. He had yet to repay the 20 million he borrowed from the company last time. And now he was asking to borrow again. "Hello, is this Mr. Lei?" "This is Mr. Sun, the one who customized the medical nutrition chamber last time." Sun Wukong dialed another number. He needed to rapidly and significantly enhance his energy. Previously, he had relied on the nutrition chamber to extract energy from his cells. Undoubtedly, this was a valid approach. However, merely resting in the chamber was, in Sun Wukong's view, inadequate. Thus, he had to order a more advanced chamber that could continuously provide him with nourishment and recovery. This, of course, required a considerable sum of money. "Those are my requirements. I appreciate your assistance." After hanging up, Sun Wukong rubbed his forehead, closed his eyes, and relaxed. It was still before 10 o'clock, so he could not fall into a deep sleep just yet. Instead, he began to control his energy. At that moment, his integrity rate was at 99.79, making it effortless to extract energy from his well-being. He did not need to control it for long before powerful energy surged from his body. Due to his daytime training, Sun Wukong had become even stronger. The more powerful he became, the more robust his energy grew. The speed at which his cells produced energy had notably increased compared to the previous day. When the clock struck 10, Sun Wukong ceased his energy training and entered into a normal sleep, still resting in the nutrition chamber, receiving the necessary nourishment for his body. A night passed. The next day, upon awakening, Sun Wukong sensed the powerful energy coursing through him. Was his energy level elevated? Indeed, rewards come with effort. However, the rate of increase was remarkable. He retrieved his training notes and jotted down a few lines, contemplating the extent of enhancement to his energy levels. Lacking precise measuring devices, he could only estimate the values based on his sensations. Naturally, such data could not be entirely trusted. "Today, I shall focus on refining my skills," Sun Wukong declared as he stepped outside. On this day, he doubled his training volume compared to yesterday. This audacity startled even him, and he doubted he would complete the rigorous training. Yet, by noon, he eagerly assessed his various metrics and was delighted to find that his fatigue and damage levels had significantly increased. Simultaneously, His strength had grown at an even faster rate than the day before, although the consumption of energy had also risen. Day after day, Sun Wubin engaged in what outsiders would deem an incredible and grueling regimen. His physical resilience and power, including his energy, were rapidly escalating. Initially, Ma Xian attempted to join Sun Wubin in his training, but nearly lost her life in the process, especially during the most recent attempt. Had it not been for Sun Wubin's timely intervention in placing him into his recuperation chamber to preserve his life, followed by the subsequent transfer to the finest hospital in the northern capital, where he spared no expense for the doctors to administer the best treatments and medications, Ma Xian would have succumbed to his injuries, unable to survive for more than a few years. Nonetheless, even with these efforts, Ma Xian's physical condition had deteriorated to a critical extent. Under the examination of Sun Wubin's recuperation chamber, the irreparable damage had reached an alarming rate of 5,973. This was astonishing. Ma Xian's decades of cultivation had only accrued an irreparable rate of 44. Yet, under Sun Wubin's care, after merely a few attempts totaling less than 8 hours of cultivation, the irreparable rate had surged by 15, bringing him perilously close to the threshold of death at 61. In light of these circumstances, the hospital had issued a stern warning to Ma Xian against reckless cultivation. Sun Wubin also cautioned Ma Xian that he must refrain from adopting his cultivation methods. A single misstep could elevate Ma Xian's irreparable damage rate to the fatal line of 61. Consequently, Ma Xian refrained from impulsively pursuing Sun Wubin's cultivation techniques. However, he remained present until the 15th day, when he sorrowfully bid farewell to Sun Wubin. Mr. Sun, I am grateful for your hospitality these past days. I have come to understand and accept the reality. An ant will always be an ant, while an elephant remains an elephant, irrespective of its cultivation. The injustice brought by lineage is far greater than I had imagined. Your methods of cultivation are simply beyond what my bloodline can endure. Forcing myself to continue would only lead to my own ruin and demise, and indeed, I am now rendered a mere invalid. Ma Xian's face was etched with bitterness, undeniably. With an irreparable rate of 5,973, his body had weakened significantly, and in just these few days, the wrinkles on his face and the white strands in his hair had multiplied. Perhaps returning is for the best, Sun Wubin said, extending a bank card towards him. Your determination to pursue martial arts is commendable, but it is unfortunate that you took a misguided path early on. Otherwise, I would have considered accepting you as a disciple. Mr. Sun, what do you imply? Ma Xian inquired as he accepted the card. This sum represented a substantial fortune for him, while Sun Wubin had demonstrated a lavish lifestyle in the days they had spent together. Moreover, he was indeed in need of such financial support. My reluctance to guide you in your cultivation is not solely due to your lineage, but rather because your body has sustained too many hidden injuries, thus compromising your foundation. Your bloodline may be lacking, yet mine is not superior to yours. Had you sought me out as a mentor before the age of 16, I would have gladly taken you under my wing, Sun Wubin replied calmly. Compromised foundation? This was not the first time Ma Xian had encountered this assertion from Sun Wubin. Previously, he had dismissed it. This time, his skepticism resurfaced. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Did you just say that your bloodline is not superior to mine? Ma Xian stared at Sun Wubin in disbelief, not because he had misheard, but due to his incredulity. Whether you believe it or not, we are fundamentally alike. We both possess the original, pure bloodline of Earth. Sun Wubin stated matter-of-factly. Ma Xian was momentarily taken aback, staring wide-eyed at Sun Wubin for a prolonged moment before a bitter smile crept onto his face. Is that so? Perhaps. He gently shook his head and turned to walk down the tranquil forest path. An ant remains an ant, regardless of its cultivation. There has never been a transformation from ant to elephant in this world, nor will there ever be. Master, it is only today that Ma Xian comprehends your heartfelt intentions from years ago, yet alas, it is too late, too late. A low voice echoes through the forest, and Ma Xian's silhouette exudes an indescribable sense of desolation and stoop. Sun Wubin's heart is heavy. Ma Xian, confronted with Sun Wubin's astonishing display today, finds himself in despair. However, Sun Wubin understands that even if an ant shatters the barriers of realms, it remains merely a grotesquely enhanced ant, insignificant compared to an elephant that has also breached those barriers. After crossing the threshold, I have surmounted the first formidable challenge of martial arts cultivation, unlocking immense potential, perhaps even reaching the final echelon of Krillin and his companions within the original Dragon Ball. But what does that truly signify? In the face of the far greater potential of Super Saiyans, I am but a slightly more robust ant. Yet, breaking the barriers is akin to reaching adulthood. While one may gain independence, it does not negate the disparities that exist. On the contrary, an adult with scant resources remains incomparable in the eyes of youths or even children with substantial inheritances, not to mention those of the same age who hail from influential families. Wang Jianlin can casually dispense 600 million for Wang Xikong to learn from his failures. How much can your father offer you? Thus, despite the rapid growth of Sun Wuban's cultivation, he may still find himself outmatched by Krillin, Tien, Kaiatsu, Yamcha, and Goku. Should he indeed surpass them, it would not be due to superior strength, but rather because they have yet to unleash their full potential in their training. In this terrestrial martial arts realm, 80% of martial artists possess bloodline potential surpassing that of Sun Wuban, yet aside from a scant few, the majority have been left far behind. Sun Wuban gazes skyward, his mind brimming with a plethora of martial arts strategies, yet none have ever been put into practice. Can he transcend the celestial divide of race and potential? Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, Kaiatsu, and even Piccolo, these rare prodigies of martial arts throughout the ages have been unable to bridge that gap. Can Sun Wuban succeed? Perhaps one day. I too shall gaze upon the backs of the Saiyans, like Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, and Piccolo. Sun Wuban murmurs, then turns and strides away, resolute in his determination. For effort is essential. What if dreams come to fruition? Onward, to training. Chapter 64. The boy who pushes mountains at the construction site. Large trucks speedily transport sand, stones, and prefabricated walls, trailing behind them a young boy. This lad, either bearing massive prefabricated walls weighing several tons or hauling cartloads of sand and stones, exerts every ounce of strength to chase after these rushing vehicles. In the mines, the dark-haired youth swings a pickaxe, competing against a mining robot in excavation. In the mountains, a boy clad in heavy armor and carrying a thick shell is pursued by colossal beasts. Days pass, and gradually, the trucks continue to race swiftly, while the boy, burdened with cartloads of sand, stones, and prefabricated walls, still runs. Yet this time, it is the trucks that chase after him in their frantic dash. In the mining fields, the youth who once fled from the monstrous beasts is now the one pursuing them through the mountains. After Ma Xian's departure, Sun Wuban's cultivation became increasingly grueling, yet his progress accelerated remarkably. A month later, a new therapeutic pod, tailored for Sun Wuban, arrived. Compared to the old model, this one was not only more powerful and user-friendly, but also better suited to his needs. Most importantly, he no longer had to recline within the pod as before. Consequently, the youth who practiced amidst construction sites, mines, forests, rivers, and lakes carried a massive metallic box resembling a coffin on his back. This dramatically enhanced Sun Wuban's cultivation speed. Previously, to replenish his physical stamina, he had to lie in the pod during meals and naps. Now, with the pod strapped to him for 24 hours a day, it constantly rejuvenated and repaired his body. As a result, over the next 5 months, Sun Wuban's cultivation surged at an astonishing rate, vastly surpassing the previous month and a half. The growth chart on his cultivation notebook transformed from a gentle slope to an almost vertical line. However, his power did not increase at a steady rate. Instead, it fluctuated unpredictably, a pattern that Sun Wuban had yet to decipher. Despite the rapid variations in daily growth, when measured over 10 days, his strength increased at an exaggerated pace, resulting in a generally upward trend in the graph, despite some minor fluctuations. By the 7th month, a change occurred. The angle of the vertical line began to level off somewhat. As I had imagined, Sun Wuban closed his cultivation notes. Initially, engaging in such arduous training yielded extraordinary results, akin to taking medication where the first dose produces remarkable effects, but subsequent doses diminish in efficacy until they lose their effect entirely. My rigorous training naturally brought about exceptional results at first, but over time, a decrease in effectiveness was to be expected. Furthermore, the potential of my bloodline represents the greatest unfairness in the Dragon Ball universe, which is also Sun Wuban's greatest anguish. Although he now experiences rapid growth, it pales in comparison to those with remarkable potential. It's akin to earning 30,000 a month after previously making 3,000. Impressive. Yet those with extraordinary capabilities could effortlessly purchase a Lamborghini with a mere 10 seconds of counting. Today, I shall attempt to push that stone mountain once more. To the west of the northern city lies a small town, where a massive stone hill stands outside the school. Every recess, the children delight in climbing this rocky formation. However, 7 months ago, a black-haired youth appeared before this stone mountain. The youthful figure bore an uncanny resemblance to the esteemed singer Sun Wuban from television. Yet his gaze was astonishingly sharp, and an ominous aura seemed to lurk within him. Upon his first arrival at the stone mountain, he engaged in an inexplicable act that left all witnesses bewildered. He stood beneath the mountain, extending his hands in a frenzied attempt to push it. Persisting even as the veins in his forehead throbbed, his face flushed, and his neck strained. Foolish, could a mere mortal move a mountain? Not to mention, even a stone of moderate size would be beyond the strength of a human. On his initial attempt, the crowd dismissed it, attributing his actions to a fleeting whim. For the world is never devoid of such youthful exuberance, particularly during the rebellious years when some youngsters find themselves parading through the streets in their birthday suits or engaging in outrageous antics to draw attention and bask in the limelight. Shouting affection at a pile of dog feces is a sight as familiar as a mouse's love for rice. Thus, the youth's endeavor to push the stone mountain was not taken seriously. However, after a while, the boy returned, repeating his peculiar behavior. Soon, he made periodic visits to the mountain, and over time, the townsfolk began to sense that something was amiss. Even if one wished to indulge in eccentricity or performance art to capture attention, such repetitive antics seemed juvenile. Consequently, the boy gained notoriety, at least in that vicinity. His striking good looks, mirroring those of the celebrated Sun Wukong, made it easy for the locals to mistake him for the singer. And had his actions not been somewhat foolish, he would undoubtedly have been regarded as a celebrity himself. Nonetheless, despite not being the actual Sun Wukong, he could not escape the adoration of infatuated girls in the area. Periodically, one of these enamored girls would wait at the base of the stone mountain for his appearance. And upon his arrival, she would go to great lengths to capture a photograph with him. Swiftly, these images would circulate online, showcasing the girl striking various poses and the dark-haired youth beside her. The captions often read, "Wow, how lucky! I met the singer Sun Wukong today. He is truly handsome, his voice is enchanting, just like his songs, and he is so approachable. He never declines a photo opportunity. Enough talk. Just look at the pictures." Regardless of the infatuated girls, the fanfare surrounding the youth, or the bemused expressions of the onlookers, the boy remained unfazed, continuing his ritual of pushing the stone mountain every few days. There was an incident when a group of children, chanting "Fool, fool," followed him, hurling stones in jest. However, what transpired next left those children trembling with fear. As they threw their stones, the boy raised a finger, lightly tapping the air. In an instant, the stones suspended in midair shattered into dust, and the ground before them erupted like a series of firecrackers, rendering them unable to move. By the time the chaos subsided, the boy had vanished. The peculiar incident was recounted by the children to the adults, yet none believed them. However, those little rascals no longer dared to hurl stones at the youth. On this particular day, the students gathered before the stone mountain, and two infatuated girls awaited eagerly. Will that fool come? Rest assured, he arrives every Monday morning. If you doubt it, just ask those kids, the girls conversed. Suddenly, a figure caught their attention, a young boy donning a wide-brimmed hat and sunglasses. There he is. Come on, let's hurry over. The girl in blue seized the girl in white and dashed towards the youth. Excuse me, may we take a photo with you? I have no time. So if you wish to take a picture, you have just 1 minute, Sun Wukong replied with a hint of exasperation. Thank you. Could you please remove your sunglasses and hat? We'll be quick. Fine. Sun Wukong reluctantly removed his hat and glasses, complying with the girl's request as they posed, swiftly capturing several photos. The girls expressed their gratitude and joyfully uploaded the pictures to their social media. At the foot of the stone mountain, Sun Wukong slightly bent forward, resting one hand against the rocky wall, his shoulder pressed against it. I wonder if I can move it today. He adjusted his breathing and prepared to exert his strength. Meanwhile, several little girls nearby were giggling and playing games when suddenly a loud shout of "Hey!" echoed in their ears. Alongside this, they felt the ground tremble beneath them. Akin to the sensation of a vehicle abruptly starting, the girls lost their balance and toppled to the side. They squealed, regaining their footing, and stared wide-eyed at their surroundings. To their astonishment, the landscape around them was slowly shifting. Huh, it's moving. It's moving. The girls exclaimed excitedly. The stone mountain is actually moving. A multitude of elementary students had gathered at the foot of the mountain, all gazing in awe at the shifting stone mountain, their mouths agape in disbelief. That fool seems to have pushed the stone mountain. It's really moving. At that moment, the two girls were busy with their laptops and electronic pens, writing furiously. Meeting Teacher Sun is such a stroke of luck. He is even more handsome in person than on television. He mentioned that he practices a form of asceticism, interviewing folk and traveling to collect folk songs that inspire him. Moreover, he is honing his martial arts skills. You have no idea how impressive he is. I witnessed him push a half-height stone a whole foot. Wow, he is truly remarkable. His strength is on par with top martial artists. And to have such martial prowess as a singer is extraordinary. Just then, a piercing scream shattered the moment. What happened? The two infatuated girls turned to see a middle-aged woman screaming ahead, with a multitude of eggs scattered at her feet. Two infatuated young ladies wrinkled their brows in disdain and muttered a remark about the menopausal woman, preparing to depart. However, at that moment, the middle-aged woman pointed ahead, prompting the two girls to turn and gaze, subsequently screaming in excitement, momentarily forgetting to capture the scene on their devices. Sun Wukong had pushed the stone mountain a couple of steps, but could proceed no further. He gasped heavily for breath, donned his hat and glasses, and strode away from the scene. All eyes were fixed on him as he vanished. And then, can you guess what I saw? I witnessed Teacher Sun pushing a mountain, which led the two infatuated girls to hastily delete their previous comments intended for the photo, and they began to write with fervor. Chapter 65. The enthusiastic brief family. The post shared online by the two enamored girls, claiming that Sun had moved a stone mountain by 3 feet, elicited laughter from friends, but failed to garner significant attention. At the Brief household in the versatile city, Dr. Brief called out, "Bulma, it's about time you head to school." "Got it, Mom. You're so nagging. Why on earth should I go to that wretched school? A genius beauty like me, Miss Bulma, has no need to waste time there," Bulma retorted as she stormed out of her bedroom. Miss Bulma, the robotic servant suddenly called out. Chasing after her, "You instructed me to remind you to call handsome Sun Wukong today, and it's also the day for the Dragon Balls to be restored. Don't forget to check the Dragon Ball radar. Call Sun Wukong." Bulma recalled that 10 months prior, he had asked her to create a Dragon Ball radar, a promise she had made. Sun had also followed up with her, and today was the day she planned to deliver the radar. As it had been a year since Goku last used the Dragon Balls for a wish, and today marked that anniversary. "Understood," Bulma replied, her excitement reigniting as she dashed back into her room, rummaging through the disarray. Soon, she retrieved a Dragon Ball radar from the cluttered cabinet. Pressing the button on the radar, 7 glowing dots appeared on the screen. The Dragon Balls have finally manifested. "I've decided not to go to school today," Bulma thought, bursting out of her bedroom. "Bulma, the door is over there," her mother, Mrs. Brief, called out. "I know. Honestly, what ridiculous rules does school impose? Forbidding me from using my mobile phone?" Bulma exclaimed as she stormed into Mrs. Brief's room, snatching the landline phone and dialing swiftly. "Bulma, who are you calling?" "I recall Yamcha, doesn't he have a mobile phone?" Mrs. Brief inquired. "It's Sun Wukong." "Sun Wukong," Bulma shouted. "Sun Wukong, the handsome singing sensation? When did you two become an item? When will you invite him over to our home?" Mrs. Brief asked with a curious expression, but Bulma was too preoccupied to respond, as the call had already connected. Soon, Sun Wukong appeared at the Brief residence, stepping into the garden that housed numerous wild dinosaurs and stray cats. "It's Wukong. Hello." "Hello." A middle-aged man with silver blue hair and a beard, accompanied by a black cat perched on his shoulder, strode forward and grasped Sun Wukong's hand, exclaiming warmly, "Dr. Briefs. It's been a while." Sun Wukong respectfully replied, recognizing that this Briefs was indeed one of the foremost genius scientists in the Dragon Ball universe. It was his remarkable genetics that contributed to Bulma's scientific brilliance. "Wukong, your second album is even more melodious than the first. However, it seems to lack something, Dr. Briefs remarked excitedly. "Lack what?" Sun Wukong inquired, retracting his hand from playfully petting Brief's cat and seeking the esteemed scientist's insight. After all, Briefs was renowned as the world's foremost scientist and richest individual, and Sun Wukong was not one to disregard his opinion. Over the past 8 months, aside from his training, Sun Wukong had taken time to visit his record label, occasionally appearing on television, hosting press conferences, and releasing his second album, which had achieved even greater sales than the first. Dr. Brief smiled mysteriously and lowered his voice. "Wukong, have you kissed Bulma?" At this, Sun Wukong turned to glance at Bulma, well aware that despite Brief's status as a brilliant scientist, he possessed the typical lecherous tendencies of men and was quite audacious. Indeed, during Sun Wukong's first visit to Bulma's home, Dr. Briefs had posed a similar question. "Who would kiss him right now?" Bulma exclaimed, her cheeks flushed. "Not right now? Then when does Bulma plan to kiss him?" Mrs. Briefs chuckled, squinting her eyes. "Mr. Wukong is quite handsome. I would even consider dating him." "Bulma, you better act quickly. I won't talk to you anymore." Bulma covered her face in embarrassment. Sun Wukong withdrew his gaze from Bulma. "My primary focus is on training. In fact, singing is merely my side profession, let alone other matters," he stated. "Training? No wonder you asked me to research the gravity chamber last time. However, the high gravitational pressure can be detrimental to the body, so I abandoned the idea. Martial arts training is no easy feat. The potential of pure earthlings has always been rather limited," Dr. Briefs mused, clearly not uninformed about martial arts. Indeed, compared to Goku and the others, I feel like an ant competing against an elephant. My potential is vastly inferior, Sun Wukong lamented. Goku? Does that child possess such immense potential? Dr. Briefs inquired, astonished. Yes. If I am not mistaken, he may be a human from the cosmos, with astonishing potential, Sun Wukong replied, noting that the Saiyans' potential exceeded even his own. Dr. Briefs nodded, having heard from Bulma about Goku's terrifying transformation into a great ape, thus lending some credence to Sun Wukong's words. Dr. Briefs. While the gravity chamber poses significant harm to ordinary individuals, I am aware of my limits. It is crucial for my martial arts training. I must trouble you to commence construction as soon as possible. We can negotiate the price. This is not merely a matter of cost. Let us set that aside. Wukong, focus on your martial arts. No wonder your songs lack certain elements. It seems you are yet to find a partner. Bulma is quite remarkable, despite her rebellious face. Wukong, ignore him, Bulma exclaimed, pulling Sun Wukong inside. Sun Wukong remained still. His immobility rendered Bulma's efforts futile. Dr. Brief, what exactly is lacking in my song? Sun Wukong inquired. What could it be? It is simply that your song is too conventional. Do you not perceive this? Dr. Brief expounded. You must understand that in the realm of entertainment, out of every 10,000 popular songs, at least 9,900 revolve around romantic love. A true musical deity must surpass the Prince of Love songs, Dr. Briefs. In matters of romantic ballads, his unrestrained passion for music was evident. Sun Wukong recalled how, in the original Dragon Ball universe, to thwart the nefarious Frieza from acquiring the Dragon Balls on Namek, he and his companions had beseeched Dr. Brief to modify a spacecraft. The esteemed scientist, renowned as Earth's foremost intellect, despite the planet's lack of an interstellar age and the absence of any prior spacecraft, managed to complete the modifications in a matter of days. However, the project remained unfinished. Ultimately, Sun Wukong discovered that the persistent delay was due to Dr. Brief grappling with the installation of the sound system. In the face of the countless lives at stake in the galaxy, it was astonishing that he squandered time over an audio system. Even someone as straightforward as Sun Wukong was left bewildered. Sun Wukong, you are a musical deity. Listen to his nonsensical ramblings, Bulma urged, finally coaxing him to budge. Dr. Briefs, I shall take heed. I will ensure that my next album features more love songs, Sun Wukong declared as Bulma led him elsewhere, the voice of Mrs. Brief trailing behind. Wukong, what juice would you like? Sun Wukong was warmly welcomed by Bulma's family, yet he encountered difficulties while retrieving the dragon radar. Bulma, your presence is unnecessary. Collecting the Dragon Balls is no trivial task. Has no one informed you that your athletic prowess is rather lacking? He remarked. Bulma would not relinquish the Dragon Radar unless Sun Wukong agreed to let her accompany him in the search for the Dragon Balls. Me, lacking athletic ability? Bulma's face flushed crimson, and she soon erupted in indignation. During the last Dragon Ball collection expedition, she had wished to join Sun Wukong instead of attending school. But he had also criticized her athletic skills, leaving her displeased. Ultimately, it was only after Bulma produced a miniature capsule that Sun Wukong reluctantly permitted her to accompany him. Wukong, you think yourself impressive merely because you have practiced martial arts for a time? Compared to Sun Wukong, Krillin, and Yamcha, where does your athleticism truly stand? You, of all people, have no right to comment on my abilities, and I am certainly not a hindrance. Fine, I will take you along, but with Krillin's presence. At least I need not concern myself with your safety in battle. Sun Wukong set down his juice, feeling resigned. Bulma insisted on bringing Krillin along to collect the Dragon Balls, which to Sun Wukong implied a lack of faith in his martial prowess. As she sought to enlist Krillin as her protector. Let us go. I am unfamiliar with the location of the Kamehameha. You shall pilot the aircraft, Sun Wukong declared, rising to his feet. Humph. Bulma hummed with a nasal tone. I am doing this for your own good. A genius beauty like me is kindly concerned for you. Yet you fail to appreciate it. It is utterly unreasonable. She retrieved an exquisite box from her possession, opened the lid, revealing a dozen capsules inside. Bulma picked one and tossed it. Come on. By the way, Bulma, where's Yamcha? Don't mention him to me. I have nothing to do with him. Chapter 66. The pitiful Krillin. The island of Tien is renowned for its towering mountain that resembles a pillar of heaven. It is a vast island. Yet it is sparsely populated, being the very place where the turtle sage once brought Krillin and Son Goku for their training. On the island, a middle-aged farmer sped along the road in his vehicle. A gust of wind whipped behind him, stirring up clouds of dust, and a small figure appeared ahead, racing forward before swiftly vanishing from sight. Even with that heavy turtle shell on his back, he runs faster than my car. Master Roshi's disciple, Krillin, seems to have made significant progress, the farmer muttered, holding Master Roshi and his teachings in the highest regard. The strength of Master Roshi's martial arts is evident through his two disciples. Ahead on the road, Krillin spread his arms wide, his feet moving with a speed akin to the whirling blades of an electric fan. Haha, my strength has increased again. However, I must not be complacent. Although I might have surpassed Goku, that fellow possesses incredible brute strength. If I let my pride get the better of me, I could easily find myself overtaken, Krillin thought, brimming with excitement. After the World Martial Arts Tournament, Son Goku embarked on a solitary journey in search of the Dragon Balls, while Krillin returned to the Turtle Hermit's abode to continue his training on this island. Later, upon hearing that Son Goku was heading to the Red Ribbon Army, Krillin, the Turtle Sage, Bulma, and Yamcha hurriedly rushed to try to stop or rescue him, only to find that the Red Ribbon headquarters had already been completely obliterated by Son Goku. Subsequently, they accompanied Son Goku to the Fortune Teller, where Krillin, Son Goku, and others engaged in combat with the warriors employed by the Fortune Teller. Son Goku displayed astonishing strength that far exceeded expectations, which greatly motivated Krillin. Afterward, Son Goku set out on his own path, while Krillin returned to the Turtle Hermit's abode on this island to train alone. This time, Krillin trained with fervor, pushing his body to its limits with relentless and grueling exercises. Indeed, each day brought visible improvements in his strength, as if he were progressing by leaps and bounds. Nearly a year had passed, and Krillin felt confident that his power had surpassed that of Son Goku. The Turtle Hermit's abode has arrived. Since Krillin needed Launch to take care of his meals, the Turtle Sage had moved to this island with Launch instead of staying on his usual small island. I should go back and have a drink of water. Krillin rushed towards the Turtle Hermit's abode when suddenly his gaze fell upon a boulder resembling a mountain nearby. Haha, it has been ages since I pushed this mountain. I wonder how far I can push it now. Suddenly, Krillin became intrigued. He removed the turtle shell from his back, approached the stone, and with both hands pressed against the rock face, he exerted a tremendous push. Instantly, the stone mountain began to shift under his strength. It was only when Krillin felt he could push no more that he released his hands, leaning against the stone while panting heavily. Oh, whose aircraft is that? It seems to belong to Bulma, Krillin thought, lifting his gaze in the direction of the sound. Just then, a voice called out, "What is going on? How did this mountain end up here?" A thunderous roar echoed as Krillin peeked forward to see a vehicle with two middle-aged farmers inside, who were shouting at the stone mountain. Upon spotting Krillin's head peeking out, the farmers paused in surprise. "Krillin, you didn't bring this stone mountain here, did you?" one farmer inquired. Krillin, feeling a surge of pride, replied, "Indeed. I just tested my strength and accidentally pushed this stone here. Is it blocking the road?" "Impressive," the two farmers exclaimed, praising him. "It seems that Master Wu Tian's disciples are indeed formidable. Who would have thought you could move a mountain? By the way, Krillin, we're in a hurry. Please push this mountain back to its original place. It's obstructing our path." "Push it back?" Krillin was bewildered. It was quite a feat to move it here. "I expended all my strength and can hardly muster the energy to budge it now. Krillin, we truly have urgent matters to attend to. Please, move this mountain aside quickly. Don't delay us. How could you leave a mountain in the middle of the road?" The farmers shouted again. "The ground surrounding is uneven. It may cause us to lose our cargo if we drive over there." Krillin, sweating profusely, pleaded, "Gentlemen, could you possibly wait a moment? Allow me to rest. And I assure you I will push it aside by this afternoon. Don't joke around, you bald-headed boy. We are in a hurry. If you don't clear this obstruction soon, we won't hold back," one farmer warned, pulling out a gun and aiming it at Krillin, while the other muttered about how Master Wu Tian ought to discipline this insolent child who, despite his skills, was causing trouble. Krillin was nearly in tears. He didn't intend to cause trouble. He simply couldn't move the mountain at this moment. "Hey, what is going on here?" A voice suddenly rang out. It was Sun Wubin. Krillin turned at the sound to see a black-haired youth leaping down from an aircraft, followed closely by a blue-haired girl with bare shoulders and a snowy white chest. "Krillin, what are you doing here? Why are they pointing guns at you? What trouble have you caused?" Bulma shouted. "Bulma, Sun Wubin, it's not like that. This stone mountain is blocking their way," Krillin explained, urging Bulma, "Please, think of a way to help me. This vehicle is an ancient relic. It's not from our capsule corporation. If they need to go around, it will be troublesome." Bulma glanced at the old car and remarked, "Going around is far too distant." "That won't do," one of the farmers interjected. The armed farmer fired a barrage of bullets into the sky. "That bald-headed kid, if you don't clear the stone mountain, I won't hold back," he shouted. "Enough of that," Sun Wukong interjected. "Allow me to assist you." The two farmers turned to Sun Wukong, puzzled expressions adorning their faces. "Young man, how can you possibly help us? This stone mountain was pushed over by Krillin from that side. Can you really move it? What can you do? Bulma, intrigued, approached the scene. Glancing between the stone mountain and Sun Wukong, she remained skeptical of his ability to shift such a mass. It's quite simple. Sun Wukong replied with a smile as he walked over to the car. With a swift kick, he sent the vehicle soaring over the stone mountain, landing safely on the other side, much to the farmer's astonishment. In an instant, Sun Wukong's figure blurred as he appeared on the other side, effortlessly catching the descending car and gently placing it down. A profound silence enveloped the scene. All done, he declared, clapping his hands together. The two farmers stared at Sun Wukong, a mix of awe and disbelief on their faces. Are you also a disciple of Master Roshi? They asked. Master Roshi? I would gladly become his disciple, but I doubt he would accept me. Sun Wukong chuckled, acknowledging the truth of his lowly lineage. It was unlikely that the turtle hermit would take him under his wing. At that moment, Krillin let out a loud exclamation. He slapped his shiny head in realization. How could I have missed that? Just throw the car over. Regret washed over him, despite his exhaustion preventing him from moving the stone mountain. He could have easily followed Sun Wukong's lead. He hurried over to Sun Wukong, gratitude evident in his demeanor. Thank you for your help. Don't mention it, Sun Wukong replied, his gaze fixed on Krillin's bald head. By the way, I recall your name is Baldy, right? Krillin's smile faltered. Actually, my name is Krillin, not Baldy. And I do have hair. I'm not naturally bald. Oh, I've noted it down, Baldy, Sun Wukong teased. Krillin's expression twitched. You know, Sun Wukong. The last time Master Roshi mentioned you, he said you were of pure earthling blood. I thought your strength would be, well, modest. I didn't expect you to be so formidable, far exceeding my expectations. You can't be purely earthling, can you? Kicking a car with passengers over such a large stone? Your power eclipses that of an ordinary martial artist. I am indeed of pure earthling lineage, Sun Wukong asserted. Krillin was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. Sun Wukong, with your strength, you would undoubtedly make it to the top 8 in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Last time, I almost lost to that barbarian. If it weren't for Goku reminding me that he had no nose and couldn't smell his own stench, I would have been defeated. At that moment, Bulma rushed past the stone mountain, coming to stand before Sun Wukong, her large eyes wide open, regarding him as if he were some extraordinary creature. How can you be so confident about collecting Dragon Balls, yet still claim that my luck is poor? It seems your martial prowess is not to be underestimated, remarked Bulma with a hint of pride. Son Goku shot her an incredulous glance. Did I not mention before that I specialize in martial arts? My skills are formidable, yet you persist in doubting me. Honestly, would such a handsome fellow deceive a young lady like you? Do not become too self-satisfied. Your strength is commendable. But in the presence of true masters, such as Sun Wukong or Yamcha, your martial arts prowess would pale in comparison, Bulma retorted haughtily. Indeed, Tulin is undeniably powerful. Goku acknowledged, pointing towards a nearby rocky mountain. Let us set aside this conversation and move the mountain out of the way. It obstructs the road. And we cannot expect others to take a detour indefinitely. That is true, but shifting this mountain is no simple task. We'll leave that to Tulin. Bulma said with a smile, playfully patting Krillin's bald head. What do you think, little brother Tulin? I've told you not to call me Tulin, Krillin weakly replied, glancing at the mountain with a troubled expression. Hey, Bulma, use your brain for once. Yes, I did just move that mountain here. But I only just pushed it into place, and now I'm not at full strength. How can I move it again? Tulin, you bald head. How dare you say I lack sense when you've placed the mountain in the middle of the road? If you can't move the mountain, surely you can kick a car out of the way? Just stand here and wait to kick a car until we can move the mountain. Sun Wukong and I are off to find Master Roshi. Farewell. With that, Bulma tugged at Goku, saying, Come on, let us not bother with this thoughtless bald head. Wait a moment, Goku interjected, pushing Bulma's hand away. This mountain is my responsibility to move. You. Bulma gazed at him in disbelief. Chapter 67. A bet Krillin, too, looked at Goku with astonishment. Did you just say you can push that mountain? He asked incredulously. Perhaps, Goku replied with a smile. This rocky mountain is slightly smaller than the one I pushed outside of North City. If I could move that one, this should be no problem. No, it cannot be true. This must be a joke, Krillin murmured, yet he watched as Goku approached the mountain and pressed his shoulder against the stone wall. Could he really do it? Is this not a jest? Krillin pondered, uncertainty creeping in. Could it be that Goku possessed such terrifying strength? Bulma, too, was momentarily taken aback. If Goku could indeed move that mountain, it would imply that his power was on par with Yamcha's. Hey, Bulma, how about a wager? If I succeed in pushing this mountain, you shall gift me the dragon radar, Goku proposed. I won't be fooled so easily. If you win, I'll agree to a date, Bulma shouted, a faint blush gracing her cheeks at the mention of a date. Huh, you think I would covet a date with you? A room would be more fitting. Goku laughed. Bulma immediately erupted in anger. I am not that easy. If we are to wager, let it be. Otherwise, I refuse. Well, let the gamble begin. Today, I shall demonstrate to you what true strength capable of moving mountains and filling seas looks like. Sun Wukong declared, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. With a sudden roar, he strained against the stone mountain, his muscles bulging, veins protruding on his neck and face. Exerting every ounce of strength he possessed. Yet, the mountain remained steadfast, unmoved as if it were rooted to the ground. Krillin and Bulma stood in stunned silence, watching Sun Wukong's display, until suddenly, Bulma burst into laughter. Krillin chuckled lightly, but Bulma was doubled over, clutching her stomach, completely devoid of any semblance of a lady. I must say, Sun Wukong, you truly are impressive. Today, I have witnessed your strength capable of moving mountains and filling seas. Haha, you've made me laugh to the point of tears. If your strength matched even half of your boasting or half of your good looks, you would have moved not just a small hill, but even a mountain twice its size. After a brief pause of laughter, Krillin smugly remarked, Sun Wukong, you are quite commendable. To move this mountain, aside from myself, even Goku may not be able to accomplish it. As for anyone else, it's simply out of the question. How could you possibly move it? Sun Wukong ceased his efforts, leaning against the stone wall to catch his breath before glaring at Bulma. Bulma, dare we make another wager? If I manage to push it next time, will you give me the dragon radar? How absurd. You really think you can move this mountain? Bulma retorted, her eyes narrowing. However, a thought crossed her mind, and she began to reconsider. But it would be a shame not to bet with you. Perhaps your little universe would erupt, and you might actually succeed in moving it. Sun Wukong feigned regret. What a pity. If you were to bet with me, it might just unleash my potential and allow me to push it effortlessly. Bulma scoffed. Though she was certain he could not budge the mountain, she still felt a flicker of uncertainty. Once again, if you manage to move it, I shall go on a date with you, she declared, hands on her hips. A date? How utterly mundane. It would be far simpler to book a room. Hey, do you have any sense of romance? Do you think I am so vulgar? Yet, as she spoke, her cheeks flushed, and she felt a twinge of anxiety. Should she hope he succeeds, or not? This is your challenge, Bulma. Keep your titanium alloy eyes wide open and watch. Sun Wukong said, a hint of lethargy in his posture as he leaned against the mountain. He then summoned all his strength once more, muscles straining and veins bulging. But this time, the stone mountain began to tremble and shift. Stunned, Krillin's eyes widened in disbelief, while Bulma's previously prepared mocking smile froze in place, her eyes bulging like light bulbs. With each determined step, Sun Wukong pushed the entire stone mountain sideways until it had cleared the entire road, finally stopping to catch his breath. His speed in moving the stone mountain indicated that he still had considerable strength left. Krillin, I may not be as formidable as you, but I managed to move it from there to here, Sun Wukong laughed, acknowledging that in terms of sheer power, he indeed had some distance to cover compared to Krillin. Klein regained his composure, taking a deep breath, his expression oddly fixed upon Sun Wukong. I never imagined you could truly push it. I thought I alone possessed the strength to do so. His pallor suggested he was somewhat disheartened by the revelation. You need not be disheartened. After all, my strength pales in comparison to yours. Moreover, both Sun Wukong and Yamcha are capable of moving this stone mountain. While Yamcha's strength may not match yours, Wukong is a madman, training with an intensity that far surpasses yours. It is inconceivable that he possesses less power than you, Sun Wukong replied. Klein paused, recalling the days spent training alongside Sun Wukong, and then nodded. Indeed, I have been overly proud. Regardless of what others might say, Wukong's dedication is undoubtedly equal to mine. That you, Sun Wukong, are also able to move it is genuinely astonishing, Klein mused. Haha, this is all thanks to Bulma. Without her, I would never have experienced such a surge of power. Bulma, wouldn't you agree? Sun Wukong beamed at Bulma. Bulma finally registered the conversation, her face flushing crimson. Who said anything about sharing a room? I was merely joking, humph. Do you think I am that indiscriminate? At most, you are only indiscriminate when it comes to humans. Is that not so, Bulma? Sun Wukong interjected playfully. Bulma covered her face and dashed towards the Kame house. You are the one who is indiscriminate. I shan't continue this conversation with you. Come on, let us head to the Kame house, Klein replied, nodding, his heart silently mourning for Yamcha as he observed Bulma's reaction. Inside the Kame house, the sounds of an enthusiastic workout filled the air. Lift your rear, spread your legs a bit more. A woman's melodic voice echoed. An old television set displayed a young girl in a bikini, performing aerobic exercises. Spread your legs, spread your legs. A white-bearded old man lay on the floor, mimicking the commands from the television with lewd sounds, his eyes wide in a state of rapture, particularly fixated on the girl's legs as they moved rhythmically. Bulma entered to witness this shocking scene. "You perverted old man," she shouted, having just faced embarrassment at Sun Wukong's place. Naturally, her anger flared upon encountering such a sight. With a flurry of items, magazines, steel cups, lids, and boxes, anything Bulma could grasp was hurled at the turtle hermit, who squealed and fled the room, momentarily stunned. Outside, Klein approached, sharing laughter with a handsome young man with black hair. The turtle hermit recognized this young man. During the World Martial Arts Tournament, he had only brief interactions with Sun Wukong, yet the aura of mystery surrounding him left an indelible impression. This boy, who could discern the strengths of Wukong and Klein at a glance, despite his own modest power, how did he come to be here? Could it be that he, like Wukong and Klein before him, sought to become my disciple and learn from me? Yet, being the turtle hermit, this momentary surprise quickly faded, as thoughts flitted through his mind, leaving him seemingly unfazed. Is this truly the turtle hermit? Sun Wukong gazed curiously at the diminutive, bald old man with a white beard before him. The turtle sage bore a striking resemblance to his television depiction, yet there was an indescribable quality about him, exuding an air of mastery while simultaneously hinting at something less dignified. "Turtle sage, what brings you out here?" Krillin inquired. The turtle sage turned to Krillin with a dismissive glance. "Oh, it's nothing. Just taking a stroll. By the way, Krillin, you could have informed me that Bulma had arrived. Now my illustrious image is utterly tarnished," he exclaimed, nearly beside himself with frustration. "I intended to warn you, but Bulma rushed in so quickly that I momentarily forgot." Krillin chuckled, fully aware of the turtle sage's activities inside the house. "Do keep that in mind for next time. By the way, this is the turtle sage," gestured towards Sun Wukong, feigning unfamiliarity. "We met at the World Martial Arts Tournament," Sun Wukong interjected, winking at the turtle sage. "I was contestant number 100, as you may recall." A glimmer of recognition sparked in the turtle sage's eyes, momentarily erasing his previous demeanor, though he soon reverted to his former self. "Ah, I believe I have seen you before. What is your name?" The turtle sage mused. "Come now, grandfather. There's no need for pretense. That night, you critiqued me and Goku regarding Sun Wukong," Krillin revealed. The turtle sage laughed heartily, deflecting the matter. He scrutinized Sun Wukong closely, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. "Indeed, you have improved significantly since our last encounter. Young man, I recall you had reached the threshold of the realm. And to elevate your skills so dramatically in such a brief span is quite remarkable. It is rare to witness a pure earthling bloodline achieve such prowess." While the turtle sage could not discern Sun Wukong's true strength, his years of experience as a martial arts master granted him the insight to sense the latent power within Sun Wukong. Chapter 68. The turtle sage Sun Wukong is quite formidable, Krillin remarked, recalling the astonishing strength Sun Wukong had displayed earlier. "He possesses the power to move mountains. Though he may not surpass me, he is certainly impressive, a truly astonishing individual." The turtle sage cast a peculiar glance at Krillin. This lad, who typically lavished praise upon him, was now extolling Sun Wukong's virtues instead. How strange. Yet, the turtle sage mused, Krillin's flattery lacked finesse. 100 Sun Wukongs combined would scarcely be a match for him, yet he claimed they were nearly equal. The turtle sage, seasoned in wisdom, chose not to expose Krillin's exaggeration. "Ah, I see. Sun Wukong, you brought Bulma here, did you?" The turtle sage suddenly exclaimed, a hint of irritation in his voice. Sun Wukong scratched his nose, bemused by the turtle sage's reaction. "I didn't know Master Wu Tian's address, so Bulma volunteered to bring me along," he explained. The turtle sage's irritation dissipated as swiftly as it had arisen, and he regained his sage-like composure. "Ahem, I understand. You seek to pay your respects and request guidance in your training, am I correct?" The turtle hermit, adorned with a pair of grand sunglasses, spoke with an air of authority. "Young man, to have cultivated to such a level with the physique of an ordinary earthling is indeed impressive. Your prowess in martial arts is quite remarkable. However, I shall not take you as my disciple." Krillin was taken aback, for Sun Wukong had come seeking guidance in his training. He looked at Sun Wukong with confusion. After all, Sun Wukong possessed the strength to move mountains. Why would he seek instruction from the turtle hermit? Krillin distinctly remembered that during their training under the turtle hermit, they had received no martial techniques from him, only enduring his rigorous trials. Once their powers reached a certain threshold, the turtle hermit had little more to impart. "Why does Master Wu Tian refuse to accept me as a disciple?" Sun Wukong inquired, curiosity piqued. The turtle hermit scoffed lightly and replied, "If I am not mistaken, you are a descendant of the crane school. I recall a rather inconsequential branch within the Crane School known as the Sun Wukong lineage. Though their martial techniques may have strayed, their methods of body conditioning and training remain relatively authentic, albeit merely authentic. Your inheritance from the Sun Wukong lineage likely amounts to a mere 30% of the Crane School's teachings. Master Wu Tien indeed possesses keen insight, Sun Wukong responded. Sun Wukong, the noted disciple of the Crane Hermit, is my ancestor. A flicker of surprise crossed the turtle hermit's eyes. To have cultivated to your current level with only 30% of the Crane School's methods suggests that your lineage has produced some prodigious talents who have refined those techniques. Indeed, that must be the case. Young man, you may be unaware, but the Turtle School and the Crane School are sworn adversaries. Why would I, the Turtle Hermit, accept a disciple from the Crane School? So, do not waste your efforts. I will not take you as my pupil. Is that so? Yet I seem to recall that Sun Wukong, my grandfather, also belonged to the Sun Wukong family, Sun Wukong said with a smile. Indeed, Sun Wukong is my disciple. The Turtle Hermit replied, hands clasped behind his back. However, do not presume that I am oblivious to the affairs of your Sun Wukong lineage. Sun Wukong violated the family rules of the Sun Wukong clan and was thus expelled, which is why I accepted him as my disciple. Is there anything wrong with that? Is that truly the case? What precisely are those family rules? Sun Wukong asked, perplexed. He had previously inquired about his grandfather Sun Wukong from his parents, but they appeared utterly bewildered, as if they had never heard of Sun Wukong. Clearly, you do not understand. Very well, allow me to elucidate. On this earth, the earliest intelligent race was singular, comprising individuals of your bloodline, humans like you. If there were to be distinctions among humans, they would be categorized into yellow, black, and white races. Yet, fundamentally, all three stem from the same ancestor. Subsequently, due to cosmic exploration initiatives and invasions by extraterrestrial beings, the planet underwent numerous battles and integrations with various alien races, leading to the present-day configuration, the Turtle Hermit narrated. While Sun Wukong, being an astute scholar, was well aware of Earth's historical evolution, he chose not to interrupt the Turtle Hermit's discourse, while Krillin listened with wide-eyed fascination. The Sun Wukong family adheres to the Neijia sect, which possesses a singular objective, to preserve the purity of their bloodline. They harbor a profound disdain for intermarriage with outsiders. However, as time progresses and societal trends evolve, unions between humans and extraterrestrial species have become increasingly commonplace. Given the myriad of extraordinary abilities possessed by these alien beings, along with their innate wisdom and strength, the offspring resulting from such unions often exhibit pronounced advantages, thereby encroaching upon the existence of the pure indigenous inhabitants of Earth. Consequently, the number of pure indigenous Earthlings dwindles, leading to a scarcity of suitable marriage partners. Over time, this sect has diminished in size. Even those who still adhere to the doctrine have shifted from the original practice of Han Chinese marrying only Han Chinese and Koreans marrying only Koreans, to a more generalized approach where individuals of the yellow race marry among themselves, eventually culminating in unions that disregard skin color. As long as the partners are of pure indigenous descent, the Sun Wukong family stands as the most steadfast adherents of the Neijia faith. Sun Wufang's father, having fallen in love with a non-indigenous earthling, ultimately renounced his family, resulting in Sun Wufang being disavowed by the Sun Wukong family. Thus, he does not possess pure indigenous lineage, nor has he inherited even a fragment of the martial arts legacy of the Sun Wukong family. This begs the question, why can I not accept him as my disciple? Master Roshi scoffed. I see, Sun Wubin thought to himself with a bitter smile. His family belongs to the Neijia sect, and though no one ever explicitly mentioned it to him, he had long harbored suspicions due to his mother Myra's alarming hereditary traits, which, in medical terms, stemmed from consanguineous marriages. As the number of pure indigenous individuals continues to decline, the Neijia sect finds itself cornered, devoid of marriage prospects, leading them to resort to close kin. Although advanced technology may prevent the birth of certain disabilities and intellectual impairments, it cannot entirely eliminate all genetic defects. Thus, his mother's affliction emerged, and in his parents' generation, they suffered greatly from the repercussions of consanguinity. They also recognized that if this pattern continued, extinction was inevitable. To safeguard his promising future, they chose not to involve him in the Neijia sect. Sun Wubin sighed inwardly. Young man, if there's nothing else, you may take your leave. Master Roshi stated nonchalantly. Sun Wubin snapped back to reality and smiled at Master Roshi. Master Wu Tien, you may not have reviewed my resume, but no matter how you feign ignorance before me, you cannot deceive me. Your refusal to accept me as a disciple is not due to my lineage, but rather because I am of pure indigenous descent, is it not? Sun Wukong recalled vividly how, in the Dragon Ball series, Master Roshi, upon witnessing the extraordinary potential of Tien Shinhan, disregarded everything to mentor him, even conceding his own victory in the martial arts tournament to Tien Shinhan, who ultimately surpassed him. What nonsense are you spouting? Master Roshi's face flushed momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure and pointed at Sun Wukong. I have stated that I will not take you as a disciple, and that is final. There is no connection between us as master and student, so you may leave without further ado. Sun Wukong. At that moment, Bulma burst onto the scene, hands on her hips, exclaiming, "What are you prattling on about with that perverted old man? You're not genuinely seeking him as a master, are you? With your abilities? Do you really need to be his disciple? Perverted old man, let me ask you, by the way, what did Sun Wukong come to inquire about? Originally, you did not wish to be my disciple, yet you still chatter incessantly?" The turtle sage exclaimed, visibly displeased. Sun Wukong merely shrugged, replying, "Master Wu Tian, I never proposed such a thing. Tulin, do you agree?" Indeed, Krillin nodded, affirming that Sun Wukong had not expressed a desire to become a disciple. It was Master Wu Tian who had assumed this notion. Is that so? The turtle sage, now flustered, cleared his throat several times to mask his embarrassment before folding his arms and asking, "What brings you to seek me, Sun Wukong?" "It concerns Kailada," Sun Wukong stated. Kailada is a profoundly enigmatic locale within the Dragon Ball universe, situated in a dimension separate from Earth, rumored to be the dwelling of immortals. This is indeed the case. For the immortal residing in Kailada is 800 years old and possesses numerous extraordinary artifacts. Ascending Kailada leads one to the realm of the gods, and the Dragon Balls themselves were crafted by these deities. Upon arriving in this world, Sun Wukong, suspecting it to be the Dragon Ball universe, had diligently searched for information about Kailada. However, regardless of the methods employed, he could not uncover even a whisper of its existence. This remains true to this day. It is apparent that the history of Kailada has been deliberately erased by those with ulterior motives. Sun Wukong surmised that a certain king, who had conquered the world by collecting the Dragon Balls, prohibited any information regarding the Dragon Balls and Kailada to prevent others from following suit. Thus, he sought out the Turtle Sage, knowing that in his youth, the Turtle Sage had ascended Kailada and trained there under the guidance of the Immortal for 3 years. Kailada? A tourist paradise or an amusement park? Bulma interjected, suddenly intrigued. Krillin also regarded Sun Wukong with curiosity. Both he and the Turtle Sage winced at the notion that the Immortal's abode could be likened to a mere vacation spot. Chapter 69, Krillin's Challenge. Bulma, while Kailada, located in a separate dimension, is indeed a rare tourist destination, you might find yourself lacking the qualifications to visit, Sun Wukong remarked with a smile. Bulma immediately bristled. Sun Wukong, how could someone as talented and beautiful as I possibly lack the qualifications? Humph. There is no place in this world that I cannot access. Not even the king's palace. Her statement was not mere bravado. As the heiress of the world's largest company, Capsule Corporation, Bulma could indeed gain access to royal palaces and receive a grand welcome from heads of state. Bulma, Sun Wukong is not mistaken this time. It is not just you. No one in the world possesses the qualifications to visit Kailada, the Turtle Sage remarked, casting a peculiar glance at Sun Wukong. To my knowledge, very few are even aware of Kailada's existence. Your knowledge seems quite remarkable. Bulma and Krillin were taken aback by the Turtle Sage's words. Sun Wukong, what exactly is Kailada? Is it true that no one is qualified to visit? Krillin inquired eagerly. Not entirely, Sun Wukong chuckled. Although the Turtle Sage had spent 3 years in Kailada, his understanding of both Kailada and the Immortal could not possibly compare to that of Sun Wukong, who had witnessed the Dragon Balls firsthand. Klein, the sage atop the Kairi Tower, is a virtuous and benevolent individual, thus unqualified to indulge in leisure at the Kairi Tower. This is not due to the sage's influence, but rather because ascension to the Kairi Tower requires one to rely solely on their own strength. Flying there is not an option, as Sun Wukong remarked. Bulma quickly grasped the implication. So, the Kairi Tower is exceedingly high? Ordinary individuals cannot possibly ascend? It is not just exceptionally high, but reaches the pinnacle of height. Only those who possess the prowess comparable to Yamcha can hope to scale it. Therefore, while Krillin, Yamcha, and I can embark on an excursion there, you, alas, cannot. Sun Wukong lamented. The Kairi Tower represents the aspirations of Earth's martial artists who seek to transcend their limits. A century ago, it was common for many to attempt the climb annually, yet the survival rate was disheartening. Out of 100 climbers, scarcely one would endure, and in the past few centuries, only the Turtle Sage had managed to reach its summit. Krillin's excitement surged. Can I truly do it? Am I allowed to visit Kairi Tower? His earlier remarks were directed at Sun Wukong, while the latter part was addressed to the Turtle Sage. Your skills indeed qualify you to ascend the Kairi Tower. The Turtle Sage replied nonchalantly. As for Sun Wukong, the Turtle Sage did not complete his thought, merely scoffing lightly. He hesitated to entirely dismiss the possibility of Sun Wukong's ascent. After all, 3 centuries ago, although his prowess was among the elite, it paled in comparison to that of Krillin and Sun Wukong. Master Wu Tien, I seek to know the location of Kairi Tower. I humbly request your guidance. Sun Wukong stated with respect. You wish to climb Kairi Tower to seize the super holy water? Think again. The Turtle Sage shook his head. Sun Wukong, while your martial spirit is commendable, your physical foundation remains lacking. Attempting to scale the Kairi Tower would be tantamount to courting death. I do not seek the super holy water. Rather, I have urgent matters to discuss with the Kairi Sage. After a brief pause for contemplation, he confessed. My sister has been abducted by Dr. Gero, yet I cannot uncover his concealed whereabouts. It is said that the Kairi Sage possesses immense knowledge. Hence my desire to consult him regarding Dr. Gero's hidden lair. Dr. Gero? A high-ranking member of the Red Ribbon Army, that cunning old fox. He managed to escape and hide before the army's headquarters was destroyed, Sun Wukong expressed with resentment. The Red Ribbon individuals? The Turtle Sage regarded Sun Wukong with surprise. They are a nefarious group, feared even by the legitimate military forces. Others would shy away from them. Yet you exhibit remarkable audacity in seeking them out. However, it is regrettable that such significant information concerning the Kairi Tower is not easily divulged. I am well aware of the protocols. Sun Wukong reached into his pocket. He certainly would not resort to bribing the Turtle Sage with a yellow pamphlet as Krillin had done. Instead, he produced a card, waving it before the Turtle Sage's eyes. The Sage's eyes sparkled with interest. This lad appears to be quite wealthy. This is a 500,000 credit card. With such wealth, should I purchase a body chart? Or indulge in the pleasures of the beach? The Turtle Sage's mind was flooded with images of beautiful women, and he could hardly contain his excitement. The young man was quite wise. As Master Roshi wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, he eagerly reached for the bank card. For his income was meager and his life rather frugal. Master Wu Tian, it seems you have yet to inform me of the location of the Kailinta, Sun Wukong remarked, retracting his hand and returning the card to his pocket. The old Turtle Sage is momentarily at a loss, he mused, pondering for a moment before shaking his head. To be frank, in my youth, I did indeed discover the Kailinta and was fortunate enough to ascend it and meet the immortal residing there. However, the exact location has since evaporated from my memory. Centuries have passed, and the landscape has undergone monumental transformations. Even if I were to seek it myself, it would not be a task accomplished in a short span. As for the Kailinta, all I can tell you is that it lies somewhere in the northern regions. And that is the extent of my knowledge. Was that all? Sun Wukong did not feel particularly disheartened. In the original Dragon Ball Saga, during his training in the heavens, Tien, Kaiatsu, Krillin, and Yamcha had searched for the Kailinta for 3 entire years without success. If Master Roshi knew its location, he would not have been so vague. Since that is the case, Master Wu Tian, I shall take my leave, Sun Wukong stated. Are you departing already, Sun Wukong? Why not stay for a meal? Krillin interjected. Growing anxious. I still wish to test my skills against you. A contest? Master Roshi looked at Krillin quizzically and then pulled him aside. Krillin, have you lost your senses? With your current strength, few in the world could withstand even a single punch from you. You have surpassed that young man by too great a margin. A mere finger would suffice to defeat him. What is there to compete about? Krillin's expression reflected confusion. Master Wu Tian, Sun Wukong, is no weakling. How could I possibly defeat him with just one finger? Enough, enough. It seems you have been cooped up on this island for too long, and your mind has grown dull. Very well, you may go stretch your legs, but remember, your level is now different. Do not unleash your full strength right from the start. It would be troublesome if you were to injure or kill him. Shall we then gather the Dragon Balls to revive him? Master Roshi muttered incessantly. Growing impatient, Krillin waved his hand dismissively, grinning. Master Wu Tian, just wait and see. I will astonish you. With that, he dashed out of the room and approached Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, if you plan to leave, there's no rush. Stay for a meal. I should be recovered soon enough for a fair battle. Sun Wukong hesitated. Indeed, the quest for the Dragon Balls could afford a delay of an hour or two. I, too, wish to see who among you two is stronger, Bulma exclaimed excitedly. Noticing Sun Wukong's hesitance, she teased. What's wrong? Are you afraid? Afraid of losing? Afraid of losing? Never, Sun Wukong laughed. Although there was indeed a disparity in strength between him and Krillin, it was not insurmountable. Krillin's greatest asset was his immense potential. honed through countless battles, particularly his encounters with Master Roshi, from which he had developed his own unique martial arts techniques. In the impending clash against Krillin, Sun Wukong possessed a robust confidence, bolstered by 3 months of grueling combat training with the God Team, believing he could secure victory unless Krillin's strength exceeded his expectations. Reflecting on this, Sun Wukong jested about placing a wager. With a playful smile directed at Bulma, he noted her sudden blush. To which she responded with hands on her hips, declaring, "I won't bet the dragon radar, but the rest? Humph. What if you try to back out? Am I the type to renege on a deal? Krillin, can you vouch for Bulma's integrity?" Krillin, wary of Bulma's fiery temper, retorted, "If you dare to speak ill of her, you'll regret it." After lunch, Sun Wukong stood opposite Krillin in front of the Kame house. Bulma, with arms crossed and a ferocious shout, warned Krillin, "If you cause me to lose this wager, I will certainly smash your bald head." Beside her stood the enchanting Lan Qi, a strikingly beautiful girl with long legs and a gentle disposition, known for her dual personality within the Dragon Ball universe. "Krillin, give it your all. And you too, Sun Wukong." Lan Qi's melodious voice could melt the hearts of men. However, when a gust of wind tousled her hair, causing her to sneeze, she transformed into an irate blonde woman with furrowed brows. "Krillin, you bald-headed fool, listen closely." With an unexpected flourish, the blonde woman drew a gun from seemingly nowhere, firing a volley into the sky while bellowing, "Should you dare to triumph over that handsome fellow, I will not hold back." Krillin recoiled slightly, feeling a headache coming on. Though unafraid of bullets, he knew Lan Qi's projectiles would sting painfully upon impact. Nearby, Master Roshi leaned on his cane, his eyes glinting behind his sunglasses as he stroked his beard, pondering, "Krillin, have you forgotten something? There seems to be an oddity here." "What could it be?" A gravelly voice interjected from beside Master Roshi, belonging to a large turtle, which remarked, "Krillin isn't carrying his shell." "Ah, right, your shell. How can you possibly face Sun Wukong without your 200-pound shell?" Master Roshi exclaimed. A resounding slap echoed as Bulma's hand struck Master Roshi's bald head. "You perverted old man. How could you let Krillin wear the shell? Do you want me to lose the wager?" she thundered. Feeling quite put upon, Master Roshi attempted to explain himself. At that moment, Krillin chimed in, "Master Roshi, I think it might be best if I forego the shell." Master Roshi paused, taken aback. Not wearing the shell clearly indicated a fear of losing. Yet could Krillin truly fear defeat against Sun Wukong? Such a notion seemed absurd. After a moment of contemplation, Master Roshi nonchalantly replied, "Very well, if you choose not to wear it, just be cautious with your strikes." He then slumped into a sun chair, retrieving a magazine featuring a bikini-clad beauty, engrossed in its pages. How utterly mundane, he mused. Sun Wukong's martial prowess was so rudimentary that Krillin could easily contend with him. What could possibly be gained from this encounter? The turtle hermit mused to himself, recalling the last martial arts tournament where he had taken the time to observe some matches. At that time, although Sun Wukong exhibited formidable strength, his techniques were utterly lackluster, almost repugnant. Just then, Krillin crouched slightly before launching himself forward like an arrow, his speed creating a gust of wind in the vicinity. A fist, flashing like lightning, hurtled towards Sun Wukong. With a resounding impact, Sun Wukong met Krillin's fist with his own, and an immense force surged through him, akin to being struck by a cannonball, causing a sharp pain in his hand. Both fighters were propelled backward, only to collide once more, engaging in a relentless exchange of blows, their fists clashing without the finesse of martial arts techniques. Sun Wukong sensed that Krillin was not exerting his full strength. With his own power, he could withstand the onslaught without resorting to advanced techniques. However, to the onlookers, the scene was bewildering. Where had the combatants gone? Bulma and Launch stared wide-eyed, but despite their efforts to widen their gaze, all that surrounded them was a swirling cloud of dust and a muffled din, rendering everything else seemingly non-existent. Yet, it was not a complete void. Faint glimpses of light and shadow flickered, akin to the human eye trying to discern the blades of a spinning fan. At that moment, both Bulma and Launch felt somewhat foolish for their eager observation. Soon, however, they found renewed enthusiasm. "Krillin, go for it. You cannot lose, you bald-headed warrior," Bulma shouted. "Krillin, if you dare to win, I won't hold back." Launch's golden locks bounced as she cheered. Meanwhile, another spectator, the great turtle, watched with bulging eyes. Realizing that the seemingly feeble native, Sun Wukong, despite not matching Krillin in strength, had reached an impressive level. The turtle hermit took a long moment to comprehend the situation, urging the onlookers, "Quick, look at their duel. Quiet down." His gaze was almost glued to a magazine featuring beautiful women, exclaiming, "Wow, this is spectacular. If only the angle were slightly higher, it would be even more thrilling. At that moment, Krillin's voice rang out. Sun Wukong, be cautious, for I shall amplify my strength. Amplify his strength? The turtle hermit raised his head and glanced around, momentarily taken aback. The ground was marred with craters. Dust swirling all around as Krillin and Sun Wukong faced each other. The destruction of the arena exceeded his expectations. Their battle was far more intense than he had anticipated, leading him to underestimate Sun Wukong's power. The turtle hermit redirected his gaze back to the magazine, reflecting that Krillin was indeed prudent in his approach. Otherwise, Sun Wukong might not have been able to withstand even a single blow. Since Krillin was aware of the need to hold back, there was no reason for him to be concerned. Meanwhile, a deep, resonant sound echoed in his ears. The figures of Sun Wukong and Krillin once again vanished from the sight of Bulma, Launch, and the turtle hermit. Krillin, your newfound strength is still insufficient. There's no need to continue testing. Sun Wukong's voice resonated in the arena. You should unleash your full power. Unleash my full power? That would be rather dull. A challenger like you is hard to come by, Krillin replied, his voice brimming with pride. I relish the prospect of an exhilarating battle and do not wish for it to end so swiftly. Is that so? Then behold this technique. Ouch, that is painful. The two figures halted once more, as Krillin grimaced, staring at Sun Wukong in apparent astonishment. Sun Wukong, that move you just executed was quite peculiar. I could not withstand it. What style of martial arts is that? I seldom name my techniques, as it is rather tedious, Krillin. Now, allow me to witness your martial prowess. My martial arts? You'd best be cautious, Krillin warned, shaking out his arms as he charged towards Sun Wukong. Just as Sun Wukong prepared to defend, he sensed something amiss. That's the Phantom Fist. Having battled alongside the members of the Divine Group for 3 months, Sun Wukong knew that the Phantom Fist was not the most refined technique among them. Yet, he had encountered it numerous times and had even mastered it to the extent of creating multiple phantoms, capable of generating over 10 shadows. There was Krillin here and another Krillin there. Sun Wukong felt a shift in his thoughts. Instead of focusing on the phantom before him, he aimed a kick at the other Krillin lurking behind. With a resounding thud, Krillin's true form was revealed as he clutched his chest and flew back, landing far from the battlefield. Sun Wukong, you actually saw through my Phantom Fist. You truly possess remarkable skills, Krillin said, struggling to speak while holding his chest. He recalled the first time he encountered such an advanced technique, where he had suffered greatly. The Phantom Fist is quite a rudimentary technique. Don't even mention your double Phantom Fist. I could easily counter it, Krillin. You might want to reconsider using such martial arts to impress me, Sun Wukong chuckled. You can counter the multiple Phantom Fist as well. Krillin narrowed his eyes, suddenly breaking into a grin. Sun Wukong, you won't fool me that easily. Let us see how you counter this. Multiple phantoms. With that, Krillin sprinted towards Sun Wukong, circling around him before several Krillins began to emerge, surrounding Sun Wukong. 18. Krillin, your Phantom Fist is quite impressive. Sun Wukong smiled. At that moment, the multitude of Krillins launched their attacks. Sun Wukong, however, ignored them entirely, performing a somersault and landing on his hands, kicking his legs toward the sky. Ouch, you got me again. Krillin's figure hit the ground. Sun Wukong, I never expected you to truly counter the multiple Phantom Fist. It appears this technique is ineffective against you, Krillin exclaimed, admiration evident in his tone. Encountering such a formidable opponent as Sun Wukong exhilarated him. Indeed, Master Roshi had erred in his judgment. As Krillin gazed at Sun Wukong, his blood surged with excitement. In the past, Sun Wukong's astonishing performance at the World Martial Arts Tournament had left an indelible impression on Krillin, leading him to regard him as a figure akin to the Turtle Hermit himself. However, Master Roshi's subsequent disparagement of Sun Wukong had profoundly influenced Krillin, making him believe he had encountered a mere charlatan. However, this time, Sun Wukong's unexpected arrival effortlessly pushed aside the stone mountain, leaving Krillin utterly astonished. At that moment, Krillin realized that Master Roshi's assessment was fundamentally flawed. With Master Roshi's opinion of Sun Wukong losing its credibility, the latter became even more enigmatic in Krillin's eyes. Furthermore, Sun Wukong's impressive background as a top student from the northern capital and a renowned celebrity only intensified his brilliance. Thus, despite Krillin's unwavering confidence in securing victory in this duel, he could not dismiss the possibility that Sun Wukong was far from being an easy target. To Krillin's dismay, reality proved even more daunting than he had anticipated. Sun Wukong's martial prowess surpassed all expectations. The Phantom Fist merely sacrifices speed to create illusions to bewilder the opponent. This technique may work on others, but it is futile against me, Sun Wukong declared. Since embarking on his martial arts journey, He had been keen to integrate the principles of internal martial arts into his own fighting style. Internal martial arts emphasize sensitivity to the opponent's energy, allowing one to perceive their force and attain a higher realm of combat mastery. Although Sun Wukong had never formally studied the specific techniques of internal martial arts, he understood the concepts and diligently pursued this direction, honing his body to an extraordinary sensitivity. Moreover, he also trained himself to cultivate a serene mind like that of Goku from Dragon Ball, even if he had yet to reach the original Goku's level. Sitting by the river, he could hear the movements of fish beneath the surface, rendering the mere Phantom Fist ineffective against him. With the Phantom Fist rendered useless, Krillin sought to employ another technique. He charged at Sun Wukong, throwing a punch, but midway, he fell to the ground, attempting to kick Sun Wukong's knee. Drunken Fist. Is it? Sun Wukong mused silently, effortlessly sidestepping the kick with a slight shift of his knee, countering with a punch that sent Krillin sprawling. This can break through? Krillin blinked in astonishment. After taking a few deep breaths, he charged again, but to no avail. The two figures frequently vanished and reappeared, each time Krillin being sent flying. He unleashed every technique he had painstakingly developed against Sun Wukong, yet none proved effective. With each strike, Krillin grew increasingly alarmed, regardless of how deceptive his techniques were. How elusive his speed, or how intricate his moves, Sun Wukong dismantled them with remarkable ease. Moreover, he maintained a subtle smile, as if playfully toying with a child, which only served to infuriate Krillin further. Chapter 71. Master Roshi's Dilemma. On a massive rock, Krillin revealed himself, propping up his knees and gasping for breath. Krillin, who has the upper hand, you or Sun Wukong? Bulma shouted, although she could not discern the specific techniques employed in their battle. Each time the two paused to catch their breath, it was evident that Krillin appeared far more disheveled. Sun Wukong merely huffed lightly, while Krillin clutched various parts of his body, grimacing in discomfort. This left Bulma perplexed. Who has the upper hand? Krillin gasped, his face reflecting a mixture of embarrassment and distress. Having exhausted all my formidable techniques, I find myself perplexed by the tenacity of Sun Wukong. It seems my only recourse is to embrace a different approach. With a glimmer of determination in his eyes, Krillin, who had previously refrained from exploiting Sun Wukong's vulnerabilities, now acknowledges his defeat in martial prowess. Sun Wukong, be cautious. I am about to reveal my true capabilities, Krillin declares, transforming his form into a wisp of smoke. Circling Sun Wukong before delivering a powerful kick from behind. My strength surpasses yours, and my speed exceeds yours. Let us see how you respond. A triumphant smirk adorns Klin's face, for this strike is his all-or-nothing gambit. Suddenly, a flash of light interrupts Klin's focus. A peculiar fist appears before him. Bang! Sun Wukong's punch collides with Klin's incoming kick, propelling both fighters backward. He actually caught it. Such impressive martial arts. Krillin exclaims, wide-eyed, as he observes Sun Wukong flying through the air. He may lack my strength, but the force of my kick will surely send him further and cause him greater harm. Soon, my smirk will deepen. Yet, his grin falters as he witnesses Sun Wukong deftly flipping in midair and landing gracefully on the ground. How could he have traveled such a short distance? He lacks my strength. Krillin muses, now perched atop a massive rock, his gaze fixed on Sun Wukong. Do you not comprehend, Krillin? Attacking from behind is futile. My limbs are longer, and my techniques superior. Thus, your strikes cannot reach me. Sun Wukong replies with a cheerful demeanor. Humph. Krillin snorts, a flicker of frustration in his eyes. It must be mere coincidence. With renewed fervor, Krillin leaps off the boulder, causing it to tremble beneath him. This time, he abandons any subterfuge, launching a direct assault with all his might. As he closes the distance, he clenches his fist for a powerful blow. Bang! Their fists collide, followed by a flurry of strikes. Krillin, now unleashing his full power, finds that Sun Wukong is no longer at ease. The onlookers, Bulma, the golden-haired Launch, and the turtle sage, observe the battle with heightened intensity. Previously, their movements were akin to the blurred blades of a swiftly rotating fan. However, now the clash of their prowess reveals both fighters soaring through the air, often simultaneously. This fierce contest rages on for half an hour, gradually slowing their movements until their strikes become visible. Bang! Both Sun Wukong and Krillin are struck, sent reeling backward. Sun Wukong retreats 10 steps, but swiftly charges toward Krillin once more. Wait! Krillin suddenly raises his hand. What is it? Sun Wukong inquires, puzzled. Having fought to a standstill, neither can gain the upper hand, and it appears they are left to rely solely on strength and willpower. Continuing this battle holds no significance. How about we consider it a draw? Krillin proposes, panting heavily. A draw? Sun Wukong blinks, shrugging nonchalantly. I have no objections. Qin let out a sigh of relief. He had no desire for a stalemate, yet circumstances dictated otherwise. Sun Wukong's resilience was no less formidable than his own, although Qin possessed greater strength than Sun. His martial skills paled in comparison to those of his adversary. Continuing in this manner, it was truly difficult to predict who would emerge victorious. While the two reached an armistice, Bulma was far from pleased. Qin, you bald fool, how could you not defeat Sun Wukong? You've made me waste my wager on you. Bulma cried out, her gaze darting towards Sun with surprise. Despite Sun's ability to move mountains with his strength, his earlier exchanges with Qin illustrated that he was still inferior in power. The disparity in strength was significant, while Sun had honed his abilities through personal training. Qin inherited his prowess from the legendary martial arts master, Master Roshi. This left Bulma feeling somewhat disoriented. At that moment, the esteemed authority of Master Roshi in the martial arts realm plummeted in her estimation. Bulma, what do you understand? Sun Wukong is far superior to Yamcha, Qin retorted, a hint of grievance in his tone. However, Qin had faced setbacks before and quickly recovered his spirits. Once he caught his breath, he approached Sun Wukong and extended his hand. Sun Wukong, I hear you are a god of song, dominating the music world. I never expected you to excel in martial arts as well. Truly, you are quite extraordinary, Qin remarked with a cheerful smile. You are impressive yourself, after all. You are 3 years my junior. With the guidance of a wise teacher, defeating me would be a mere trifling matter, Sun Wukong mused. Qin's talent was indeed commendable, not only in strength but also in martial techniques. During their recent skirmish, Sun sensed Qin's advancement in skill. Though he lacked Sun's innate understanding, his potential was nonetheless formidable. Would you become even stronger with the guidance of a wise master? Qin's lips twitched at the implication, wondering if it was not a veiled insult to Master Roshi. To his surprise, Master Roshi did not react with anger. At that moment, Sun Wukong grasped Qin's hand firmly. Qin, Bulma and I have pressing matters to attend to, so we must take our leave. Leaving already? When will we meet again? By the way, what business do you and Bulma have? Can I assist? Qin inquired with curiosity. Nothing much, just collecting Dragon Balls to make a wish, Sun Wukong replied candidly. Qin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Dragon Balls? Why not let me accompany you? I've never witnessed the summoning of Shenron. Sun hesitated. Having such a skilled ally would undoubtedly facilitate their quest for the Dragon Balls. Absolutely not. Bulma interjected, striding over and exclaiming, Qin, tell me, what are your strengths? You cannot sing as well as Sun Wukong. Your knowledge, experience, and intelligence are far inferior to his. And in comparison to me, you need not even mention it. The only thing you excel at is fighting, yet you still cannot best Sun Wukong. You are utterly useless. A complete burden. What do we need you for? To take care of children? Qin's expression fell. Am I really that pathetic? Bulma, Sun Wukong interjected. Unable to stand by any longer, didn't you just say you wanted to include Qin in our plans? That was then. This is now. As Bulma turned around with her hands on her hips, she exclaimed, initially, I believed Krillin possessed considerable strength as a meat shield and was quite adept as a fighter. However, your martial prowess has now reached such heights, and since we are not lacking in fighters, why should we carry an extra burden? Krillin lowered his head even further. All right, Sun Wukong said, contemplating before turning to Krillin. Krillin, you have yet to witness the summoning of the dragon. Once we gather all 7 Dragon Balls, we shall return here to make our wish. Okay, Krillin nodded in agreement. Sun Wukong then directed his gaze towards Master Roshi, only to find him lying on a recliner. A beautiful picture book draped over his face, fast asleep. Truly the mark of a master, Sun Wukong thought. Disregard that perverted old man, Sun Wukong, let us proceed. Equipped with the Dragon Radar, collecting the Dragon Balls was a straightforward task, especially with Bulma and Sun Wukong's wealth, intelligence, and strength at their disposal. Thus, within a mere 3 days, they successfully gathered all 7 Dragon Balls and set off towards Master Roshi's house. Due to Sun Wukong's presence, Master Roshi had endured an uncomfortable 3 days. Just after finishing lunch, Krillin placed his bowl down and approached him once more. Master, I implore you to guide your disciple. Krillin pleaded. Bah. Master Roshi spat emphatically. Guide you? Bah. I have already imparted all the foundational teachings of the Turtle School, and the rest is up to you. Master Roshi's reprimand was undeniably stern. In the past, such a display could have intimidated Krillin, as well as the fearless Sun Wukong. Yet this time, it was ineffective. Even if you are unwilling to instruct me in my techniques, surely you can recommend someone who can? Krillin persisted. Techniques are merely applications of fundamental martial arts. As a disciple of the Turtle School, you should utilize the basics you have learned to create your own style, rather than constantly seeking to borrow from others. Master Roshi lectured. While there was merit in his words, Sun Wukong had also stated that one could see further when standing on the shoulders of giants. Others have already crafted airplanes and cannons. To refrain from learning from them and instead start from the most rudimentary processes, such as smelting iron and discovering gunpowder, is foolish. I feel quite foolish myself, Krillin exclaimed. Master Roshi, drenched in sweat, slammed his palm on the table and shouted, "Fallacies. All fallacies. The essence of martial arts is not about defeating others, but surpassing oneself. When will you grasp the true meaning of the turtle school?" Yet, Sun Wukong had said that standing on the shoulders of giants could also lead to self-improvement. Learning to build an airplane is aimed at surpassing those who have built airplanes. Creating a spaceship is akin to learning from Master Roshi rather than toiling away in isolation. This is simply a more efficient approach, and I see nothing wrong with that. Krillin retorted, looking aggrieved. Krillin, you must cultivate your own opinions and refrain from constantly invoking Sun Wukong's name. The turtle sage shouted in frustration, his heart heavy with discontent. This disciple named Krillin, unlike the naive Sun Wukong who lacked even basic knowledge, was usually quite perceptive. Yet, in recent days, he seemed utterly transformed. Sun Wukong's assertions were undoubtedly reasonable, and despite his inferior strength, he managed to equal Krillin with his extraordinary martial arts skills. Krillin exclaimed that if he did not strive harder, once Wukong's power caught up, he would no longer possess any advantage. This thought only served to further ignite the turtle sage's anger. 3 days prior, during a match between Krillin and Sun Wukong, the turtle sage had witnessed Wukong's prowess at the world's martial arts tournament. He believed Wukong's strength was merely a slight elevation above that of an ordinary martial arts master, and his techniques, originating from the flawed Sun Wukong style, were essentially trash. Even though they had been elevated to a higher realm in Wukong's hands, they remained misguided. Thus, the turtle sage deemed the match between Krillin and Sun Wukong to be an exercise in futility, a mere distraction born of boredom, and he expected no significant outcomes from it. Consequently, when the two engaged in combat, the turtle sage, in his displeasure, could hardly bear to watch. He reclined nearby, engrossed in a yellow booklet, and, coincidentally having just finished lunch, succumbed to his usual afternoon slumber beneath the sun and sea breeze, inadvertently falling asleep. Upon awakening, Krillin approached him, revealing that he had fought Wukong to a draw. This was not due to Krillin suppressing his power to match Wukong's level, but rather he had fought with complete abandon, utilizing all his abilities. Initially incredulous upon hearing this outcome, the turtle sage found himself confronted by Krillin, the sea turtle, and the golden-haired launch, all adamant in their assertion of the truth. Yet, the turtle sage remained skeptical, unless the words came from the blue-haired launch. However, Krillin's relentless inquiries over the past 3 days began to sow seeds of doubt in the turtle sage's mind. After all, it was inconceivable that Krillin could undergo such a transformation without having suffered a significant blow. Irretrievable, Krillin. You must understand that the essence of martial arts lies not in the pursuit of sheer strength, but in transcending the very essence of life itself. Just then, a series of knocks resounded at the door, followed by a voice that made the turtle sage grit his teeth in annoyance. "Is Krillin there?" came Sun Wukong's voice from outside.